they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta ride or die.
And I hear the voice of an angel.
Mike, you know I'ma get it right. So stay with me. Run away with me. Need like a dope fiend, need dope. Need like a coke fiend, need coke. Even though your heart cold, ski slope. I really hope the song bringing me close. Do you believe me? Do you believe me? That I'm a lonely soul. Would you love me? I've been searching.
Hello and welcome to the J-lings EU Halo Watch Party for the Dallas Invitational. I am Outcasted, your host, joined by Marine in the top right. We have in the bottom left Evolution, and in the bottom right we have Ice Spiteful. So yeah, we're starting a little bit early today. You know, the matches, they're not quite starting for about another 30 minutes or so, but we just thought, we'd get in here nice and early and have a little look at kind of what the layout of the day is going to be. But yeah, I appreciate you guys joining us. For anyone maybe on the Jesse Lingard channel who's a little bit confused why these random men are on the stream, don't worry about it. We're Jesse, he's got a team, an esports team called J-lings Esports, and they have a Halo team representing them at the Invitational this weekend in Dallas. So we're going to be here supporting them, keep an eye on their progress, and also kind of general kind of EU scene and how they get on. So yeah, it should be an action-packed weekend. Obviously, it could be. I think today's plan we might run all the way to about 1 a.m. So yeah, it could be a bit of a long day, but we're here for it. So yeah, I guess start for you, Dan. Are you excited for today's action?
Very, very. We have a lot of good matches scheduled, ready to watch. All of the J-lings matches, of course, so going to be really exciting to see how they do. And yeah, a lot of EU teams on today's stream, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah, what about you, Mr. Evo?
It's gonna be a nice day, as we know. It's the first day, so the first day the matches are always more close, and we can see maybe some surprise. So many games, so many good teams. Hope the event's gonna go without any problems, and see you winning some good games.
Yeah, no, I hope J-lings, obviously they got a bit of a difficult pool, but I'm hoping we can see them cause a few upsets. But yeah, there's a lot of kind of top organizations competing this weekend, so it should be good. And yeah, finally, Ice Spiteful, he's joined us, the YouTube Halo legend.
I get a special intro. That's nice.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to be here, man. Thanks for bringing me on. Shout out to J-lings as well for allowing me to take part in this. Looking forward to watching some great competitive Halo. Obviously, some awesome EU teams taking part, including J-lings, and just generally very excited to just watch some Halo competitive, mate. It's always a good time. These weekends are always fun. So very excited.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's only a few times a year really. We kind of get all the EU teams flying out to America and having these kind of big international matchups. So yeah, we're always good. And like I said, there's going to be 3 matches today that J-lings are competing in. One's against Optic Gaming. I'm sure a few of you guys might have heard of them. Playing against Quadrant as well, currently the number 1 EU team, ran by Lando Norris, and then also playing against Gamers First. So yeah, should have quite a few good matchups. And we're watching I think it's 6 matches total today, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it should be a pretty action-packed day. I think our plan for now is, I don't know if you guys saw the schedule before the stream started, but our first matches are watching Navi versus Wobblebobs, which that name's always awkward to say. So we're watching that first. It's an EU versus EU matchup, but it's not quite ready to start yet. So there might be some action going on the main stream, on the HCS stream. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see if that how that pans out. But I guess, speaking to you, Dan, what's your kind of expectations for EU as a whole this weekend? Do you think they've got a possibility to maybe set some new heights?
I mean, I think so. I mean, J-lings have been looking strong. Wobblebobs and Navi, they've been getting closer and closer to Quadrant, and Quadrant have been looking extremely strong. Obviously, the best placing an EU team has had is top 6, and I think we'll definitely be looking to at least match that this weekend. I have a lot of high hopes for Europe here, and if it's kind of unfortunate. There's 2 European teams in 2 pools, so our teams have to go head to head to try and make it into bracket play. But I think we have a pretty good chance this weekend.
Yeah, no, I agree. What about you, Evo and Spike? What's your kind of thoughts?
My idea is the same. I think EU is looking stronger than ever, especially with this event. We saw that so many good scrim by Quadrant. We saw that JLingz has been online, has been doing some very good against Quadrant in the last events, and overall, EU grow up so much. So I hope to see something good in this LAN and naturally see this, EU getting closer to NA and past this top 6.
Yeah, what about you, Spike?
Yeah, kind of just mirroring what the other guys have said here. There's a lot of strong EU presence. Obviously, like I'm as being EU myself and all you guys here, we obviously hold a lot of pride in EU and we want to see EU do well in the Halo scene. And it's very exciting when you see these EU teams rising up and putting some of the NA teams in their place. And yeah, it's just going to be exciting to see how far they can push it today. And who knows, maybe even take games over some of the better NA teams. And just it's going to be a very exciting time. I'm looking forward to it. So.
Yeah, no, I think our kind of main focus is the European teams and how they do. But generally, it should be a really good event. Obviously, got the likes of Optic and FaZe and SSG, there's some really kind of big household names in esports. And as much as we love the European teams, generally, like I don't think, like Dan said, we've placed any higher than top 6. So we'll be aiming for that first, hopefully, and hopefully J-lings can be part of that. But if we could get top 6, maybe push a little bit above that, it'd be great. But it should be a good weekend, and I think. I guess just talking about, we could talk about our first match a little bit. We're going to be seeing the Navi versus Wobba Bobs match. I want to call them the Bobs because it's just so much easier to say. I might call them the Bobs. I feel like a lot of people have been calling them the Bobs. Yeah, but yeah, it's going to be the 2nd seeded team Navi versus the 3rd seeded team in EU, and I think that's probably one of the matches I'm excited most for because I think Navi, they've gone to so many close game 5s before against them, and it's like now we're at a LAN environment. It's like it's all or nothing. There's no excuses. I don't know. How do you guys kind of see this one going? I guess we'll just open up the floor. We ain't got to take it in turns. We'll just try not to interrupt each other too much. It'll be nice and professional.
I think one of the biggest things about this matchup is I know Wobba Bobs. They've been wanting to play Navi online for the longest time, just because there's probably a big ping difference between the 2 teams. Because obviously we all know Navi. They're kind of like 10, 15 ping, and then Mose is from Malta, so he plays on like 100. So that probably plays a big factor in maybe even losing some matches online due to internet differences. So they're gonna be really hungry to get this win, and I'm excited to see them like go head to head. I think it's gonna be a really close series. I think Navi should probably take it, but I mean maybe the Bobs surprise us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, it's the same. As I said already before to a lot of people, Ababa and Navi probably is gonna be the game more closer, one of the closer games that you're gonna see because both team they have the value and to beat each other, and online we saw the online so many times that Ababa has been able in scrims as well to beat Navi with a good average of wins, and after we saw as well Navi destroying Ababa, so. It's literally 50-50% how they're gonna wake up and show in the lands.
Yeah, I agree. What about you, Spy? Have you got maybe a favorite you think is going to win the series, or are you kind of 50-50?
You know what? I do have to kind of root for Navi because a lot of people I know on there, and I supported that team for quite some time. But Wobba Bobs is such a strong team that I could see it going either way in this one. As you were saying earlier, Marine, I find it very fascinating as well talking about all the ping stuff and that because obviously online gameplay there is a lot of annoyances that can occur and things that can change the outcomes potentially of matches, which is frustrating. So when you see all these players get on LAN and there's no issues there and everyone is just playing at the same level, or same playing field, it's very interesting to see who really excels, and who doesn't. So it'll be interesting to see sort of in this matchup who can take the charge and really, really assert dominance. So it'll be an exciting matchup for sure. But I'm kind of 50-50, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. It's just it's always so awkward when you've got 2 EU teams playing each other because I guess the bright side is an EU team is guaranteed to win. The 2 EU teams playing each other, but I always feel bad for the team that loses. But I think obviously a lot of us think it could be close, but I think it's safe to say Navi being a kind of 2nd seeded team, they're probably the favourites, and I think it would be a big upset if Navi were to lose. So I think on the bright side, whoever does win that series, it gives them a nice bit of kind of early momentum to really go into their kind of later on series in that pool. And obviously, you got Native Red in that pool. We can talk about a little bit. One of their players last minute had to drop out because of kind of travel issues. It was Druck again, I think, and they've had to get a last minute fill in Bomex. And obviously, Bomex, he's still a very solid player, so it's not it's not a disaster, but I think that really now could open up the pool even more than it already was. So I guess thinking about that pool D as a whole, I think it's Native Red, Complexity, Navi, and all the Bobs. Do you guys kind of have a rough idea of how you think that pool might kind of lay out?
I mean, before I think it was 100% Native Red were just gonna beat everyone fairly comfortably, in my opinion. Just because they got third at Worlds. They're such a strong team, and last event, Druck again had visa issues and couldn't make it to the event, and still that is out again. But now with a sub, in BOMX, who I think even if BOMX have been grinding the game, they still could win pretty comfortably, but. They haven't really been playing. He hasn't really been playing. Obviously, they have 0 scrims together, so I think there's potential there for Complexity, Navi, or Wobbobobs maybe get a little bit closer to Native Red. And then Complexity, they're a big question mark on LAN. With Monster and all of his cheating accusations recently. So we're gonna have to see how they perform on LAN. But I think since they've got Collect, he's just he's just a superstar player. He's, I believe, the second youngest pro on the circuit, behind Legend, who's on Quadrant. So I don't know. I'm gonna say Complexity first. I'll give Navi second, just in case maybe they can have a little bit of an upset against Native Red. Now I'll go Native Red and then a Wobbobobs fourth.
Okay, fair enough. I guess my thoughts quickly on the pool. I don't know if you guys remember. I think it was the last tournament. I think they had Diagram fill in for Druck, and they had to play for open bracket instead because they lost their pool play spot. Oh, did they? And I think so they beat them, but then I think they ended up losing to Oxygen. I think, if I'm not mistaken.
on the final of the open bracket.
Yeah, so I think if they could lose to a team like Oxygen, I think they could definitely lose to a team like Navi, because I think Navi might have actually beat Oxygen that same event. So I think, like you said, Dan, I think it really opens up the pool. And, I think at first we were looking at that thinking it might be very difficult for any EU team to get top 2 in that pool. But I think now there's a chance, or I'd say arguably, but both teams to maybe potentially get top 2. What about you, Evo? Do you think that pool's looking good for EU?
That pool looking very good for you, for my opinion, actually. Before knowing Native Red, the drop of the change for Native Red, I would say that probably one Navi of us would have been fourth. But right now, I think everything changed, and I would actually not be surprised if we see Abobabas and Navi passing as third and second.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be good. What about you, Spike? Do you think you see Navi? You were saying you're a bit of a Navi fan earlier because of some of the players in the team. Do you think they could maybe get first in the pool, or is that a bit of a stretch?
Well, Complexity is such a wild card for me because we haven't really seen them really go in yet. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how they tackle the pool. But I could actually see Complexity taking it. Obviously, Druck not being able to make it for just unfortunate, very unfortunate. And obviously that can knock confidence as well. You're going in with the mindset you're going to be with all your boys ready to throw down. And then next thing you know, everything's kind of in shambles. So that could really affect them. I think, honestly, I see Complexity top of the pool, then Navi, then a Wobbobobs, and then finishing out with Red. So yeah, that's kind of where my mindset's at. But as I said, I just don't really know how Complexity are really going to perform in this pool, so we'll have to kind of see.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. And I guess, like I said, that is the first match we're going to be watching, the Navi versus Wobbobobs match. So yeah, that really could kind of set the whole tone for that whole pool D. But I guess, as we are the J-lings watch party, mainly covering J-lings, at least this first day, we'll have to see how day 2 and 3 goes, and hopefully, obviously, they can make it as far as possible. But just kind of speak about the J-lings roster a little bit, I guess, to get some thoughts on them and maybe their hopes for the weekend. Obviously, the roster, for anyone who's not aware, is Respectful, 2Foxy, Clonely, and Septic. And I think one interesting thing about Septic, I saw he did a tweet earlier on, I think he's actually playing mouse and keyboard this event. So, that's definitely really interesting to see. And I think, when he's coming up against these top players, I'm really excited to see how he kind of fares there. But I guess anyone, take it in turns if you want, or just kind of go ahead. Anyone want to maybe give some thoughts on the J-lings roster as a whole generally, and maybe their strengths and, their hopes for the weekend?
Well, I'll start by saying every single player on that roster is very individually skilled, incredibly skilled. I mean, I've played pretty much all these guys in matchmaking, and they've all just incredibly strong, always topping the games, just popping off. I mean, Septic on KBM also, don't sleep on that, because I've played with him when he's playing KBM, and he is incredibly strong on that input as well. And I mean, we don't see much KBM in pro play. A lot of the time they don't make it very far, but like generally, with the latest changes they've made to KBM, there's a tiny bit of like, magnetism there on the aim now that can have an impact. And obviously with a player like Septic, who's been competing and is a very, very skilled player, like changing that input, although it could have an impact, I really think that, his overall Halo skill can compensate for that. And honestly, like, I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever played against a good MNK player before, but like on those mid to long range fights, it's hard to beat them. Like it's a whole nother ball game, So it will be interesting. And you got to admire the confidence going in, switching to a platform like that. You got to admire it. So I'm very if he is actually playing KBM, I am very much looking forward to that and seeing how he performs. But yeah, individually, all very, very talented players. And it's going to be fun watching them play and compete in what is a very tough pool. We can't deny that. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, what about you, Dan?
I think this, it's very unfortunate that Quadios ended up retiring before the event. So they had to pick up Clonely, who is, I mean, he's a fantastic player. I think he was a little bit of an unexpected pickup, but obviously it's an unexpected situation to have your teammate drop out a couple of weeks before the tournament. So, but before that, they were looking incredibly strong in Europe, and they were taking games off all the top teams and doing really, really well. But I believe this is the first LAN that Clonely is going to be in like the pro bracket since HCS Raleigh, the first event of the year. So I'm excited to see how he kind of bounces back from that, because I don't think he had a stellar event there. But I think he's improved so much as a player since then, and I think this is the best roster like JLingz has had. I mean, for a while, to be honest. I think this is the best they've looked since maybe Valencia, or even like beyond that. So, yeah, I think one of the things, like Spiteful was saying, I think Septic is much better on mouse and keyboard than controller. Maybe not much better, but I do think it's an improvement. Like playing him before on controller and then now on mouse and keyboard, he's a much harder kill like on the map. Like he hits some crazy snipes on it as well. He is. I mean, there's only 2 MNK players at the event, but he's definitely the best one here. So, and he's probably the best MNK player in the whole of Europe. So, yeah, really excited to see how they play.
I would like to add as well, have you guys seen the movement side of KBM? It's crazy. That is something that can be a really huge advantage. I would love to know if we can confirm if he actually is on KBM for this. I know the picture. He actually is. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm really excited to see that, because seriously, the movement and stuff, it's never next level when you get the right kind of people on it. So.
Yeah, for anyone who's just seen the screen, so I was going to say, so the HCS stream is now live, the main stream. The first match we are going to be watching is on the C stream, which currently isn't actually live yet, so I'm just going to kind of hang out here for a little bit. When we actually do get into kind of actual gameplay, that the match starts, we are going to change to a bit more of a full screen kind of view, so don't worry about, having to look at our faces the whole day. You will get a little bit of a break from that. So, yeah, we should hopefully get you that as soon as possible. But, yeah, I guess before I go to Evo, just kind of echo what Dan said, I think, as well with a new roster. Yeah, what I like about it, especially from my point of view, is they've got so many players on that team, especially kind of 2 Foxy and Respectful, that they've won events in several different Halo games. They've both been kind of top EU players at different points in their career. So, when you come into a LAN environment, I think having those players with that like experience level definitely gives you a really good kind of possibility of potentially causing those upsets and making those deep runs. I guess, yeah, Evo, what's your kind of thoughts on the J-lingz roster this weekend?
Speaking about experience, we saw as well the Foxy in the last event of the major, showing us standing for Quadrant how fantastic player he is on LAN. It's literally an amazing player. He played perfectly against top teams like Optic, and he showed us even by just popping up in the last moment on Quadrant, so he didn't even know in advance. It literally last minute came in A and showed everyone how much good he was. About Septic, we should talk as well that it's probably one of the first MNKs going to play against top teams, because top teams are not that used to play against MNK players, so KBM. So it's probably going to be so weird for a top team like Optic seeing one guy with that movement and strength. So we will see how they're going to react with that. There is a changement on how you're going to need to kill him or put him down as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, obviously, for anyone who's not aware, Evo in the bottom left is actually a mouse and keyboard player himself. So he's like our designated kind of specialist mouse and keyboard expert for Septic. So we can judge every single play he makes with a fine tooth comb. But yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a good looking roster for JLingz, and obviously we can get into the pools a little bit kind of later on as they show up. I mean, looks like on the main stream at the moment they're just kind of going through the EU seeding, and you can see there. This was the results of one of the 4Ks. So yeah, that was the 4K that Navi got 4th place, and I was speaking to Wynot about that the other day. That's kind of like that for me with Navi was just kind of showed that maybe they're not looking as consistent as they can sometimes. I think for them to get fourth place, but then obviously from the J-lings and the Wobble Bubbles point of view, for them to get third and second, I think it kind of shows the ceiling that all those teams have that on the day when they're feeling it, they can make those like deep runs and cause those upsets.
Should we talk about J-lings pool?
Yeah, we could talk about J-lings
Yeah.
pool. Obviously, I don't know if we can pull it up, but just for anyone, I'll just tell you it. So the J-lings pool, and correct me if I'm wrong, it is Optic Gaming, who's the number one team in the world currently. They were the most recent world champions. It's Quadrant, who are the number one team in Europe, and then it's G1, who I'm assuming are probably like the 8th seed in America, but they also are quite a good team.
Around there.
Yeah, so and then obviously rounding out the pool is J-lings themselves. So yeah, it's quite a difficult pool on paper. You can't deny it. J-lings, for anyone who's not aware, are currently the EU 4th seed. So I think unfortunately they've landed themselves in quite a difficult pool. I mean, I guess for anyone who's maybe a football fan, it's kind of like in Champions League placings, if you finish fourth in the league instead of third in the league, you're probably gonna get a more difficult group. So that's kind of just how it's turned out. But obviously, we spoke about the J-lings roster. They've got a lot of experience on their side. So when it comes to maybe winning some of these series, they might be a little bit unfavored. And I think at least they've got kind of that in their favor. But I think for me, I don't know about you guys, but I'm really looking at that kind of G1 matchup for them to be the one they can really kind of make a statement and cause an upset. What about you guys?
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult, but I mean, they are. I do think J-lings have shown to be stronger online or on land than online. Sorry. So I think if you're going to have a chance to beat these teams, it's going to be now. And I mean, I have hope. I do think that, with the Respectful and 2Foxy on the team, especially, like they can show up, they can win these series. I think Optic is going to be an incredibly tough one, and I believe is that their first matchup? Oh no, Quadrant's their first match.
That is the Quadrant,
I believe. Yeah.
Okay, so I think Quadrant, maybe they come out a little bit slow, and they could, it's the first match of the day. So I think honestly, for me, it might be that one that I'm kind of looking at, because first series of the day, nobody's super warmed up. Every day one nerves and everything. If you're gonna cause an upset, it might be Quadrant, and it's gonna be hard. First European seed against fourth, but I think that just if you forget all the seeding, you forget the past results. I think if you look at these 8 players on paper, J-lings can definitely come out and do some damage. And the G1 series I think the G1 series is going to be really, really close, because in my opinion, G1, they've been looking a little bit shaky in tournaments in recent history. So I mean, J-lings, they're going to be looking to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think also, like you said, with Quadrant versus J-lings, like on paper, like I said, it is the EU first seed versus the EU fourth seed. But I think Quadrant, they seem to be a team that's very, very focused on beating the American teams and having these really, causing these big upsets. I think sometimes, one of the risks of that can be that you can sometimes overlook some of the teams that you might think you should be beating, based on kind of your history against them. So I mean, we can see the pools on the screen now for anyone who didn't quite kind of catch what we were saying. So you see in the bottom left, that is the J-lings pool. So like we said, Optic, Quadrant, and G1 in their pool. And then we were just speaking about Pool D a minute ago. We got Native Red, Complexity, Navi, and Wobble Bobs. And Pool B, we didn't really speak about FaZe Clan, Native White Sentinels, and Six Karma. Six Karma is the LATAM team. And then Pool A is Space Station, Hive X, SMG, which I can't say I've heard of them before, but nice to see
That's
a new
the
org.
Avengers.
Ah, okay. And then Shopify Rebellion, and then Bittersweet is the number one Australian team. So yeah, it's basically it's HCS Global Invitational, so it's all the best teams from around the world, all kind of combined. So yeah, it's basically the best of the best. So yeah, it's not going to be easy, and it looks like this is interesting to look at. So this is, I guess, how the pools are going to work out. I like it. You can see it's all just collectively just like lean forward a little bit to get a better look. And then the elimination bracket. So have a quick look at that. So is the number 4 team from the pool getting eliminated, or are they making it?
I believe they go home.
Yeah, the 4 go. Yeah, and the third one on the elimination bracket as major.
So that makes things interesting then. So it really means that these pool play matches are so important, because if you don't win a single series and you finish 4th place, I think also you could technically probably win a series and still get 4th place based on tiebreakers. But it's gonna be if you don't win a series, you're kind of leaving it out of your own hands, which you definitely don't want to do. But it's nearly 20-5. So obviously, as long as everything's on schedule, we assume we should be getting the first series started very, very shortly. So I appreciate you guys hanging around while we've been kind of waffling on, but yeah, we should be getting going soon. And yeah, so I guess I don't know. Do you guys know what the game types are for the Navi or Bob series?
I
If we could
don't think they've
I
been
don't think they
announced.
announced it before.
Yeah,
Oh, I
Yeah.
like that.
they only show them.
They kind of just drop them as they go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be starting in 2 minutes here. But
We'll have to keep an eye on the C stream to make sure we don't miss
yeah,
it. But
I will
yeah.
go and have a look.
yeah, we are ready. But it looks like the A stream's just kind of gearing up, and
Mm.
they got Gaskin on the analyst desk as
Yeah.
well. That's what I think I love about the events in America is even though the events are in America, there always seems to be like a bunch of Europeans that kind of sneak onto the desk.
Yeah.
We got Gaskin and Lottie, so we got 2/3 of the desk right now as EU. So we're making moves, we're sliding in, and then we got Clutch as well. So always a skin. HCS Year 2 Cloud. Is this an announcement or was this already announced?
I think this
Already
is the
announced.
last year one. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Oh,
they're just
ooh.
flexing them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the complexity one looks nice.
Because on Sunday they're gonna announce the new ones for season 4.
Oh,
Yes.
that's,
It's only a few
good.
weeks to go now, I believe,
Yeah.
till season 4 releases. So, and I believe at this event they will be doing a showcase of season 4
On Sunday.
on
they
Sunday.
probably
Yes,
do.
so we'll be able to see kind of where they're going ahead into season 4. So should be exciting, hopefully.
okay.
I hope so.
Oh, it's bonus XP weekend. Oh my god! You can play the game while watching. You get bonus XP. And I should have drops on the Twitch stream for anyone who's watching on Twitch. We should have drops. I don't know if they're on yet or if they're going to be on.
They are. They went on at 5:30.
Ah, nice one. So yeah, there is drops. So whatever you get from that, you're welcome. I think hopefully it's something I've not got yet. I'll have to check what it is.
It'll probably be the orange hex like coating they've brought out for the AR, I believe.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
well,
it's.
they're showing the schedule on stream. There we go. So yeah, look at stream C. That's the one we're going to be watching first, and also second. We got Quadrant J-lings match 2. I think we're pretty much sticking with C stream for the first 4 matches, and then I think we're switching over to I think it's stream D for the 5th match, and
Yeah.
then we're going
Back
back
to
to
C.
stream C for the 6th match. So yeah, like I say, thankfully there's a lot of J-lings day 1. Because we are watching all their pool play matches. Obviously, day 2 we don't really know who's going to be about yet. It just kind of depends who wins and who loses. So, yeah, day 2 might be a little bit more fluid in terms of finding out who we're watching. But day 1, thankfully, we got a nice schedule to look at, and a lot of it's basically a full day of EU Halo. Which for me, I was saying the other day to someone, it's like my favorite thing as a Halo fan, a competitive Halo fan, is watching the international matchups. So, yeah, I'm excited.
C stream doesn't seem to be live yet, so
They just changed the name on Twitch, so I think they're gonna be live soon.
okay.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Hopefully, there's no delays.
Yeah, I mean it should be starting now, but I guess HCS are a little bit behind, so.
Yeah, I did
okay.
hear at the venue there was a few issues as well. Yesterday was setting things up, so things can always run behind schedule. It's a big scale event at the end of the day, so things can be
Yeah.
kind of pushed back a bit. Nothing usually goes completely on time, so we'll hopefully have something up soon. But it looks
Yeah,
like
I
things
feel
are
like-
kicking off. So
HCS are pretty notorious for delays during the
Yeah,
during
I think it's
tournaments.
just
So.
day 1 especially. It's always
yeah, it's always just like you were saying, Marine, about the teams. Everyone's kind of getting into the swing of things, getting everything
Yeah.
in motion. Everyone's trying to get in sync, so it's understandable.
And it looks like on the A stream though, at least, me FaZe Clan versus Sentinel. So what we can do is we can just kind of keep an eye on this one for now, and then as soon as the EU match is ready on the C stream, we can switch
Yeah.
over. But yeah, for now, FaZe Clan Sentinels. So I guess we can talk about this one a little bit. Obviously, Sentinels. For me, it's Sentinels that they've been. I'd say safe to say they've been placing kind of below what they probably want to be online the last kind of few months with that kind of roster. And obviously, FaZe they made that change, getting Renegade for Lethal in. They got second, I think, at the last LAN. They lost Game 7 to Optic in the grand final. So I mean, they're looking good recently.
Yeah.
So do you think it's safe to say FaZe one of the favourites to win the event? Are you guys? Any of you think they are going to win the event?
I don't think.
No,
in my
I would
opinion.
love for them to win the event because this is like my favorite team, FaZe, but I just think they need a little bit more discipline on the roster, and yeah, I don't know. I would love to see them win, but they're gonna have to really show up this weekend. And one quick thing, Quadrant did beat them 2-1 in a quick little land
Yeah.
scrim earlier, so
Ooh.
Oh,
that's
wow.
quite exciting.
that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's only 3 games, but it's something for EU to hold on
Best of
to.
3.
I think that I think this is really exciting though, because obviously across the stage from FaZe is Lethal, who was on this team for what, like 5-6 years or something. So he's gonna be trying to show up against his old roster.
Yeah, and for anyone in the chat who's not aware, so I know the screen in the middle, it's probably not as big as you want it to be in terms of viewership, but in between matches, we are going to be switching, when the matches start, we're going to be switching to a full screen view so you can get all the action kind of nice and visible. But for now, while it's kind of just the in between stages, we're just kind of having a chat, while things are kind of getting set up. But it looks like on the A stream at least, it looks like the first match might be starting soon. And I guess talking about Spite, do you have anyone that you think is going to win the event, or are you a little bit unsure?
You know what? One thing I never like to do is make predictions because honestly, as we've seen with events, like a lot of times things can wildly change and you just never expect it. So honestly, like I don't really have in my sights any teams like that I think will guaranteed win because, like things can always happen. But ultimately, there are some incredibly strong teams, FaZe Clan being one of them, Optic obviously as well. But yeah, it's kind of I'm kind of keeping my expectations, withdrawn until I know, like, kind of see how things play out, because it's so early, you just never know.
No, give a prediction.
Yeah, yeah, it's right. We can wait a little bit. We'll wait till we've seen a few teams play. But the Sentinels roster, looking at, I think this is the first LAN they're playing with Suspector instead of Collect. I mean, they had Collect, and Collect's obviously a really good player, but it's interesting. It's interesting because the play styles are so different between like Collect and Suspector.
The game is already started, so when
on the C stream?
Yeah, they're already playing as well.
Oh, C stream.
Okay.
But not on YouTube, only on the Twitch one. That's
okay. Can we pull that up?
Yeah, we're going to try. We'll get our lovely production man to try quickly switch to the C stream on the Twitch channel.
Where is the C stream?
So it seems like unfortunately the YouTube stream is currently not available, which isn't ideal. But like we said, day one there's always a few technical issues. So anyone know what the link is? Is it HCS Red? Is it HCS Blue?
It says Red, but they were playing and they stop it now. I don't know what HCS is doing.
Okay.
Why can I not see it?
Yeah, I can't see it.
We'll there we go.
We'll get that for you as quickly as we can. Yeah. Can you link it in a chat maybe?
Yeah, I will do that now.
Apparently it's HCS_Red. Let me just try and get it up. So yeah, we should hopefully get into the action very, very quickly. Like I said, there's been a few technical things with the streams not being quite on time, but looks like we are going to get into it as soon as we can. But
YouTube is up as well, by the way.
Yeah, I have
it. Very nice.
Thank you for the link.
Yeah, for what I saw from the little moment of start before the skip, they were playing Imperium CTF. Navi and was.
Okay, I'm on. Is it the C stream or the D stream? Because it says up next native Red. Or am I on the wrong?
Yeah, it's probably a mistake by ECS because they were playing and they switched it on the screen. So I think it's.
Okay. Nice.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So are we watching HCS Blue now?
We'll just pull them up. So yeah, it could be HCS Red or HCS Blue. We'll just keep an eye on all the streams. As soon as the games are ready, guys, we'll get into it as quickly as we can. We're just kind of frantically looking around to see which stream HCS actually put the match on. Because even though they do have a schedule, they do sometimes like to kind of change it for fun, just kind of keep us on our toes. But
and we need to remember as well that it's the first day, so they have a lot of games going on, not only one.
Yeah, there's 4 different streams running at once, which is great for viewership, but it can be hard to keep track of. But it looks like actually Sentinels and FaZe might be starting their game 1 in a moment, so we could maybe go full screen on that for now, and until we get until the stream starts on the Navi versus the Bob series. But we'll have to keep an eye on it. I'm just keeping a keen eye on my other monitor to make sure we don't miss anything. But yeah, it looks like, thankfully, we've waffled on a little bit, but we should be getting into matches soon enough. And yeah, so if you on the screen now, I think it is the C stream. So this is the stream that the match should be on when it starts. So hopefully,
interestingly, the stream just restarted for me. So
yeah, they just restarted again. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, yeah, they might have just changed.
Yeah.
Should we watch FaZe Sentinels?
I think we should just tune into FaZe Sentinels for the time being. I think that would be the safest play.
Yeah,
I'm craving some competitive Halo, guys.
Yeah. I need to watch it.
Yeah, don't worry. We've got all the streams open on the side, so we won't miss anything if the match does start.
We have everything open.
16 monitors, you know the deal.
Yeah. I got the multi-stream up, all 4 of them on the screen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're back. We're back on. Is this Recharge?
Yes, and this is FaZe Clan, I think.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it always seems to be a thing that when they do the little fly through, and you're like, "Oh my god, the match is starting," and you're like, "Oh no, wait, never mind." There's been a delay. But yeah, I think we should be getting to it soon. So I guess just to kind of talk about the match a little bit, if you had to give a kind of series score prediction for the Navi Bob series, what are you guys kind of feeling for it? I guess I'll go first. Just so I'm not being harsh. I think I just you think. I'm stuck between. I always love an underdog story, and when the underdog wins, so there's that part of me that wants to root for Bobs. But I think if I'm actually genuinely picking who I think is going to win, I think I'm going to go Navi. And I'm going to go 3-1. I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna go either 3-1 or 3-2 Navi. I think if it goes game 5, Navi have looked so strong in the game 5, so I'm gonna go 3-2 Navi.
Okay. What about you, Eva?
It all depends by the maps, but I'm actually gonna go for like a 3-1 for above of us.
Ooh, I like that.
I'm going 3-1 Navi. Where I'm at.
Okay. Fair
The
enough.
only above of us.
Yeah, it's the thing of I really do think Navi could lose this series. It's just something so difficult, but I'm really excited. Like we kind of spoke about before, the kind of dynamic of playing on LAN. Everyone's maybe a little bit more nervous. There's more on the line than usual. It could make some people play a little bit more, kind of, to change their play styles a bit, play a little bit slower, play a little bit faster. I think.
It's a good.
I think there's definitely. Oh, sorry. I think there's definitely players on each team, that we've seen struggle and that we've seen, do incredibly well on LAN, and we just need to see those players either keep it up or step it up. I mean, notably like Navi, like Jimbo and Sniper and the veterans, like they're just incredible LAN players. Whereas Mighties and Sneaky, they've kind of been lacking a little bit on LAN compared to how dominant they are online. So. But I think if they kind of play to their own standards, in Jimbo and Snipe Drone, they get a huge land buff, to be honest. So I think if they all just play at their peak, they should be able to beat a Wobbabobs pretty comfortably. But I think on the other side, Moze and Flux, veteran LAN players, maybe like Sayer and Glory struggle a little bit more in comparison to them. So you need to see the young guns kind of. Well, Snaky's not really a young gun beat.
Looks like we're actually into a match. Finally, we've got some gameplay there. And I say for anyone who's just joining us, this is obviously the EU watch party. So our focus today is going to be EU matches, but just in the meantime, we're kind of waiting for the match to start. We are going to kind of obviously keep the action rolling. And FaZe Clan versus Sentinels. It's definitely two of the top teams in the world. They are both American teams, but it seems like 2 players already fell off the map.
Did we give this prediction?
We did give our prediction for this one, so that's a good point.
3-1 FaZe.
Okay.
3-0 FaZe for me.
3-0 FaZe, I think.
No, where's the lethal love?
Sentinel has been it hasn't been looking that nice.
I think I'm gonna go 3-0 FaZe as well. I think FaZe looks so strong.
All right.
Wait, why is Nightbite is in the Sentinel team and Little is in the FaZe?
Oh, this could be a one. Actually.
Really? No, I think there's just been a mess up. I think there's just been a mess up in the game start here. I think because there's no way they're warming up on main stage like this.
HCS Red Navi Wobble. Oh no wait. No wait, it's gone. No wait. Oh. It's on HCS Red. Yeah, it's HCS Red.
HCS Red, I believe it actually.
1-0 for Navi on the.
Oh wow, yeah, it has tied up. Yeah, there we go then.
Wait, the game's been going for 8 minutes. I think they just had stream issues, but they didn't.
Okay. Oh, well,
are we all watching through VMix? Yeah.
Yeah. So we just need to switch to the HCS Red stream when we can.
Yes.
Or the YouTube, whichever one works. We're just getting it on the stream.
Okay, so the Twitch was basically, I think HCS might be having some technical difficulty here because the stream has only been up for a minute and the game's been going on the whole time. So I think we didn't miss anything.
Yeah, the stream just crashed.
We just missed. The stream wasn't up, so we couldn't have watched it anyway. But it looks like everything's up and running smoothly now. So if we can switch over to that, that would be huge. We can then watch Navi versus Wobbabobs.
Yeah, I mean,
Navi are up on right now.
I mean, nobody can see right now. It's Pit, aka Imperium, and this is such an old man map. And I think if you're playing Snaky, Jimbo, and Snipe Drone, like they're just, I don't know, they're all over 25, 26. So it's pretty difficult to beat them on this map.
Yeah, so we'll switch full screen for you guys so you can see the big picture of the game. But yeah, we are finally into game 1, Navi Wobbabobs, and it seems like Navi have currently got the lead. So kind of what you maybe would expect.
Yeah, only it's left as well, so.
Yeah.
We could
put it on a full screen.
There we
go.
Yes, we're in. Look at that.
We're in. Yes.
Huge.
You can't teach that.
Nobody really struggling across the board. I was hoping to see maybe some bad stats coming through, but not happening yet. Yeah, I don't know. It's so difficult. Like you got 3 minutes on the clock, and you need a cap. And Imperium is just, you know, you can play defense so well, and it's a little a Wobblebob's maybe a little bit shaky. I honestly think if you knock a Wobblebob's confidence, maybe you could just take like a 3-0, because I know this team there's a lot of emotions on this team, so.
Yeah, and thankfully the street's nice, good quality as well. It's perfect. I'm happy now. We're finally into it. The watch party. I feel like we've officially begun now.
The excitement begins.
It actually started.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, Nikki.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
forward
almost
there.
a triple as well. That was
And then
unreal.
look at the stats. I mean, Snipe Jones 2011. I was saying the other day to Tony that he's almost reminds you of like the EU Royal 2, where he just always seems to be having these insane games with these like insane stats. And like already I just look and oh, you know, Snipe Jones double positive. Like it just doesn't even surprise me.
Yeah.
Like,
He pretty much
but
is.
yeah.
He's just a turret. Like,
Free that.
yeah, he's really good at it, so you can't even like. Maybe
Yeah.
you know he's not got like the fastest like oh I'm super cracked and I'm gonna run around the map and do everything playstyle, but you know you've always got him shooting behind you. Oh, this one's looking pretty done. I'm not gonna lie. Navi 2-0 up against the Wobbobobs right now.
Yeah, I mean, Glory's having a good game,
Yeah.
2013, and they've got the overshield as well actually. So RB gets taken down so
Oh.
quickly.
Yeah, it's looking at. It's just so difficult. They do have a flag on the go here, so like maybe if they can get this one in, you know, you have a little bit of a chance, but it's just so hard.
Two dead from Navi side as well, so they can actually.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, I don't know about this fight.
Oh,
Oh,
never mind.
Flaps with the coup.
Wait,
How
three
did-
dead,
how
three
did he
dead.
live?
Oh my god, they actually
okay.
get a cap here.
How do they just let Mose live there?
If you look
Wait,
at
it's
from
doable.
the scoreboard side, we can see that the Wobobos is actually doing pretty nice with the Slay. So second map that is a Slayer.
Yeah, I think they're pretty even across the board. Both players
Yeah.
gonna have someone going a little bit neg, a little bit pause. So
Oh,
yeah, I can't believe they didn't kill Mose there. I mean, he turns around to rechow and they just let him live. Wait, this could Navi are 3 dead. They could be grumbling.
Two dead right now, and they're spawning tower. That
They just have to hold off one push, but oh my god.
three
Is
dead
this the
again
case
by
of
Navi.
is this the
Okay.
case of what Marine was saying about teams
man.
being nervous when they first start out, and it's kind of like Eric, you're trying to like shake the nerves and get kind of locked in, and right now we're seeing like Navi kind of on the back foot here,
Free dead
trying to
again
do
by
anything.
Navi.
Free dead again, and a flag being pulled long haul.
If they can kill Mose though, if they can kill Mose, this is huge. Oh, and they do. If
No.
they read this flag, that's game. But Wobbobobs, that is crazy if they can keep this one going.
Saya can't move the flag.
Oh,
Yes,
the
Saya
flag
can
is
Oh
being
my
pulled
God.
though. This is an
crazy.
incredible
This is
comeback.
crazy.
This
Second
is,
the overtime.
this is
Oh my
too
God.
intense for a game one. This is out of
Oh
control.
my
Oh
god.
my God.
What a comeback.
There's no way.
Incredible.
It was like 2-0 just a second ago, and I was like, okay, this game's looking like it could be over.
Yeah,
but
like.
somehow they've capped 2 flags, and I was gonna say like, if you're on the team which is the underdog,
Oh my god, wait,
no,
Navi.
you probably want to try win game 1, but this is not looking good for them already. I mean, they've got the last 2 caps, but
I mean, they had a
Three
minute and a
dead.
half and they got 2 caps. Like, you never see teams do that. But Snipe Drone, he's through long. Wobber 2 dead. They did such a good job. See, honestly, like from playing a tournament, like, how do you guys kind of feel about? Because sometimes you'd rather just comfortably lose than like have like some crazy comeback, and then end up like losing like in overtime or something, you know. But
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that boosts your confidence, or maybe you're just kind of like frustrated that you got that close and then it all kind of fell apart.
Well, it'll be interesting to know how you guys feel about that. Do you think that was more on the side of Navi kind of choking up there because it's kind of early in the day and they're just getting started, or do you think the Wobbobobs really found their footing there and kind of excelled there to get those 2 flag caps back?
I think they kind of just had like a really good 2 minutes there, but
Yeah.
Navi seemed pretty dominant for the rest of it, like the other 10 minutes of the game. So I think they just had that kind of like crazy 2 minute streak, and then maybe Navi, they got a little bit shaky as you do.
Yeah, I think at least from the Bob's point of view, they kind of made Navi sweat a little bit at the end. It wasn't like a comfortable win for Navi. They had to really kind of ice up at the last second. So, hopefully that's a sign of what's to come in the series. But yeah, that was a crazy game 1.
To give a little update, Sentinels are currently 120-20 on their recharge strongholds against FaZe, and Spartan is going 13-5. Nobody else on his team has over 4 kills. I mean, he's been struggling a little bit online, but he is going off.
Wow, that is incredible performance, especially if your teammates are struggling like that. It means you really are excelling there.
Yeah, I mean, he's 13-5, and Lethal's 2-6, and they're up 100 points. So, I mean,
Yeah.
That's
Wow,
it.
that is impressive.
4 matches are already impressing.
I thought the first matches on LAN are always super interesting because everyone's, like you said, just kind of getting kind of to grip a little bit with playing in a new environment, playing on a new PC, playing on a stage with people watching you. It's like it can throw people off, so it definitely kind of creates the environment for more upsets. But I thought we'd have to be a crazy comeback. I mean, that was 2-0 for Navi with 2 minutes left. Suddenly it's 2-2, but then Navi clutch up at the end and get a flag on the move. But like I think Eva mentioned it a bit, the Slays look fairly competitive, from both teams. So I think that holds out good hope that we could see a close Slayer here in game 2. But when you got the likes of Snipe Drone on the team, it's going to be difficult.
Let me pull up on the data hive. I mean, Navi only outslayed by 4, so nothing too crazy there. It's really even across the board. So, and I think honestly, Navi, to me, it seems like online they've been kind of struggling in Slayers recently. I mean, they've been dropping them to some of the like lower teams, like Catsmile Gaming and BH3. So, yeah, I'd be interested. I think a Wobbobobs they could take the Slayer. I think if you lose that, the series is kind of over. But I hope that they're gonna take game 2.
I mean, it's a best of 5. You never know.
I think also I remember hearing a while ago. I don't know if it's changed now, but I feel like there was a period where Navi didn't scrim Slayers because I think part of their reasoning was that you can't like replicate the environment of playing a Slayer in like a scrim or playing like in a tournament versus like it's so different to how it plays in the scrim. So like it's almost just not worth it. And I think like you said, they've not always been the most consistent in Slayers. So obviously, if you're a team trying to cause an upset, you arguably want to win game 1, but you really cannot afford to go down 2-0 in the series if you're Wobbobobs. Like if you're wanting to cause this crazy upset, going down 2-0 is just such a difficult position to come back from. So I'm hoping we can see a bounce back here, game 2, to kind of make the series a little bit more interesting. But the end of that game 1, it was wild.
I don't think they have the minerals for a reverse sweep, but we'll see.
They were waiting for us to open the streaming before playing. For
sure. Yeah, exactly. They were just trolling for the first couple minutes. That's another thing to note, like you said, first day. Like another thing about that is it's not always like people are like, oh, people are nervous or whatever. It's just honestly, you see some of the top teams and the top players. They drop maps, they drop series in pool play because I mean they just don't really care as much. Like they kind of you only really see it from the top like North American teams because I think Europe, sometimes we don't make it out of pool play or to never really to a Sunday. So I mean we always come out 100% in pools, but you see a lot of these teams they kind of troll and like mess around in day 1. So I think if you're gonna cause some upsets, it's probably gonna be on day 1 because a lot of people kind of mess around a little bit too much.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm excited to see what the Slayer's going to be going to. I think, Pit is one of those game types on Flag where it can be very kind of slow at points, and one team can just have those kind of hot streaks where they really get going. But I'm excited to see if we see like a live fire or a street Slayer, or we maybe going to see something like a recharge where the game really slows down. But yeah, I think, from the Wobbobob's point of view, I'm really looking at, players like Glory for the most part and Syed, these kind of young, talented players on the team to hopefully step up big here in this game too. But like I said, in terms of the Slays, I think at least they can be happy that they weren't getting outslayed massively. The score was close. No reason to panic yet. But you could, like we said, it's only game 1.
They made it a nice 2 caps in less than 1 minute as well.
Yeah.
And when we speak about Glory, we speak about the winner of FFA Major and the final of the world. So.
True. He has the FFA World Champion. Well, he's not quite the European FFA Champion, like harshly, but he's got the world championship. So I mean that's something. But yeah, Complexity also ended up taking game 1 against Native Red. So already we're seeing them, maybe be a little bit weaker than they obviously would be with Druck, but it was a 2-1, so it was actually really, really close. Hopefully they start this matchup soon. I think HCS milking us a little bit here. Hopefully the stream doesn't go down.
For anyone who's just joined us, so Navi did win game 1 against Wobbobobs on Empyrean Capsule Flag. It was a 3-2 scoreline. So Navi up 1-0 in the series currently. All these series are going to be a best of 5, I think, in pool play. So they've got to win 2 more games to close out the series. So not quite over yet for Wobbobobs. Only down 1 game. But yeah, like you said, I'm hoping we can make it an interesting series. I think both these teams, if they could get a win early on, they could really kind of set the pace for the whole weekend. I think probably it's safe to say a bit of a more important win, I'd say, for Navi. I think they're probably the team which is aiming a little bit higher than Wobbobobs. Obviously being the second seeded team, maybe a little bit more kind of international experience. So I think for them to lose this series would be a really big blow. But yeah, I mean, it's nice to see Snipe Drone was playing solid. I guess just talking about Navi a little bit generally, do you guys kind of have any ideas of where you think they could potentially place, just in the tournament as a whole?
I don't know. I'm done trying to have a bunch of hope for them because they've done terrible. the past couple lands. Like they have been really disappointing, if I'm being honest. But you know they're going to be wanting to bounce back, so I'm not holding out too much hope. I'm going to say like maybe like top. I would expect a top 12 minimum because getting out of pools, 2 European teams are guaranteed top 12. But I'm gonna go top 12, and maybe a
Okay.
top 8.
I mean, I think that's fair enough. Like I said, there's a lot of really good teams this tournament. That's the thing with you can when you try and predict a lot of these teams in this tournament, sometimes you can sound like you're being a little bit pessimistic, but it's the top 16. There's top 16 teams in the world. You know what I mean? There's no easy matches, and sometimes all you can really go off is kind of past placings and past experiences, and like rankings and things like that. But yeah, I think they definitely had the capability of winning a lot of these series, but like you said, they've not necessarily got the kind of track record of doing it yet. So we're hoping they can maybe right a few of those wrongs this weekend. But yeah, hopefully we'll get into this game soon. I'm assuming there might be a few technical issues on their side.
It should be. It's up now. So it'll come on to VMix in a sec.
Okay, nice.
FaZe Clan won first map.
Yep.
So
really?
it's a Slayer live fire as well, so this should be interesting.
Yeah. Glory hints to the sniper play doesn't play.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll switch to the big screen so you guys get a better look.
Okay.
Yeah, you got the sniper. Yeah.
Yeah. Glory is the player you definitely want with sniper on the side of.
We've definitely seen some incredible highlights with players using the sniper on live fire. There's no denying that. So seeing some incredibly good players with sniping in this game. I mean, Snipe Drone himself. I mean, it's in his name, so it'll be interesting to see what people can pull off here. Obviously, sniper control's huge as well. So
you got the two different types of snipers, and it's kind of who would you rather have the gun on land? Because you got like Mighty's, Mighty's and Glory. They're kind of like, oh my god, triple kill.
Mostly going for the overback.
They're kind of like, Mighty's and Glory that run around super cracked, hit some like absolutely crazy shots, but maybe sometimes like overchannel a little bit and die with the weapons maybe. But if you give it to like Snipe Drone or like Flux, something like that, they just never really die with the weapon, and they're so good at just doing damage and pressure down on the map. Where it's just two like polar opposite playstyles. Oh my god, a Wobble up by 5. This is a really nice start.
Wobble was looking strong after a good collapse on A we saw.
That's a land kill if I've ever seen one. You never
I love seeing that.
Yeah, shooting someone mid melee like that does not happen on 60 ping.
I am jealous. The game does look very crispy on land.
This is how Mighty's looks at home. Okay, well they've only made a one kill difference.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was a really good start from my Wobble Bobs to bounce back from having that heartbreaking loss. But
yeah,
did you see that?
Yeah, I think that's how they've got it on the HCS graphics as well for the tweets. So it might just be a kind of mix up in the graphics, but it's nice comeback from Navi though. Yeah, it could be his face name.
Well, someone might have just someone might have just written down his old gamer tag. So for anyone watching, Lumiza is Sayer, but he not even recently, but he had a gamer tag change. Oh my god, it looks like they killed Glory when he's popping the overshield, and this is what we're talking about. Jimbo 5 and 3, 3 assists.
Huge for Navi.
Yeah, this isn't looking good. I mean, they had such a strong start, but
also just to fill in here, I'm hearing reports that there was a 250-0 for Native White. I don't know if we can confirm that or not, but that's pretty wild as well. So it's crazy to see what's going on in other pools.
I'm not sure. Are they playing against the LATAM team maybe, or is that a different team they're playing against?
Oh, am I look? Okay, is there HCS Blue this event?
Oh yeah, there is an HCS Blue.
Yeah, I mean this is not looking good for Wobble Bobs. I was gonna say a perfect start, but suddenly it's 20-13, 20-14 now. Really good use of the overshield. Look at the stats. Every single player negative on Wobble Bobs. Navi, most part. So
let's see where the sniper gets in. Whose hand the sniper lands in this situation here, though, because then we can kind of see.
Oh no, 4 dead again.
Oh
no.
And I believe the sniper's probably going to be picked up here as well.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Oh, okay, it was Native White against 6 karma, so I mean,
was it 250-0?
Yeah. I mean, they're playing, if you're those guys, like, the people on 6 karma are probably looking up to tapping buttons as, by far the best, like, LATAM player, like, probably of all time.
Very talented, very talented player.
Now they're playing against him on this superstar, like, international roster, and it's going to be a little bit hard. Oh my god. That 12 kill lead now, that is, it's not looking not looking promising for a Wobber.
And Navi has control of all the Halo weapons.
It's crazy how these games can flip. I mean, Jimbo started out, I believe he went down 0-3, maybe 0-4 at the start, and now he's back 7-5 now up, and he's kind of like everything, the flow's changed dramatically. So it's kind of interesting to see how things have flipped. But obviously we got Snake. You were saying earlier about players playing patient. As you see Snakey just chilling in the tower here with Snipe, just picking off kills, being very reserved. Just a good position to be in as well when you're just chilling. You know, you can just play reserved. You know your team are going to play with you.
Yeah, that's the difference. It's like Mighty's right now, it'd probably, you know, be flying around, hitting some crack out shots, maybe dying with the gun, but Snakey's just like, I mean, he's just vibing. He doesn't really need to do anything. Like, his teammate's gonna run about the place. Yeah, this is not looking good if you're an Awooba Booba Bobs fan.
The problem is as well, like once a team on Navi gets set up, and you have to break this setup because they're just going to continue to trade off kills now as they've got such a strong lead. It's going to be so hard for Wobber Bobs to really bounce back unless they get a wipe and get situated. But the time is ticking as like, you know, Navi just pick up kill after kill here.
Yeah, I mean, once it gets to kind of like the 40 kill mark, you know, that's when, I mean, 30 kill mark is, you know, when Slayers really start, but 40 kills is kind of where they end. Glory just hit the device.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh my god.
I want to believe that was some sort of glitch in the game.
Show us a clip.
Alright, no one saw that.
I mean, the game's not quite over yet. It is quite a big lead, but it's like it's still in that range where it's doable.
It could still go long enough for the next OS spawn. If things slow down dramatically here, there might be another OS in play, and things can still change. But as the kills rack up here, it's getting less and less likely.
Yeah, it's looking pretty hard. If you're a Wobber, you need a couple full deads here, and I mean, it looks like.
I mean, they have done that.
Yeah, 3 deads now.
Yeah. Oh, true. But like, I don't know, they're trading out a little bit too much. You know, Navi they can go for like two for one trades even and still, you know, almost win the game. So, I like they're slowing it down and waiting for the weapons. So,
yeah.
We'll have to see if they can get the snipe in the OS. You know, maybe it's looking pretty doable.
Well, they did just. Yeah, the pace has slowed down dramatically here. You can see that Navi are pushing up. They know that they need to get control of this next sniper.
Oh, and Jimbo, he's just ran through the smoke. He's ran past them. Oh, that's sniper drone, sorry. Okay, that was a really nice play. I mean, he just smoke screens, runs straight through and behind them, and that's probably looking like the game.
And that's gonna be overshield of Navi as well.
Yeah.
I was honestly expecting to see that shroud put down on the OS there, so it was interesting to see they put it down in front of a Wobber Bobs there and just charged through.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really heads-up play. You never really see people make that. Like you said, everyone just puts it down on the overshield. But
yeah, because it's such an exposed area. It's so hard to, like, you know, get that OS without being melted. So.
Oh, and he's got the heat wave. It's looking over.
I think that's so scary about this team is for like online especially, like Sniper and Snake and even Mighty's can look so good, but Jimbo's maybe a little bit inconsistent online, but I feel like Jimbo on LAN is just such a strong player.
Jimbo on LAN, I think, has been Navi's best player since the game came out. You know, online, you know, he does struggle a little bit, but on LAN, he is just a powerhouse of a player. Like, he's so good.
The experience speaks for itself. I mean, he just has so much experience in the Halo scene, you know, so you can't deny that, you know, that's going to come into play.
Yeah, and that would be another statement victory. And already Navi, they're looking good. You know, it feels like we just started the series and already it's 2-0 to Navi. And you know, I think we're gonna have to see a strong showing here in this game 3 because
it was. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say I think Navi expect to win. The Wobber Bob is obviously the underdog, but I think if they were to get 3-0'd, I think that would be like really demoralizing.
That's a dagger.
Yeah.
It was interesting to see though in both these matchups. We have seen, like, you know, Wobber Bobs definitely have the potential to shine through. Like there's been situations, I mean, when they got that on the Imperium CTF, they managed to pull those 2 flags over that couple of minutes and put Navi on the back foot. And they obviously during that Slayer match they opened up really well. Was in the lead, kind of had Jimbo on the back foot, and who ended up being quite a strong player towards later the part of the match. So it's definitely not impossible. It's not an impossible task here. They definitely can. I see a potential win here for them, but it's just looking less likely if they don't, you know, pull through because the time's ticking now. I mean, they're 2 down already. They're 1 more in there. You know, it's over for them on this series. So it'll be interesting to see what the next sort of game type and map is because it might be a strong one for them.
I mean, I don't know. I've heard rumors. Glory's talking a little bit of smack about Navi and saying, you know, he's praying to play him on LAN, and you know he's really excited for the matchup, and they're gonna destroy Navi and everything. So. And it's not, I mean, you gotta be thinking, you know, you've been talking big for a little while about this matchup, and then you come in and you're getting dominated a little bit. We're gonna have to see. I don't know. I think one issue with the Wobber Bobs team is a little bit emotional, maybe. You know, might let the losses get to them a little bit too much. So I don't think they have the minerals for the reverse sweep, but I would like to see, you know, how they're going to bounce back and if they can put up a fight against the other two teams, or if this is you know, maybe a bit of a dagger
What we're
ball.
going to do, I've seen one or two people in the Twitch stream at least kind of mention a few frame drops, so we're just going to do a literally 2-second restart of the stream just to kind of adjust the settings a bit. So if you just stare at your screen for 5 seconds, we'll go and then we'll come back again. So yeah, don't go anywhere.
Remember to refresh.
Yeah, make sure you refresh.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll just do a quick restart. But yeah, we are still live on the YouTube stream, so I think that one's all good. But I think it's been pretty much 95% okay. I think there's been a few frame drops, so I'm sure we'll just come back as I'm mid sentence. But yeah, like you guys said, I'm interested. Did any of you mention what game 3 is going to be, or are we not sure
No,
yet?
I don't think we
I
know
don't
yet.
see, to be honest.
There hasn't
You
really
guys-
been much mention of what's kind of next. It just says map 3 next, so it's
Yeah.
HCS aren't really giving us much to play with
The
here.
HCS, they do not care about the C or D stream.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually kind of depressing. Like,
I will say though, it's nice of them that they actually are at least streaming it, you know, like so we can actually
mean-
see it.
It's already something.
I mean, yeah, but that's like the bare minimum, you know. They're throwing a stream up, but they don't put the maps. Like, they've taken the casters away from B stream and just given it to LVT now. So, it's a little bit sad. And they just throw the international teams
okay.
on here. If you're not partnered, you don't get casted over, which is a little bit sad.
I was gonna say, if you guys could choose a game type for Wobbles to have, I feel like I'd want an oddball, like a game type you can really kind of settle into a bit. I feel like they get like a stronghold and Navi just carry on rolling, like the series can just be over before it's even started.
Yeah.
True.
And I mean, okay, well, they've already played a flag, so it won't be another flag, but I think, like, Navi, you know, especially on Aqua flag, they're looking really good, so I don't know what is good at, to be honest. I think maybe a stronghold, something like fast pace, you know, they're good at, but Navi have, like, this weird playstyle where their playstyle doesn't really match up well against the North American teams, but it's, like, good enough to kind of fend off the Europeans, where they played, like, quite a methodical game, I feel like, so maybe just an oddball would be good, like an oddball recharge or something. Get Glorious Shock. Hope he gets going. That could be their best bet.
Yeah, I think an oddball. I think oddball or King of the Hill, because you know something that could maybe drag out a little bit. I think if you get Navi on a stronghold, it could be very very scary. But like I said, I think if I was kind of in the Bob's camp and I was trying to kind of keep morale up, I think you'd be like, you know what, game 1, the objective, it came right down to the wire. We only barely lost it. Game 2, it's Slayer. Anyone can win a Slayer. It can be a bit snowbally. So I think you still got to kind of keep the mental game, and objectives usually are a chance for a team to prove they are the better team. And obviously they've got 2 objectives in a row now for game 3 and 4. So definitely the reverse sweep's still on for them. But Navi, they look really strong. I think these first 2 games.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. We're going to need to. They would have to like really convincingly win this 3rd game, I feel like, and maybe have a little bit of shock to the system to pick it back up. But it's going to be hard. Is there any way? Do you think we should watch like other matches whilst they have this like intermission screen? Because it seems to last quite a while. Or do you want to just talk through like the?
Well, we can
the
talk
breaks?
about what's going on in the other matches. You want to at least run an update? I mean, you've got them up right now, haven't you?
I do. Let's have a look. Complexity,
How are things looking?
Complexity have gone up 2-0 over Native Red, and it was a 50-33 live fire Slayer. So that, I don't know, Native Red, they're looking pretty chalked with BMX, unfortunately. And yeah, Native White against 6 Karma, they've just gone up 1-0 in the first minute of Aqua Flag. So that's going to be over. That's going to be over pretty quick. I feel like those series, they're pretty much just over. They're going to be 3-0s, I feel like, because Complexity like looking really strong, and Native Red not so much for the sub. And the last game, oh my god, the last game is actually really good. I looked away a minute ago and Sentinels were down like 5-6 kills in this Street Slayer, and now it is all tight.
It's up.
Sentinels
It's up.
yeah, they're in the lead, 37-36. So I'm hoping Sentinels get a win here, so my 3-1 can be correct, because screw you guys. But yeah, they're doing really good here. I don't know. They've been looking so.
I believe Wawa Bobs and Navi are up, by the way, for me. It's showing up right now. They're on Streets Strongholds.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I think this could be a good mode for a Wobber, because you can just get the ball rolling and just destroy a team on this. I don't think this one's going to be close. I think one team is just going to win like by 100 points.
Well, I'll be honest, on that last match there, once we saw Navi get their kind of feet in the game, and like we had Snaky kind of sitting in a tower, slowing it all down, and like the pacing was just huge. And obviously with a game type like Strongholds, like once you get kind of a setup on the go, the other team has to really push to break that, or you can just rack up points over points over points. So it'll be interesting to see if Bobs can come out strong here, but they're already down by 10 points nearly.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe not the start you want.
But they have just gone 4 down.
Yeah, and this is, you know, what can happen on streets. I mean, they could get 4 dead and then get trip cap, and then you split spawn. You know, you can play the game so fast. So I think the Wobbobobs, that's kind of, they're all pretty, you know, aggressive fast players. So this could kind of be their chance to maybe just try and steamroll Navi for a map. But obviously it's going to be so difficult. But Snaky and Mighty's both on the goose right now. Only a minute into the game though, so I mean, it doesn't really matter. But
Flats with 3-0 right now.
Yeah. Anyone wondering why I was a little bit quiet? I was just trying to change my microphone. But we're good now.
no, I was so
We
scared.
miss you.
Does the mic sound different now, or is it? I mean,
Not really.
oh, I
to
think
me,
I
but
know what
hey.
it was. I think I was using a different mic on Discord than I was to the stream. So the stream might have had a different mic, which was a little bit. I think I had my webcam mic on the stream. But to be fair,
Hopefully you got me paranoid now. Hopefully I'm sounding good for everyone at home watching.
well, I'll say no one did mention my mic, so it must have not sounded too bad. But yeah, I think I might have had the one on. But we're good now. We're back. We fixed it. But yeah, like you said, Strongholds, and this is exactly what I didn't want for Wobbobobs. I was a little bit worried.
I mean, they're up
This
there
like,
now.
this,
though.
like a fast Strongholds. I think if it was like a recharge or something, you know, they're probably just done. But like a really quick mode like this.
4 down again.
3 dead by the.
I mean, I think it can go both ways though. Like you can either be the series can be over before you know it, or it can be like a really quick bounce back. It can be like, you know, it can be a double-edged sword. I think a little bit.
Yeah, no, you're right. An oddball maybe better, but we'll see. You know, tied game.
I've lost the count of the amount of times I've seen comebacks on this map and game type like combination. Like the amount of times we've seen teams look like it's all over and then they just bounce back and save the whole game. So it really could just go either way. You just never know with this, because Streets is, as you said, such a fast game type. Map, sorry, with this game type.
Sentinels going down 0-2 against FaZe, just barely losing that Slayer. Unfortunate.
I mean, yeah, like I mean, like, I'm not trying to root for either team too hard, but I do want to see a game 4 in this series. I think to see, you know, I think we've all kind of hyped it up so much as being one of those series. It could be like a bit of a barn burner. So if it ended in a 3-0 for Navi, I'd be a little bit disappointed. But Mo's had a good start, 7 and 4. Obviously, only got 1 assist, but Glory and Flux at 6 assists. So yeah, it's a nice bounce back from our Wobbobobs, I think, so far.
Snaky and Mighty's also having a bit of a rough start off the go here as well.
This is where we kind of talk about the you know, maybe lack of experience, or you know, just a little bit weaker on land, so need to get their footing.
You know, for sure. Ooh, I'm getting a bit. We're only a series run. I'm already feeling the nerves a little bit. Like, I want a game 4, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we see anyone kind of go for a trip cap, because you know when you play at LAN, sometimes people can kind of change their play styles a bit. I think you see it in Slayers especially, where you watch a Slayer on LAN, the game will really slow down because teams are a bit more nervous about the outcome. And I wonder if maybe on Strongholds we're going to see teams kind of play for those 2 caps a bit more and kind of play it safe instead of maybe pushing for the trip caps. I mean, it seems like right now it was mainly a 2 cap, but Navi actually playing a little bit aggressive now.
I don't know about you guys, but I absolutely love those nail biting situations where like players slow down massively and everyone's scared to make the wrong play, and it's just so like fascinating to watch. You know, it has you on the edge of your seat. I mean, I remember situations like that at Worlds in Seattle recently, and I was just sitting there like my jaw just open. I couldn't like look away, you know. So I do love those moments.
Yeah, you literally never see those like online. It's so cool because obviously, you know, there's a lot less to play for, and you know, they're weekly tournaments. So everyone's kind of like, oh, we'll just get over with and, you know, play how we want to play. So getting the like just absolutely super slow. Oh my god, Jimbo!
Oh my god, Jimbo! It's just
that's the land buff right there. But yeah, those situations they're so good to watch.
It's a back and forth game though, to be fair. I mean, Navi currently trailing by a little bit, but they've got the preferred 2 cap, you'd say. Like they've got C and B, basically the kind of perfect setup. Snaky is being very aggressive towards tires, and so they're being really aggressive here. But 3 dead, oh my lord!
They're gonna go for the triple.
Yeah, I like this. I think, you know, the Wobbobobs, they're thinking about they're about to be, you know, getting 3-0'd sent home, and if you just play aggressive on that, they're probably gonna get a little bit nervous.
Yeah, no, for sure. But you could say though, Navi. Oh my god. Oh my glory.
Oh my god, glory.
We beat,
a
we beat them.
bit of team lag.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen that.
Nah, but that's what I was saying though about like they had the perfect CB setup and then Snakey and Jimbo has pushed so aggressively and now look how quickly it's flipped
Now
the other way.
people
like,
come from above us.
Oh, and now they're 2 dead. I don't know.
This game is literally
It's such a back and
crazy.
forth game.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think like showing that you have the confidence to kind of even like attempt that kind of, you know, super aggressive triple cap play. I think it just shows that you're not really bothered by like your surroundings, and even just showing, you know, showing the boldness to even try that. It's pretty good.
Yeah, but
And
I guess
they have a
despite
rocket
that,
launcher.
it seems like both teams are struggling to hold control though for like a really long time.
I mean, we're seeing Jimbo right now. They're just chilling in the middle of the map. He just dropped a shotgun and picked up rockets. They're getting all the weapon control right now. And now, like, if they use this correctly, they could easily surge into the lead. Yeah, rocket
he
there from
gave
Snipe
the-
Drone.
Yeah, he gave the rockets to Snipe Drone, I guess, unless it
Yeah.
had the wrong name.
I think, yeah, maybe he did. Seemed like he did drop a shotgun though, so maybe they just traded him out.
Yeah.
In the second stream, we can see as well that Native Red is winning 212 at 38 against Complexity right now.
Ooh.
Oh wow! Now that's
Okay.
interesting as well. Yeah.
Max is 9-3 as well, so I mean he's stepping up. I love to see that.
I mean, he's got big shoes to fill though. You know,
Oh my
like
god.
Oh,
What is that?
Flags.
I mean that looked a little bit. That didn't look very good. A little bit questionable.
The trip cap coming in maybe,
the trip
and
cap.
Sayer's got the stalker rifle as well. I want to see him stay alive there.
Oh, the
he's
6 is sick.
oh, that's
Oh my
beautiful.
lord.
I
Three
don't
down
think-
for
crazy.
Navi again. Yeah, this is actually
Yeah,
this
it's
is
gonna
very
come
interesting.
down to this 1v1. Oh, and he's got the red gun.
Yeah,
I
you
like
need to
that.
play. You need to play his life.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be the cap, you know, back in control for Navi. I feel bad for Mighty's, you know, it looked like he got joked a little bit there back A, so, but they're straight back in control. Flux, you know, he's got a bit of beef with the box right there.
It's honestly impressive how quickly Navi can take a situation that looks like it's really not in their favor and just flip it, and then suddenly be back in control like this again and have three down
dead.
for a wobble bobs.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
and-
very impressive.
You don't see it much, like you never really have, but especially like now, you never really see the AC hold. But I remember Sentinels, you know, back when the roster was like Snakebite, Lethal, those guys, they used to hold AC like really, really well in match. Oh my god, Snipe Drone just misses the timing onto Mose. If Mose, but he gets taken out by Snakey anyway. Oh my god, yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're up like 40. They've got CB.
Rocket up
This is
now.
gonna be so hard.
Yeah, rockets are up and they're already collapsing on it.
Yeah, Navi, they're definitely playing a lot but kind of stronger these last few moments. They've got a nice little lead opened up now, so... I mean, Glory's having a good game, 16 and 12. I think Sayer's struggling maybe a little bit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Snipe Drone, he's always just double positive. He just, like, spawns double positive. He just seems to always be playing good.
Yeah,
he's,
like,
he's so consistent.
Like the thing, he's got one of those playstyles that, you know, like yes, his playstyle kind of always makes him positive, but he just does it so well. Like he gets so many kills on the map, and he's so annoying to play against.
Oh my god, the
Oh
team
my
is
god,
dead.
look at that! Look at Jimbo, also 17 and 10 though. I mean, he is, yeah, Jimbo on LAN. I mean, he's
another
one of the best
player.
players Europe has. Like, he's so good.
I feel like you can probably rely more on Jimbo and Snipe Drone on LAN to play good, but then I think Snakey and Mighty's are one of those X Factor players where they also play good. It's like the Navi team just gets so much scarier. And I mean, to be honest, Navi, they're only 15 points away from winning the series 3-0, which...
Wow, that's creeped up quick.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying about Strongholds. It's like you feel the game can be almost over before you know it. And you know, it seems like Sayer and Mose maybe having a bit of a slow game. Glory's having a decent game in terms of the kills at least, but it's not over yet. They've got CB, so they're holding on by a thread.
Yeah.
And
But-
Navi seems like he's gonna try to go for C.
I mean, 100 points down, but they are 2 dead, so it's, I don't know, it's going to be so difficult, because I think Navi, look at the
my
bounce
God,
back,
Navi,
oh
bro.
my god.
Oh,
he gets
no.
caught.
Oh wow.
Forgets about the guy tires, that's unfortunate.
And they've got the perfect setup here. They know they're all going to be back A here, so they can really collapse on this if they do it correctly. They've already got
That's been
Snakey
such-
down.
That's been such a cool play.
Oh,
Nice shot by Flats. Rocket in 10 as well.
Okay.
oh my
Looks like they're going to
goodness.
get the rockets,
Oh
and they're
my
getting
God.
a trip.
They're gonna go-
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness.
Bro, this would be
And then-
crazy.
and again, they've set up perfectly here, forcing them into the sea,
Oh,
so
they
they can get
messed
them
it up
off the
a lot.
rocket spawn.
Yeah, if they can get the rockets, I mean...
Yeah.
Oh, they get the kill. They need a couple more though.
Moss is in the back on C.
Therefore-
Moss is in the back.
Moss
Double kill
comes
now.
in.
CT2.
It's in
This is
the, it
crazy,
in
this
the-
is
what's in the
crazy.
double. Glory get
Rockets
oh
as
my
well
God.
for
my
Glory.
god! Oh my
Oh
god!
my
It's
god.
3
Oh
dead.
my
The triple
goodness.
cap.
No, Jim,
The
it's a
triple cap's
reset.
in.
There's no
Alright,
way.
the
There's
rockets
no
are
way.
out.
There's
The
time is
Oh, no,
ticking
they're
now.
not.
Navi are gonna have to make something here because this is getting very close.
Glory
Bro,
is-
he can't.
Glory
He's
is
got to
very-
use this
Are they just
rocket.
gonna
He's
force
got to use
B?
this rocket well. Oh, he gets
Oh,
a kill. Oh
No,
no!
he
Oh,
doesn't get-
oh,
he
yes,
gets
he gets
it,
two.
he gets it.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god, Snaky.
Oh wait.
Snaky is
He's
so
gonna get in
huge
and get
right
that B.
here.
He's gonna get in and get that B.
How they
Oh
cap
my-
that?
I feel like,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
I mean, it was a 3v2. They.
Oh no.
This could be game. Flux is
Yeah.
in, but he's got his shields back though. This is not looking good. Oh no.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
no.
How did they let Snaky get that?
Oh,
He
and he's
just
in.
walked in.
It's gonna be game. Sire, he did.
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
God,
Oh
Naked.
my
Oh,
god.
Oh my-
2 points. 2 points. He's in. Moses in, but it's like, yeah, he's dead.
Oh.
Oh,
Triple
man.
kill, and it's
Bro.
over.
How did they let
That
Snaky in?
yeah, that play there from a Wobblebobs to let Sneaky get back in and finish
Wow.
that cap literally might have just cost them that match there. That's so unfortunate because they had such a huge
God.
comeback there. That's exactly what I was saying earlier though about that map and game type combination. Like you think it's over and then you have a situation like that occur and anything can happen.
Yeah,
Such a
that
shame, though.
happens So much.
It
Like,
was actually looking good at the end for
it was a 3v2 as
wow.
well, and they just completely, they all back up. You have a guy tires, and you have a guy, on the A side of B, and they just let him get it.
I mean,
don't
they
know,
even
it's-
had the Rockets pushing in and the Stalker. They had everything in their favor
Yeah,
there,
they
and
killed
I don't
two
know
off
how they
B.
came out.
Where's Glory's help? Where
Yeah,
is
well,
it?
yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, when I saw Glory get those 2 kills, I was like, oh my god, they're gonna maintain control. But then yeah,
Yeah,
it
that
seemed
was
like
the game.
The rest,
You gotta
yeah,
give
but-
you gotta give credit to Snaky there though for making
He survived
an
so
executive decision
Oh,
to
yeah,
survive and
100%.
get back in there and finish that cap. He just won that game for them there.
Yeah, I think in the end though, I'd say a little bit disappointing for Wobblebobs. I think we're all kind of hyping this series up as it could be an absolute war. It could be game 5. Oh my lord! And then Navi just.
I mean, the
3-0.
matches were actually close. If we
Yeah,
need
game
to
1 and
like-
3.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
Game one
but
and
again,
three.
I think honestly,
yeah,
it's... Go on, go ahead, Marine. You
I was
did,
gonna
so
say,
you
I
can
don't
say.
really think I don't know. I don't think game 1 was like, yeah, it was close in the scoreline, but Navi just dominated them for like 10 minutes, and they only really had a minute in the game where they looked good. So like scoreline was close, but I don't really think game 1 and 2 were that close, and then game 3 obviously that was. I think a Wobblebobs through. I can't believe that play at the end.
They were-
Well.
They wake up late, like on Imperium CDF. They wake up at the end. They double cap instantly, and they still lose at the end.
Can we switch over to the
Yeah,
Complexity
because
native red stream?
the next
'Cause this
matchup is going to be... What's the next matchup
Yeah,
we're going to be
what's the
watching? I believe
matchup we're watching?
J-lingz
It says
Oh, Quadrant,
J-lingz-
J-lingz Quadrant. Yeah.
Quadrant, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
J-lingz Quadrant. It
Which-
says 6, like 10 past 6 or something. So we should probably get into complexity versus native
Yeah,
red.
let's change it over.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, in the end though, I'd say really good job from Navi, and I think we're talking about Navi wanting to be one of the teams that could potentially get 2nd or 3rd in the pool. So I think for them, 3-0ing is a really good start. I mean, to be fair, both those games kind of came down to the last few moments. Like it was 2-2 at one point in the CTF, and then even at the end there, Wobblebobs, they had control, they had trip caps, they had all the weapons. Like I feel like they were in with a chance of winning game 1 and 3, but it still seemed like it was like an unlikely chance. Navi just seems to be in control for the majority of the series. It seemed like Wobblebobs were always having to do something like crazy comeback to try to win the game, whereas Navi were just always out slaying, always in control. I mean, game 2 was pretty dominant as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I think most of us expected that Navi should win the series, but I think in the end it was probably a little bit more comfortable than we might have thought it would have been. So a really good job from them.
Mm.
Yeah. I mean,
You have
I
to be
feel the
frustrated
three on
though. You have
Oh,
to be
100%.
frustrated if you're a Wobblebobs there. I mean, that's 2 games potentially that they could have taken off Navi and just did not go their way, and that's obviously that could affect them in their future matchups as series as well if they're in their head about that still. So they just got to shake it off now and focus on the next series.
Yeah, they really, really need to shake that off and fast. I don't know when their next match is, but I don't know how good the mental is on that side. Look at BoMX,
Yeah,
5
look at
and 1 right
Boehm, it's
now.
5-1.
Oh
What a
my
beast.
goodness.
I love that. I love that. He's got big shoes to fill for shirtless Struck, but I mean,
Am I correct in saying Boehm was their coach?
Yeah, he-
Yeah, he's
yeah,
the coach.
and then he stepped in obviously. So I mean,
7-1.
obviously being a coach, you're
He
going to have a
isn't-
lot of knowledge about the game. But 7-1
the
against
thing is-
Complexity is incredible. That's actually unreal.
one thing I would like to say, he's not their real coach. Jamai has been their coach for probably a couple years now. So I think they kind of, they knew about the Druck issues like a little bit of time in advance. So they signed BoMX as their coach so they could actually
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
him as a backup in the
I
tournament.
see. Okay.
So
I mean-
I don't know if they have like an actual coach here. Like I don't know if Jam I Am is able to still coach them or not, but that'd be interesting. I mean, look at that 1-0.
7-3, you know, is incredibly good considering it's like a fill-in player for a team. You know, that's gotta be good feeling for Native Red right now as they're going into
8-3.
this.
Oh my god.
And Tusk, unfortunately, on 0 kills right now, just can't get his feet off the ground here.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking a little bit like a 2021 2v2 match that I had against Tusk where he actually goosed. So you know, yeah, everyone kind of talks about this roster in the sense that, oh, will Monster be able to do it on LAN? You know, there's a lot of accusations about me, or does he cheat? Does he not cheat? And so everyone's kind of questioning him online because he's not had the greatest placements. But
Tusk
also
0-7.
Yeah,
Wow.
like Tusk, he's not really. I don't know. He's not on the same caliber of like player as maybe Collect and Cyclar. So I think we're gonna need to see him step up. You know, he's usually bottom of the leaderboard most of the time. But I mean, look at this. I mean, the C to A rotation is so difficult, and they've just managed to get complete control of A, and they're kept on the third hill.
Yeah, I want to see a game 5, and it's looking like, to be honest.
It's
But
looking like a
what
game
team
5.
what team was Bomex on? Wasn't he on that Oxygen
The
roster?
guard. Oh, wait. Are you talking about
I guess
recently?
I was thinking about, I guess the World Championship where they got top 6. I think he was on the roster with Collect.
Oh.
I think it was Bomex, Collect. Who else was on that team? It was
Which
Triton.
Neuronical? Or
No, it was I can't remember who the 4th player was, but I think he was on that team. I could be wrong.
Let me
But yeah,
investigate.
I mean, he's definitely
What was that team?
he definitely is a pro caliber player. And you know what's interesting is I feel like sometimes you can get, obviously it's a fill-in, but one, there's the kind of honeymoon thing that comes in. But two, I'm sure his playstyle is probably so different to Drux. It might almost, hopefully for them, it's one of those things where they've just luckily got like a good match where like his playstyle works well with them.
And I think one thing to note is obviously Burmex, like, he's been playing with these guys for years, and they're all, like, really good friends anyway. So, oh, it was Nemesis, not Neuronical, my bad, on that team.
Okay.
But yeah, like, he's been friends with them for years, and he's obviously, like, probably got a similar playstyle to them, and he's teamed with them before, I'm pretty sure. So, 3-0 up in the King of the Hill recharge, and, you know, I mean, there's a lot of time on the clock still, like 3.5 minutes, but I mean, they're just looking so good. I mean, I'm just happy for BioMX, to be honest. Like, there's like Knit Red is such a strong team, so he's
Yeah.
obviously got, you know, really, really big shoes to fill here. But
Honestly,
he's,
like,
he's rising to the occasion.
You gotta admire the team as well, though. Like, as I was saying, like, that can obviously be a big blow, and they're just coming out strong and just not letting it get in their heads, and just clearly putting complexity in their place right now in this matchup here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is crazy. There's no way they get this 4th hill. If they get this 4th hill, like, I don't know. That'd be crazy.
I mean, Native Red definitely wake up after the stronghold, after the 250-86 or something like that, because they were looking down, and that stronghold waking them up so hard.
I don't know about
Yeah.
you guys, but I absolutely despise this hill.
I mean, no, okay, I hate being the one sitting in it, but I don't mind it. Like, I don't like the yeah, no, I do not like being the guy sat in it. Just having the disruptor rifle and like sneaky as well is just, it just sucks. Oh my god, they're gonna do it. They're gonna get the
Oh my
4th
god,
kill.
a beautiful repulse there.
Watch, Talik's gonna get this kill, and then it's gonna be game. Okay, never mind.
that's
Okay,
yeah,
there we
that's
go. Look at
4-0.
that. The
Wow.
reverse
Native
sweep
Red-
could be on the card.
Complexity need to wake up after the lose of stronghold. It's
Wow.
like they fall down so hard.
It's a
Okay,
good point there.
Centrals.
Yeah, I mean, like,
That's pretty
Complexity have taken 2 games in this series, so
Yeah.
like, that's, you got to think about that for a second here. It isn't like this is the first game of the series. Like, Complexity have taken 2 off them, and they've just
They
like
actually-
Native Red have just dominated them there. Like,
Yeah.
what's happening? You know, is
Like,
there
the
like
strongholds wasn't even close either. It was 250 to 86, like you said. Like, that is
Yeah.
crazy.
And phase 1 against Sentinel 3-0. You know that's.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Lethal.
I'm sorry, my prediction was better. My.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count. It's pool play. We'll have to see him tomorrow. But yeah, oh my god. I'm looking for the reverse sweep.
So I guess what we'll do is we'll stick with this game for the game 5 because it seems like
yeah, this is a huge matchup here.
Until we wait for Quadrant and J-lings.
Yeah, so we'll stick with the streamer on now. We'll keep watching this, and then maybe after this game 5, we'll have a little break, and then we can hopefully get into the Quadrant versus J-lings series, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's
so-
everyone's feelings on that matchup then?
Oh, it's gonna be. I mean, it's gonna be tough. Obviously, you know, it's bit. You look at Quadrant, and I mean, Legend has been looking absolutely just unreal. I mean, he has been destroying all these American teams in scrims. But JLingz, on the other hand, you know, they're a very strong LAN team, and it's first game of the day, and they're gonna be looking to cause an upset here. And I think, you know, I do think JLingz have it in them. I think, you know, it's pool play day one of the LAN. Everyone's ready, everyone's firing, and everyone's like all hyped up and cracked. So I think JLingz have a real chance here to take the series.
I think as well because Quadrant has been focusing so much to beat down the Americans, and so playing JLingz, maybe they're gonna enter with the mentality of this game should be an easy one. We're gonna pass on the next one. So who knows what happened? And it's the first game of the series. We saw Navi Red waking up after 2 games after as well, with a coach. So everything can happen, and JLingz actually are a strong teams. So on LAN. So
yeah, I think like I was saying earlier, I think obviously JLing's got a difficult pool like, on paper, but I think I'd look at probably G1 as being the team that could be vulnerable for them. So I'm hoping that, you know, from a JLing's perspective, even if they can't win this next series, because obviously they are the 4th seeded EU team against number 1 EU seeded team, so on paper you'd expect them to struggle. But I think if they could maybe take a game or two, you know, something we didn't really see obviously our Wobblebobs do against Navi, I think that could maybe give them a bit of a boost of confidence, you know, and hopefully they could ride that kind of momentum into the future series. But I mean, like we said, I mean, you got the players like 2Foxy on LAN, Respectful on LAN, these players that, you know, they've won more events probably total than the players on Quadrant. So they definitely kind of have what it takes when it comes to a LAN environment to, you know, up their level a bit. So hopefully, like Evo said, maybe a bit from a, you know, Quadrant are maybe overlooking JLingz a little bit. And, you know, they're maybe looking a little bit further into the tournament. I think there could be a chance here for an upset. I think, you know, first series of the day, I think for both teams, it's probably the best chance that they're going to have to, you know, potentially cause an upset. So yeah, I'm excited to get into the JLingz Quadrant series. But before that, we will have Complexity Native Red Game 5. Until obviously, as soon as the Quadrant JLingz series is ready, we'll switch over to it. But for now, you know, we'll just kind of keep you in the action, and hopefully this Game 5 will be starting soon. But I don't know, have you guys got any, I guess, predictions for this Game 5?
It's the Slayer, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, based on the stats from that last match, it looks like there's a few players on Complexity that are really struggling to, like, slay out. Now, obviously, that can change in a Slayer format, but I honestly, it would be crazy to say this because I really thought Complexity were just going to walk away with this one, but Native Red with Bone might actually take the Game 5, I think, and take this series based on that last performance in that last match up there, so...
That would be an upset for sure. I mean, I think already Complexity have been the better team online. I think they've got second multiple times in these online tournaments, you know, beating out Optic and teams like that. So if they were then to go to LAN in their first series, they lose against a team who's playing with a pickup. I think that's not a good sign for Complexity. So yeah, I'm excited to see. And I think there is, safe to say, you know, there's a lot of rivalry between these teams. I think Druck was one of the main people that had the rivalry, but obviously he's not here. But I'm sure his teammates, you know, on his behalf are going to try and get the win. But I'm loving that we're seeing a Game 5 so early on, and I think this could be a really like, pivotal Game 5 already in the pool. Because like we said, I think this pool D that we're watching has probably got the biggest potential for a big mix-up. So yeah, it could be a big one.
I'm gonna change my prediction. I know I gave Navi second in the pool. I'm not giving second in the pool anymore. You know, BMX has come to play. So
yeah,
I'm sorry, I can't back him anymore. So I got Navi third, and honestly, this is gonna sound harsh. I might have a Wobber going over 9.
Oh no!
It might happen, boys. It might happen.
That's not worth. I mean, to be honest, I mean, you'd have to say they lost against Navi 3-0, and Navi could, you know, potentially could also lose to these two teams. So
yeah,
that's the thing when you get to these tournaments. It's just you can be a really good team, but sometimes it's just not quite enough because there's not really any easy matches in the pool. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Respectfully,
It's the top 16 in the world at the end.
Yeah. Respectfully though, I mean, again, I don't want to just like, you know, counter Wobblebobs out here. They did have some moments of shining through, you know, like they were making some moves and making plays that were going in their favor, and they're clearly competent in the ability to, you know, bounce back from, you know, like a rough start. So I believe in them still. I don't see an 0-9 personally, but
I'm calling
it. We're in. It's Aquarius. It's Aquarius Game 5. Complexity Native.
Could be good.
Oh my goodness.
I feel like this is one of those very fast-paced slayers. So, but I think both teams are definitely comfortable playing at that fast pace. So
yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Manny and Soul Snipe. Those two players, like whenever I played against them, they're just so fast and hard to manage. So like,
Yeah, this could be really tough, and already, you know, after a 7-4 start, I do think the no power weapons kind of helps Complexity a little bit, maybe, but we're gonna have to see. I mean, you can't count Complexity out just because, I mean, they got Collect, they got Cycle, but I mean, maybe Monster and Tusk, you know, struggling a little bit.
We'll see how Tusk does in this game. As I said, he had a bit of a rough one last game, so we'll see if he can bounce back. But already down 0-3 here, it's not looking it's not looking promising. So.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. I'm so excited. Like first set of matches in a day. I mean, we got 3 3-0s, but we're gonna game 5 as well to go with it. So I mean, really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you never really want to see a bunch of 3-0s, you know, all day long. But
how do you think this affects Complexity as well, their mental in going into their next series? Because I mean, like, they're playing against a team that isn't technically at their peak either, you know, like they've had to have a substitute. And although Bone's obviously making plays, you know, they've been practicing as a separate team before. It's not the same team. So like Complexity in their mind are like, how are we losing this? You know, it's like, on paper, we should have been taking this. So it's kind of, especially coming out with, I believe, 2 at the start as well, didn't they? Correct? Like they won the first 2 matchups as well.
Especially
so yeah, like, so. Maybe that land pressure is just getting to them right now.
To be honest, I think maybe like I don't know. I think on one hand, yeah, you're thinking Native Red, you know, they're not at their peak, but you're also still probably taking Native Red as like the best or second best pool, like besides Complexity, like, or best team, sorry, in the pool. So I don't know. It's hard getting reverse swept, but. All these players, maybe minus like Cycle, you know, they have like quite a lot of like experience. Actually, Cycle does as well now, so I think they'll be able to bounce back.
We are already seeing
this is crazy to me.
We are already seeing a lead right now, quite a substantial one early on. Like,
I mean, we need to say as well that Native Red has the momentum from losing 2-0 to winning to get 2 matches straight away with a good lead as well.
Yeah,
4
this is crazy.
caps on King of the Hill and 350. 80 on Stronghold, so.
I mean, Tusk is he's having a rough one. He is not. I mean, 2-6. I don't know what he was last game, but it wasn't good. So.
I honestly wish we could get the observer mode onto Manny just to see him zooming around the map, because his pace is unreal. Whenever I've seen him kind of playing on Aquarius, he hits every drop slide. He's just like so overwhelming as a player for a lot of enemy teams. So
I mean, Native Red is probably like the fastest paced like team just in the game, like especially with Druk, because they're all just so. I don't know. They're always flying everywhere. They never ever slow down. So
it can often be their downfall as well, though, because once they get shut down, it's hard to really like. You know,
but I think it's one of those things where you don't really want to switch it up, because like when it goes well, like it does work out like for them. But I mean, it's a breakdown from
it's not looking good for Complexity right now. And we haven't really seen many wipes so far for Complexity either. It's kind of just 1 kill here, 1 kill there, trading. Like, it's not enough to really like bring back that scoreboard. You know, they're down like 11 kills right now. They need to have a wipe here, like, which they have managed to do actually 3 down here, which is impressive. So, but
yeah, I mean,
is it too late already?
I think it's too late, to be honest. 30 kills, like
camo in the hands of Collect though, so we'll see what he does with this.
Yeah, I don't know. Camo's one of those weird things where it's like you can either get a bunch of value out of it, or you know, everyone's playing on like super PCs, 240 hertz, and like Camo's it's not too like hard to spot anymore. I mean, everyone kind of still thinks of Camo as like this like crazy useful thing, but if you're playing like Halo 2 or 3, you know, on like a box TV, 30 FPS, you know, Camo's so difficult to spot and it's invisible. But nowadays, like. I mean,
you know what I'll say? Just the small things there. Like, as I say, Collect had that camo there, but it pretty much came to no use at all. And as you saw Native Red, they all came out as a free stack, knowing that the camo was in play. And that camo just simply couldn't make a play there, because he went for a beatdown on 1, he's just going to get instantly killed. And it ended up costing him the camo. So really good plays there from Native Red.
They closed the gap though quite a lot. I mean, it was looking like, I thought it was like basically over at one point, but it's only a 6 kill lead now, right, for Native Red. So I mean, Cycle's having a good game. He's 10-8. I think, like you said, Tusk and Monster are in a bit of a slow game. I think if they could pick it up a little bit, still definitely potential for the comeback. And you know, this can be a very snowbally map, so I'm hoping they can make it interesting towards the end.
Oh my goodness, Collect was flying. He was soaring.
Was that blank melee there?
I know we've seen a few of those today, but Collect he's moving.
Yeah.
He
Correct
is,
is-
yeah.
Complexity is coming back.
He's a superstar. Like he is a superstar caliber player. Like he is he's so good. And the thing, like, you know, he only started playing Halo before like Raleigh. I don't know what other like competitive experience he has in gaming, but I don't think very much. But he is just, you know, he is insane. Okay, do we talk about, you know, Monster? He's not had a good land showing really on this game. Do we talk about, you know, how maybe he's feeling, you know, because he's thinking if I come out and I do bad,
Oh my.
another land, like,
After all the acquisition is a
Yeah, is every-
line.
are
Yeah.
they getting thrown around even more? Like, what's he thinking right now?
Oh,
Oh my god, yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Still
The
a
time's
7 kill
ticking
lead.
now. Yeah. I mean,
Soul Snipe got so much damage done in the base here.
I'm surprised it's still this fast. You know, with so much on the line here, it's 2-2. This is the last match of the series. Like, whoever wins this takes it, and it's like the pace is still so fast. I'm
Bomex
surprised
as
we
well.
haven't seen it slow
The
down.
substitute 13-9 with 6 assists.
Yeah, I'm hitting the data hive after this because I'm convinced BMX has like the best KD like this whole series. I need to see.
I mean, we see him start out with like 7-1 in
Bowman's
one of the
gonna be the
matches. Like,
star.
it's just wild. Like, I mean, you got to think about the caliber of players that are in this match as well. To have like 7 kills up at like that early on in a game in that previous match was just insane. And then to be going 13-9 again, like just consistently putting out good numbers here.
Yeah, I mean he is a fantastic player. Obviously, he did, like Steve said, he did do really well at Worlds, but he stopped competing for a little while. So I mean, it's good to see him back. And obviously, I mean, if you, there's kind of like too foxy, like subbing in for Quadrant. You know what I mean? Like you get the call up from like a team, maybe like a step above you, and I mean, it's a big opportunity.
Yeah, I think this is an
Oh,
upset.
and I think
this is a
that's-
crazy
I think
upset.
that's it.
Complete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
my
huge.
Lord.
What a
Wow, the
comeback for
reverse
Native
sweep
Red
is
there.
in.
I
Oh,
can't
if
believe
you're
Wow.
Complexity right now, you're looking
Bruh.
Yeah,
That
we're
has
not
to
having-
knock.
Yeah, that is. Oh.
Yeah, no,
That's-
that was
that's huge.
wild. I mean,
That's-
so for anyone just joining us, obviously we are the EU Halo watch party, but we were just kind of keeping an eye on the other series while waiting. I think up next we should have Quadrant versus J-lings, which should be starting hopefully, you know, any time now. So what we're going to do just quickly, we're just going to go to a quick 3-minute break, and then when we come back, when we talk about the outcome of the
I
game
think the
5.
series might be in 20.
And okay, but yeah, we'll do a quick 3-minute break, and then we'll come back and we can talk about what we just saw. So yeah, see you guys in a moment.
See ya.
Do you believe me that I'm a lonely soul? Would you love me? I've been searching, always wanted more. Can you hear me? Do you believe me that I'm a lonely soul? Would you love me? I've been searching, always wanted more. Can you hear me? Take time, lost that shit. So hard when you hit that shit. Hit that split, you want that kid. You bring things back 'cause you don't wanna hit it. Don't worry about this. Don't die the things you wish when you in that place. You want that kiss and want that kiss. Do you believe me that I'm a lonely soul? Would you love me? I've been searching.
Can you not hear?
Hello, welcome
Hello.
back to the
Hello.
EU Halo J-lings watch party. Yes, we're back. We haven't been gone too long. So yeah, we're just obviously waiting to get into the J-lings versus Quadrant series will be up next. Obviously, we're just waiting to get into it. I think what happened is because the first match just finished so quickly, it was a 3-0 for Navi. I think it kind of might have delayed the schedule a little bit. But yeah, I guess just kind of talking about what we just saw in the game 5. I mean, Native Red were able to win it in the end. Game 5, 3-2. I mean, I think it's safe to say that's probably a little bit of an upset. How do you guys think that could, potentially affect the tournament as a whole, or at least Pool D anyway?
I don't think it's going to have too much effect over Pool D because I still have both of them going top 2 in the pools. But they complexity. That's got to be a little bit of a knock. Collect. I would like to read out maybe the date hive stats from that series because I mean Collect on 70 kills and then Cycle, Monster, and Tusk all floating around the 50 kill mark. So I mean that's kind of like the superstar of the team. Trying to put him on his back, but it didn't really work out. I think Tusk had a couple of really rough ones at the end there, so I don't think it affects like the pool or tournament too much. Obviously, complexity they can no longer get first in the pool unless some absolutely crazy like head-to-head happens. So I think they'll obviously have to play a better team in round 1, but we'll see.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, Pool D. I mean, obviously Navi, I guess, was the other match we saw, 3-0ing or Wubba Bobs. I think that Pool D just looks like such a crazy pool. I mean, like looking at some of the other pools, I think you can kind of predict, who's going to probably get first, second, and third for the most part. But Pool D just looks like it could be anyone. But I mean, it's hard. It's just hard to know really with complexity because I think until we see complexity play against Navi and play against Wubba Bobs, we don't really know what level they are. We don't know if Native Red just played incredible and like beat a really good team, or is it maybe that like complexity, struggling a little bit on LAN and Native just took advantage of that. I think I'm really excited to see the kind of EU versus NA matches later on in that pool. But yeah, I guess talking about our next series a little bit, Quadrant versus J-lings, like I say, it should be starting in the next 10-15 minutes or so. I guess talking about, I'm assuming it's going to be the same game types. Would you guys say it's safe to say? Because it is both their first match. It should be the same game types maybe as the Navi versus the Wubba Bob series, but I'm not
I
quite
think
sure.
they had different game times for pools because
It-
I saw Fates playing with different maps.
Yeah, because there's three different layouts for the series, so I guess we don't really know which one we
Okay.
get. Because FaZe and like Complexity and Navi, they had the same series layouts, but FaZe and Native White had different ones. So I'm not sure what we're gonna see until we get into it. But yeah, I think already been over it a little bit, but obviously Quadrant against JLingz is gonna be a really hard match, and I would love to I would love to see a J-lings upset here because it's been a while. Quadrant, they've not really lost to any European teams like on LAN or online. Maybe they've lost a couple of game 5s to Navi, but that's about it really. I think they've looked so dominant. So maybe J-lings coming in, win their first series against them. That would be absolutely huge.
Yeah, I agree. I think at least from a J-lings point of view, they're kind of they're going up against something they're familiar with. They've played against Quadrant quite a few times. They've played against these players now for the last year or two of Halo Infinite, so it's not really like an unknown quantity for J-lings, and I think they'll be the type of team that they know this will be like such a statement victory. If they could get this win over Quadrant, it would just basically like shake up the whole tournament, the whole pool. I think it would just kind of rewrite everyone's kind of ideas of what we can expect. So I'm really hoping they can make it a competitive series. 'Cause I think the first EU versus EU match we had probably didn't quite live up to the expectations of going all the way to a game 5. Obviously, it was in the end quite a good performance from Navi getting the 3-0. But yeah, hopefully from this J-lings Quadrant match we can see I think a bit of an upset. I think obviously for anyone who's not aware, J-lings are currently the 4th seeded team out of Europe, and Quadrant are the number 1 seeded team out of Europe. So on paper, I think people are probably going to be looking at Quadrant as the favourite for this series. But I think if you're from a J-lings perspective, that if they could win this game 1 in the series and maybe knock the confidence of Quadrant a little bit, that that could be what it takes. And I think we saw in the Navi versus Bob series just how close Navi were to dropping that first game, but they barely got over the line. I think game 3 as well, they barely got over the line. So hopefully we can see something a bit different here. But I guess Evo, how do you see the series kind of going potentially, or what do you think could be the weaknesses that J-lings could maybe exploit on the Quadrant side?
I would say just the fact that Quadrant is concentrating a lot about BDNA, so it could be that they join this match with more like I know it's gonna be we know J-lings, we already play them a lot online. We don't need to really do the 100%, but
Yeah.
I still think that for J-lings it's gonna be so hard to beat Quadrant because Quadrant been looking so a really really good team right now. So I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be difficult, but I'm excited to see what the game types are. I think kind of similar to what I said in the last series. I think well, I don't know. I'll ask Spiteful, I guess. What game types? If you're a J-lings fan and you're kind of looking for a road to victory, would you want these kind of fast-paced strongholds type game types, or do you think maybe something like an Oddball or maybe like an Argyle CTF or something could be?
You know what?
For them?
Anything that gets the sniper in Septic's hands with that KBM would probably be a huge potential for them because, as I said, sniping on KBM is unreal and he is a very talented player. But yeah, honestly, I'm thinking maybe starting out on a slower paced game type and map combination just to so they can get their footing in and just get a feel, because if you start out on something fast and you get overwhelmed, it's very it can be very hard to focus and get your head in the game. So I'd probably like to see them start on a slower paced game. But as I said, we don't really know what we're going to be seeing yet because I don't think it is going to be the same game types that Navi and the Wobbabobs played. So it'll be interesting to see. I would love to see an Imperium match maybe with them, like a map CTF Imperium. But as I said, it might not be happening, so we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, to see it's going to be exciting to see kind of where these teams kind of line up with each other. They have played each other online, and obviously I believe both teams were flown out early, so they've had plenty of time to kind of get kind of situated over in Dallas and just kind of get a feel for things. Because you have to remember as well, everyone's having to fly over from other places, and it's that obviously alone can affect your performance as a player. Everyone who's flown abroad before, jet lag and things like that, and just the whole kind of not being in your familiar surroundings can affect players as well. So I'm overall just very excited to see how this goes. Obviously, I hope J-lings can cause an upset here because it'll be an exciting matchup if so.
Yeah, I think obviously I'm always in the kind of camp of I love seeing upsets. I love seeing the underdog, be able to win a series. I think it just really makes the tournament so much more interesting. And I think like we said, I think Quadrant arguably the second most difficult matchup in the pool for J-lings, maybe, but behind the Optic Gaming matchup obviously. So I think this really could be a chance if they could have a really strong showing here against Quadrant. I think that'll give them a lot of confidence for their series later on against G1. Which I think for me is probably the most winnable series in the pool. So yeah, but like you said,
they started.
And one thing I will say as well is we cannot deny that J-lings has some incredibly talented players on their roster. So there's huge potential there to take games.
Your map Imperium.
Okay, we are playing Imperium CTF. Okay. Oh, I'm very excited now. Then please get that sniper in Septic's hands. I need to see that MNK.
I think, to be honest, this is maybe a little bit of a weaker map for Quadrant, and J-lings obviously, like I was talking about earlier, the old man buff. You got 4 of them on your team. Take advantage of that. The pit, is gonna be something that really useful.
Oh no! We've had a crash out here from Septic, I believe.
Never mind.
That's I mean, to be fair, maybe this has helped him here because Legend was already running the flag down long.
Legend has an overshield and rockets. So I think that probably was just a cap going their way. So lucky for J-lings maybe.
I know. Yeah, they're playing it out, I believe, probably what HCS state you should do, but obviously... Oh, interesting, actually, how he's reconnected now. Are they playing this out?
I don't think they will play this out. It would
I think
be-
Surely not.
because if it's not the player's fault for the
No, okay,
crash,
there we go.
yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say like I feel like obviously if it's online maybe, but if you're in a LAN
Yeah, I was worried there.
environment,
That would be controversy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You only have to play out if it's online because the rules are basically like if any hardware that you bring like malfunctions, it's on you. So obviously at home, if your PC or whatever crashes,
Yeah.
then it's on you. But here, like if your controller disconnects or your headset maybe, actually no, headsets are provided by them. But if your controller like disconnects or something, it's on you. But,
Well, I mean,
game crashes.
I don't want to jinx anything. Obviously, in previous times, we've seen like things go wrong with like certain like PCs and stuff like that, and obviously can be very controversial. So hopefully, they can just get everything started off a fresh start here and kind of just begin again.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I'm assuming we might get a full replay, like I say. So yeah, Quadrant versus J-lings. We had a bit of a technical issue maybe in the first game, so we might get a full replay. So yeah,
I mean,
it's a bit of a false start.
I mean,
Yeah, go on, Evo. Go right
if
ahead,
you are
man.
from the side of Quadrant, you are like, I have OS, they had OS, Rocket, they have
Running the
control of the
flag.
maps, running the flag. You would say that's probably 1-0. I would say 1-0 for Quadrant.
Is there a chance though? I mean, we didn't really see because we came in late, but is there a chance here that maybe Septi just never loaded in? So of course they're just gonna completely dominate off the rip. So we just don't really know. But we'll see, I guess. But I mean, obviously Quadrant just played it smart there and carried on playing as normal. You don't really want to stop because sometimes rule-ins can be a bit weird, and it's just safer just to play it out until things change. So we'll see what happens when we come back.
Yeah.
But hopefully, I would like to just see it fresh start again because then we can catch it as it goes because we kind of missed it anyway.
Well, I guess now that we know what game one's going to be, an Empyrean CTF, and like Spiteful mentioned, mouse and keyboard. There's 2 sniper rifles on the map, but then obviously on the other side, you got players like SLG and Legend to just check as well. There's a lot of players in this lobby that are really good with snipers, but I think you'd think that the mouse and keyboard factor that definitely could be something that plays into their favor. But yeah, I think this is a perfect game one game type. I think it really gives both teams like a really good chance to flash their individual skill a little bit and show what they're made of. And I'm assuming maybe based off that, obviously we don't know for a fact, but it could potentially be the same game types as we saw in the Navi series.
It should be.
Oh yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
Considering it is Empyrean. So yeah, I think that could be interesting because then that would mean we'd get a live fire Slayer game 2, which would be another sniper rifle map. So yeah, it could be. We could be. Hopefully, I'm hoping we see a few big plays with the sniper rifle because there's a lot of players on both teams that are more than capable of that.
The thing with Empyrean as well, Empyrean is such a sightlines map. There's so many long angles and places you can kind of hold. And as I said, I am talking about MNK a lot, but Evo would know himself. When you're at those range gunfights, especially on maps like Imperium, it's so hard for a controller player to really challenge that because it's just so pixel perfect with the aims. It's always a struggle fighting MNK players at long range. So it'll be interesting to see.
I've been piving Evo every day.
Yeah. But no, in all seriousness, I want to see Septic on their side of the map with the sniper in hands on top of their tower, just hitting those spawn snipes. That would be incredible to see because as you know, Imperium as well, the spawns don't really flip on this map. You kind of either spawn down by the tower side or kind of up by the Mangler side. It doesn't really they don't really flip. So once you get a team that's dominant, once they get set up, it's kind of hard to break that. And I mean, I've experienced it myself. I know it's not really a LAN experience, but in matchmaking, getting spawn killed over and over. And once that starts happening, you start losing your touch. It's frustrating. It's hard to get out of that. And it just only gets worse and worse. So it'll be interesting to see kind of which team here kind of pushes and dominates, or will it be kind of a back and forth game? So I'm very excited to see this once we get back.
I just hope from that point of view that obviously if you want to maintain your confidence early on in the series, I think one thing that was good at least in the first game in the Navi series was that even though we saw Navi being a little bit dominant in the slays, in the end the score was quite close, and I think that's what you want. Maybe if you're the underdog in this series, you don't want one team to really dominate and get going and lose the game 3-0, 4-0 or something like that. I think if you're J-lings, especially playing against Quadrant, the number 1 seed in Europe, you want to really kind of make them sweat a little bit here in the first game, and maybe get an early cap on the board, or start hitting some big slays, and make them kind of worry a little bit and realize they're in a series. Because I think, like Evo said, there's sometimes the danger if you're one of these teams, you can maybe overlook certain teams because you might have maybe a track record of beating them in the past in previous tournaments. So hopefully J-lings, from their perspective, can use that to their favor a little bit, and yeah, I'm excited to get back into the game. Yeah, so for anyone who's just is not quite sure what's going on, there was a technical issue in the first game between JLingz and Quadrant, so I think they're probably just resolving that at the moment, and then we'll get back into it as soon as we can. But they're switching screens.
Look at that! Yeah, we are in. Okay, it looks like the match is. Oh my god, it's 4v. Yeah, it's a 4v3 again, unfortunately.
It's always J-lings.
It's so frustrating, but you know these things happen. So hopefully they can just address it and sort it out. But
and more on Halo.
But on terms of on the topic of Empyrean again, like obviously, like I don't. There's not many maps really that have this many power weapons plus a power up. Like I mean, there's 2 snipers, rockets, and an overshield, plus I believe a heat wave as well above the overshield over in that room. So the name's slipping my mind what that call that is, but it's interesting to see like you know you get a lot of power weapon control. Do you think JLingz are going to kind of focus on maybe sticking together, trying to get like one of the power weapons secured, or do you think they're going to go split? Do you think they've got the potential skill to kind of outgun 1v1 on all the other team on the Quadrant? Sorry, like Legend obviously a very strong player individually, or do you think they're going to send more? Actually secure at least one of those power weapons to give themselves the advantage, or are they going to go OS?
I think off the spawn on Pit, it's always kind of like it's either a 2-2 split or a 3-1 split, and it's just so difficult like fighting for both, and obviously it's kind of you just want to win one, honestly. Like, but if you send everyone to rockets, you can still honestly like not win the rockets, which is kind of
it's a bit chaotic with the grenades at the start.
Yeah, you just kind of hope that you get one of them. If you don't, then it's a struggle. But I mean, and obviously we saw last game, Quadrant, they got both of them. So maybe a little bit of a switch up to the strategy there. Hello.
Wait, who froze?
Steven, you might need to refresh your camera. No, Spikeball's moving.
Am I in?
It's
Am I
okay.
back?
It's
I'm not
okay,
froze,
no?
am I? I'm good.
I think
you're
everyone
you're
is good.
I think he's just sat still.
Yeah, no.
I was intensely listening. It was very fascinating,
Okay, was it just my camera that was frozen?
Yeah, you're good. You're
I
back
think
now.
so.
You're back now. We're into the matchup
Oh
here.
my god,
Beautiful
it's
start
shot
there.
Oh yeah, we're
Wow.
back.
Okay, overchow's a little bit.
Oh my goodness.
They've managed to get the overshield, so it is really good for them. If they can push up, maybe steal that sniper from Quadrant. Is that the Quadrant? Oh no, I thought that was the Quadrant logo. Why did they just have an X at the top?
Yeah, it seems like for certain that they haven't got the logos already on the stream.
Yeah,
it's alright.
I mean,
And they have it in the bottom left, they're halfway there. But yeah, the game has started. All 8 players are in the lobby.
Beautiful
thankfully.
play from Respect there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm
Can't believe
excited to see
everyone
how it
made it
goes.
in.
I know, right?
Yeah.
We didn't really see how the game played out at the start there, but it looks like things have slowed down right off the rip here. Everyone's kind of just finding their footing. Oh my goodness.
God, SLG.
Okay, and I mean, SLG definitely one of the best snipers in Europe. I mean, the shots this guy. If you notice, he never really no scopes. He goes for like quick scopes because you get a little bit of aim assist. Which it's like right there, like because you get a little bit of aim assist, so it's easier to hit. But not many players actually like utilize that. He's probably one of the only ones that does. So.
Yeah,
It makes him so good. Look at that though. Okay, well he's missing, but
there is a slight inaccuracy of no scopes. I believe people already did address it, but I don't know if it was fully accurate still. I think there is still a little bit of randomness there potentially, so like it always is better just to get that scope in. So you're completely right in saying that. Wow.
Yeah, I mean the snipers on the side of Quadrant are so strong. Once they get going, it's really hard to stop. But J-lings, they've done a good job to shut that run down there.
Yeah, it's been a good start from J-lings. Looking at the kills, 2 Foxy, Respectful, Clonely, they're all getting good kills. So at least, like I said, I think for them, if they can keep it close as long as possible, and like it's almost like a football game where you try not to let teams score an early goal. I think if you're the underdog, that's definitely something you want to do.
Let's just point out here as well, a lot of people might be looking at the scoreboards here and being like, oh look, Chick is only on he's on 0 and 4, but look at that 7 assists. You know what I mean? Like
already,
you gotta think like 7 assists. Like he's been putting so much damage down, helping his team out. So it's not always about just getting the kills,
Yeah, only 15 kills on his team's side. He's got half the assists. But okay, Rockets and Overshield coming up. Just kind of chilling up now. Gonna make him work. But there's 1 2 dead, and this looks like Oh,
Oh,
my God, and he
beautiful-
gets both.
Beautiful trade there by Sicko, honestly.
And I'm not sure who that is who got the overshield. I think it's SLG. So they're gonna be, yeah, SLG has the overshield. They're gonna be going in for a pull here. I think they might have spawned some on the high side. Yeah, they did. Maybe a little bit of a misplay there from Quadrant to spawn them up high. Yeah, not too sure about that.
Snipes are coming up
good
here
work
again in
from
5
JLingz.
seconds as well. It'll be interesting to see if Quadrant are on top of JLingz here. They're going to be able to get that snipe, bring it back, and then just hold them in their spawn even more here.
Huge fight there, and Respectful wins it. That is absolutely massive. But
That's 2
now you've
fights
got...
now. Respectful has taken like dominantly, or dominated.
Yeah.
You have to appreciate it.
Oh,
Septic with the sniper.
Septic gonna be, yeah, he's gonna be.
Yes, this is what I've come to see. Let's go, Septic.
See, we see Chick just kind of hiding their Mulder. I wonder if they're aware of that. I mean, good kills there. That was looking like a good cap there,
Yeah,
or like a good opportunity for Quadrant. Oh my
Oh,
God, but there's a player
oh my.
behind.
Please hit it. Please
Oh.
hit it.
Nah, it's partly the
Hit it.
ball that doesn't like.
Oh, the nades don't kill him. Oh my God, he gets the help.
Oh,
There we
my.
go.
This is what I'm talking about. That M&K sniping is on another level.
Oh, so close to the headshot there.
Oh, Legends got
Zeke,
flag on the
Zeke
move.
gets the double kill.
and now
Oh
it's
no.
at 2 dead by JLingz.
Yeah, the flag's on the way. Legend has a sniper as well.
Seeker is
That's
13,
right.
13 kills for Seeker already in the game.
Oh my God.
14
Yeah,
now.
I didn't even notice. Like this guy, he is going. Look at that. There's another one. 14
It's-
and 7.
It's wild
14
to
and 7
see,
in
you
4
know,
minutes.
Legend just holding the snipe right now and running the objective, just
Yeah.
very dominant as a player, and
Oh,
obviously
they're
like
going for another cap instantly.
Honestly, one thing that people like don't talk about too much about Legend is if you look at like Data Hive and stuff, he has like his objective efficiency is so good. He's the guy with the ball a lot of the time. You know, he's pulling a lot of the flags, and he's usually like top fragging. Like he's just such a great all-around player. But a nice push coming in from JLingz here, but it looks like it's getting shut down a little bit. The Respectful and Septic trying to stay alive.
something we will say.
Oh, an
I will
overkill!
say-
Oh my God,
goodness.
overkill.
Seeker is
Seeker
18 and
18.
7, and he got an overkill as well.
And
He's popping off.
rockets are coming up
And
here
it's still
soon as
going.
well.
Seeker's still going.
This is a crazy.
Yeah, 19 and 7. Oh my God.
This is what I
like-
was talking about earlier about this map. It's so easy to just get overwhelmed, and then like they're
Yeah.
just on top of you. It's so hard to get out of that situation.
Yeah. Oh my God. Legend Legend getting knocked off the map there by 2 Foxy's Repulsor. Are they okay? They're opting to run the flag. Okay, I thought they were going low there for a second.
Yeah.
I wish we got to see the overkill, but that looked pretty nice.
Quadrant have been having-
Ending.
Quadrant have had a lot of success running this flag long, so they're just going to keep doing it,
Yeah.
I believe. But
Respectful
yeah.
has the overshield, but Quadrant do have the rockets. It's gonna need to be a really strong hold here. SLG kind of hold. Oh, okay. I thought he was gonna choke a little bit on that flag.
I like this play.
Oh, this is huge.
Oh, SLG.
Wow,
Oh, but that's just-
unbelievable. I mean,
Yeah, it's so hard. Once a team has that flag on their side, you know, like they're spawning up next to it, ready to defend, and JLingz they have to
Yeah.
run across the map to even, you know, have a chance to like get a touch.
you have to respect though. JLingz did the right play there, flanking round, kind of coming from the sniper tower side, trying to cut them off, but it just didn't quite go
Yeah,
in their
definitely.
favor there. But they played that the best they could, really.
Yeah, I mean, Respectful, really good job getting the overshield. I mean, if you're going to stop a flag, like the overshield coming up at the same time as the enemy team running it is kind of like your best bet.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Quadrant, they got the rockets as well.
I feel like
Yeah.
what's so
It's
scary from like a Quadrant point of view is when like you've got players like Legend and SLG that are just chilling on 11 and 7 kills, and Seeker, I think he's not necessarily known for being like the main slayer on this team. So the fact he's got 20 kills and he's not even probably thought of as like the main slayer on Quadrant is just like, it just shows how good the team is. And Septic, hits a nice snipe, but he's gonna have to hit a few more of those.
Get us on that KBM snipe. I need to see that. Like, it's just so
Yeah, here we
addictive
go.
to
Here we
watch.
go.
That's what we're talking about.
If you're going to mount a comeback, it's going to be off the back of this guy's sniper. And they've got a flag on the way, and this could get... Oh, very nice shot there. There is a player that went runway flanking, though. I don't know if anyone caught that.
Yeah, there's
I-
one push.
Oh!
Nice shot.
Oh, another one.
This is looking good. It's
Do
looking
not
Okay.
sleep on
There's a-
Septic.
there's a
Do
player
not
there
sleep
as
on
one.
Oh,
Septic.
there is a play on the flag. There is a
There's a player in the flag. Okay, this is... Okay, T-Foxy not, or Respectful not really looking for him. There's going to be a
my
huge-
God!
Oh my God.
Respectful again.
was
Like,
a huge
Respectful
win.
has been popping off this
Oh.
game with the 1v1 fights. It's
should be a
incredibly
cap.
impressive.
Yes, let's
Yeah,
go.
Respectful probably-
Huge.
definitely one of the best shots in Europe. I mean, he's just, he maybe hasn't had like, he's not been as dominant in Infinite as Halo 5, but I mean, his individual skill is just ridiculous. Like when he's going off, like he's one of the best players in the game.
I mean, this is a huge confidence boost for J-lings, though. I mean, getting a flag on Quadrant right now, like, if they can keep this momentum here, it'd be huge.
Yeah, if Clonely could hit their upholster rocket, that could have been huge. But I think 2foxy got the overshield, so this could be a really important moment in the game here. Because
my god!
Respectful is having an incredible game right now.
They got the flag on the move as well.
Off of them. Oh my god! This is gonna be another cap.
Wait,
this should be another cap.
I say just run the flag here with the OS, right? Surely.
Yeah, J-lings.
Oh no!
Oh no, that's fine though. They get 3 kills. He's getting shot in the back. Is he gonna make it through?
Seeker got a double.
Yeah. But they've got the flag. They did manage to get the flag in a good position here, so they should have time on respawn to at least fight for
Seeker
it.
doesn't have any grenades, so they're just gonna force this maybe.
Nice.
Okay. I mean, this is still looking good for J-lings here. This could be a second cap. Oh no. Okay, he gets the touch. They're spawning high side. 2foxy's here. Oh, but that's a massive kill from SLG. I don't know. They're gonna get just overwhelmed here maybe. And they're on the return.
Oh,
that's so unfortunate, yeah.
Honestly, if 2foxy doesn't, like, if the flag doesn't get caught there, 2foxy doesn't, like, fumble the run, then that's probably 100% a cap as well.
I really love watching J-lings here, though. Like, they're immediately responding to this flag pull, already on their side, already on Quadrant's side, ready to take the fight to them, because they know they can get it. If they can wipe them here, they can get their flag and get it back. So they're very quick to respond to these situations they're put in.
Right here. It's kind of all going to be on Seeker here, but he's getting shot in the back. That's really nice teamwork.
Did you see that movement? I know you've seen that.
But there's the snipers are in play now, but everyone on Quadrant is so just tightly packed up in the tower.
Yeah.
So.
And this is what I was saying again about Imperium. It's so easy to manipulate those spawns, and you can kind of predict where people are going to be. Like, it's all about just putting the pressure on when you need to.
I would like to say again, I mean, the game is only 2-1, but Seeker is 26 and 15, and Chick has 18 assists right now.
Yeah.
If you look at the assists from Quadrant, like compared to J-lings, I mean, they're definitely using like a little bit more teamwork, maybe.
I mean, we saw Respectful jumping up into J-ling's training side, and he was challenging one person, having to back down, then another person was peeking him. They're very good. Quadrant are very good at kind of rotating out and like helping each other when they need it, you know. So.
Oh my.
Yeah.
SLG's just hit a few big shots there. SLG's hit, I think that's 2 back headshots. The flag's on the move now. And it just shows that when you're playing against a team like Quadrant, if you make these little mistakes, they can really punish you. And then it looked like it should have and could have been a 2-2 game, but now potentially it could be a 3-1 for Quadrant if they get this flag in. So it's been a really close back and forth game, but Quadrant might be about to get to a 3-1 lead here, which could be a very, very difficult kind of thing to come back for J-lings. But you have to say, Seeker 26 and 15, 20 assists from Chick as well. I mean, Quadrant individually.
20 assists is insane.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the game, Chick was 0 and 7. Sorry, had 0 but 7 assists. So 0 kills, 7 assists, just showing you that like the teamwork is immense. I mean, like having that many assists in a game normally, let alone against like players of this caliber, you know, it's just incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that is crazy. I mean, the fact that, like Steve said, this probably should have been a 2-2 game. That you've got to be kind of kicking yourself if you're Perry, like 2foxy, just kind of missing the flag run a little bit. And that this could be game here. They have a minute, but they're kind of trapped in their base. But we did see a Wobbabubs, you know, they had like a minute and a half, 2 caps down, and they still managed to bring the fight to Navi and get it almost into overtime. So we'll see if J-lings can do the same. Yeah. I do think this has been a good showing out of J-lings though. I think maybe if Seeker wasn't just absolutely popping off, like, you know, they could be winning this match. But honestly, good for Seeker, like you said, Steve. He's not really the main slayer of the team. He doesn't really need to be when you have like just absolute superstars on your team, but he is popping off right now.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, we were so close to being a tie game at 2-2, but in the end, I think looking at the scoreboard for both teams, it feels like just the slaying power on Quadrant. You know, they are outslaying by a decent amount of kills now towards the end of this game, and I think that, you know, sometimes that can be a difference maker. But I think we've seen kind of flashes of brilliance from the J-lings team. Like they could have probably and should have had 2 caps on the board, but in the end, Quadrant they got 3, and it looks like they are going to take game 1.
Unfortunately, that flag run there just got a little bit mishandled. It hit I believe, the roof, and it just kind of like bounced down. And that little bit of delay just cost them the edge they needed to get the flag away.
Yeah, no, for sure. So game 1 going to Quadrant, but you know, considering Quadrant, how good they've been looking, I think that I think I saw enough there from JLingz to convince me that they can make a potential series out of this. It was a close game for the most part, but the only thing maybe a little bit concerning is, like I said, Quadrant did outslay by a decent margin in the end, and game 2 is going to be a Slayer. So hopefully, I think it is probably going to be a live fire Slayer, right? If we're not mistaken.
Yeah.
If we're
that's
matching the
like-
same pool of
Yeah.
maps from Navi or
And-
Wobbabubs, yeah.
Yeah, I think the sniper up could be a really big factor there because we saw Septic hit some nice shots. We also saw SLG hit some nice shots. So I think, depending on which team can really control that sniper rifle, could be a kind of big win condition. But yeah, I like what I saw there from both teams.
Yeah, I was very impressed with JLingz, being able to, while under that pressure, they were constantly making the rotations around to the Quadrant snipe tower, kind of pushing up on the flag. They were doing the right things. It just wasn't quite going in their way because Quadrant is such a strong team and they're very, very gelled together. There was a few little slip-ups there, but honestly, I would not be ashamed, to be JLingz in this situation. I mean, they put a very good performance in there and I'm looking forward to seeing how they come in game 2,
Yeah, and I think one thing to note, even though the slays did look pretty one-sided for the side of Quadrant, it's on the Imperium, I don't know, it's not even real, to be honest, because you can just get put in a spawn trap and you can die 10 times in a row without getting a kill, and you're not even playing Halo at that point. You're just spawning into snipers staring you, rockets and overshield. So I wouldn't look too much into kind of the slaying department in that match. Obviously Seeker went off and they had a bunch of assists and everything, but it's an Imperium at the end of the day. We've seen Slayers on that map end 50-15 with 2 of the top teams in the world. So I don't know. Sometimes Slays on that map aren't even real, to be honest.
As I said, and that's why I was kind of focusing in on the rotations that JLingz were doing, how they were responding when they were pushed, and they were making really smart plays. But unfortunately, Quadrant were on top of them in that match towards the end there, and it kind of just got a bit overwhelming, I think. But honestly, as I said, I was impressed with JLingz there. Obviously, Septic, again, I called it, that MNK snipe, awesome to watch. I love it. He definitely put on a show, that's for sure. And just watching Respectful go in, taking those 1v1 gunfights. I mean, there's situations where he's up against a player like Legend and just absolutely just winning that gunfight 1v1. The confidence is there for these players, so they just got to focus up now, move into game 2. And as I said, I'm looking forward to it, really.
Yeah, I think we saw in the last series. I think if you are a team that is probably on paper considered the potential underdog in a series, you really don't want to go down 2-0. So I think for JLingz here, I'm really hoping they can have a strong showing in the Slayer, because I think Quadrant, they are one of those teams. I think Dan mentioned with Legend as well that they're a very OBJ efficient team as well as having that slaying power. So I think game 3 and 4 being an objective. I think I would want to see if JLingz could take this Slayer game 2, then obviously they only have to win one of those kind of 2 objectives in game 3 and 4 to force a game 5. So I think going down 2-0 in any series is going to be difficult, but especially when you're probably considered the underdog. So yeah, we're glad to see a strong showing here, and I think like I said, I think mainly it's the overshield and the sniper on live fire that kind of make the big difference. But I think it's all well and good, obviously, saying if Septic can get the sniper, hit a few shots, but almost sometimes just getting the sniper just away from the Quadrant players is enough. Even if you get the sniper, maybe you hit one shot, miss a few shots, and throw it off the map. That can almost be just as important as having to hit a bunch of crazy headshots with it. So I think that'll be definitely a big thing. But yeah, I'm hoping we can see a good game 2. Actually, let's make it interesting. Has anyone got? Let's try to do some score predictions for this game 2. I'm gonna try to be ambitious because I want to see a long series. I'm gonna say 50-46 to JLingz. What about you guys?
I'm gonna let you guys go first.
I believe in JLingz. When I was watching that match there, I was seeing a lot of confident plays from the players on JLingz. They were taking fights and winning them 1v1. I honestly believe that genuinely JLingz have it in them to take this game, and I want to see him, and I hope to see him win this game 50-48.
Oh, that.
I believe in JLingz, but I think Quadrant will win 50-41.
Okay.
I don't know. This is the JLingz watch party. Do I let that sway my prediction a little bit?
No, you gotta be totally unbiased.
If I gotta be completely unbiased, I'm gonna go 50-38 for Quadrant.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay,
I think Slayer might be the best opportunity for JLingz to win, because I think Quadrant are such a good objective team. So
we're all getting into it here, and it is Slayer live fire, yep. And we're already off to a start here. Finally picking up the first kill.
Hive are 2-0 up against the Australian team Pitsweep, and Optic are 1-0
Oh,
up against
Septic!
JLingz.
Wow, that
Or up
shot.
against G1. Oh my god.
Septic has hit a crazy headshot. So that's exactly what we want to see. But yeah, oh, nice nade as well. And this looks like it could be a good start here for JLingz. They got the overshield. Septic's got sniper. It's exactly the start they needed.
Oh, he didn't even get his OS burned either. That allows him to make another push here. Very nice.
Yeah, that is huge. Up 4, and they know where got us spawning. Or
This right here is
I
the
don't
confidence that I love to see from JLingz, though.
I just want to see him make the most of this, because like some teams they can get all these weapons and they cannot put them to use. So I really hope they can kind of get a few more kills. Septic is another headshot, another body shot.
Oh,
Sniper.
beautiful!
Like
Oh,
Beautiful!
SLG up top tower. Ah, that's unfortunate, but they still have a 3-kill lead now. And they.
I hope they
Okay.
keep the momentum and they don't do like Abobabas, because Abobabas as well started perfectly live fire. So I hope they keep the same momentum as they did on the start.
Live fire is one of those maps as well where generally sometimes you can just get caught off guard, like kind of separated from your team off like awkward spawns. And if Quadrant can kind of smell the blood there and get them on those sort of off spawns, like it can be really hard to bounce back from that. So sometimes JLingz with the lead, they might just need to slow it down a bit, try and just get everyone back together and then go together. Because as you just saw there, opening up with all 4 of them together, working as a team, like as a unit, like they were actually able to take Quadrant down there.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, I think maybe they looked like, they weren't too sure where Quadrant were pushing off spawn. Clonely was kind of checking big door and B, but Quadrant was just leaking through bottom mid and ended up making a couple plays that way. But I think if you tidied that up, the start could have been a lot different there. But Overshield coming up right now, and it's okay.
I like this play from 2Fox. They're kind of tucking away and hiding, but it hasn't gone to their favor though. They are 3 down, 4 down.
He does get a
get
nice
the trade,
trade,
he get
though.
the trade,
That is a
yeah.
big trade.
It's a good start. Septic 6-3. I think he started 4-0, so good start from Septic. But yeah, like you said, I mean, despite the really strong start from JLingz, it is still a tie game. So I'm hoping this next sequence of kills could hopefully gonna go in their favor. Legend does get it first, and oh no, it looks like Collapse could be coming in from Quadrant.
I mean, it's
Pretty dead by
Overshield in the hands of SLG, I believe. He's already on 7 assists and Legend 8-3. So I think, honestly, that's not the worst case scenario. I think, obviously you could have gone 4 dead, but really if the enemy team has an Overshield, you kind of just want to burn it and maybe just like play for a kill or 2.
Something impressive of Quadrant is always they have one guy with that many assists every single game.
Yeah. What do I win, by the way, if my prediction's the best?
A nice pat on the back, a very sturdy pat on the back. You win.
Isn't it just? It's wild though how quickly the sort of tide of battle has changed here. Now we're seeing a 21-14 lead for Quadrant.
It's a bit what happened to Abobabas. They had a good momentum on the start against Navi, but after they slow down or Navi slowed down the path and came back.
Yeah, and Legend as well. You gotta say Legend. I think 10-3. So it seems like Evo said, it seems like they have these players that rack up the really high assists. I think SLG is definitely one of those kind of big damage dealer players, and then Legend just so good individually, kind of running in there and cleaning up the kills. So just they make the game so difficult. But I mean, Septic's having a good game. Respectful's got himself a sniper, so if he could hit a few shots, here, maybe. But he gets taken down. No.
And you do not want to give the sniper to Chick because he is just. I mean, we've seen what he does on LAN. Those.
Yeah, the clip of the year. It was the clip of the year as well, no?
Yeah, clip of the year. I mean. It's the game's getting a little bit out of reach now, but we're not quite at the 30 kill mark yet, so you can always start coming back. They know where 2Fox is. That's another snipe from Chick, and they do have another overshield. I believe that's 2-2 in overshields in match, or maybe 2-1. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's 2-1 actually. But yeah, we're gonna have to see if they can melt this off, and they can melt it off fast. But yeah, that is one big difference, honestly. Like in both of these matches, is the assist column. Coming out from Quadrant, they just have so much teamwork coming through, and maybe J-lingz taking a little bit longer to heat up here.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah,
that's 34-23. It's getting to that point in the game now. Yeah. I feel like it's kind of now or never for J-lingz. They really can't afford to go down any more kills than they already are, and I think they might need this next overshield, but I think it's still quite a while away from them. So yeah, it's getting a little bit scary now. And Seeker's got a heat wave, and yeah. They got a lot of power weapons to play with, and nice play from Seeker. Is he gonna get a double? Oh, he does. Yeah, this is well, you got to just like kind of tip your hat to Quadrant these first 2 games. They're just looking really impressive.
How much did you say, Marin? 50-38.
Yeah, I mean they might not make it, but it's gonna be closer than your guys. So we've had a Had a comment, grey hoodie guy, look at the camera if you're being held hostage. I'm not being held hostage. I have free will, I'm here.
But yeah, 38-27. It's like I say, it's getting to that point in the Slayer now. A Quadrant, they can just afford to kind of keep trading out.
Yeah.
They don't need to do anything special. And I think, Quadrant, obviously JLingz would probably love to slow the game down and, start picking off a few kills, but I don't think Quadrant are going to let them do that. They're probably going to keep the pressure on. It seems like Seeker's just kind of running around this mid-map with this heat wave. He barely misses a shot. But yeah, it's only 10 kills needed. The overshield is about to come up in about 10 seconds time. So to be fair, it's only a 9-kill lead. So if JLingz could get the overshield, it's still technically doable. Steptic's having a decent game, to be fair. He's 11-10. He's got a sniper as well. If he could hit a few shots here, maybe. But he just gets so much pressure. He's got another sniper though.
Yeah.
Infinite ammo glitch from Septic.
We're on for the,
This is respectful, isn't it?
For the 38.
Yeah, Marine is watching if it's playing.
Oh, nice body shot. Okay, this is really annoying how they don't have the names right in the bottom left.
That's true.
Yeah.
So you have to look for the arrow. Like it's like.
Is that only for this series? It's been like that.
No, it was wrong for the last series. Look at that, the quick scope coming out of SLG. Oh, it's looking done. I mean, I would say we've seen crazier things, but I don't think we really have, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah, 240 dead now, and wow.
Yeah,
GG.
that's kind of it, really.
I mean, Quadrant are just looking so good at the moment. And like I say, for anyone who's not aware, Quadrant did fly out early to boot camp. And I think, when you get these practices against these kind of top NA teams, I think,
let's go J-lings reverse sweep.
I mean, we can hope for it, I mean, like I said, the thing about Halo is the game types can play so different. I think, Slayer, there's so many different game types that, sometimes you can at least kind of write it off and be like, oh, it's just a Slayer, or like, this is a slower paced game type, this is a fast paced game type. So, in a best of 5, I think you definitely have more than enough opportunity to kind of really show what you're made of. So, to be fair, the first game was quite close. It kind of reminds me almost of the Navi series, where the first game was like very close at parts. And then game 2 was a little bit one-sided, but game 3, I'm assuming it's going to be a strongholds on the streets.
And
So
Stronghold Quadrant is really powerful.
Yeah,
That's the real problem.
Quadrant never really lose strongholds. I think they've
Yeah.
lost like 2 in the past like couple months to a European team. So we're gonna
Remember
have
on
to...
the major against Optic, the Stronghold
Yeah,
recharge?
but
Yeah.
at least that was recharge, So
yeah.
I mean, streets, yeah, just stronghold, and especially streets. Like it's such a it's just such a French map, but like it's gonna be so difficult. But you never know. I mean, reverse sweep. We saw Native Red reverse sweep Complexity when Complexity were looking really strong against them. So, I mean, it's going to take a lot to come back, but it's definitely possible.
I think also there's a lot riding on this game, just in terms of kind of mental game. I think there's a lot of different ways it could go, because I think for example, if Quadrant win this game very comfortably and just kind of roll over JLingz, I think that could obviously knock the confidence of JLingz a little bit heading into their next series. But even if JLingz were to lose this third game, I think if they could really put up a fight and just show they've kind of got what it takes to hang, I think that hopefully they can kind of take a few positives from that and bring it into their next series. But like we said, obviously Quadrant are the #1 team in Europe. JLingz currently the 4th ranked team in Europe. So, it was always going to be a difficult series for them. I think most people weren't expecting them to, win the series. But I think from their point of view, JLingz, the players they've got on that team and how experienced they are, I'm sure they're wanting to at least be able to kind of take a game and have a good showing. So, like I said, they got one more chance to do it in this series. They are currently down 2-0. If Quadrant win this third game, they will win the series 3-0. So it is kind of now or never from a JLingz perspective in this series. And thankfully on the strongholds, it like Dan said, it can kind of be 50-50 in terms of it can be a very fast-paced game type, and it can be a game type that can finish very quickly. But maybe if you're an underdog, all it takes is one triple cap, one set of rockets, and you can rack up like 100 points. So hopefully if JLingz can just have a strong start, just have the kind of a strong minute or so period, which we did see on the pit game they are capable of. So yeah, definitely, hopefully from their perspective, not out of it yet. But I guess, how do you guys kind of see this game 3 going?
Well, go right
sorry,
ahead.
You go.
No.
You go.
Yeah,
well,
No.
you're mentioning about how kind of flip floppy this mode can be. Sometimes it goes back and forth between two teams. I mean, we saw Navi and a Wobbabobs, I believe it was. They obviously had quite a back and forth game on it earlier, so it'll be interesting to see kind of how Quadrant play this one. Are they going to just go push hard for a triple cap? Are they going to play it safe and sit with 2 and kind of just fill out JLingz here? Because obviously they're probably going to come off very hot off the start here. They've got the momentum of 2 wins in their pocket. They're looking to close this out and get set on the next one. So it'll be interesting to see. But I'm still holding out hope for J-lings. As I said, it is only the first series for them, so it's it's not all over if this doesn't go their way. There's still plenty of opportunity for them to bounce back. But it would be amazing to see them take a game off Quadrant, even if they do end up losing the series. It would still just be a huge momentum boost for them because, as I said, Quadrant are the top dogs in EU as everyone claims. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Basically, I just don't want to see if Quadrant do come out very strong in this one, which they have been showing their strengths already. I just don't want to see them completely overwhelming J-lings. I want to see J-lings putting up a fight, getting even potentially a triple cap against them. I want to see that and really show that they have the potential to take a win. So, but I'm excited for this matchup for sure. So
yeah, no, I agree.
One quick thing is Optic and G1. It's now 1-1. G1 managed to take the Slayers pretty comfortably by around 10 kills. But yeah, this match, you can't really bet against Quadrant on a Strongholds game. But like we saw with the Navi or Wobble Bob's one earlier, it was incredibly close. I think you kind of, your goal here, maybe you're thinking you're probably not going to win the series. Obviously, they're going to try their best too, but it's not looking great. But if you just try and have like a strong showing on this map, because this is one of Quadrant's best modes as well, which makes it that much harder to even try and win it. We'll have to see how they get on.
I mean, even look, ultimately, okay, like if the worst comes to worst, and it is a 3-0 here, like as I say, it's not over for J-lings, and there's so much opportunity for them to bounce back. And also, you got to look at the positives in this situation. I mean, they're playing Quadrant and they are putting up a fight, and that is alone admirable because a lot of teams wouldn't stand a chance. They'd just be getting absolutely wiped all game. And J-lings have definitely shown that they can definitely put the fight up when they need to. So this is something they should take from this, regardless of how this ends up playing out. Is the fact they're getting to play the best team, arguably the best team in Europe, is such a good bit of practice, and that allows them to get comfortable, and get a feel for things.
Yeah, the start is going to be huge here, and it looks like they go 3 dead. Seeker has a shotgun.
4 down off the start. It's not a good start here, but
by J-lings, yeah.
And the thing about Quadrant, the big difference between Quadrant and all of the other European teams, Quadrant always go for the triple cap, no matter the map, no matter the whether they're just always they're trying to win the game as fast as possible, and they're not trying to give their opponents any time to breathe, which sometimes maybe you can kind of, if they're always going for that triple cap and just trying to overwhelm you, you can kind of take advantage of that sometimes. So they're gonna really have to do that. But I think it's easier to play against Navi, J-lings, or Wobble Bobs on Strongholds because they do seem to try and hold that 2 cap and just play a more slow and methodical game.
Yeah.
You know what? It's to kind of mirror what you said there about the aggression off spawn. I mean, we didn't even see them go for B there. They just went straight to the spawn of J-lings to just take a wipe, and then they just rotated around and got B afterwards, going for that triple cap right off the start. That's the kind of confidence that that you don't want to be seeing when you're in J-lings side. It's intimidating, and it can obviously get you off your kind of A game. So it'll be interesting to see how they kind of come back here. I mean, they do have 2 caps here, but they are about to go back down to 2 caps to 1 in Quadrant's favor. So
yeah, so it could have been a worse start there. Big win from Respectful though, and J-lings, they do go 2 down. So Quadrant, they're going to be moving in for the triple cap, and I think they might just be able to get it. That's so unfortunate there. Respectful gets taken out, just misses that 1 bullet. But I mean, a little bit unfortunate, you're in a corner and you're 1 shot, so what can you really do? They are going to get B though, so it isn't all bad for J-lings.
And Rocket is up. And I think SLG got
SLG has rockets in hand, yeah, and they're already collapsing on B, so
again, Quadrant is always a player with assists. It's actually something impressive, as their teamwork is completely different from other EU teams.
Yeah, you have to say as well, I think Quadrant, they've been a team probably quite a while longer than J-lings, so they've probably got a lot more kind of practice and scrims together. So from a teamwork department, I mean, Seeker again as well, got to highlight him. He's 10-2. I mean, the first game he had a crazy game in terms of kills. This game as well, he's 10-2.
So strong.
Just didn't even have a kill until 100 points in.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really strong start to the game, and the only highlight, obviously, or the only kind of saving grace for J-lings is, like we said, this can be a very snowbally game type, so all it takes is 1 trip cap in the other direction. But as of right now, Quadrant are the team with a trip cap. I mean, that score is going to rack up so quickly. It's 112 to 12 at the moment.
Quadrant did just go 3 down there though, so this should give J-lings a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, it's be a big 1v1, but Seeker's just not. Seeker's, look at that, 13 and 3, gets a perfect, and we're gonna have to really see an uptick here in the slays. Because if you look at the slays from a kind of J-lings perspective, they are currently struggling to kind of keep up with Quadrant, and Quadrant just looking like a different level at the moment today.
I mean, we need to say that Quadrant has been in America for more than 1 week as well, for practice and preparing for this cup.
You guys did say Quadrant are very strong on this game type, and we are seeing it right now. Like, I mean, 140, nearly 150 points right now, and J-lings just can't find their footing, unfortunately.
Yep, they are. I mean, nice kill from 2Foxy, but yeah, I think it's safe to say Quadrant probably one of the best strongholds teams, not only in Europe but probably in the game. I think I even saw them beat Optic in the strongholds a few times in the scrims. So I think a very difficult game type to come up against Quadrant on. I think in hindsight, I think that game 1 could have been a really kind of big win for J-lings if they're able to kind of clutch up and get those flags in. But when you bring it to a game 3, the score's just going up so quickly. And this is what I was saying, it can be such a double-edged sword, strongholds. Obviously, if it goes in your favor, it can be a really quick win, a nice bounce back in the series. But then on the flip side, if you're the team that's under the thumb a little bit in terms of control, I mean, it feels like the game only just started a few seconds ago, and already it's 200 to 12, and it just seems like J-lings can't break out of this control. And I mean, we always knew this would be a difficult series for J-lings potentially, but I think Quadrant, you got to give props to them. They've looked really impressive this series, and it's looking like bar a miracle, it could be a 3-0 kind of victory here for Quadrant.
And
Yeah,
beating Quadrant in stronghold, it's really hard.
It's almost impossible. Slow game out of Respector, and it's looking done, but the thing, you really don't want to lose like this, because you got to think, next in your pool is, I mean, Optic, who, well, actually, I think that might be their next game. But I mean, it's Optic, who are, even stronger than Quadrant, and G1, who, I mean, they're having a close series against Optic right now. They're currently beating Optic
on stronghold as well.
Yeah, they're beating Optic right now in the game 3, like 120 to 0. So you gotta think, if you just lost to Quadrant that convincingly, you're gonna need a big bounce back, and I think losing that way is not how you want to go into the next series.
I'll put a question out there. Obviously, you hate to see J-lings obviously not having the best start there. What do you think right now they're doing to kind of address how things went in that first game? What do you think they're talking about maybe changing or perhaps addressing? What do you think they might be like kind of just adjusting to try and maybe find their footing a bit better against some of these better teams? Like going into a match against Optic, for example, what are they going to be looking at? Do you think they're taking a lot from that Quadrant match and kind of learning from it? Or do you think they're just going to brush it off as like it wasn't that big of a deal. We definitely just it just won our game,
I mean, I guess I think one of the most important things you can do at LAN, obviously you gotta make adjustments on the day, but you definitely don't want to also head case yourself and overthink it. I think you've got to just try to take the positives. I mean, obviously the only difficult thing is when you do lose a series 3-0, it can be very difficult to kind of extract the positives. But I think they can definitely look at that first game as showing that when they are kind of heated up and winning their fights, that they are capable of having a close game versus a team like Quadrant. But if that was me and I'm a J-lings coach, I'd be like, what, boys, Quadrant, they're a really good team. Stronghold's one of the best game types. We didn't really even get started in that. It can happen. It's our first series of the day. Shake it off. We know what we're capable of. Focus on the next few series. Obviously, Optic Gaming is going to be a really difficult series, but I think, like I said, you've really got to keep your eyes on that G1 series for them as being the kind of make or break series in this tournament, because I think even if they do lose to Optic Gaming, and obviously they've already just lost to Quadrant, I think if they could win that G1 series, I'm assuming G1 could also lose to Optic and Quadrant. So I think that could be the kind of series that decides whether they actually make it out of the pool or not. So I think for them it's just kind of keeping their mental game in check that will be the main thing.
Yeah, one thing to kind of add on to that is G1 are looking incredibly strong right now, but I think sometimes maybe playing a team from your own region that I mean, J-lings have never beaten Quadrant before, ever. So I think going into that series, the confidence might be a little bit low. But it's like they've never really played G1 before, so there could be a little bit of a mental block there against Quadrant, because obviously you kind of go into it thinking, we might lose this. We're playing the best European team in the game. Then you go into the G1 series, and although G1 are an incredibly strong team, you don't have that same kind of history with them. So you're going in kind of clean sheet, and also obviously they don't know how you play. You don't really know how they play. So you go into it blind, but that might be a little bit of an advantage for J-lings there.
Yeah,
more so than that Quadrant series.
I will say though, like as I said, when we watched throughout those 3 matches there, honestly, like there was like I feel like there was a lot of confidence on J-lingz side. You know, it didn't look like they were lost. Like there was a lot of plays, a lot of like moves, like kind of momentum shifts they were making. Maybe not so much in the strongholds game, but in obviously the Imperium flag. Like we were seeing some real smart plays and them working as a team, and there's definitely potential there. And I think the confidence is high for them. So I hope this series starting out hasn't like knocked their confidence, because as you said, you're right. Like they've played Quadrant a lot, you know, on online and stuff. And obviously it's a team they're familiar with. And, you know, they might have just not been like kind of focused on that map. Maybe they are just focused on, you know, let's take that win over G1 and secure, you know, our position, you know. So as I said, it's done now. It's time to move on, you know. Let's get the next series underway, and you know, I still think there's belief in them, and as a team, I think they have potential, you know.
Yeah, and what did you say, Dan?
I was going to say, just quickly, sorry for interrupting. Can we switch over to G1 Optic? Because G1, they're 247 to 70 in Game 3 right now, and I would love to watch this series. Yeah, I really think we should pull that one up.
Okay, yeah, that could be a good idea. Let's switch over to that series.
Halo stream. So
the official Halo page, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming I'm assuming the native Red Bob series won't be ready for a little bit. Obviously, at some point we'll have to swap out Mr. Ice Spike for Subatomic, but we'll do that. We'll do that maybe in a little bit. I think we'll just keep an eye on when do you think maybe this series will start between native.
I think we're gonna need to watch a series before we watch native Awababobs, because it says FaZe and 6 Karma is starting at 1, but it says native Red and Awababobs is starting at 140. So I think we're gonna probably want to throw a different series on in between.
Okay, yeah. So we'll just keep an eye, obviously, on the schedule. We are trying to prioritize the kind of EU games as much as we can, but obviously we'll have to just kind of fill the time in between with some of these other games. And you know, thankfully there's a lot of good games on today, so we're definitely a little bit spoiled for choice.
This is an absolutely awesome matchup here. I mean, just even getting to watch Optic Gaming play is always a treat, you know. They're such a talented team, and it's just always interesting to see how they play. You know, players like Lucid as well, just making incredible plays, like his movement and stuff. Just so fun to watch, you know.
I mean, Optic on a 60-point run right now, but they know G1 only needs 3. All you need is 1 set of kills, 1 set of rockets, and you've won the game. But I mean, Optic they're just barely hanging on.
Yeah, this would be a crazy comeback, but also, I mean, if G1 could win this game and go up 2-1 in the series against Optic, this would be crazy, because I think most people look at this series as an Optic victory, and it could really shake up the pool. Obviously, this match we're watching is the same pool as the JLingz Quadrant team, so this could really shake up the pool potentially, you know, for a lot of these teams. So, and it looks like G1 they've won the game, so that's 2-1 in the series now for G1. That's incredible.
Wow,
that's if you're an Optic,
wild.
It's a bit wow, because I'm pretty sure Optic is hoping to get top 1 on this series, on this group, but right now the group is looking actually more closer than expected.
Is this the classic case of what Marine was saying earlier? How about some people aren't taking it seriously, or maybe just overlooking teams, and like, you know, this is where it's kind of come to bite them, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think it definitely could be, but I mean, this is interesting because this kind of almost brings into question. Obviously, I think most people are looking at Optic and FaZe, maybe SSG as well, as the favourites to win the whole event. So the fact that Optic is struggling already in pool play, I think usually the last few events we've seen, Optic have basically dominated pool play. They seem to just beat every team comfortably. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we see something different here. But I guess Evo, are you a little bit surprised maybe what we're seeing in this series?
I'm surprised that actually G1 is winning 2-1, yes. And I wouldn't be, and now it's in my mind is a bit like, what's gonna happen on the group if Optic lose this match? Because we could see Quadrant beating G1 or Quadrant winning, like, we don't know, like it's really moving the group so in a way that maybe not expected.
And another question is, where does that leave JLingz, you know, because we were just talking about kind of like, you said yourself, Outcasted, like you didn't really see Optic losing to G1. And if they lose to G1, imagine where that, you know, puts JLingz in this situation, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, I've seen a few replays here. I mean, the start from G1 must have just been crazy. This is what we were saying in the last game. And obviously, this game type can just be so crazy. Just like the potential to have those crazy snowball starts.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it looks like we should hopefully be getting in here.
I just want to take a moment, dude. I love competitive Halo, just watching. Yeah, it's so nice when it's on, you know. It's just good vibes. So.
I mean, right now I'm hoping G1 win, to be honest. Not gonna lie.
On Stronghold there, so maybe it could just be the.
I don't know if Marine's muted.
Yeah, I
No,
can't
really,
hear you,
yeah,
Maurice.
mute that.
Oh my god.
I wonder.
I thought you guys were ignoring me this whole
No,
time.
okay.
that was my highlight. I thought like someone really important had come to talk to you.
I
and was
got
like,
dude, you interrupted me like 5 times, and I was like, oh my god, this guy, like,
Who?
what are you
Me?
doing, man? I was.
Wait, who interrupted? Sorry.
I mean everyone, but obviously, like, you don't even know I'm talking. Like,
oh, that's funny.
I was about to throw hands.
Get it all
at
off now.
myself.
Go on, just rewind. Tell us what you were said. Go on. Shoot.
That's
I
fine.
don't even remember now, bro. I got a memory of goldfish, but yeah, I don't know. I'm really excited to see Quadrant up against Optic and up against G1, and obviously the J-lings matchups as well. But I think we're gonna need to see a massive bounce back from J-lings there. Oh, I love the Falcao cam.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this game 4. I mean, if G1 win this series, this is just going to be such a huge statement victory. And like you said, I think Quadrant, they've got to be watching this series especially and thinking if G1 can push Optic this far, then why can't we?
Yeah,
and I think
this slips right now.
It could open I think this could open up the whole pool for everyone.
Imagine Quadrant top 1.
One thing we have to say about Optic though is like they never lose their cool, right? Like they've been in very bad situations where it seems like everything's all over, and then they've just miraculously brought it back. Like they're never out until they're actually out. You know, it's like they always fight till the very last second. You gotta respect it.
Yeah, we saw that on different finals of LANs. After losing the match, they came back and won. So, yeah.
They can close this out, not just in a 3-2 fashion.
Yeah, have we had any updates on the series between is it Native Red and the Wobble Bobs?
So the timing on that, it says it will be starting at 7:40 PM for us, but other series are starting at 7. So I don't know if that's, you know.
I think we're in.
Like
we're in.
We're into the game 4.
So yeah, they're in the game.
Yeah, Charge Hill.
It might be. Obviously, we have a kind of rough schedule, but it's probably gonna be, the stream's gonna be a little bit fluid because obviously with different series taking different amounts of times and there's delays. We'll just try to keep up with the action as much as we can, and obviously when the EU matches are on, we'll switch them as quickly as we can. But yeah, this series is crazy though. Like you said, I mean, Optic. I'd love to see a game 5, but yeah, G1, I'm sure they don't want to get to a game 5 because that can be very, very nervy, and I'm sure the crowd's probably in Optic's favor as well.
Yeah, you know, you're gonna start hearing the green wall chants in a minute.
100%. I mean, when I was at Worlds and they were and Optic was at Worlds, like if you were sat anywhere in the crowd, you were surrounded by Optic fans. Like they have just a huge presence at events.
I think a lot of people hate on Optic fans because, you know, maybe sometimes they're a little bit over the top, a little bit cringe sometimes, but I mean, they have so much passion for their team, so I mean, you gotta respect it.
How is the SSG Shopify matchup happened yet, by the way? How's that looking?
That is going on at the minute, and it is 2-0 in favor of Space Station. They won a fairly convincing, like both games actually, a 250, 129 recharge strongholds and a 50-41 streaks.
Yo.
Scamp as well is watching the Optic game. They're on the event actually. Wow.
Kills wise, G1 are actually up on kills right now, I believe, as well. Only by a margin, but I mean they're actually putting up numbers. So then.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy.
And 1-0 for G1. G1 is actually playing out of their mind.
Yeah, G1 have actually taken a hill as well. So. This could actually be a huge upset, this match here. Wow.
Yeah, that's a really good start from G1. Like, I think, obviously, the good thing for Optic in this game type is there's definitely a lot of comeback potential. You can literally be down 3-0 on King of the Hill and still come back. So it's definitely not as snowbally as Strongholds, you know. But I think, you know, from their point of view, there's no need to panic yet. But G1, I mean, 5-1 already from a Sab, 6-1 now. He's got camo as well. This could be, I mean, this could be a chance here to get up 2-0 potentially to get a few more of these kills.
Yeah, I mean, Optic obviously they have a good chunk of time on the. They have a good chunk of time, but in Stronghold, King of the Hill, sorry, you only need 1 hold here. So.
The brutal thing about this kind of version or variation of King of the Hill is like you used to get teams that would milk time and try and get a few seconds here and there because it used to be like a pool of, you know, of time gathered overall. But now it's like if you don't get that zone, you lose out on everything you gained, which can be very brutal, especially if you both get so close to capping it, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a 2v2 right now. Booby Dooby's still getting time, and this is where it's kind of scary for Optic because it's like if you know your teammates run the respawn and the guys you're trying to fight are like just standing in and getting time.
resources charging towards back turbine to get those kills.
Oh, that's a huge win from APG. Oh my goodness.
5 or so seconds and then run back in towards long haul where they know they're back.
Okay, they're still controlling the sea spawns though, and they're getting kills. And I mean, Optic, this isn't looking too good. Like,
I mean, they're 2 down, about to go 3 down here. Flipping heck.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my goodness. Only Lucid left now.
3 dead.
And he can't make a push here. They're stacked. And he might even get cleaned up. And now they're going to have an awkward spawn
God,
as well.
Suppress.
Oh my
oh,
goodness.
he loses the fight. I would like to
Oh, maybe
highlight
get
Suppress
traded.
for a minute, because like, I mean,
It's not over just yet,
he
but, I mean,
like
G1
even
just
when he
answered
was
right
on
back
like
with
Xset
full.
with
Still the second hill away, but here comes Optic.
Kraos, I don't know. He's just been
Fighting
such
the
a
tower side. They
strong
forced
slayer,
themselves
you
over
know.
towards
I mean,
C, and just
he's
like
obviously
that, we
part of
saw
that like the
G1
triplets
almost
where
steal it back.
Diagram
It
is
looks
on
like
team
Optic might
Status
take
Quo
back what's
and
rightfully theirs, and we
Avenue.
might just be tired of
I'm not sure what he's doing in a minute, but you know, I mean, he's definitely the best triplet. But I mean, that whole family, you know, very good at Halo.
Yeah, I think Suppressed is really underrated as well.
Yeah,
Like,
they
I was
kinda like-
surprised. You know, with the situation with G1, was it Suspector got dropped, or did he actually like leave and join Sentinels? Because I think they might have actually upgraded.
I think they dropped him.
Okay.
To be honest, but yeah, I think Suppress. He's just
This-
such like a
this
raw
is-
slayer. Like, he just runs around and kills everything.
This is scary though. Lucid with camo and shock.
Yeah. I mean, I do think this second hill is going to go in the way of Optic, just because this A hill is so difficult to break. Like, I don't know.
And Optic has all
It
the
takes you
control.
so long as well. If you get wiped once, it takes so long to rotate round to get like in a position to even chow for it again.
Yeah, you pretty much just challenge this hill once and then say, yeah, we probably
Yeah,
lost
it's
it. Let's
theirs.
just go to the
Yeah.
next.
They're just going to continue.
Yeah,
to
they
hold
need to
this
play
one
next
down,
year. There is
and
no
that
way they're
is
breaking
a
this.
dominating hill number 3.
Lucid always looks so calm and just collected like when he plays.
Yeah.
It's
I don't know, this guy has like crazy posture. Like,
Yeah.
everyone always says
If I
it,
if I
don't
sit
know.
like that, I'm missing every bullet. Like, I can't do it.
Outcasted is leaned into his monitor.
Oh,
like.
no, my posture is not ideal when I'm playing.
Yeah.
Halo.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna have like severe like back issues by the time I'm like 25. But this guy, he's gonna be gaming into his 60s. Like, he's
Yeah, I mean,
chilling.
it's been a good response though from Optic. I mean, it's been a pretty balanced performance. Obviously,
Yeah.
Formals only plays negative, but I mean, you know, from their point of view, I think like Spite said, like if there's one team you can kind of back to kind of have their mental game in check and not get flustered, I think it's definitely Optic. I mean, they won in a game 7 last event. They've had all these kind of crazy comebacks, so
Yeah.
I think Optic, it's all well and good even taking them, you know, going up 2-1 in the series, but like actually getting over the line and winning a series against them is like a whole different thing. So
Yeah.
I'm hoping we can see an upset from G1, but it's gonna be really difficult.
You just rarely see, like, even in like the most intense moments, right, where it's like all is on the line, like they just won't make mistakes. Like they really can just like clutch up when they need to, Optic.
Yeah.
And I mean, look at this now. Like, I mean, they're down 2 right now. They're meant to be like the best team in the world, and you just wouldn't expect this right now, right? And look, they're already now back up in this series 3-1, and they've just found their footing again. And it's just like, no, it's just awesome to see a team like this playing, genuinely.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like this is a really good mode. I feel like all kind of recharges, you know, they're in Optic's wheelhouse, and is that the saying? I don't know, but yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it's so good, like, from these guys to keep the composure. And I think game 5, like, they've been in this kind of position where they're down 1-2, like a lot of times. You know, you might lose a Slayer in the next objective, but they always seem to come back and get into it again. So I don't know if G1 is a bit scary.
I mean, they've literally, I mean, Optic have gone game 7s, and it's like, that's like after a whole day of gaming across the whole weekend, you know, and they still take teams, like incredible teams, to game 7 and can like bounce back, you know. And it's just like the mentality of these players is so impressive, like genuinely, like the amount of time they're playing, sitting down, like I'm completely focused. Like it's honestly just an incredible skill that not everyone can have, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
I think, I mean, looking at the stats, Boo Boo's having a bit of a slow game. Yeah, I think it's looking like we could be going to a Slayer, but saying that, actually, I mean, G1 have got some decent progress in this hill, and like we said, if they could cap this hill 3-2, there's definitely more than enough time left in the game for them to still win it. So we got to see one really good push here from G1, with Optic starting to rack up that time a little bit.
It's kind of crazy looking at the stat lines right now. Boo Boo is the only kind of person who's kind of sitting out of like the kind of 12, 11, 13 kill mark. Like everyone's kind of evened out, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Optic and Kate they have this ball.
G1 got first kill though, but oh no, 2 kills for Optic. Whenever trade comes in though, yeah, it's still doable. But look at
3
it.
down for Optic, yeah.
But Formal is alive.
That pre-nade was beautiful.
There's one more player that Optic have to deal with over toward the A side, holding on to high ground.
Oh, surprise!
Oh.
Goes off the top rope.
Nice shots, nice shots.
Such an awkward position there though for Formal there. Just kind of looking up.
Yeah. Oh, this is, I mean, this is such a big hill.
This is what I was saying as well, like, because it's not point based anymore. Like, if G1 get this, it's kind of everything's back to, you know, reset again. It's like they can't even milk time. Oh, they got it though.
GG. Game 5.
Another game 5.
Optic G1. Wow.
Oh, this is awesome. Some incredible matchups already. Who would have thought G1 and Optic would be going to a game 5 though? That's kind of wild.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, yeah. So it looks like we're going to be game 5. I'm not quite sure what the map's going to be for game 5. But, I mean, the thing is, like, obviously it's great that G1 have pushed Optic all the way to the game 5, but it doesn't really mean much unless you get the win. Although saying that, actually, I think map count could probably play a part potentially in tiebreakers in the pool. So they're definitely, obviously, just getting the 2 victories against Optic, it could be valuable later on, but I'm sure they want to get the series victory. But, yeah, I mean, Optic, they bounced back quite well that game.
This will definitely boost G1's confidence, regardless of the outcome of this, going into their matchups against, you know, for example, J-lings. Because like they're like, we just took 2 games, if potentially even 3 and 1 against Optic, or if worse comes to worse, we took 2 games against Optic out of a best of 5. Like that has got to just send your confidence through the roof, you know.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Aquarius Layer, by the way.
As they held down that area.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a good game 5. Yeah, cause that's what they played with the whole
Yeah,
whole night series. Yeah, Aqua Slayer.
But now Optic has that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a massive game here. I'm not too sure. Like Evo said, like the group stage, you know, it's gonna be a little bit weird because you're probably gonna have. You know what? No, Optic are gonna lose. G1's gonna win right here, and then FaZe Optic are gonna end up playing like round 1. I don't know. They always just end up playing each other pretty early on. I reckon G1 it's scripted. I've seen the script. Nah, that's what's happening.
I'd love that, to be honest.
Yeah. It looks like Shopify are really close to taking this game 3 against Space Station as well. Space Station, you know, they've been looking really scary. So I think they're coming in a little bit like underdogs here, but
yeah, I think Space Station one of those teams that struggle on. I think it was with the World Championship actually. That it was Shopify when Snipedown was on the team, and they beat Cloud9, the SSG roster. They beat them in pool play. So I feel like sometimes SSG they do start a little bit slow in pools, but it seems like when they get later on the tournament, because it feels like every single tournament SSG have to go on this like crazy losers bracket run, and they maybe start a little bit slow, so maybe they could be upset by a few teams, but yeah, it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, they've really like cleaned it up a lot though, and I think especially like I mean, Bound obviously he's just stepped up to that next kind of level as just he's one of the best slayers in the game. But I think Eco and Stella, you know, they've been playing Unreal recently, so they're looking really scary and definitely. I mean, they're definitely looking to try and win this tournament. And same with G1 here, you know. I mean, they're not coming into this thinking, oh, let's get top 4, let's get top 6. They're here to win. So.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Love G1 to win just because it'd just be cool, but like I do think they have it. Also, the Native Redder Wobberbob series has been bumped up to 5 minutes time, but I think that we just watched the game 5 and then switch into their series.
What point are we gonna have Subatomic jump in?
Yeah, that's the only thing. We have to swap Subatomic in.
Yeah, we need to swap.
I mean, if you guys want to try to do it now while the game's going on, you know, we could try that.
Yeah.
If you want to try to keep it seamless, but if not, we could maybe cut.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm kind of invested on this Optic G1 as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could just do it after the game 5, you know.
Yeah, well, as soon as this game 5 is over, we'll do it.
I mean, it's a Slayer. It should go quick, you know.
Yeah.
And we'll do a rotation.
Yeah, one thing you can't accuse us of, you know, we're non-stop action on this stream, you know, non-stop. Game after game. But yeah, G1 with a really good start, and this is exactly what you want in the game 5. I mean, Boo Boo had definitely, I think, had a bit of a slow game last game statistically, but I was gonna say,
unfortunate they're getting caught out.
Look, yeah, thankfully Sabernate is here to kind of clean up the kills. Like maybe a bit unfortunate the nade comes in though as well from Optic, but I like that for Sabernate gets another kill. Really good. But the thing is, we've seen today a few times between the EU teams, especially that we saw J-lings have a good start on Slayer, then Quadrant really took over. We saw Wobbles have a good start, against Navi, and then Navi kind of took over. So a good start isn't always indicative of winning the game, but hopefully from a G1 perspective, they could actually kind of snowball this good start into something a little bit more.
I mean, I didn't get a chance to give my prediction, but I'm going to say it now based on this start, which it kind of feels like cheating, but I'm backing G1 on this one, man. Wow. I'm backing G1.
Yeah.
I'm backing G1. I'm backing them. You know what? You got to respect it. They put up a hell of a fight, man.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I would say G1 as well, by the way.
I like this.
It's 2 for 2.
So many moments of quick aggression. pushing in on against Optic.
The real bet is whoever actually is right, they don't get kicked off the stream. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Outcast out.
But no, look how this is slowed down. Isn't it crazy how there hasn't even been a kill for feels like forever? And we're on Aquarius right now. You know what I mean? Like this map's so small. It's just been sat at 5 to 10. Like it's kind of crazy how the pace has slowed down already this early on. Might be a long one actually, you know, guys.
Yeah, I mean, could be taking a minute. I mean, you do occasionally see a Slayer go to time. I don't think I've ever seen an Aquarius go to time.
Oh,
Yeah. But
killing
it's
spree
pretty...
from Suppressed.
Ooh, nice kill.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Suppressed, he's just so
Oh my
good,
goodness. Falcated as well, popping off there.
Opposite control. It was interesting because it felt
Yeah,
like
no, I mean, I'm liking that. I mean, he's got another camo as well. So this is back-to-back camos here for G1. That's exactly
Yeah, they've
what
just been controlling
they
it.
need.
push them into the base or towards
You know, really, really good job from them. And I think if they can keep getting these camos, I think that could be what it takes. Because Optic are just such a good
Oof,
team.
they did just go 3 down though. So you just have to, like this camo might not really have much effect here.
Yeah, no, he seems to be definitely a little bit kind of tentative to kind of get stuck in there with the camo.
His three teammates just went down then, so it's kind of unfortunate timing, really. But he played it right, you know. It's like no point in rushing in and trading a kill out. Just let everyone come back up, you know. It's only a camo at the end of the day.
Yeah, like, big job of camo. It's not always sneak in, get some crazy kill. It's, you know, with camo, you want to be playing for a lot of information. So, you know, team dies, but you know, he's kind of keeping track of where everyone on the map is, and most importantly, just keeping it out of their hands. So.
Yeah, especially with a map like Aquarius, you know, there's so many like little hallways and areas that people can sneak through, and it's just like they can catch you off guard, you know. So just knowing where everyone's at, like especially a team like Optic that can collapse so quickly, it's just nice to have that information.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, yeah, good job from G1.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's not looking like a hugely confident like Optic right now in terms of this fight. Like, I mean, like they're not really like steamrolling them. There's definitely some back and forthing here, but there's no like confident pushes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is just gonna be a really good one. Oh.
Yeah.
And what makes it better is it's a game 5, so there's so much on the line here, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 4 minutes and they're only 18 kills in, so I mean, it's so slow. Another camo. I'm pretty sure G1 have had both their camos here, so Optic, they're going to be really looking to try and lock one in.
Alright, what we're going to do, we've come up with a nice little tech solution, just so we haven't got to miss any of the action and go to a break in case. We're going to swap Ice Spiteful out now for Subatomic mid-game. This is like groundbreaking stuff technologically. So we're going to say goodbye to Ice Spiteful for now. He will hopefully be joining us maybe, I think, on Sunday again, potentially.
Yeah, I'll be back Sunday.
For the action, so yeah, appreciate you stopping by. Hope
Yeah, no worries. Shout out to, well, thanks for the invite. Shout out to JLingz as well for hosting this. I really appreciate the opportunity to come on and chat Halo and watch and support EU plus the other teams competing. And yeah, just thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Appreciate you being here. I'll see you later.
Bye, Spiteful.
Okay.
See you
It's,
Sunday.
I'm wait. Can we not, at least not go to the screen where we see each other so I can wave goodbye?
we could briefly do that. We could briefly switch and do a wave. I don't know if science has advanced that far yet, but we'll have to see. All right, there we go. Do a nice
Bye.
Have a great one, guys. Have a good one. Appreciate it. See you later.
We can switch back now. See, look at that. That's what they pay the big bucks for.
Right, now that guy's gone.
But I mean, looking at the score.
Oh my god, no.
That's gonna be scary for
But yeah,
G1.
21-21.
Now that guy's gone. The stream's ruined.
Yeah, 21-21. I mean, Optic, if they've taken the lead, and it's something I kind of mentioned that, you know, you have that good start. He's in. Look at him. It's Subatomic. I think he's muted.
No, it's not. There we go.
Oh yeah, oh, it's because he's got unmute on Discord. There we
Got a
go.
bit blurry.
Pace of the game
Oh,
because
the
this
zoom.
slow.
Right, he's
There
in.
we go.
We just need an
You're
unmute
in.
on Discord from Subatomic and we're good.
Subatomic.
And he's
You're
in.
live. Hello. How we
Yes.
doing?
Hello.
Look at that, he's in. That was
Kinda cool.
seamless.
Never seen anything like it.
But you've come in at a good time. We've got Game 5, Optic G1. G1 had a really good start, but it seems like Optic have now kind of found their footing a little bit. And it's kind of what we were saying a bit on the 4th game. It's just that, you know, you can get so close to beating one of these teams, but actually getting over the line and doing it is like a whole different thing.
Yeah, and G1 have
Yes, I was watching. We're just watching now, and like you said, the game before, where Optic just seemed to like turn that switch, lost the first kill, and then suddenly they were just in control, and they haven't lost it since.
I like this route.
Yeah, no, I
This
agree.
is
I
gonna
think
be such a sneaky
most people would
crowd.
expect Optic to win this game 5. I
Gets the
think
back smack.
it
I
would
was
really
going to
kind
say,
of,
this could be a
you
little
know, shake up the
dicey as
pool
you
if
start to
G1
jump
won
on
this. And I
players that
don't know.
like that
I think
with
it's safe to say it
ammo,
might
but
be a negative for the
Util
EU
push
teams
is
in the
where it's
pool if
going to
G1 were
come,
to win. I
and
think potentially. I think
it looks like
you'd probably
Optic are just
prefer if G1 were to
continually
lose this series from
charging
like an
those
EU
players.
perspective,
7 kills
just
lead
kind of
now,
keep things
and
how
we
you'd
have not
expect
seen
them.
really any
But
different
yeah,
players here
it's
for
not
G1.
quite over yet.
G1
Since
win,
it's slowed down.
it will
They've
become
gotten
impossible
trapped in
for
base
J-lings
after
to
base,
qualify.
and every single time, Optic
Like,
has
unless they
slowly
beat
but
Optic and
methodically
G1.
pushed in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll come down to series scores, right? So.
Yeah, which with a 3-0, I don't know, it wouldn't look too likely. But, so, I mean, we're going to have to root for Optic here.
Yeah,
I mean,
Optic.
my 50-45 looking pretty good right now, I'm not going to lie.
G1 break it.
Yeah,
And
they're
here's their
looking
opportunity.
good.
They had all 4 down for Optic.
Predictions have
Optic
been
are
spot on,
all gonna be
Dan.
spawning in the
No,
exact
no,
same
mate.
Prediction,
location.
man. I need
They need
G1.
to
I need
identify
G1
that
to win.
location
I made
and
this
then push
prediction.
on in. It looks like it's going to be over at Yellow, Flag, and Fridge, but not
Yeah, it's looking
successfully
like most
doing this
likely
damage.
it's
In
going to be
fact,
Optic. But
ADG
G1 have had a
break
good
out
show in
his
these last few
util.
moments. I mean, a
It's gonna
double
be
kill there,
kills
so it's only a 3-kill
traded
game now.
out,
So,
but
I mean,
slightly
Suppressed
in
had quite a
favor
good
of
game,
G1,
10
so
kills.
not
Obviously, he's
so
died 11
bad
times, but
during that exchange.
yeah, it's been pretty well balanced. Lucid, as you'd expect, basically double positive, just incredible.
Something very wholesome has actually just happened. They've delayed the Awababob's native match by 5 minutes,
Yeah, by
just
5
so that we
minutes.
can watch this. How nice.
That is very nice of them.
Looks like Booby's had a pretty tough series as well.
Yeah, no, he's been struggling, I think. He struggled. I saw him at last game, he was struggling by the look of it, and this game it seems like he's been struggling as well, so.
Yeah, he's kind of, I don't know, sometimes, you know, he's at that, like, superstar level where he's just, like, he has some insane games, but you know, this can also happen where he just, you know, a couple neg bombs in a series, and it kind of, he's like the X factor of the team, I think.
Or make pushes of their own. You
Yeah,
can
no,
when
for
the
sure.
Camel's on the field. Now that Camel's down, they have an opportunity, but they don't have the numbers. So
Yeah,
Falcons
then Cam-
Actually, yeah,
are
gonna
gonna
be
have to
So is
very
Camo down, I
tough.
think, or did someone grab it?
hopefully
I'm
have
not
their
quite
teammates
sure.
spawn out and spawn across
This
the
Camo
map.
could be,
They
if
don't
Optic get
get
this
off
Camo
that
as well,
area
this could be
like we've seen
huge,
them
but if
for the last
G1
few
get it,
minutes.
maybe a chance for a comeback. Oh, Suppressed, oh, he gets a double!
Oh my.
That's big, I think
Go
it's,
for in that situation.
yeah, that was a big kill for Suppressed.
They know where Trippy at, but I think they could be split spawning them here, so they're going to need to get these kills really fast, and Boo Boo,
Bobo
little
needs
bit
to
trouble.
survive there.
Oh, nice shots.
There it is.
5
5
kills
kill
lead.
lead, but that
Yeah, I think G1
feels
have got to slow the
like
game
a
down, but-
mountain as you're in the 40 kill
I
mark
can't see
here.
Optic losing this.
Oh, they need to
Not a
collapse on
chance.
Trippy.
Slow it down a little
Oh
bit.
my,
They can push themselves if they need to. Trippy just gonna wait
No,
here,
that's
trade out
not
melee
good.
if needed, but
Yeah, they can just
eventually
trade
Lucid
out.
getting double kill in the other side.
2 kills needed.
remaining member
I think-
here for G1.
Yeah, it's going to
48
be.
to 41.
Is this,
I hate-
is this Optic's first series of the
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's the
first
first
series.
series, yeah.
Find out where
I mean, at the end of the day, it looks like they're going to win it. And that's the thing of Optic, you know, you can get so close to beating them, but a win's a win at the end of the day. And it looks like most likely, unless we see a miracle from G1, it's going to be a series victory here on the side of Optic. What I'm probably going to do is the second this game ends, we're going to cut to a quick maybe 3-minute break.
Yeah.
And then we should be able to kind of get back right at the start of the native series. But yeah, I mean, looks like Optic most likely are going to win this. 1 kill needed. G1 are playing hide and seek.
Yeah, and
Sets
as
up
he does
Quadrant
have the call-outs where
Optic quite
everyone's
nicely.
across
Yeah,
the
no, I
map,
think this
Yeah.
definitely makes Optic look a lot more vulnerable than we thought
I-
they could be.
I wish we were watching the Quadrant matches instead of the Navi ones today, to be honest, because I think they just have such a good chance. I mean, they're going to be on my second monitor. I will be watching them the whole way through, because they're looking so strong.
Lucid is other world in this match.
Yeah, I mean, 16 and 8. I don't know. He's not played Legend yet this tournament, so
Yeah.
apparently, I mean,
We're gonna
honestly,
see
with
after.
Sita playing the way he just did, like Quadrant becomes so much scarier as well. Like, how
Yeah.
do you feel like IGL?
Oh, it's over. Optic have won. Game 5, 50-44. So yeah, let's
Let's
cut to
go.
a quick 3-minute break. So we'll be right back, and then as soon as we get back, should be the Wubba Bobbers versus Native Red series. So yeah, don't go anywhere.
Oh, these brothers my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cold, these brothers my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Do you believe me? Do you believe me that I'm a lonely soul? Would you love me? I've been searching, always wanted more.
Hello, welcome back to
Welcome
the
back.
JLingz HCS EU watch party, and like I say, you might see a new face on the screen in the bottom right. It is Subatomic. iSpiteful has left us unfortunately, but we've replaced him with someone equally as incredible and talented. And yeah, we just saw obviously Optic win a crazy game 5. In the end, G1 pushed it all the way, but Optic, as you might expect, won it. And coming up next, we will have Native Red versus Wobblebobs, and it was scheduled to be starting about 5 minutes ago, so that should mean basically any second. Hopefully, we're getting into it. And I guess, yeah, just kind of talk about the series a little bit from your guys' perspective. I guess we've seen both these teams play now. I think Wobblebobs lost 3-0 to Navi. Native Red did actually beat Complexity in a game 5. Do you kind of have any, I guess, where you see this series going potentially? I guess we'll start off with Subatomic as he's the new addition. How do you kind of see this series going?
Us watching that first Wobblebods game, as I struggled to say, Glory was looking unreal, to be fair, compared to the other three, I'd say. So it depends how he can match up against, I suppose, the three OG members of that Native Red team for me. Because if he can really, put his stamp on that series, I think they've got a chance. Bone was looking outrageously good considering he was subbing in. I hate to say it, but I'm sadly slipping towards Native Red. In reality,
okay, fair enough. What about you, Evo?
Before seeing Native Red playing Complexity, I would say that Boba was at a chance. But after seeing what Native Red did to Complexity, I think Native Red will win. Like a 3-1 if I need to say a number.
Okay, what about you, Marine?
3-0, Native Red just smoking. They're going home 0-9, mate. It's happening.
No.
I've got no hope, I mean, it's, you got 3-0'd by Navi, who, the other European team in the pool, and Native Red, like, they reverse swept Complexity, and I mean, Poemex is looking like an absolute monster, so I don't think it's close, to be honest.
Oh, we're in a good timing. We timed that to perfection. So you're into the game. Game 1 looks like it's gonna be a live fire King of the Hill. I didn't give my prediction, so I'll give my prediction. I think I'm gonna go 3-2 for
There's
Native
an issue
Red.
with the game.
Okay, there's an issue. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I still think Wobblebobs, they look really strong in game 1 and game 3 in that series against Navi. And I think we're just at that awkward point in the tournament where, like, because you've not seen these teams play multiple series yet, you don't know, like, you can't really, like, take too much meaning sometimes from these series because you don't know how the teams they lose to are going to stack up against the other teams. You don't know if Navi are, like, looking incredible and they're going to win the pool, or we don't know if Navi are going to, like, finish third. So I think this will be the series for me for Wobblebobs that we can really kind of judge their level. I think if they lose this series well in a 3-0 fashion, I think we might have to start worrying a little bit about them finishing last in the pool. But I think this is the potential series now. They've kind of warmed up a little bit. They've had an experience of playing on LAN. I think this is probably their first time as this kind of 4 playing together on LAN, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So yeah. I think they've hopefully got used to the kind of pressure a little bit and the nerves. I think obviously Glory had quite a good series by his standard as well, and I think Sayer is obviously one of those players that kind of alongside Glory that's a little bit newer to competing at kind of these big events. So hopefully they can have a good showing. But I think like you guys said, I mean, Native Red, obviously they are playing with substitute, but they're just such kind of 4 good individually skilled players that it's going to be really, really difficult. But I'm hoping we can see a nice showing here from the EU team.
I mean, just quickly, if we go over the stats from the Navi Wobblebob series, obviously, I mean, this is Sayer's like first LAN at this kind of level. He's only ever played the open bracket like twice, I think, in North America. So I mean, this is a big step up for him. and he came out a little bit flat in the first series. He went 39 and 52. But actually, saying that, never mind, he did have the most damage on his team. But dropping a 0.75, you know, Mo's and Flux maybe having, you know, not like a bad series, but not the greatest one either. And then Glory 51 and 44, you know, he did well, but you know, it's not really enough. You know, going positive when your team's kind of struggling quite a bit is no, it's good, but I don't
Look
know.
at those snipe drone stats, man.
Yeah, the snipe. Yeah, look at. Hang on, snipe
What a
drone
joke.
had a 1.54 KD. Like he's gone.
He's
16-39,
crazy.
man. Yeah, I don't know. If you, this is what we're talking about the land, but like, look at this, right? Jimbo 17,700 damage, snipe drone 17,200, and then you got Snaky and Mighty's at 13k. And I mean, yeah, you flip that around online, like Snaky and Mighty's, you know, they're going about the place, but I mean, snipe drone and Jimbo, they're just so good online.
I think Snipe Drone, though, he's one of those players where he's good online and LAN. He's just good all
Oh
around.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Whereas
But-
Jimbo, I think Jimbo goes up a level.
I think it's
Yeah,
a big
Jimbo-
tournament for Mighty's, this one, you know, really. Like, to put his stamp down in that Navi team. Because,
Yeah, because I think.
yeah.
I mean, they had a good they had like a decent Valencia, but I think it was kind of like the bare minimum that they expected from Valencia. And then since then, you know, they've not really had a good LAN. And before Valencia, Navi didn't really have any like super strong ones. So I don't know. We're gonna have to see here. But yeah, I think him and Snaky, they're gonna have to like step up to the level of Jimbo and Snipe Drone if they want a chance at beating a team like Complexity or Native Red, as they just look really strong. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Are they
agree.
playing Complexity next, right? Is that the next game for Navi?
Yeah.
yes.
Huge. That's huge. Win that game, they're through already, right? So,
Yeah, they're
but
pretty
not
much already
necessarily
through.
first.
Like,
Suppose.
I mean, yeah, I mean they're looking to start in the winner bracket, but I mean Navi are pretty much already through because I can't see a Wobber doing anything, to be honest. They're not gonna beat Complexity or Native Red.
You're a doubter, Dan.
I am. I'm a
Be
full-time hater.
positive,
All right.
Marine.
So
Be
someone, all
positive.
right. Someone in the stream has to be the doubter, okay?
Oh, no,
I'm-
no.
So I'm.
I don't know. I think game
I'm-
one's going to be huge. Like, if they
You
win
need
this
to
King of the Hill,
support Europe.
No, I think this will be, like I said, the series that we can really judge. I think first series I'd give teams a little bit of a pass because I'm like maybe just kind of adjusting to the environment. I mean, I've had it before at LANs where like you play your first series and you like go game 5 with a team you expect a 3-0 and like, you get a little bit kind of shaken up and then you kind of like collect yourself a bit and then you know you go to your next series you 3-0 and I think sometimes it can just take a team a bit of time to get comfortable. The only kind of bad thing obviously in these tournaments is there's only 16 teams and it's so punishing that you know just one bad series can be what like the difference maker between you know being knocked out the tournament and progressing. So I think you know maybe hopefully from Bob's point of view that first series isn't going to come back to bite them. I think that if they could I mean that like you know speaking from their point of view and trying to look at the positives, I think they've got to be saying to each other like we are a more practiced team. These guys are playing with a substitute. Like we can't I mean we have that advantage over them. So if we can just like match them individually and you know just keep it close like that and get the weapons, like we should be able to have what it takes to you know win the game because. You know, it's definitely a huge advantage being a team which is a more practiced team and a team playing you know a team with a substitute. So I think from their point of view, I think Native are going to be one of those wild card teams the whole weekend where it wouldn't surprise me if they lost to a lot of teams, but it also wouldn't surprise me if they could kind of cause an upset because they've kind of got that nothing to lose mentality with a you know playing with a substitute. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what the issue is here with the first game. Obviously, it did start a minute ago, or about 5 minutes ago at this point, but it seems like there's been a technical issue. But yeah, hopefully we can get
Could have
back
been
into it
audio or
soon.
something.
Yeah.
It's a bit unfortunate, but you know, maybe give a Wobber a little bit more time to compose themselves. But yeah, honestly, I'm trying to do the whole reverse psychology thing because I feel like every time I kind of back Europe, you know, and expect them to win, it never goes well. So I mean, if I'm just like a full-time hater on some of these teams, like maybe they'll turn it up, prove me wrong, like.
Oh,
So
sure,
I'm going with that mindset now.
That could be the way to go. Be like, I think Bobbers won't get a single kill, and then they just get all the kills. You know, like sometimes
exactly.
that's how you got to think of it. You know, we got to try to work out every way we can to get the victory.
Well, if I just reverse Jinx.
The man in the bottom right,
There we
for anyone
go.
who's not aware, Subatomic is in the bottom right. He's replaced Ice Spiteful, so we have a new lineup. And yes, the game has started. Hopefully, no more false starts. And yeah, Glory, I think like Matt said, Subatomic, he had a really good series against Navi. Obviously his team didn't get the win, but I think he individually showed that, you know, he's looking comfortable on LAN. He is obviously the reigning LAN free-for-all champion. So, you know, you've got to think he's got that confidence individually, but hopefully we can kind of see it translate into a team environment here. But yeah, it looks like the fight for the Overshield going down.
I like this play out of Wobbabobs, you know, I mean, you kind of, you know, you're a little bit underpowered over at the B side, or over at the Overshield side, but look at that, like, they already have like 75% of the hill, and the only real issue here is, you know, you've given the Overshield and the Sniper up, so maybe, like, Native Red can, just, like, dominate the rest of the hill, but you give yourself a really good chance to get back into it.
Yeah, they've got to stop dying here, though. Moses will live. There we go, they've got the
With the snipe.
Really good time from off the start, but it's one of those things on King of the Hill. You need like one good break here from their perspective. Saya does get the first kill though, gets taken down, but yeah,
looking pretty good here.
Yeah, they can just get one good push.
Are you watching on the VMix or are you watching on Twitch?
On VMix.
Wimits.
Oh, okay, good.
All 4 dead though. This is not looking good, and despite it was such a good start, but Native Red they've held the line here, and they're only about 8% away capped. Yeah, Towlek, I think he's a really underrated player. I think a lot of the players on Native have got that very kind of fast-paced play style where it's kind of all or nothing, and they have kind of mixed games. But Towlek seems to be like almost like the snipe drone of the team, I think, where he's like very consistent with his kills and his KD. And I think that's probably what they need a little bit sometimes, to kind of balance out just how like incredibly aggressive the rest of the team plays. But yeah, really good start from Native Red.
Yeah, and I think another thing about Towlek as well, like a lot of Americans will say, like his communication is really, really good. Like this guy's comms go crazy, like it's insane. Yeah.
Do you think these NA teams go into like these teams against like, you know, not maybe the first and second CDU teams, but like Awaba Bobson, a bit overconfident, or they'll overchow a lot of things? Or do you reckon they take them just as seriously?
No, I don't think they do, to be honest. Like that, and that's kind of how the upsets like start, right? Like everyone kind of, you know, they do definitely like underestimate them a little bit, but maybe because they have a sub, like they're taking it a bit more serious, because you kind of like, or you know, anything can kind of happen. I mean, I good
agree.
time from Awaba here, so
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Native probably learnt their lesson from the last event, because they had Diagram as a sub, and Diagram individually, like in terms of stats, wasn't actually playing bad. But I think they didn't even make it out of open bracket, so they literally went from getting third at the World Championship to not making it out of open bracket. So it's like I think I assume they've learnt their lesson from that, and they're not going to underestimate anyone. And I feel like when you're at a tournament with only 16 teams, like there's no point like taking a series off and not giving it your hardest, because you're not playing that many games at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So you might as well just like take every team seriously. And I'm sure, you know, all Glory's got Sniper. This is what we want to see as EU fans. If he can hit a shot or two
They
here.
should have this heal as well. That should
Looks
be...
like it'll be going 1-to-1.
Yeah, it's a really good response from Awaba Bobs. Exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, and the whole team seems to have stepped up as well. All of them going positive.
I think one thing, you know, Native Red are probably thinking that's good, right, is, I mean, BMX was so good last series, it's like, he's having a really slow start, but if he gets going, like, if you have someone on your team kind of, you know, having a really rough series, and then they start going, like, then you're kind of coasting along. But I mean, a really, really good start.
These two Glory headshots. Come on,
Glory
on.
Glory has hit back-to-back headshots and a body shot with a sniper, and he's 9-4 with Flux as well with 10-6. So, you know, yeah, I think you mentioned Bohm. I think Bohm is like the X factor of this team for this weekend for obvious reasons, obviously. But you know, he had a really good series against Complexity. They closed that one out. But this game so far, he's 2-8.
Oh my god!
Oh,
that's not
that was a sticky nade.
Oh, that's huge. We love that.
You get this a lot on the HCS stream though. They don't like watching EU players, which makes me sad.
Yeah.
You know, really good start. The Overshield though from Native Red, this could make it a little bit more awkward. But in terms of the slays, I mean, every single player on Native Red is negative except for Towlek. So the slays are looking good for Awaba Bobs, but at the moment it looks like this A hill could actually go in the hands of Native, because
This is a dangerous place to leave OS. Like, stood top mid, you've got 3 ways people can come at you from. Like, just asking to get back.
Yeah, 2v2 situation with Bombers though. Oh,
And it's the aggression coming out of Soul Snipe, like they're all such like fast-paced players that, you know, if you can catch them off guard, they go,
Great
see
shot.
Burmex might start going a little bit here. Look at that double kill for him, and he knows there's a third player at the window, but okay, Saya managed to take him out.
Big win.
Nice shot by Glory, that's a big win.
Oh,
They need
Soul
to kill
Snipe's
the
trying to
hill.
kill though.
Yeah, they need to kill the hill.
oh, nice shot.
Okay, that's a huge win. He gets traded.
Should get traded out.
No,
yes.
I thought he had that.
This would be a huge hill. This would be a huge cap.
If they get this hill, this is massive.
They probably need to hold off like one wave of kills, and I think they can actually cap this. They're looking good. They're looking good. Wobble Bobs. It's a good sign. I mean,
First pick as well.
they're outslaying by a lot, like a good margin. But no, Native get the first. Native get free dead.
Get the hill.
That's gonna be it.
Yeah.
This is the thing.
No chance.
Every single player on the Wobble Bobs is positive or neutral, and they're still losing the game 2-1. But I think this next hill is gonna be huge. They can't go down 3-1 there. I think.
Yeah, I think King of the Hill, you know, like a lot of game types, it can like the slays can be kind of misleading because obviously, like the C hill is very like heavily contested. So if you kind of get like all the kills over at that section, you know, and you go up a bunch and then you start dying or like trading out on another hill and then you like barely lose it, like you can still be out slaying, but obviously it's so point by point. That's a big kill out of Talik, and it looks like Native. Oh, Glory might have gotten away with the overshield. If he has, that is absolutely huge. But they need to start getting some of this time. I don't like that. Look at how long they've been full dead for, and a Wobble Bobs are getting 0 time on the
yes,
board.
Glory.
Yeah.
Please hit it.
He needs to get this kill.
Oh,
Huge.
Glory's
didn't
having
get
a
that
great.
kill.
He's playing great this event so far. In 50, he's need double positive at the moment, and he's got both the power weapons. If there's a single player you want to have the power weapons on the Wobble Bobs, it's definitely Glory. Is he going to predict these players?
I do
Need to
definitely
place
think
live
they
now.
should have had a bit more time going into this to give them a bit more of a cushion. But I mean, they're doing a really good job here holding on. I kind of like that, you know, getting out the hill, you know, make sure that you get your kills. And then Glory's going to be so
Big
huge
collapse.
here.
Oh, the
the
overshield.
OS has only just been popped.
If he hits this shot, I just see massive. 2 dead though. He might not even need to hit the shot. His teammate can come help him. But Manny gets the kill. Oh, this is a
And
really.
he knows where he's at. And they're in the hill as well, so Glory's going to need to make plays. He's only got 2
Oh!
We get a
Lovely.
full shot.
Oh my god,
Oh,
that's
he's
I
going
love.
for it.
That's 2 dead.
Hit it,
Oh,
hit
he's
it.
getting...
Hit it.
Oh,
Let's go.
Oh my
my
god.
No.
that was so close.
Oh, it's so close. They are getting a bit of
Oh.
time though. They need to cap this hill. This would be heartbreaking if they don't cap this.
That was
I
me.
mean,
He was definitely hitting that
How they
headshot.
can't,
You know it.
how they can't find it? Yeah, he would have killed us with that.
Oh no, but
If
look
I'm
at
in a
this.
matchmaking game and he spins
Oh my
around, I'm
God.
just dead. Like,
Oh, look how close they were
it-
to capping it. But
I
Native are in the
know.
hill again. This is heartbreaking. I can't watch.
And now
But,
they have the middle hill. Oof.
No.
yeah, that's a dagger right there. I don't know. We're gonna need to see a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
of composure to try and get this next hill. But it's also the top mid hill. You know, it's the hardest one on the map to cap. Oh,
Oh
my
my-
god,
the
the stick. Taulik 18 and 12 right now. I mean, he's really showing up for his team. Zed Manny 0 assists. Hold up. The assist across the board looking pretty good from them, and then Manny's just got none. Maybe we'll get a couple from tower possession. This next overshield is going to be absolutely massive, but the kills 2-2 right now. Saying kill
Oh, yeah.
Taulik here looks like it'll be an overshield going in their favor, but it's such a big trade from Manny, and they have the combo as well.
He just worries he gets shut down.
Oh, and he tap fired
Fire.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
I guess
get-
yeah. Honestly, that is so annoying. Is because I still think honestly, it's like muscle memory just gets like ruined because they up the charge time like a little bit. Like it was like months ago, but if you don't use it often, like it's still
mean,
like a little bit weird.
It always just seems to be a thing. I've said it so many times where like the team that's like considered the favourites always just seem to find a way just to eke out the games and eke out the score. Like the Wobble Bobbles look so good this game, like from a slaying perspective, and like just that last hill, they were just so close to capping it, but it just I almost just had I feel like you always just got those doubts until they actually get over the line. Kind of similar to like the G1 Optic series, like until a team actually gets over the line.
Yeah.
It's like you can come so close to like upsetting a team, but it's just
They
so
just have
difficult.
that extra in the tank, you know. It's even kind of like similar with like Friday pool play and everything. Like maybe the Europe. I feel like European teams always do a little bit better on pool play day, but then the NA teams, they have and the better teams like the top teams, they just have that like extra in the tank when it comes to the bracket play, and it just it kind of is showing in this game, like you said. Another sniper out of Glory though. They're gonna be hunting him down, but I mean he's hitting shots. So.
I mean, looking as well at the stats, Taulik, I mentioned he's kind of like the snipe drone of the team. He's 22 and 14 right now. Like, despite his whole team being negative, I mean, Soul Snipe's 11 and 19. Obviously, he's got 10 assists, but always be a big shot. Oh my God,
Oh,
Bomax!
Bomax.
Look at
He
it.
hit the over. Oh my
no.
God, he
Oh,
could have hit it. No,
Oh
oh my God, they stole
Who
it.
was that? Zed
To be
Manny.
fair,
Wow.
But I think probably one of the big factors when you look at these NA, Wobble Bobs, for example, right? They're used to scrimming these EU teams, and there are 4 individual very good players on that native red team, of which you might not even be getting that good quality in the best players in the EU.
Yeah.
Having 4 of them on the other team, you're just not used to that. I don't think it makes such a massive difference.
Yeah, I mean, even like our kind of like superstars, that's not like our superstars aren't at the same level really as like the top 6, like top 8, like NA teams. Maybe outside of a couple like special exceptions.
Yeah, no, for sure.
What are we looking at here?
Oh yeah, we have Discord on the screen at the moment.
The Discord of the ECS.
That is interesting. Well, the HCS broadcast was showing their Discord for a second. We love seeing that.
That is. You go.
No, I was going to say, I was wondering what they're typing there, but I think they're just updating the score.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's so heartbreaking for Wobble Bobs, but thankfully it's only game 1,
I'd honestly like if you look at it, look how close they were on that overshield hill. It's because they got like 6 kills. They're like Native Red with the urge to say KCP is still so strong after like a year now. But like Native Red, they were so like they were 4 dead, and then Glory kills like 2 more off spawn, and none of his team is hopping in the hill. It took like it took way too long for them to rack up any points, and at that point I guess it was too late because Native, they come up off spawn, they do a lot of damage, and they managed to get themselves straight back into it. So but that was a good showing out of Wobble Bobs. I know it's 4-1, but obviously all the hills were extremely close. So that was still like really good.
If it's like Oddball where it shows you the total time at the end, I'd be intrigued to see the total hill time across both teams because I imagine it wasn't too.
Yeah, it would have been really close. I mean, back in your day, they might have lost by 10 or 20 points that game. So
yeah,
that was a good showing though.
It made me sad earlier down when you said something about getting old at 25.
Oh yeah, I remember.
In Halo years.
He's like, by the time I'm 25, I'm just sat at 26. Like,
no,
yeah.
No, I meant my posture. No.
My posture died with me like 10 years ago. Don't worry.
We forgive you. But yeah, I mean, game 1, like we said, I think Wobble Bobs here in this game 2. I mean, at the end of the day, they were outslaying for the majority of that game. Obviously, Towlek was the kind of standout player for Native Red, but I think we saw enough in that game that we know that Wobble Bobs are capable of outslaying Native Red. So I'm hoping we can see a nice bounce back here in game 2, because I think from a Wobble Bobs perspective, you don't want it to be a tournament of like what if. It's like, oh, imagine if we closed out that game 1 against Navi, and imagine if we closed that game 3, and we were so close capping that hill. Like, it's the worst situation to be in when you're kind of back at the hotel and you're just like, oh my god, all these things could have went our way. So it's like, hopefully they can kind of take things into their own hand a little bit and clutch up in these games, because it's all well and good getting close to getting over the line, but you got to actually do it. And now it's now or never. You're on LAN. You can't. There's no more excuses. So I'm hoping they can do it. But yeah, I'm excited to see what map 2 is going to be. I'm assuming we're going to be loading into it soon.
I mean, it's a Slayer. We saw that Awoa was actually Slay pretty decent in King of the Hill. They just had some problem with the objective style, as typical for a team that is this level. So Slayer they can easily win, and after they need to show us something in the third map.
Yeah, no, for sure. I guess, how do you guys kind of see the Slay go in terms of the scoreline? Do you think we're going to see a close one, or do you think either team could maybe run away with it?
We don't know what the mode is, because this is that like third map set that we haven't seen before. So I think it really. It's Aquarius.
Ooh, I've got good feeling about Aquarius.
Yeah, I feel like Glory. He's won a lot of free throws in this map.
Although, one thing maybe to note. Vegas, J, and Lindez took out Glory Flux and Zaire at 2 AM on this map. So I mean that may be still in the back of their mind from a couple of months ago. So
also, isn't this the map that they won the game 5 against Complexity on? Am I wrong?
Oh yeah, Native Red.
Yeah.
Okay, Go almost wins down as well. Catsmile almost beat them on Live Fire King of the Hill as well.
That is true. That's the thing. That's the Catsmile matchup is playing in the back of their minds right now. They're like, oh.
They've never recovered.
Yeah, so good start here for Native Red. I mean, Camo, unfortunately, for Wobble Bobs has gone in the hands of Towlek, so definitely not what you want to see ideally, but yeah, I really don't want to see them go 2-0 down in the series here, but I think this is the kind of map almost that worries me, because a lot of the players in Native Red are very good kind of Halo 5 players, compared to maybe the other team, which is a bit more of a mix. Obviously, they are also all good Halo 5 players, except for Glory. Obviously, they didn't play the game as far as we're aware. But I think a map with like a lot of fast-paced fights, the thruster packs, I think this map probably suits them a bit more than maybe something like a recharge or something. So I'm a little bit worried for Wobble Bobs. Obviously, it's been a really good start for Native, but I think, yeah, looking at the players on the side of Wobble Bobs, I would back them. This could be a good map for them, but Native are just having such a good start. I think I highlighted Towlek a little bit last game at the end. I think he went up about +10 in the end. Already in this game, he's 5-0 with 3 assists. So, yeah, Towlek, he's been really impressive this series.
Yeah, I mean, he's stepping up big time for his team, and like he's just so good. I'm pretty sure he's Oh my god, where is that melee? Where did that melee go? I'm pretty sure he's the only player like on this squad that's been on like a separate pro team outside of Native Red before. Although I don't think it was for very long, but yeah, I don't know. He's just so good. But only down 4 kills now, so I mean they're looking to get their way back into it. I think that this is a big thing that's needed to happen. Is Sayer stepping up? He's 7-4 to start the game, and I think he's maybe had a couple of rough ones to start the day, but I mean look at that, they're straight back into it.
Was there a point when Native Red dropped Manny like last season?
They
dropped him like 3 times. Yeah, they've dropped him like 3 times.
They dropped him to King Nick. Like,
Just never really found someone to actually replace him. Like,
nah, they realised nothing without Zed Manny.
I mean, I think they dropped him a few times. I think them getting 3rd place at Worlds pretty solidified them as like, yeah, we're sticking with this team now. Like we got 3rd at Worlds. It's just so unfortunate. I think the Druck just keeps having these issues. But yeah, Lumi's is one of those players where he's so good individually. Like 9 and 5.
Oh my god.
10 kills already for Lumi. This is a perfect start for them. I think he's almost kind of single-handedly kept the team in this game because it was a really good start for Native Red, but thankfully that's closed that gap a little bit. But we're glad to see the rest of the players, I think, on the side of Wobbles really step up.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you kind of think like the player who like starts by popping off and like doing like insane, they usually like slow down, and it's like, can his team kind of pick up the pace and like match that? And I mean, if they can, the map could very quickly swing into their favor. Because look at this, Native Red are just running them down. Like they just don't care. Like they're just sprinting at them over and over and just hoping for the best.
You know what I thought was interesting when I was looking at the scrim results from like EU teams over the last week in NA? Like the flag game types, especially Argyle, a lot of the EU teams are picking up like the flag game types over in the other OBJs. I've got no idea about Wobble Bobs because they didn't really do any scrims from what I could tell in NA.
Yeah, they scrimmed like 6 karma, but that doesn't really like count.
Yeah, so I wonder if, I don't know if we've got a flag game type after this, because I don't know if there's a correlation between, it's maybe easier to win a flag game if you're out slaying rather than it is at King of the Hill.
Yeah, especially on like an Argyle as well, because I mean Argyle's, I still don't think that many teams are like very good at it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Quadrant, they had some like crazy stat, like I think they've only ever lost it like once in Europe. If
FaZe were unbeaten for ages as well, right? Until they lost to SSG at the tourney, wasn't it, or something?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's a couple teams in each region that just okay, maybe just because not many people like the map, to be honest. So the teams that do, or kind of push through, they just get really good at it. Okay, as we've been talking, I mean, the game's kind of slipping out of the Wobble Bob's hands. It's 35-27 now, and I think maybe a little bit too slow of a start from the other 3, but Sayer, I mean, even boosting Sayer's confidence a little bit, because he might have had like a little bit of a rough series against Navi, but he's really shown up this game.
I feel like just watching a Wobble Bob, so they look a bit uncoordinated compared to Native Red here. It just seems they die on their own so much more. We're 4 down here though, so if there's a time, it's now.
Yeah, they can still come back. He's only not that many kill difference.
So the 2 kind of younger, I guess, like up-and-coming players on the side of Wobble Bob's, Glory and Sayer, having a decent game, but it seems like Mose and Flux are definitely struggling a little bit. So I think, if we could see them step up maybe a bit. I mean, they're only down 6 kills, but you have to say, I mean, Bomex is the substitute. He's definitely been filling in quite well. We had a bit of a slow game 1, but 12 kills here in game 2. And yeah, Native are looking good, and it's just so like frustrating as an EU fan, just seeing them come so close in these games. Like, it's only a few, they're not that many kills behind in the Slayer. Game 1, they were so close to capping some of those hills, and like, it's still not over yet in this game, but it's looking like they're leaving themselves a lot to do.
Yeah, this was the old game type at Worlds where Flux went like 20 odd kills, right?
Yeah, it was. Oh no, Manny had a triple. Is he gonna get the overkill? Manny, yes, he gets it.
Oh my god.
I don't think it counted because he died, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But I mean, it was an overkill in our heart.
Yeah, it was basically an overkill. But yeah, huge play from Manny, and that's probably gonna open up the lead just too much now for a Wobble Bobs, and it looks like most likely, bar a miracle, it's gonna be game 2 here going to Native Red. So yeah, I mean, we talked about maybe how heartbreaking that game 1 loss could be, not capping that hill on the turbine, and
here we go. Come back.
Yeah, Wobble is still there.
Oh yeah, actually, I'm right on the. Oh my lord!
If Flux can stay alive,
he lives. Oh, that's
he gets back to their side. Yeah,
it's working, Dan. The reverse psychology.
And we were saying about Taulik starting out like 5-2 or something. He's now 5-8.
Yeah, that's a good
point
actually. Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely slowed down.
Christ.
Kind of.
Not a whole kill since literally, yeah, he was 5-0, you're right.
Yeah,
this would be
rough
huge.
at him.
Oh
my
my
god!
God,
He
God.
gets taken out.
Are they in the lead now, right?
Boba says the lead.
Bro, if they win this game, this would be huge for their
They
tournament.
must know where they're spawning as well,
I
right?
feel
And
like
that
they have to win this game, please. Like they need this for their tournament. They can't go down 2-0 in another series, please. Glory's,
Oh,
I know
the
Glory's been
collapse
taken
isn't
out.
working,
Oh,
yeah.
all 4 of native. There's so many of these native red players here. It's so scary.
I don't
Oh
like
no,
this
Take it out.
oh, trade
Flash
though.
get
Oh
it.
no,
but they
go.
get 2.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. I'm on the edge of my
my.
seat.
Oh, and he spots him. Oh,
Just a
but
bit
he might
uncoordinated.
overchow. No, look at I like that play from Towlick. He doesn't chase car 3.
Oh, the shock nades
Oh,
though.
the
that
Shogun
makes-
are gonna move it that way.
How
they
little
did
damage
nothing.
they
The
do,
shock
man.
nades did nothing. Oh, he's caught a player out here, car 1. This could be the end of the game, and oh no, native red.
Oh, such a shame.
48.
That was a good. I mean, that was a good comeback, but
No,
and,
that's heartbreaking. I was writing them
yeah.
off a little bit. I think I should have
Yeah.
carried on. I was trying. I
Yeah,
was
carried
trying-
on writing them off, god damn it.
Yes, as
I
soon as
was, that's what I'm
Ah.
saying, boys. You got, you know, you got to hate on them, and then they come out and they. Oh, as soon as you start hyping them up, they crumble.
No.
I don't know, man. Oh, that was so close, and that.
It's just, I mean, I'm trying to take, I mean, the positives obviously again is it's such a close game, but it's just when you get to LAN, it's like now or never. You got to win the games. Like at the end of the day, no one's gonna like care how close the games are if you don't close them out and get the win. And it's just, I mean, it's still safe to say that they've shown enough in these first 2 games to show that they could probably win 3 games and win the series. Like they've shown they're capable of hanging with the team in 2 games now. But it's just, yeah, it's so heartbreaking to go down 2-0 again in the series. They're leaving themselves so much to do. So. Yeah,
Like, they're gonna have a good game against Complexity as well. At the very worst, I would say, like based on what we're saying. So.
Yeah, they showed up against like Berserk, one of the Australian teams. They lost like 199 Stronghold, a 50-49 like Slayer, like a 3-2 like overtime flag or something, and like nobody cares because it, you know, it's a 3-0, despite how close it is. So
Yeah,
really need to win them out.
I've seen that Sentinels took game 1 against Native White as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, obviously we are going to be getting into this 3rd game as soon as we can. Obviously, just kind of waiting on the game to start. But to give you guys a few updates on some of the other series that are happening, I think Navi currently in game 1 against Complexity is currently tied 2-2 on King of the Hill. Cycle was 19-8 and Collect is 4-13. So nice kind of an interesting.
Okay, never mind.
So yeah, and then I think on the HCS stream we got Native White playing Sentinels. Yep, Sentinels 1-0 up in the series, and then yeah, Phase 306 Karma I think on the HCS Blue stream a little while back, and then yeah, we're obviously covering the HCS Red stream. So yeah, there's a lot of matches going on today. We're trying to kind of give it an EU focus. Obviously, as the tournament goes on, if some of the EU teams unfortunately do drop out, we might have a bit more of a mix of kind of the NA matches and things like that. But at the moment, yeah, Native Red Wobbabobs, I think, you know, it's getting to that point where Wobbabobs, if they lose this series, their fate is almost going to start being out of their hands a little bit. You know, they really, I think they've got to make a stand now. Someone on the team's got to step up to give a bit of a team talk. I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm just drawing a blank here, but have a Wobbabobs got a coach?
Hollers.
Okay. So
that makes sense.
I didn't actually know that, but okay. So I was just thinking from like a perspective of obviously like, you know, J-lingz got Baxter for example, and I feel like he's the type of person to give like a really good speech and kind of get you riled up and, you know, get the comeback on the go. But I think someone's got to step up on the Wobble side and really kind of get the morale up, because, you know, it's got to be heartbreaking. That's 2 games in a row now where I'm sure they're looking at it and being like, oh, if we just done a few things differently, we could be up 2-0 in this series, and then, you know, you blink and suddenly you're down 2-0. And I mean, I think they were in this position against Navi, but I'd say so far this series is looking a lot bit closer for them than the Navi series looked.
Yeah, for sure. And Navi, they've just gone up 3-2 against
3-2.
Complexity here.
Well, look, you can't reverse sweep without going 2 games down. So
That
True,
is a
exactly.
very good thing.
That's the thing. If they could
Good
reverse
point.
sweep, this would just open up the whole tournament for them. Like, it's just things can change so quickly in Halo. Like, if you just,
I mean, we saw 2 2 map 5 already in a row, so who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, this Navi Complexity series. I mean, I'm gonna just pay attention to this for a moment whilst we're in the intermission. I mean, it's 3-2 in favor of Navi right now, and it's live fire, so the B hill does look like it's going in Complexity's favor, but Navi just break it. Okay, this is actually a really, really good series. I mean,
I'll give you a pat on the back, Steve. You can guess who's got the most kills and assists on Navi.
Oh, well, who can it be? Who can it be? I think
The man, the myth, the legend himself.
It might be Sonic Drone, but yeah, we should be getting back
Yeah.
into this next game as soon as we can. I'm excited. I'm excited to see if the Wobble Bobs can bring this one back. I'm still holding out hope. I feel like I've seen enough. We saw Glory in that first game look really strong. I think Sire in that second game looked strong. So I think those were probably the two biggest question marks on that Wobble Bobs team. I think a lot of people kind of spoke about, Flux and Moze being a little bit more kind of like LAN certified and not having to worry about them. But I think if they could step up a little bit as well, I think Sire and Glory, they've looked pretty strong. So I mean, the whole team, they're looking, no one's really like, they're looking pretty strong all around. But it's just, even then, even if you're all playing your best, when you come up against, 3/4 of this native red team placing top 3 at Worlds, Bomex placing top 6 at Worlds, you can all be playing your best, and sometimes it might still not be enough to go over the line. But yeah, I'm hoping we can see a nice comeback. And like we said, there's a few EU matches going on at the moment. Navi playing Complexity, and this is actually in the same pool as well. So the implications of this Navi Complexity game could potentially affect both these teams. And I think it would be really interesting if Navi were to, win this series, and imagine if Wobble Bobs win, or if Native obviously win, and we'll have to start getting a calculator out and working out who's going to get knocked out. But because with a lot of these pools, it's usually like one team gets 0 wins. But I think in this pool, there's the potential that every team could potentially win a series. But at the moment,
I'm very experienced at wielding a calculator. Still,
yes.
If Navi win this
That's literally my day
series,
job.
they will secure the second slot of the group.
Yeah, that is
And
true.
that would be really nice for Europe.
And
that'd
it'd
be
be
huge.
Yeah, honestly, it is kind of frustrating to me how I feel like Quadrant kind of, they get the short end of the stick like every event, like they definitely have like a harder pool than Navi and a Wobble Bobs right now, and like obviously JLingz at the same time. I feel like their pools should probably be switched. I feel like they have to play Optic and G1, who are both better than Native Red and Complexity. Like,
I don't know actually, because you say that, but
Yeah.
I think Native and Complexity have comfortably been better online than G1. Obviously, you can say online and LAN, but that's like not their fault at the end of the day. Like that's not the
no, okay, but
like-
let's say like Optic as well. Like, I mean, it's like Optic is miles better. Maybe not, not miles, but I mean they're comfortably better than these other teams. And I just feel,
I
if
think
you
that's
look
the
at
only
like
thing.
brackets in the past though, I mean, even I feel like
It
Native
was-
have been maybe worse
it
online,
was
but they also have a
frustrating,
sub,
though.
But
Like,
for
seeing-
Dallas, it's a bit unlucky because Optic got seed 4 for this LAN. That's why
exactly.
they are in group with Quadrant.
I think it's
Yeah,
just because I think you'd say that arguably that Navi have got a more difficult EU team to play, obviously, because the Wobble Bobs are a higher seed than JLingz, and then obviously Complexity have been finishing second multiple times online, which is arguably should be a more
but then a
difficult
monitor
match.
cam came on.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, I mean, obviously, the seeding isn't perfect, but it is based on online, and that's why it can be difficult sometimes, kind of online to LAN comparison.
Yeah,
But
I think having to play the #1 North American team is, I don't know.
yeah.
It's
That's the
a
thing.
little
They're kind of not based on seeding, and they're not the #1 American team as of right now. Obviously, they are, I guess, because they
Optic,
won the
aren't?
world. Yeah, I'm saying like in terms of the seeding, because they won the world champ. Like,
Oh, yeah,
they're
because they
fourth
lost
seeds.
that qualifier.
Yeah, they're fourth seed for this tournament. So that's the reason that
Yeah.
that's the reason the pool looks so kind of like askew, because FaZe and Complexity have been outplacing Optic consistently.
It's like I get putting the like EU teams in the same pool, but at the same time, it's kind of disappointing because like we've seen them play. They only play each other basically. Those 4 teams, like
Yeah.
they go to LAN to play each other, and it's like, well, great.
Although actually, I actually think the opposite a little bit, because I think because there's not as
It means
many
one of them
EU
gets out.
Yeah, but the reason I like it is because obviously there's been no EU HCS LANs announced for this year, so we might actually not have got to ever see any EU SZE matches on LAN. So all these like the Wobble Bobs versus Navi storyline of oh yeah, no, maybe we could beat Navi on LAN. We might have never got an answer to that storyline, Whereas now we've kind of got an answer to it already today because they played each other. So I kind of like it. You kind of get like the regional rivalries kind of like showing on LAN a little bit. So I think it's like
we need Quadrant Navi big time,
Yeah,
exactly. Look like they're going to take this first game here.
That would be sick, Quadrant.
Yeah, like I say, for anyone, we are still waiting to get into the third game of this Native Red versus Wobble Bob series, so we're just kind of keeping an eye on some of the other scores to kind of keep you updated. And like we said, the main one at the moment is the other EU match, which is Navi versus Complexity, and Navi, they are very, very close to closing out this game, but not quite yet. So don't get too
Is there an Overshield coming up?
Yeah, Overshield went to collect. I don't know. I feel like Complexity. They've had a couple kills a few times, but they're not really scrapping time as well as Navi have been. So I mean, that could really be the difference. Oh, and they killed the Overshield player. I mean, this definitely could be a game unless Monster can get 2. It's 2v2 right now. So I mean, and Tusk is coming from the back.
Snakey's on the They're both on the flank, right?
Yeah. Is one of them gonna do the jump up? Maybe. Yeah, he
Oh.
does. Okay, that's a big play. I like that. When he gets the trade, oh my god, no, Tusk stays alive. Oh my god, you guys can't see the match, but his, oh my god, no.
That's right. I'm assuming most of you at home have got a second tab they can pull up or a
Yeah.
phone. They can have their phone stream and their Xbox stream. So,
That
like I
was
say,
the world's biggest repulse.
yeah, we're going to try to keep up with the action. But yeah, the score, this Navi complexity game off stream,
It's looking over.
It's looking like complexity
Oh.
are going to close
Yeah,
it out.
completely
So.
get this.
That's
Yeah,
heartbreaking.
Snake, you gotta say Snake, he had a bit of a slow game, 16 and 25, but Snipedrone had a really, really strong game. But unfortunately, complexity from an EU perspective, unfortunately, Navi do lose the first game in their series. So it's unfortunately, yeah, the first few games for EU in this round of matches not looking great so far. I don't quite know what the delay is with the native Red Wobble Bob series. It seemed like the first two games ran quite smooth, but
it's up now.
And Monster
Okay,
looked upset there. Maybe he was querying why he couldn't see the outlines on his screen. You know?
yeah. So it looks
Why are
like
there no boxes.
native Red has started versus Wobble Bobs. I'm assuming
Why have you guys been playing without radars this whole time? This is stupid.
assuming that's gonna switch. And so here we go. We're getting into it. Let's go. So yeah, native Red versus Wobble Bob game, and yeah, we're gonna have to see. I like this game type for Wobble Bob. I think it's a nice long game type. And it's one of those obviously objective game types, so you'd assume native Red playing with substitute, that hopefully from an EU perspective will kind of hinder their performance a little bit and give a Wobble Bobs the kind of potential to win this game. And you know, being down 2-0 in the series, they've got it's now or never for them. You know, if they lose this game, they're going 0-6 so far in the tournament, 0-2 in the match kind of score. So yeah, really need to see a nice stand from them here.
I mean, the morale could be really high or really low right now. You never really, you don't really know, because, you know, they could just be like, oh, we're 2-0 down, oh no. Or they could be like, well, it's, you know, very, very close games against native Red, so.
Yeah, I think when you're playing in these lands, these players, like, you've almost got to have, like, just an ironclad mental of, like, nothing can phase me, like, I don't care if I'm down 2-0 in a series, just, oh, come on, what's next, we got this, boys, let's go, and then, like, you just got to not snap out of it.
I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah, you can't stop.
I don't know. I think Hollis is would be a genuinely good.
Yeah, I mean, he's used to being 0-2 down, so. I kid.
Brutal.
I mean, you're getting outslayed pretty heavily here, but no time on the side of native Red. I mean, okay, they finally grabbed the ball after a minute and a half of just slaying them out. So, I mean, Taulik yet to die, but you know, last game it was 5-0. What did he end up like 6-10 or something? So, I mean.
Yeah, I don't want to. I think I disagree with you a little bit on the game type here, Steve. I don't think oddball streets especially. I think the native Red are just gonna run free on.
I think it's more that it's just like a longer one. You know, it's like you can get back into it even if it's going bad. But if you're playing like a really like quick mode and you've just lost 2 like pretty close games, maybe you're a bit disheartened and you get like, you know, you get a bad start and then you start thinking it's like over, but.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of comeback potential on oddball. Like you can't really get like unluckily rolled, but like, oh, there's got one lucky trip cap. Like if you lose a game of oddball, you like usually the better team won the game. You know, you can't really have too many complaints. So, when it comes down to a game that could decide your series life, I think you definitely, from a Wobble perspective, hopefully they can kind of start getting into it a bit more. And you know, thankfully as well for them, it is quite a long game usually in oddball. So if they do win it, they should be able to hopefully kind of grow in confidence throughout the game. But Glory's had a good start, like you said.
So what's your views on, like, you know, Glory's obviously had a very good tournament so far. Like, maybe there's an NA team out there who's thinking someone of that, you know, take a risk on a player like that. Like, do you think you would take that risk as one as an NA player, and two, like if you were someone like Glory or?
I personally don't think any team would kind of take that risk on Glory, because
not necessarily Glory, like you know.
I think if you was to take anyone, you would take Legend, because it's more just, I mean, the cost of it is to get one of the players. Obviously, you have to try and help rehouse them. You have to pay like it's like 5-6 grand for a visa, something silly like that. And it's like, unless you're picking up like the best of the best, you know, like Native White got Barcode from Australia, the best Australian player, like maybe like ever, arguably, and then you get like Tapping Buttons, the best LATAM player of all time, like. So it's kind of, you know, I don't know.
And then Marine, the best EU player of all time.
Yeah, the best.
Yeah.
I mean, I obviously I had to decline the contract offer just because, you know, I wanted to stay here.
You already commit to the watch party, I heard.
Yeah, exactly.
Glory is looking really good though, but I think also like I mean, from my perspective, like it's just hard to tell with Glory, and I think sometimes you can almost be a victim of your level on a team, or like maybe he doesn't have as much of a chance to kind of show what he's capable of, because he's just if he's playing good individually, it's all well and good, but if your team's getting 3-0, 3-0, people might not kind of take as much notice, you know, as maybe a Quadrant, for example, where like winning these series against these NA teams and going game 5s, and I think there probably is a team out there from America that Glory could improve. But it's like Dan said, it's going to be hard to kind of get them to want to take the risk. But I think Legend would probably be the main one. I think also Snipe Drone as well could be one of those players where I could see him going out to America and being a really solid pickup.
I mean, Snipe Drone's a bit older, you know what I mean? It's like...
It happened back in Halo 3, right, where... oh my god, Reaction, and I can't remember who else it was, I think it was MVP when I lived in NA for like basically 3 to 6 months, and basically played with 2 NA players and got like top 16 pretty consistently.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
So the more you know, the more you know. The more you know.
Yeah.
Every day you learn something.
It's been a good start here though from Water Bubbles. I think it's getting to that point now. I'm not like I say. I think Flux and Moze are definitely, in terms of slays, obviously kills aren't everything, KD isn't everything, but you know, for them to be the 2 kind of experienced LAN players, I think they have not been living up to the kind of KD like goals that we probably set for them. It seems like they're struggling, but I mean, obviously the good side for them is the Glory and Sierra, I think, are playing very, very well in terms of kills. But I mean, most important thing is they have narrowly got the lead in this ball game. They just got 3 dead as well, so
Got the weapons here as well.
I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I hope he notices he's on 7% in the thingy. Oh, he doesn't. No,
that's a fat no.
Yeah, that, I don't know, on LAN or like in just some tourney match, like it's so hard to notice those little things. But nice stick coming out of Talik, and they're still in control here, unless that's a huge win out of Flux. Oh, and he might not have the best KD, but that was probably the biggest kill of the game so far. So, in 10 seconds to these rockets, I mean, to be honest, like they got that hold off the back of Glory as well. Like he was just kind of like chilling in a corner, and then back smacks the rocket guys, and now they, you know, they're up 20-30 points. So we'll have to see.
How do you feel about the Spike and Shockmate nerf as well?
Love it. Love it.
I love it as well. Finally, I don't get destroyed by something.
I feel like they're both. I feel like it's gone a bit too far, maybe though.
Yeah, I like it, but I also hate it from a perspective. Like when I've got them now, I feel like I just don't want to use them.
I feel like they use this, especially the Shockmate. I feel completely redundant.
Just like it's just like having another like sticky grenade, you know.
Yeah, I think the shock. Yeah, I guess the spike's decent from just if you think of it like another plasma grenade, it's probably fine. I think the shock grenades though are just so different. It's like a different.
Do you know what I love though? I used to hate is when you spawned this side on streets and you go into tires and you know that if someone runs downstairs, you're going to get spiked twice in that window and you're basically one shot. Like,
yeah,
I love that doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, or if you're capping B and they have C control, like they just get thrown in and you're dead. Like, oh, cool. You just killed me cross map by pressing LB twice. So. I don't know, they were ridiculously overpowered for a long time, so honestly I couldn't care less if they're like maybe a little bit weak now because they've had way too much time being too strong. So
yeah, true. It looks like they're going to take this first round if they've just got to break the setup once.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, it'd probably be a pretty big throw here if they manage to not win.
2 dads.
Well, 2 for each side, and Native have the shotgun, but they just need to kill the ball carrier one time. Oh, Manny, he gets the melee as well. But this guy, he can't really...
He's still alive, man.
His ball is still alive.
Crazy.
He's got 10 seconds. If they lose this round, oh my god, he gets a kill in the smoke.
Oh no.
They're going for the... Oh no.
Oh god. Oh wait.
Oh god.
Oh, the
Glory
no.
Oh, this is the way to destroy your mental.
It's heartbreaking.
Oh my god.
It just seems like nothing is going their way today. They're just getting so
Native
close.
have the ice. Like,
so frustrating.
I mean,
yeah, round 1 going to Native.
I mean,
so yeah, we'll have to see if they can bounce back here.
Native Red. Look at the ice coming out of these guys. I mean, every single game, every situation, they're just clutching. Manny's just ran off with the rockets.
The ball moved and rocket. Oh my god.
Why did he not shoot that guy? Did he not see him?
You saw him, no.
That must have, okay, that was really lucky timing at Moze. Moze
2 kills out of it as well.
Yeah. I feel like Moze, now that he's on land, like he's like super like ego channeling everything. Did they lose their nope, they did not. Oh no, they did.
No, Sai had the rockets, yeah.
Oh no, you know what it is? I think maybe they got... Wait, I'm so confused.
Oh, is it? Oh yeah, Sai is right, okay. I think it's
yeah, but now, I mean, now Talik has them back, but Talik, I don't know. The names is like kind of frustrating that, you know, that's wrong. Okay, right. They have another chance here.
Yeah, Lumi's having a good game, 19 and 13. Glory's positive as well, but yeah, like you say, it's just this. I think it's getting to that point now. There'll be a few question marks because they've come so close, so many of these games to clutching it out, and that oddball was. I mean, that round one was just so in their hands, but they lose it, and I'm a little bit worried now for their.
Just gotta not, you gotta not tilt here, right? That's
Yeah.
the only way forward. Which
Navi,
is so much easier said than done.
Navi
played pretty well.
very close to winning game 2, by the way.
I feel like
love
Abova
that.
Boss is doing a bit like Navi in the past events Lance. They were close games, but they didn't actually win games that they were supposed to win.
I just feel like if they had like come out earlier and land some decent teams, you know, like this is the sort of series they'd be winning potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they've been so close, and yeah, like if they did maybe done what Quadrant did and get like a nice week boot camp in, like that could just been like the 10% difference that kind of gets them over the line and helps them win these games. But like I say, I mean, obviously 4 dead now. Nice job from all above. But
Accuracy, what's like the sort of for the next event? Is it the same sort of thing with 4 EU teams in pools, or is it?
I don't think so, because there is an open bracket. I think we'll be back to 2.
yeah, that probably makes sense. You might get 2 in the
Yeah.
pools and
2
a
in
few
bracket, I
teams
guess.
qualifying for open bracket.
I mean, they're doing a good job here again. So I mean, maybe last round, Navi could have fluked a win out of that. So
Well, Flux has had a strong second round so far, right?
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
quite an
Good
egg,
job.
wasn't he?
he
think he was
like
like
3 and 10.
Yeah, no, he's bounced back really well, and he's got a lot of ball time as well. So yeah, Flux doing a really good job this round. And
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean-
Mo's and Glory not so much, but
bro, if they could push it to a game 4, I think it just changes everything. Like, because they just need a bit of confidence. Like, they haven't won a game today, you know. So if they could just win a game, like that's just gonna give them such a big boost. And even without that, they're still playing so well. Like, I think they just need to get that one game win on the board. And it's just, yeah, I mean, like I say, it's kind of the same story as King of the Hill. They're looking pretty decent in terms of the slays, but nice trade from Flux. But yeah, I mean, looking at the scores, it's a really nice lead at the moment for them. So hopefully they can kind of capitalize on it and keep it going. But Taulek again, he had a bit of a slower game 2, but game 1, it seems like in the objective game modes, Taulek is really good at like kind of getting those slays, and he's positive 9 right now, so it's a double. And then he's also got most ball time on his team, so yeah, Taulek's looking really strong.
Harlick, the NA snipe drone, right?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
it's gotta be Raw too, surely.
That's just.
No, all right, snipe drone's the EU Raw 2, and then Talek's
Yeah.
the NA.
I'll take that. Yeah, I'll allow it.
There's levels to this.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple of kills, a little bit of time gonna go the way of Native here. Oh, okay, that was a big kill out.
He's had such a ridiculous second round so far. Man. It's like back evens. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, and even
like
like
nine or
Mose
something.
is back to he's like top of the kills. I mean, okay, they all have like exactly the same amount of kills, so that's kind
It's
of crazy.
awoken someone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, that 1 second loss has awokened the beast.
I don't know where that melee went, but
It's already the 5th melee that we did.
yeah, there's a couple joke melees happening. Oh, okay.
What the
Glory,
heck?
Glory just explodes, I guess. That was that was interesting.
That was an explosive melee.
Yeah, what? Maybe I think maybe his teammate like naded it and it like just about like took him out, you know. That was kind of wild though.
I'm getting a bit nervous now. They need to win this round. They need to win this round.
It feels like it's slipping away, doesn't it?
They're having these really good starts, but it just seems like slowly, like they're just closing in on the score.
Yeah.
I think that's probably one thing these NA teams are good at, right?
God.
Is adapting to like what's going on in the game way better than these EU teams.
You see that stick? That was crazy.
Yeah, what it's like. Look, it looks like they're about to tie up the round as well. So it was a really good start from the Wobble Bobbles again. But it seems like Native just, like you said, as the round kind of goes on a little bit, they seem to kind of adjust. And we saw the crazy comeback at the end of the last round, and already they've had a bit of a solid comeback yet again in this round. They've taken the lead now.
Oh wait, Manny gets bad timing.
I'm never a fan of taking the ball into a PD.
Yeah, I was just about to say. I feel like European teams don't really do that. Like,
I just don't like the way you can't play the ball. Now that, like, basically now you're giving the other team a
the
setup
teammate.
if you go 4 down, right? Like, it
yeah,
seems,
exactly.
I
And
just
you
never like it.
you can't even like drop the ball and shoot really, so you're just stuck in the room. And now, yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
I'd like to see
gets back
Lumi.
A, yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Oh,
Oh,
huge.
there's a big play from Flux.
Oh!
Okay.
What happened?
Well, that kind of just ruins that whole play. That's
If
unfortunate.
it happens on LAN, and I'm going to moan on LAN about it even more.
Yeah, like, okay. 2v2, I mean, they're up like 15 points. We saw like last round, like all it takes is one hold. Now they seem to be
Rocket
rotating the
too.
ball, but the rockets
These
are
rockets
up.
are going to be huge, right?
Yeah,
That's a
and
lovely
Lumi
kill
gets the
there.
opening kill.
Oh,
He gets 2.
Kills. Come on,
should be
Lumi.
rocket for a wobble.
Okay, his
whole
team's dead though, so I mean it's gonna be a struggle.
They got to make sure no one's spawning behind it. If they make sure they all spawn in C, they're going to be fine here. So
Yeah,
get
I'd
that
like
ball
to
out, hold the time. And maybe
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
That's one of those things. I feel like they're just a little bit sloppy on like the ball sometimes.
Yeah, Saya,
They-
that's a huge shot.
They should win this round. They should be
Yeah.
able
2 kills and an assist. Like he's done his job there, like so well.
Yeah.
Like it's basically on Bone here to do anything. Yeah, that should be round, right?
Okay, there we go. Going
Alright,
to a
Let's
round
go. Come on.
They should have won the first round as well, but it's okay.
Yeah, if they win this eyeball game,
Yeah, their
I'm all
momentum
for
will
the reverse sweep.
their momentum will be
Like,
up.
it's on. I'm gonna get a plaque that says you don't reverse sweep without going 2-0 down.
hanging out in the background.
Yeah. And my disc plates that keep falling off the wall.
No. I feel like there's something Navi have done really well. They kind of break into C early, like really well. And here we go. I mean, the first round we saw like I don't know if it was Native kind of like not playing like super like properly, because they kind of slayed for like a minute and a half. They had the weapons and they just kept trying to get kills for so long before they actually got the ball out. But I mean, this
Yeah, I
round,
suppose from Native's point of view, actually, that's a fair point. You're 2-0 up and 1-0 up on oddball. Like,
yeah.
maybe you stop taking it as seriously.
I mean it was mainly the first round, because it was 3.5 minutes before anyone ever like picked the ball up. So it's like it's kind of weird from their point of view. But I mean, this round they break straight into C and they get the ball. But now, I mean, there's a thing like there's a thing now like where's it? I feel like the collapse is coming in like a little bit too late. Moses kind of trying to fend them off on his own. This is going to be really
Three of them in
difficult.
Ivy here, though. Oh
my
it's a
god.
wrestling match.
The wrestling. We change games.
That's the crazy thing about Native, like
People's
someone,
Ivy.
like I don't know, he just runs in there, he doesn't care, he's just looking for a scrap, to be honest.
Well, here we go, back in the game. They get this kid in red room as well. Like, he's got away.
Yeah, they take Mose out, so it's 4v3 right now. Oh, it's a big piv out of Manny, and they're probably going to be able to collapse on the ball guy here.
Yeah, at least he's played the ball like that.
Yeah, I mean,
wins.
Native, they didn't really try and play the ball last time, but at least Wobble was on top of that, so. Rockets going into their hands as well. They could probably, try and rack up a little bit more ball time here. Okay,
Brown seems to have slipped away.
I like that. Nah, the Glory, or I think it was Sayer, just locks onto the other guy with the assault rifle to get the kill. Like, that was actually, I love that, like, target switching onto a one-shot, like.
Big win. Big win.
Yeah, it was a really big win there. I mean, they're just playing so aggressive here, and I think it kind of matches up well with Native Red, because they're also, like, such an aggressive team.
It must be such a big mental buff for Mose, right? Going from playing literally like 90 ping in EU to like LAN, like even like if I don't know if it really does make a difference, but mentally it must be
It
like
definitely does.
it must make you
like,
want to play so much better, right? Like,
yeah, and I like that he kind of plays the same way online as he does on LAN. Like he doesn't stop like going, even though obviously doesn't have very like good connection. Like he just plays like super aggressive, goes for the gunfights and stuff anyway. And now they get another 4 dead, so I mean this is looking really scary for Native.
I think Moses got 3 kills there in the middle by himself, and like I mean they were down like 30-0 like at the start of this round basically, and they've now brought it back to 60 points. So yeah, like you said, honestly, if Bobs can win this game, this series is on, because like they've looked strong in these first 2 games and barely lost, and in this game obviously they're looking really strong. So I really hope they can just close this one out. Like I think the potential is on for a reverse sweep, and I think my lord,
yeah,
fuck.
that is such a big kill there from Lumi. I mean,
Mose is currently the Italian Cerebi right now.
Oh my god. Yeah, loving the ball time. Let's go Flux. 151 seconds. Like.
Yeah, look at that from Flux.
2.5
I mean, yeah,
That's
you've
pretty
got to love that. There we go. He's got 2 seconds.
Oh.
Let's go.
He's touched it by accident. Hang on. What's going on?
Most got
Even
2
more time
seconds
going
to
their
drop the
way. I
ball.
don't think they know he's here.
Big beat.
Okay, I
Oh,
would
that's
like him to play. There we go. That's the first time Native Red have actually like played a ball out. So. Oh, and so.
Oh, that's a nice
That's a
trade.
big trade, that is.
Yeah.
Still one
Yeah.
rocket left, right?
Yeah, they're gonna have to see if they can kind of get that.
40 kills. Sorry.
You know, Saya's
Oh, yeah.
incredible.
Saya is going out of the wall.
Yeah, I mean he's got more kills in this game than he did in the entire like Navi series. I mean he's having a really big bounce back here.
That's what we said about the up ball, right? Because it can be one of those game types where you, oh my lord.
Okay,
Oh my
dude,
God,
the amount of
Glory.
blank melees, like it's LAN, like
I
how
think he might
is
have
this
jumped over
happening?
his head, like, oh,
No, because no, the first melee.
Oh,
The first melee they meleeed each other, and Glory
I don't
took-
think they're playing on LAN. They're using servers.
like
Yeah, it's like 0 servers.
Well, the comeback though, it's getting a little bit scary now. They're getting a bit
yeah,
of
and
time.
if Glory went, oh okay. No, I think they're good. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Just stuff like that is like it's so kind of not to like dwell on it, but it's kind of crazy that it still happens on LAN, you know.
It's just it's not peer to peer
Yeah.
is your problem, isn't it? That's literally the sole issue.
It's so
Oh,
weird.
this we gotta lock in. I'm scared now. This is so tense. 20-point like gap at the moment, but 2 minutes left. This
And they got control
2
here.
minutes.
this could decide like what Bob's tournament lives.
Okay, this could be a really big play out Glory here with the ball. I think that's the kind of difference like with this, like they're playing like so well, like this round
Yeah.
they're playing really well with like the objective, but I mean Native Red they're kind of just ignoring it, and I mean they're not going for those like 5-10 scrappy
I
seconds.
just don't like that the ball's been left where it was, so like I feel like if you know
Yeah.
you're going down, you've got to be getting it out a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure.
Seems to happen from both teams, like as well.
Yeah, definitely. Like Native Red, like the start of the game, you know, they got that 30-point lead, and then they never even attempted to like play the ball out or anything. Okay, Glory, that's a huge kill.
Trades off Moses death there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could just come down to this rocket launcher, to be honest. Alright, if Manny stays alive, he's going to be so annoying. Oh, never mind.
Oh, they got some
That's good, that's
kills.
good.
Dead.
They have the
Come on.
rocket. Oh, they're getting the rockets.
Oh,
Oh,
Mose,
Taulik, no.
Mose. Oh no, this is.
Oh, and he's put the shield down for him as well. He's put the shield down for him.
These rockets could decide the game.
Not
here.
committing though, yeah.
It's basically
Yeah.
a tie game. Oh my god.
Manny,
Manny
oh,
gets
the
the kill.
teamwork.
Oh.
Did Glory get the
Did they get the
rockets? You
rocket?
did.
Yeah, they got
the
He's
rocket.
he's at
Oh,
least
Mose.
wasted them, right?
Mose gets a kill though. Oh, Glory
the
does no.
assist.
Glory gets taken down.
No, oh wait, that's the
Oh.
rockets down. That's the rockets down.
Oh, Flux is
I
on
think
the
he
ball.
used them
They
both
flapped
anyway.
us.
Did he? I know he. Oh, okay. I didn't hear the second one. He must
Oh,
have done.
Flux, no,
Oh,
Flux. Oh
no.
my
Oh
god,
my
no.
Uh,
Get
I
the
can't.
ball.
I can't
Oh, they
believe
don't
it.
get
Wait,
the
the ball
ball. This
reset. The
one I'm
ball
talking
reset.
about,
This is
like-
huge. This is huge. Wait, it's doable. It's doable. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You're
It's
gonna get.
Oh
Oh,
my
two
god, they
down.
get two.
Come on. Come on.
They can sink that ball out now so
Yeah.
easy, right?
Oh my god. He
Oh
stunned
my
him. He
that's
got him.
huge,
Come
man.
on, Luffy.
Oh my god. The
They need to
nades.
get the game.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh my god, that's a huge kill.
Huge. Huge.
Taulik, he's got the shotgun though. He's got the shotgun. I mean, if they kill Taulik,
Oh no.
Oh my god.
oh,
No,
oh my god,
Taulik.
like
He's
that's
on
no,
for
that's
Taulik's
such a
got
hard-
47 kills.
Taulik
And
is
he's
going
not
out of
drone.
the
Bro,
map.
that is such a hard gunfight there. Like he's I don't even know if he meant to get onto the little ledge. Like it's
This
so
is
hard to get
This
him.
is heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking. I can't believe this. It's not looking good.
It's literally 3 games of like.
Bro,
Like
Bobs
games
could have
of
won
loss.
this series like 3-0. Like they should have won. The first game was maybe a bit more questionable, but the second and the third game, they literally were in such a position to
Oh.
win.
Oh,
Oh
God.
my
Heartbreaking
Oh.
stuff.
god. Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Oh, there's just
Heartbreaking
no
stuff.
ice. Like where is it, man?
No.
Native
Now-
Red.
Now
Oh,
the
they were
problem is that
so
Ababa
close.
go down to complexity. They're forced
Yeah,
to complexity.
I mean they're out the tournament at this point.
Well, no, I think they need-
No, not really, because if Navi beat down
I
complexity,
was gonna
they're
say,
gonna-
what's the Navi
and
score
unless
with
they would
complexity?
have to. No, they're 0-6. No, it's what? No, they're out.
No, they're
out.
not. Right?
No,
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 they're
no,
not.
no,
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 no.
Native
if-
Red
if-
have a Native Red have a series win. Navi's have a series win.
But Cole,
and
though,
complexity-
it's
It's
literally-
Cold though. If complexity don't.
Oh,
It's,
true.
it's Navi
So-
Cole, right?
yeah,
Okay, if
so-
complexity win, then they're out the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even
but-
if complexity, like, even if a Wobbobob's 3-0 complexity, they're still out.
well,
So
yeah.
complexity need to
So, yeah,
lose this and to a Wobbobobs.
Yeah, if Navi beat Complexity, I think we've seen enough that series from Wobble Bobs to make me think they could beat Complexity, because Complexity lost to Native Red, and they had really close games against Native Red. Like those last 2 games were literally like on a 50-50. So like that isn't over. Like if Navi could beat Complexity, and then the Wobble Bobs can beat Complexity, which I think is doable. So, but yeah, they're
Yeah,
leaving
we
them.
need Navi to win though.
We need
They're,
Navi to
yeah,
win.
they're in that awkward position now where they've kind of left themselves a lot to do. So what we could do, let me just think. So the
Let's
next
pull up
series,
Complexity Navi.
what's the
You
next?
can
The
show
Let's
next,
say,
The next
can we
series
put
we're
the Navi
watching
series
is
on?
J-lingz Optic,
Optic. That
which
is 1 hour.
isn't up.
so is
Yeah.
that on the C stream?
Yeah, that would be C stream, so that's not going to be up for a little while now. They don't even have like a timer for it, so that would be at least like 15-20 minutes. So let's pull up Complexity Navi, and for the hopes of a Wobble Bobs, like we need to just hope that
Yeah, so if someone could link that series in the chat, then maybe we could get that one going.
I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah, it's on
It's
the
the mainstream,
Halo channel. Yeah,
It's on the mainstream.
twitch.tv.
When do
/
Quadrant
Halo.
play next as well?
Quadrant are playing.
Stream A.
I think the game should be their game's gonna start same kind of time. I don't know what stream they're on. They're either on the mainstream. No, they're only on mainstream
don't
against
think
Optic.
they are on
I
the
think they'll be on they'll be on B stream, I'm pretty sure. So they're gonna play after Sentinel's Native White. I'm fairly sure.
And Sentinel Native Route, they are 2-1 playing third map.
Man, that was so good, like, out of the
Yeah.
Wobble Bobs, like, there's just such small things, but I think that, honestly, was such a good showing out of them.
Yeah, that's stuff. Yeah, it's like it's annoying because as an EU fan, like, oh, you know, good job. They had these close games against these incredible
But it's
teams,
also,
but then
like,
they just
3-0.
don't win.
But they
Yeah.
lost at the end 3-0, so it's...
Yeah, and it's one of those things that, and it's also like, well, what if they had Druck there as well? Like, I mean, maybe, it probably wouldn't have been like as close, but they still, like, it's hard. I feel like after every event, you're always kind of like, they did a really good job, having games like that, but it's never, oh, they won, congrats.
What's
Look
going
at
on?
that.
Jimbo negative?
Yeah, Jimbo,
Yeah, I
a
don't
bit
know.
of a slow game. I mean, Collect's 15-8.
Yeah, Collect is, he's popping off. He's making up for his game 1.
I think that the game 1 in this series was really a big dagger because they were so close to winning game 1. It could have been 2-0 in the series, but now it's 1-1, and it looks like Complexity looking pretty solid here in this first
Yeah.
game. On this
That
first round,
game-
sorry.
That game 1 was like so crazy. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, you gotta say, like, Europe are looking like more competitive. I know these are kind of like the top 8, like 12 teams that they're playing, but they're still looking like. What you say? I don't know.
It's looking closer to an A finally.
Yeah, it definitely is looking closer. And that honestly, dude, that is making me so excited for Quadrant, because Quadrant have just looked, especially like in NA, like they've just looked so good in scrims and everything. Like I can't wait to watch them. But next match is gonna be kind of crazy. I mean, it's Optic against JLingz. Obviously, we're rooting for JLingz to win. It's gonna be a little bit of an uphill battle.
On the bright
Absolute
side,
scenes.
it could be it could be the absolute EU storyline of the century. If J-lingz beat Optic, like there could be chairs getting thrown. Like, it could be,
Oh, my sofa will be out the window.
Oh my god.
And I'm on the 6th floor of a flat.
so yeah, I'm hoping we see a nice series from J-lingz and Quadrant. But yeah, for anyone just joining us in the chat, I see Bobby Bob along on the Twitch chat. So yeah, we are an EU Halo watch party. We just unfortunately saw a Wobble Bobs lose to Native Red. But yeah, we're currently watching Navi and Complexity, and it's a 1-1 series, so there's still all to play for. But it seems like Complexity, they're impressing me this game, to be honest. I think after seeing how good Navi looked in that game 2 Slayer, I was maybe thinking that we could see them run away with the series, but. Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm still the question marks for me are still over Complexity, because I think them losing to Native Red, it makes you think, oh, they're an online team after all, like all the kind of criticisms were true, but then when they have games like this where like Collect's 18-12 and Monsters 13-13 to be fair, but they look pretty solid this game.
I kind of like have a bit of a soft spot for like Complexity, like because I genuinely don't think like all the monster stuff is true. Like I'd be amazed if he was actually cheating.
Yeah.
But like, I kind of like want them to do well to just shut up a lot of people.
Yeah, I would. I need to see like above like a 0.7 like once, like.
Yeah, but he's not that sort of player, like, and he's never had that sort of stat line. I don't think online either. Like even look at the last few tournaments, he wasn't. But I'd just love to see him just to do well, like get a top 4 on LAN and just be like a bit like, yeah, there you go.
On the flip side, we need a good sneaky LAN, so those accusations can go as well. So
Yeah.
this is like I don't know. This is like, you know, it's accused cheat against cheat. Like, I don't think either of them are, obviously, but I mean, a lot of people mind, like, so there's, you know, imaginary rivalry going on right now.
Yeah, this is such a big series for EU because not only is it a big win for Navi if they can get it, it's also a big win for Wobbabobs if Navi can get it. So I feel like there's a lot of EU hopes riding on this series. So we might have to leave it early potentially, but
and if Navi win this, they secure the top 2 on the group. That would be insane.
yeah, that'd be crazy. What we're
I
probably
feel
gonna
like
do
Navi have
is,
closed the gap like massively.
I think
compared to
after this
other
oddball game, we're going to go to a little quick break, and then just we can maybe get back in time for hopefully the J-lings game. J-lings
Are we
game
not
is.
gonna watch this series?
Well, no, we're watching the J-lings game at 22, which so that should be hopefully in about 10 minutes or so. So yeah, we'll have a little break after the oddball game, and then we can watch this until the J-lings game is ready. But yeah, I mean, pretty Snaky's 21 on 13 to be fair to him. He's having a really good game. I think he had a bit of a slow game. I think he was like -10 the first game. He had a bit of a slow game one, but yeah, he's looking really solid this
I mean,
game.
they're having a good round here as well.
They're good
I think
position.
how these
3
guys
down.
are so still when they play, man. Like, I swear I'm like moving all over the shop.
Mate, someone throws a grenade at me, I'm dodging out of the way, like.
Like, my head moves when I beat down. I'm pretty sure I lunge forward in real life.
Yes,
So.
Yeah, I might have to fix my posture in second thought.
Yeah, maybe it's that what is making this player so
And
good.
that's what's holding me back, the posture.
Yeah, definitely, that's what it is. I knew it all along.
You get the Stuart Graham Meta 5 posture course.
Stuart's
be
posture's
like
crazy. Yeah, no, we do. But it's been a good job from Navi though. I was a little bit worried for them to be honest, like after that first round, but they come back quite strong. Snipe Drone as well, just inevitably positive. Like he just spawns positive. Snaky,
I mean,
22,
yeah, he was like
14.
9-9 for a minute, so I mean, he's got a way to make himself double pods.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
we need Jimbo to, 18 assists to be honest.
Ooh, Cycles look oh my,
God,
Cycle.
Cycle.
Cycle was
Oh,
like,
he can
did you
get
see
the
his
over
game
kill.
one? Did you guys see Cycle game one? He was like 31 kills, like plus 10 or plus 12.
Yeah,
or-
crazy game one. I think
he's so underrated. Like,
yeah, and I think the thing about Cycle, like he's so talented, but he's just been grinding so hard. Like since the very start of this game, you know, he's kind of been on like, I mean, he was on Luminosity for a while, and now he's on like Complexity.
Yeah.
He's kind of been like on those just underdog rosters for a while, and now I mean he's got Collect on his team, so I mean he's
How old is
chilling
he?
right now. He is also really young. He's only like
He's at
17,
18.
18.
I was gonna say like one of those like young cracked superstars.
Yeah, I mean, I remember like Complexity. You know, they had to miss like a 4K finals or something because he had finals or something like
Off the
exams.
school club, you know.
Yeah,
That's a good
Yeah.
ball all the way.
he had his chess club on.
this be a big round win for Navi if they could take this.
Yeah. The fighting back ace, I see Snaky's make a decision to get the ball out, hopefully.
But the ball is not moving.
Picked up a kill though. And Cycle's literally just running around.
Like, look at this
everyone.
guy right now.
Oh my god,
And he's
Cycle.
challenging
Oh,
as
and that's
well.
4 dead.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Give the
Cycle.
ball to Cycle, that's disrespectful.
He's got a red gun, you know, but he is also 20. I'm giving him the red gun, to be honest.
I say, like,
Yeah, I mean, Monster and Monster's -8, Tusk is -2, but they both have decent assists.
Ball
But,
doesn't really have anywhere to go here.
yeah, this is.
I'd like to see Cycle just fight his way out, to be honest. Like,
Yeah,
now-
Rocket's coming up as well. Oh,
Oh.
Snaky with a kill.
Nice
Nice
kill,
job
but
from
they
Snaky.
have spawn on Barra as well.
Yeah, I think Cycle should have played that a lot earlier. They have the rockets though, but they don't have long to kill them.
just seems
my
like
God,
everyone's so
Snaky.
reluctant to
Nice.
play the ball. Like, I don't,
Yeah.
what is wrong with it? Like,
Oh, let's go Navi.
That's a round, that's a round.
Ooh,
Let's go
okay,
now.
that's a big
Oh,
round.
good job, good job.
I mean, I know, I'm like the complete opposite normally. Like, I play it way too often when I play.
Yeah,
I
but
feel like this is like the other extreme.
yeah, like this series and last series, like no one's doing it, man. Someone's got to throw it out. Like I think they win. They probably win that round if they throw the ball out, right? Because they have the rockets, they have kills, but they just. Ooh. Love the collect gun.
There we go. Tusk's head's at least moving. That's what I like to see.
I don't actually know if I moved that much when I'm playing.
You couldn't tell me that our cycle cam isn't a picture. Like honestly.
It's true.
Oh, and he's got rockets. Okay, this could be a. He's only got one, but there's going to be a little bit of time going in their favor.
It's so surreal when you see like these players that are like the best, some of the best in Europe, who just like destroy us all, and then they just come to America and like cycle just 29 and 15 against them. Like, it's like, why can't I do that? Like,
Yeah.
Levels to this, man. It's like crazy, isn't it?
That's a Flubzo scoreline right there.
yeah, no, true.
Oh, team nade coming in.
Collect and cycle play really, really well.
Yeah.
I think Collect has got one of the best point of views to watch in all of like Halo. Like, it's just so it's so entertaining to watch. Like, he's just so aggressive. Like, it just seems like he's just hunting people down the whole time.
What you got to understand, Steve, is that Cycle's never played Cat Smile Gaming. So
That is true. I mean, one series against us, we're gonna have this guy just crouching in corners, like hiding for his life. But...
Cycle has never played a Mojo Gaming on a cold, rainy night in Stoke. Like,
Streaks King of the Hill.
You've never played Gas on Streets King of the Hill. Like,
Cycle against us. Yeah, so we would send complexity out of Halo. I'm telling you now.
Amen.
Can you imagine if like on Halo you could make you could have 5 players and sub someone in on a game type, and then it's like game 4 at Worlds, King of the Hill Streets coming up and Gas just walks out in his Mojo jersey.
Oh my god.
Navi.
Yeah, like Undertaker, like intro.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a good start for complexity again, but we saw this. I think we saw this last round, right? And then I think Navi came back. So yeah,
You know,
not panic
HCS
station.
I won that game actually. Right.
In the other end, we have Navi losing 3-0 on Catalyst CTF against Sentinels.
Oh really? Ooh, is that game, is that game 1?
So that's gonna be map 5.
That's game 4.
Do you think they need to change up a little bit on some of these maps, like Streets, like that hasn't really changed since the start, other than a thrust not being on it? Like maybe, you know, just put shock nades where spike nades are, change rockets for another power weapon. I don't know, it's a bit hard on this map.
Matt, I know you did not just say put shock nades on another map. I know you.
No, but something different, just something different.
Yeah, I agree. I get you. They can.
It's like live fire, maybe a camo or like an overshield on Aquarius, just something different.
I would love to get rid of the shotgun, to be honest.
I think that could work actually. I think a camo on live fire and overshield and Aquarius, like it's such like an innocuous change, but I feel like it would actually just freshen the game up a lot.
Yeah.
But
just like I feel like we've played these maps now for like almost 2 years, isn't it? Like, and this map just hasn't really changed. Like, other than reducing ammo.
This has been a crazy start from complexity. Like, I was so happy that Navi won that last round, and suddenly I just blink and it's like 62-12.
Yeah, you cannot blink 1 sec that
I mean,
the game changed completely.
I feel like some teams, you know, like they lose like a super close round, and they look like not really playing the ball.
I feel like it's the cycle difference, like on this round as well. He just started so strong.
I mean, look at him and Collect, man. 70 kills between them. Like you got 39 between like Collect, Monster, and Task. Like, I mean, these two.
Well, you've got more kills on Cycle and Collect than Mighties and Jimbo combined. Well, they're saying that they've got 43 assists between the pair of them. So
yeah, that is true.
That is something. Yeah.
I mean, look at Cycle. 18 assists, 36 and 90. He's almost got a 2 KD and he's almost at 40 kills. Like, what's going on? I mean, the only like saving grace for Navi really is, you know, there's still quite a bit of time like on the board. Oh, and they do get the rockets.
Oh
no!
That is the worst case scenario. And like the score is
yeah. Oh, and they get the ball as well. That's perfect.
Collect
he doesn't even use it.
Oh,
Collect has never stood still, has he? Ever in his life?
No, never.
That's too mad, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. He's so good. Oh my god.
Oh my
He gets
god.
3, and that's the dagger. That should be the game.
Yeah, looks like game 3 in the series. Is it now going to complexity?
And
So
look
yeah,
at
close
Collect and
enough.
Cycle, man.
All right, what
Like
we're gonna
Collect?
do? We're just gonna cut to a quick 3-minute break, just while we got a quick chance, because as this game is finished, and when we come back, we should hopefully have the J-lings Quadrant match ready. So yeah, we'll see you guys after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
The lead in this series yet again.
We're back. Welcome back.
Ah.
Welcome back. So yeah,
Hello.
welcome back to the EU Halo Watch Party on behalf of JLingz. We should be having a JLingz match up any second now versus Optic. It's scheduled for 40 minutes past. It's currently 42 minutes past. So unfortunately, the match looks like it could be a little bit late. But we could maybe switch back to the Navi game potentially. Just kind of keep us tiding over until the JLingz match is ready.
Yeah, they just
But,
added 10 minutes.
we'll keep a keen eye on it. So yeah, we could just switch back to the Navi match in a second. But I guess how do you guys what's your kind of opinion on the day been so far from looking at EU perspective?
I think it's one of the it's kind of like a so close yet so far kind of thing, like especially with that Awaba series. I mean, and the only series that we've seen out of like Quadrant and JLingz is them playing each other, which is obviously a really so I mean, you could say it's good and bad for Europe, right? Because it's, one team wins, one team loses. Same with the Navi or Wobbo, but I think at Wobbobs, they did have such a good showing, and even Navi, they're having a really close series against Complexity. So honestly, I'm impressed with Europe so far. I think we 100% look better than last event, because I think last event, Navi had a really rough time with stuff. I'm pretty sure they went like 4 in 9 map counts, 3 in 9, something like that. They didn't have like the greatest event. And then Quadrant obviously had to play with the sub. JLingz, I'm pretty sure they didn't quite make it into pool play, and then Wobbobobs didn't either. So, I mean, we're already doing a lot better, and I think we look so much more competitive against like the actual good American teams.
Yeah, no,
I think we want
agree.
to see like Quadrant get top 2 in their pool.
Yeah.
And if
Doable.
Navi got top 2 in their pool, I think that would be a success.
Yeah, I have faith. Like after how close the Wobbobobs were, Navi like 3-0'd them, and they definitely are like a bit more like. Look at, hang on, a 1.58 KD. Can we go full screen on this?
Sickle is
Or
there
do you want to
for
wait
the
until the game's
ward.
on?
I mean, I don't mind. We can wait until the game's on, but yeah, 1.58.
I mean, look at that, 1.5 KD, like 1.58.
Sickle is on the ward.
That is incredible. I mean,
Yeah,
Cycle has been he's been a difference maker. I mean, Sniper only is still
4,000
positive,
damage
but
difference.
Yeah.
4,000 damage.
Like that is absurd.
That's
like,
actually mad, the 4k damage difference.
yeah,
Christ alive.
you do not see that very often. Like, oh my god. So he.
I mean, to put that in perspective, like in a Team Slayer game, you do well to get 4k damage, right? And he's got plus 4k damage in 3 games. Like, that's mad.
Yeah, that's like, I don't know. Like you don't usually, like you have similar damage taken and like dealt. So I mean, plus 4k is. I don't know.
Yeah.
Also, there's a game 5 Native White versus Sentinels going on right now, and Sentinels are actually they're winning it right now, 5-10. So I mean, I'm just happy. I'm just happy for Lethal. Oh my god.
Oh, here we
Yeah,
go.
Sentinels are looking good.
This Navi game's about to kick off.
Oh, Optic J-lings is on.
oh, it's on. Let's go.
Yeah,
Optic
it's
J-lings.
They added time, and they said they put it at 9:50, and then they just started. Like, so
Let's go.
And
yeah.
okay, just before we, we're switching to it now, obviously, but they look like it's kind of like the Wobbebob situation where they're really close on the first hill, and they haven't quite gotten it.
Good start from J-lings by the look of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you said. I mean, that's kind of exactly what you want from a J-lings perspective. But
It is one of those things, you give up the overshield, but you only need one push to kind of break the hill and get in. So we'll have to see. But I mean, scary sight. Form with the sniper rifle, never something that you really want to play against. So they're gonna have to
H4F, man.
down.
Let's go.
yeah, I mean, obviously we can all kind of give our thoughts you want generally on this series. I think it's safe to say Optic, the current reigning world champions, arguably the best team in America, or in the world. Sorry, they won the last event. So like for J-lings, it's not wrong to say that it'd be an absolute, upset of the century if they. Oh, that's so unfortunate. If they were able to beat Optic, it would be.
Don't
huge.
say it, Dan. It's I feel like Optic are a bit vulnerable though. Like,
I mean, potentially, yeah. They did just go to the game 5 with G1. So.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is in terms of Optic, they very rarely look vulnerable at all, but this is arguably the most vulnerable they've looked in a while. I mean, obviously they come in as the 4th seed for this event, so and they went game 5 with G1. So like, there's never a good time to play Optic, but now might be the best time to play Optic. But even then, it's just gonna be so difficult. And looking at the start here, 4 more. I'm sure a lot of you guys know him. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good FPS player. Not bad.
A decent
Yeah,
player.
he's okay.
Average.
Man, it does make you wonder, like, Bestow, though.
Poor guy.
Like, he was still clearly good enough to compete as well.
Yeah, I do wish he kept playing, but I mean, obviously this Optic team is so dominant. Like,
Yeah, and it was a good start from J-lings on that first hill, but it looks like the second hill has been a really good hill for Optic. And to be fair, this C hill can be really difficult to break, but in terms of the kills though, Clonally, the new pickup, 8 and 6 with 4 assists, so he's having a good game. The rest of the team
not so much.
struggling a
I
little
believe
bit.
it's Colonelli. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Colonelli.
true. That's the thing that's so difficult when you're playing against these top teams. It's all, sometimes one of your players can have a really good game, but for all four of you to have a good game against a team like Optic, it's just so difficult. But what I'm excited about though is we're seeing a mouse and keyboard player play against Optic.
Yeah.
It's
I can't believe he actually committed to it. I'm like, that's
I'm
amazing.
glad. I think he's better on it, to be honest. Like look at the stats and stuff. Like he's been like top frag and everything. Like I mean, he's really good on it. So
I think also
I
just
feel
fresh-
like
it just
having one on like
I
a
feel like
top team.
it just freshens up the game as well. I think for him maybe like keeps it fresh.
Yeah, it makes you want to play more. Gives you a reason to get on, doesn't it?
And I feel like there's more of like a ceiling to your individual skill, mouse and keyboard.
100%. Like I feel like mouse and keyboard's got such a higher like skill ceiling. It's just wild. Like the movement, like ability on mouse and keyboard, like just playing Marcus and he's able to just get away from situations. Gets his head down and it's just like so annoying.
Because you can just like even you can just slide whenever you want. I think Marcus is like a special case just because obviously as like he plays like the fastest sense out of like any of the MK players, but like okay, rare couple.
Yeah, I do like in my head I'm like, is there a macro like for like sliding? It's just like obviously there's not, but like that's what it feels like when I watch him get around the map. It's like it's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like a lot of potential. I mean, like I say, looking at the stats, I mean, all of Optic. This is what's so good about Optic. They're just so consistent. Like, they're just like all of them kind of all hovering around the same amount of kills. And I think the thing that's going to be difficult from a JLingz perspective is when you're playing against a team which is the best in the world. It's like in the objective game modes, especially. Like this Optic team have been a team for so long. Like they've played hundreds of scrims ago probably at this point. Like they've just played so much. Whereas I think like, the J-lingz roster arguably a little bit more of like a new team. So I think especially on the objective modes, generally the more practiced team has a big advantage, as well as obviously
hundreds of scrims. They probably played this game type 100 times.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not even exaggeration.
So
like, there's so many reps.
I think Optic scrim like more than anyone as well, pretty much. Like the only team that used to scrim more was like E United, like the very first E United roster. So, but Optic, they just always play.
Yeah, so I think from a J-lingz perspective, this game 2 is going to be really big. Obviously, like mathematically, they can still win game 1, but being down 3-0 in a King of the Hill game is just such a difficult kind of deficit to come back from. So I think this game 2 is going to be like a really big focus for them to see if they can, kind of show up there in that game 2. But this game 1, I think arguably Livefire has been one of Optic's best maps in the whole game. I think Livefire, there was like a stat for a while, they'd never lost it.
It was just the whole like Livefire.
They didn't lose a lot,
yeah. They didn't lose. They were like 25-0 on Livefire or something at the start of the game. Like it was
Sentinels,
crazy.
They lost it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think this game, honestly, I hate to highlight it, but I love to highlight. I think if you're respectful, you want to pick it up a little bit going into the game 2, because I think if you kind of, you don't have the greatest match, like going into the rest of the series can be a little bit daunting. So you're definitely going to want to like step it up a little bit now, whilst you kind of have this like free time to do so.
Yeah, that's the thing about like stat lines is like it doesn't. At the end of the day, your KD doesn't matter in an objective. Like if you lose 4-0, it's probably like you aren't the reason, but it just in terms of like from an individual kind of mentality point of view, if you're having a bad game, you can start like maybe doubting yourself a little bit if you're like struggling to get kills. And obviously in an FPS game, getting kills, KD, I think it can just boost your confidence a lot. Even if you lose a game 4-0, if you're someone like Clonely in this game, for example, you're losing the game just as much as Respectful as you're all on the same team. But if you're getting the kills on the board, it can be like a nice little confidence boost kind of heading into the next game. So I think. Yeah, it'd be nice from Respectful. We could have got a few more kills, but like I said, at the end of the day, they lose the first game. I think most of us probably would have expected Optic in these objective modes to be the favoured team, but I think this game 2 here is going to be really massive from JLingz, because we speak about in these series, like if you haven't necessarily got a chance of winning the series, like if you can have a few close games potentially, I think that can be a big boost to confidence. And I think their next series against G1, that could be the make or break series for their whole tournament. Because I think the team that finishes 4th in the pool gets eliminated. So I think it's safe to assume that Optic Gaming, the current world champions, should win this series against JLingz. But if JLingz could make a close match out of it, maybe hopefully take a Slayer or have a close game or 2, I think that would hopefully give them enough confidence they could go on then to the G1 series and give them a good game and maybe win it. But obviously, game 1 Optic, just as you'd expect from a team of that caliber, just look absolutely ruthless. And yeah, not really too surprised in the end, but I'm assuming though. I guess as this will be the same series layout as the Complexity series, right?
Yeah.
So it should be. I think it'll be an Aquarius Slayer game 2 here. So I think that could be an interesting one.
You can win a series by winning 2 Slayers, right? So like that's also something you got to factor in.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like if they could, yeah, I'm hoping, and we've said it before as well earlier in the day about how sometimes teams can underestimate teams, and I think we've seen, before, like Optic. If you're Optic from that perspective, you win the first game 4-0. Hopefully now, they might let up a little bit, get a little bit too relaxed, and could give a chance here for a good start. And that's the thing in Slayer, a good start can snowball very quickly in a Slayer. So yeah, we'll have to see how this kind of Aquarius Slayer goes. But yeah, map one does go to Optic.
Just a quick update on the other series. Sentinels were up like 5 or 6 in the Slayer, but they end up losing it 50-42 to Native White.
Oh,
It's so unfortunate. They had such a good start. I really wanted Lethal to get a win there.
On the Complexity Navi side, Complexity obviously 2-1 up in the series. We saw that oddball game. Currently, 1-1 in the Argyle. Monsters are not having the fastest game in terms of kills, but once again, it seems to be Psycho and Collect are the main two. And I know it doesn't always work roster theory crafting, but I just think, we've got Psycho and Collect, and maybe got these two other people on the team. Just like
they do need one more heavy here.
Yeah, I feel like they're like one more, because I feel like most teams have that one player who's like not necessarily like super high in the kills. Whether it's like Eco on SSG or like APG sometimes. Snake. Yeah. It's like, I feel like you can't maybe have two sometimes, and it feels like Monster and Tusk just sometimes a little bit too inconsistent. So hopefully, obviously from an EU perspective, guys, if Navi win the series, I think it means that Wababobs are still in with a hope of qualifying. Whereas I think if Complexity win, it's looking very, very unlikely. So obviously
Complexity win, it's impossible.
We're rooting for Navi here, but in terms of the series we're watching at the moment, like I said, we just watched game 1 of J-lings versus Optic. So we're hoping we can see a nice bounce back here from J-lings in this Slayer in this game too. But yeah, there's a lot of matches going on. It's hard to keep up with everything. Like I said, there's 4 streams. There's 4 streams going on. So
I would like to throw a fun little statistic out. Navi have never beaten a top 12 or top 16 like North American team at LAN ever on this game. So they could break the streak. Yeah, if you look at every past bracket and pool, they've never beaten a top 12 like North American team. The only ones they've ever beaten are like open play or like some kind of like lower teams. So I mean they would love to break the streak, I reckon, because that was someone told me that before, and I wasn't sure if it was real, but it is. They've only ever beaten like European.
We're in game 2. Game 2 should be starting any second, I think, on Optic J-lings. I'm excited for this one. Let's go. I mean, we saw J-lings have a good start at the King of the Hill game, so hopefully we can see something similar here in the Slayer. And I think this is a good map for obviously Optic. We saw them win this against G1 earlier on, but I also think this is potentially a good map for the side of J-lings. I think I'm looking at Respectful, especially to hopefully have a nice bounce back game here. I think he's one of these players, obviously very, very good Halo 5 player, so if he could get a Frost back in his hands maybe, I think that could be a really, really good kind of thing for him. But unfortunately, 4 dead after start here for J-lings. Not the start they would have wanted. And I'm interested to see here if Optic are going to really try push the pace, or maybe they're going to kind of let J-lings kind of walk into their trap. We're seeing the shock nades come out here, but like you said earlier, Matt, I think the shock nades are kind of majorly nerfed now.
Yeah, they feel almost useless. Like they're just there to slow you down rather than do damage now.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like even a slowing effect though, like, isn't really as powerful as it was.
No.
No, I don't think it has the slowing effect now.
It's the classic, like, it's the classic thing that always happens. So, like, something gets nerfed, it gets nerfed.
Yeah, it got nerfed a bit too much, maybe, but I mean, they were so overpowered that
I like Monsters 9 and 16 and Snakey's 8 and 16.
Yeah, to be fair though, Snakey had a god tier game.
Yeah, no, he did have a really good game.
But yeah, looking at the Optic game, it's currently 11-3 in favour of Optic. So once again, a really, really good start. And I think, to be honest, unfortunately for J-lings, something that I think could be a factor is I think G1 were the team that put Optic while they're a little bit cold. But I think that game 5 for Optic probably shocked them into life a little bit and like got them like in tournament form. Like they probably realised, okay guys, we can't sleep anyone here. We gotta like be on our A game. And it seems like J-lings have run into a hot Optic gaming. Like they got pushed to a game 5 early on. They've kind of got those early shakes out the way, and Optic now look like they're in kind of prime form. And yeah, so it's definitely not. It's definitely a scary team to run into if you're J-lings. But like we said, I think Slay is probably their best chance of winning. And yeah, no, it's still the camo is coming up soon. So if they get their hands on that, maybe a chance to come back. But yeah, it's looking increasingly difficult here.
It's like when you get people calling out Kobe on Twitter saying he's like rubbish, and then next thing you know, drops another great GOAT performance.
Well, Complexity have taken the series 3-1, and that is a Wobberbobs out the tournament.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 100%. It's impossible.
Like Candle.
They could 5-0 the next team and they're out. So.
Okay, interesting. That is not that. So what we might have to do then is, I think our next series was going to be Complexity Wobberbobs, but I might maybe see if we can change that because obviously there's not really any stakes on the line. Is there another
Yeah.
EU series on we could watch?
I will go. I will go and have a look. If Quadrant's on, I really would love to see that. I think no, Quadrant G1 might be starting now.
Yeah, if not,
Oh,
we'll
no.
watch it.
No, we can go into Quadrant G1. I'm pretty sure. Like after this series, we'll go into Quadrant G1, and that's gonna be a really good series. It'll be a way better series than Cole, Awaba anyway.
I'll try to get that going. So yeah, I'll let you guys cover this match for a little bit. But yeah, so 21-11, Matt. I guess it's not looking great for JLingz at the moment, but like we said, Optic looking strong.
Esports is
No.
looking strong again against against Optic. Like he did when he stand in for Optic, for Quadrant.
Yeah, the thing is, there's only 2 teams in the world
Yeah.
that can really make Optic look bad, right? And that's SSG and FaZe. So like,
And Quadrant, I don't know, they went game 5 before.
I mean,
I'm thinking maybe
Quadrant,
Pool
yeah.
played maybe Pool played Optic. You know, Quadrant come out swinging.
this looks like Sunday Optic at the moment to me. Like
I didn't know.
I
you
don't
didn't see
know
the
because
G1.
you didn't see G1.
I think it's different.
Yeah.
Like Sunday Optic, they're not playing like, you know, they're playing like the SSGs and the FaZe. So and they went game 5 against G1. It looked really close. So I don't have loads of hope that they're gonna win, but I think it's possible. You know, like
Quadrant has a
they'll get a
chance.
map or something.
Okay, I've received confirmation we are good to watch the Quadrant series instead of the
JLingz has been able to
Wobble Bob
close
series.
yeah, so actually they pulled us back quite nicely
Yeah.
so far from the start.
So what series is that going to be down? Is that Quadrant G1 you said?
Yeah, Quadrant G1.
Oh, I can't wait for that one.
that's a
Yeah,
huge
it's
I will
gonna
say
be a
though,
really
that's
good
a
series.
series.
2 Foxy 9-7 this game, Septic as well 7-8. So I mean,
Yeah.
considering how bad the start looked, they've not done a bad job, JLingz, of keep bringing it back a little bit. But you know the problem is when you have those really rough starts from a kind of JLingz perspective, when you're down so many kills, even if you start suddenly picking up a lot, you sometimes just leave yourself a little bit too much to do. And you see the score, 35-22 and growing. And I think Optic, they're very different teams, like a native Red we just saw. Some teams have that very scrappy play style, and I think they almost give you the opportunity to come back in these games. But I think Optic just have such a controlled play style that I think the only way to beat them is just purely like out strategizing them. And I think when you're a team like JLingz that haven't been a roster for as long as the Optic gaming team, it's just gonna where do you win on the map? You've got players like Formal and Lucid who are just so good individually. You've got players like APG who are just so experienced and just so smart, and it's just like Optic just seem like the perfect team.
Strategize Optic.
It
Like-
winds me up because in my head, Formal was like not very good individually when he is obviously amazingly good
Wait, who
individually.
said
but,
that?
like, in my head,
Oh.
that's the way I look at it, and
Wait,
it's like
he's
it's
a
obviously not
god.
true.
We might have to
I
sub
know
Matt
he is.
out. His
I
head
know.
is.
No,
We have
no,
to
no.
sub
Yeah,
Matt
hang
out.
on.
I think.
Yeah, no, you know what that's what
Nah, I get what you're
he's
saying
got,
there,
He's
Matt.
like got the anti-old man buff, like
I like-
he's got the reverse old man buff.
I like in the bottom left they've spelled Clonely's name wrong, so it's Cloney.
True.
You know what it is though, Matt? I think with Formal is that he doesn't have that cracked perspective like a collect or like a
Exactly, yeah.
cycle, but his shot and his reticle placement and his anticipation is god tier. He just always knows what people are gonna be. He never misses.
Oh my
he's
god,
insane.
What I would love
Clonely.
to see.
Surely with a
right,
double.
like, I don't know if you've ever seen us like a chess stream that does guessy. I'd love to see
Oh,
a
I've
guess
seen that,
put POV like from a Halo game, and you got to guess who it is.
Oh
That'd be
yeah,
amazing.
I
So
love that.
this is gonna end up with the same thing that happened with the Wobobas. Quadrant need to beat J1 to give JLingz a chance.
Yeah.
Game 2 go into Optic, unfortunately for JLingz. Like I say, I think for anyone who's just kind of joining us, it's JLingz, obviously the 4th seeded team in Europe, they're in quite a difficult pool. Optic Gaming, the kind of reigning world champions in all of Halo, the whole world. So this was probably always going to be JLingz's most difficult series of the tournament. So I don't think, obviously we're disappointed they're not winning the games, but I think it's kind of just to be expected, to be honest. But I think, hopefully the only kind of, I think, shining light here could be, or the kind of silver lining potentially, if JLingz could maybe try and make a close game out of this game 3. I think, like I say, the next series is against G1, and most likely that could be their kind of make or break series for the tournament. So I think they need to try to take as much as they can from this series, because
I think it's an oddball.
I think winning it could be a bit of a stretch too far. But I think making it a close one, hopefully they kind of got that in their locker. But I think like we said, Dan. So is it now, like you said, mathematically impossible for a Wobba Bobs to?
Yeah, for Wobobas, yes.
But we need Quadrant to beat G1, right?
Yeah, we need Quadrant to beat
I mean,
G1.
Finish
the
third if they
JLingz
don't
as well.
win this series.
They're different pools,
no,
though. Is what I'm saying.
Wait.
I'm saying a Wobba Bobs. So the Wobba Bobs.
Oh, sorry,
Complexity,
yeah.
Navi
They're out.
pool. They're definitely out. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
pool's
well-
basically already decided. They're playing for first and second. Navi got third.
Okay, yeah. So
effectively.
Actually,
we're gonna-
Navi didn't get third. Navi is playing for get second position if they
Sorry,
win
you're
here.
right. Yeah, you're right.
So
yeah,
Na-
yeah,
so
yeah,
so
yeah.
Navi have won a series. Native
They
Red
have.
have won a series.
Complexity have won a
Navi
series.
beat Native Red. It'll
Complexity
be a
have won a
three-way trade.
series.
It'll be a three-way like fight for first, second, third.
I mean,
what was beat Complexity? Wouldn't there be 2 teams on 1 win?
no, but it's the head-to-head because they got their own 6, so it wouldn't matter.
Okay, because they'd won
They're
less
out. They're
maps
out the tournament.
overall.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're gone.
Alright. But yeah.
Sent home.
But yeah, so when map 3 coming up next for Optic J-lings, and like Dan said, after this series we should have another juicy one, another EU match. We're gonna have Quadrant versus G1, so yeah, should be some good matches coming up. I think, like you said, I think an oddball for the game 3 with J-lings and Optic. So I think, hopefully because it's a bit more of an extended game type, they have a chance to really kind of make the most out of it and get a good feel for them. And I think after playing against Optic, you'd hope that playing G1 will feel a little bit easier.
Yeah, I think they're gonna need a mental bounce back. I feel like maybe the mental's not the greatest at the minute, so we do definitely need a bounce back. Luckily, next game's an oddball. Otherwise, it could have gone pretty badly, but we'll see if they can make anything happen. I would like to say a stat from the other series. Cycle got 110 kills, right? He had a 1.64 KD against Navi.
My.
He went 110 to 67 with 29,000. The next closest in lobby was Snipe Drone with 26k.
Almost
And
fit, by
then
the way.
PC.
Monster went 56 and 86 with a 0.65. So
Yeah. So game 3 started.
maybe the accusations are real, Matt.
Yeah.
You got to think.
Checking
maybe.
PC, man. You
Check-
can't
yeah.
argue.
No,
with
you
Cycle,
got to
that's a
think.
joke.
There's a possibility.
Yeah, no, Cycle, I think.
APG's got the rockets.
I'm hoping this could be a kind of standout event where like people start because I don't know if you guys remember actually. I think it was Worlds last time where Complexity was the old Complexity roster. I think it was where they actually won game 1 nearly against Optic, and then, I think Cycle went up plus 1 million. It might have been Neuronical. It was one of the 2. I think it was Cycle though. But either way, I think Cycle has always been one of those players where he's been on these teams that have been a little bit kind of out the top 6. And I'm hoping that maybe after this event, people will start taking
he is
note
honestly
a little bit more.
he's so good, but it just kind of he definitely needs that kind of team around. I think maybe after this event, I honestly, if I'm no offense to them, I would upgrade Monster and Tusk if possible, or at least one of them. I think you definitely need to
I think you're more likely to see if Optic don't win this event, or if FaZe don't win it, or if SSG don't win it. One of those teams is going to have a little shuffle or something to shake it up.
Although I think Complexity, it depends, because I think they're kind of on that thing of where maybe we'll try and spend a little less money and have a less OP team, but now they've ended up with Cycle and Collect, and it's well, now we could just splash out and try and get a really OP team here. And I would love to see them just try and make a powerhouse team, to be honest. Okay, good start here from Bran. He's already got the same amount of kills he has in the rest of the series, so we'd love to see this carry on.
I think this could be, as it's a long game, it's not a very snowbally game. Hopefully this could be a chance for all the players on J-lings kind of rack up a few kills and start building their confidence up again, because it can be a thing that really knocks your confidence. Losing against a team, obviously the quality of Optic, they can really make the games very difficult. So hopefully from their perspective, they can start building up a few of these kills and get their confidence back a little bit. Even if they don't necessarily win this game 3, it could be a good thing to bring into the next series. But saying that, J-lings have had a really good start to this game. They are racking up a little bit of ball time. Respectful currently 5-2 as well. So I'd say really good start for J-lings.
Yeah,
they needed a good start.
Yeah, this is exactly what you needed. I mean, I think one more game that kind of went similarly. You're not really holding out too much hope for the next series. But I think, like you said, if they can have a close one here, kind of prove to themselves that they do have what it takes to keep hanging on with these guys and hanging on the level of G1, then it becomes a lot more doable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean that game 1 against G1 is going to be huge, I think, for the mental.
Yeah, it's gonna be important for the mental of JLingz. But winning a
We
map,
don't know game types.
but winning a map here already against Optic would be amazing by JLingz.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Go on my CV.
I mean, yeah, 7-3 from us. I think the thing that's good though about this series,
Oh my
obviously,
god,
oh my
there we
lord,
go.
9-3. I think every player on JLingz has had their moments this series. Like Clonely, the first game was really solid. 2Foxy and the Slayer, I think, had a really good game. I mean, Respectful was 10-3 in this game.
Yeah.
It just shows how different Halo can be game to the game. Like you can just have these games where like everything just goes your way, and then other games where it goes the opposite. But I think all the players here on JLingz, they've had their moments against the team like Optic. So I'm hoping they can, when it comes into the future series in this tournament or the next series against G1, they can really kind of take the positives from that and learn from it. But yeah, like I say, you can have these moments of brilliance against Optic, but over the course of a full game of Halo, it's just so difficult to kind of do it consistently enough and actually win the game.
Yeah, especially like a really long game of Oddball where maybe those, like you said, like the moments of brilliance where they don't really result in like too much, like one like really good streak, maybe getting like 30-40 seconds ball time, which doesn't even like win a round, but I mean, if you're doing like a strongholds or a flag, you get cap or you get like 50-60 points and it looks a lot more doable. But
that was perfect to get the rockets right there at the timing of the shroud.
Yeah, I mean, just to like point out how big of a turnaround Bran has had. I mean, he was 4-28 collectively on the first 2 matches, and now he's 11-5. So I mean, this is exactly what needed. I think if he had like another really rough game like the previous 2, then like maybe his mental was going to be a little bit checked going into the G1 series. But this is probably giving him a lot more confidence now.
How do you feel about the shroud screen as a whole?
Personally, I'm not a fan. I think losing aim assist on anyone, like even before it's like kind of there, like you pop it, you're still visible for a second. You don't get any aim assist on you. It's a little bit just weird, and it's kind of just cheap. Like getting like, especially because it's only on the map with the rocket launchers. I don't know if you've noticed that, but it's only on Streets and Live Fire. I'm pretty sure, and it's. Yeah. Oh no, sorry.
I think it needs to spawn like on Live Fire. I think it needs to spawn when the repulsor does, so it's away from the OS.
Yeah, because otherwise one team just gets it, like, and it's it's like really dumb. I'm not a big fan.
They need to swap where like the repulsor is.
Yeah, I said the rocket maps, but then I realized Live Fire doesn't have a rocket launcher. But anyway,
don't worry.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I feel like it's kind of like just like a cheap, like easy like mechanic to get away with stuff.
You'll never know the days of Halo 3 as a bubble shield, man. And like at the start, like we had bubble shields and restoration shields. I can't remember what they're called. Like if you basically had a shotgun inside one of those, you were just untouchable.
Yeah. I remember back in the day, when I was 3, my MLG 50.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
No, I was in my dark before showing back, so. There's still, a nice bounce back here from Cleanly and Respectful. A little bit of a rough game for Septic and 2Foxy, but like you said earlier, see, it's one thing to have like 1 or 2 players kind of have like a good game and like, and kind of like pop off a little bit, but to actually take a series against a team like Optic, you need everyone firing on full cylinders, and even then sometimes, it's not enough. Like, I mean, you can't really be too disheartened when you see Navi or Optic, sorry, like 3-0ing like even like the top 6 like NA team sometimes. So.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Oh
I mean,
Ninja.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the score for Optic, they're such an OBJ efficient team. Obviously, I think I'm happy to see the players from JLingz. Like I said, they've all had their moments, they've all had their games, but it's just, it just seems like whenever 1 or 2 of the members of JLingz have a really good game, 1 or 2 of the others just kind of slack behind a little bit, and they've all kind of taken it in turns to have those good games. But it's just, I mean, against Optic Gaming, it's just this could be anyone against Optic Gaming. That'd probably be I might be favouring Optic. It's just they're reigning world champions. Just such a difficult. It was always going to be a super difficult match, and I don't think JLingz. I think the players on that JLingz team, including the coach Baxter, I don't think they're going to be like too disheartened at this loss. I think they probably knew going into it that it was going to be a really difficult series. But I think all eyes for them are going to be on that G1 match, because at the moment, obviously they've lost both their first 2 series 3-0 now against Quadrant and Optic by the look of it. So it's all going to come down to that G1 series. I think if they can win that G1 series, it's going to be, there's still all to play for, but at the moment, Optic 6 points needed to close out the game, and it's not looking good.
Perspective, right?
Comeback is coming.
To beat Optic, you're normally winning the event, right?
Yeah, you're like no one.
Put that in perspective.
Yeah,
like,
no one beats them. Like, I don't know if they've ever lost a full play game in this game. I'm gonna be honest.
But also, like, how many times have they finished outside the top 2?
Like once, twice, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think one scary thing for JLingz here though is that yes, there is a lot riding on the G1 series, but if Quadrant managed to take that, then just like a Wobbobobs, it will become impossible for them to make it out of pool play.
All right, I'm just going to have to
So-
interrupt you for a second. So we're
Okay.
going to go to a quick break. We'll say about 5 minutes break, and then as soon as we come back, we will have G1 versus Quadrant ready for you, and we might have a new member on the cast as well. So yeah, stay tuned. I'll see you guys shortly.
Now I gotta ride or die.
Quadrant's not on.
And
Red
we're back.
Blue. Okay.
We're live.
Oh,
Let's go.
hello.
Okay, so yeah, sorry, not Optic. Quadrant and G1 are playing on the HCS stream. I think that's the B stream. So we're just gonna go to that. We have SpartyX has joined us. We got some American expertise for the American teams. So we were meant to be watching Complexity originally. So I'm sorry to switch up on you last second, but basically the team that Complexity are playing against are now mathematically impossible for them to actually progress. So we thought it's probably not worth watching it. So we're watching G1 Quadrant instead. So at least we're still watching an EU team. So let's have a look. Yes, we're in. Look at that. Incredible.
Oh my god, 1-1 on the hills already.
Ooh.
Legend 10-5 to start off. I mean, he's been playing just unbelievable, like in these scrims since they got to America. So I think this is going to be a crazy series, to be honest.
So, if I'm not mistaken, right, so obviously this is the same pool as J-lings. So Quadrant win this series, they're like guaranteed top 2, and then obviously they could beat Optic and get first, right?
Yeah.
Technically.
Yeah.
And then G1, obviously, they lost to Optic, so yeah, I mean, I'm hoping this is like the series for me, which is like the first series we've seen Quadrant play, which is like, they've had all these like crazy good scrims where they've like beat all these teams, but I feel like they need to be beating a team like G1 if they want to have hopes like breaking top 4 and top 6 and things like that. I think this is like the first kind of hurdle. I guess, Sparty, have you caught any of the action today? Have you been keeping up at all with any of the games or seen anything maybe caught your eye? True.
I have these Halo events. I mean, I'm sad that I'm not at the LAN, but
True, I can't believe you're on the LAN. That would have been even better to have you as like an on the ground correspondent. We could like switch to a microphone. You just like interview Formal on the way to the stage. That'd have been good.
In mid-series. Like.
I mean, speaking, I know you're a big Optic fan, right? And
yeah.
Optic went Game 5 earlier on against G1, so I mean, are you a little bit concerned about Optic at all, or do you think they're just kind of getting into it a bit?
As we've seen in the past,
Can you
it's
turn your
always
mic up a little bit, Spy?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, just like keep it quiet.
Is that good?
Yeah,
you could do it on you could do it on Discord then as well.
Oh, can I?
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't know if it was low for the stream as well.
Anyway, as you were saying,
I'm glad you told me that, but yeah, no, I feel like that's kind of a common thing as we've seen in the past, like few events. It's like, you know, Optic just kind of has to warm a little, and then they eventually get into their groove. Maybe a few scares here and there, but I have faith in them. You know, I think that they will pull through.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is like they got so close to losing, but they didn't actually lose, which is like it's some of those teams you can like push them all the way, but like Optic just seem to always find a way to clutch up. So I mean, on the bright side though, from a G1 perspective, I mean that series for them must have given them so much confidence, you know, pushing Optic all the way to a Game 5. And I mean, to be honest, in this game, it's almost kind of flown by already. G1 are up 3-1 in the game against Quadrant. So you know, from an EU perspective, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit concerned because I mean, I was saying that we've been saying this a few times recently, Dan and Matt, about like the EU, how good Quadrant's been looking in the scrims, and are they going to be able to translate it to a kind of LAN environment? I know it's only Game 1, but already it's a little bit concerning.
Yeah, I think, you know, here you got to kind of point out Chick not having, you know, his greatest game, and yeah, I think he's, you know, one of the main players on the squad, and yeah, that'll be Game 1 going to them.
I can't believe
that went by way too quickly.
I'm a little bit shell shocked, to be honest. Like,
that was fast.
Wow. That was fast. I mean, yeah, I did not expect that game to be over so quickly. And like, we're back already. We was only just on the screen a second ago.
Yeah. I didn't even. That was like 2 minutes. I barely looked at my screen. They just.
I know.
I'm almost scared.
I don't want to read too much into it, like, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna need a hot start from Quadrant next game, because if you go 2-0 down in the series in like 10 minutes, then.
I mean, Chick definitely had a rough one now. I don't think I've ever seen Chick go like 4-15 before, but I mean, that's a first. So, not the best.
It'd be interesting. I think it'll be the same game types potentially as one of the series we just watched. I think the J-lings series was that game 1 as well.
Yeah.
So
it'd be Aquarius, right?
I think that's a really good game type for Quadrant, right? I think so. I mean, I think most game types are good for Quadrant. I mean, because we just see them win all the time, so I just assume they're good at everything. But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, yeah, G1. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't really, when I'm doing like predictions and things, I didn't really think of like G1 being in like my top 4. Definitely, probably.
It's a bit of a litmus test, I think, for Quadrant, right? Like if they can't be G1, I don't think they'll get top 6. Like quite pure and simply. I know it's only Friday, but like, that's the gatekeeping top 6 team, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, this is also, I'm pretty sure this is G1's first event with the new roster, obviously because of change from suspected to someone.
Suppressed.
Suppressed. Yeah, there we
Yeah.
go. Yeah, I
Too
mean
many
that's
S's.
yeah. So yeah, that's obviously a bit of a switch up, and they were looking shaky online for a little bit. I think it really took G1 ages to get into the groove, to be honest. But I mean, they're looking pretty good right now.
I'm just
do
trying
think
to find
Boo Boo
out.
starts-
Did Quadrant scrim G1 at all before the
no,
event?
they didn't.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I was about to look because I was thinking that'd be interesting if they kind of beat them in a scrim. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's so many different ways you could read into that game. You could be like, oh, maybe a Quadrant looking past G1 and thinking they can, be beating all these top teams. And I mean, but to be fair though, I think another factor as well is that, like, from I guess a Quadrant perspective, they've only played one series, and that was against JLingz, and they won that one fairly comfortably. Whereas obviously G1 have played against the best team in the game, arguably gone game 5. So maybe it could just be a matter of Quadrant having to adjust to playing teams of different levels. So
Yeah.
hopefully we see a nice bounce back from the side of, I guess, Quadrant. I guess Sparty, while we got you here, I feel like you're like probably the one out of all of us that's met the most of players kind of in person. You've been to a lot of the LAN events. So is there any players, I guess, especially from the G1 side, that you might have, I guess, had a chance to talk to, or maybe, I guess, the Quadrant side probably not as much because they're EU, but
Yeah. Ironically enough, I haven't really met anybody from that roster aside from, I think, and take this very lightly. When I meet people, I'm not really like, conversating about like real Halo stuff. It's kind of like, hi, nice to meet you, yada yada, small talk. So I think I've met Boo Boo before, if I remember. But
I like Boo Boo. He's like probably
I
my
met
favorite
Boo
player on the
Boo
team.
Charlotte. I met him at Charlotte, and I did talk to him about the time when we played Halo 4 FFA. He would have never remembered it, but played him in an FFA match. So I was like, oh yeah, you beat me once. I don't appreciate it. So of course
He's
you beat me.
he's trying to impress you on the watch party because you talked to him about the free for all. I feel like, I don't know. G1 is quite a likable team, or at least I really like Boo Boo. I think Boo Boo and Falcao had now been like a long time duo, and like
Sabinator not as likable.
yeah, Sabinator, he's a bit more quiet, so you don't really see as much of him. And then and then Suppressed I like. I like his Suppressed playstyle. I don't really know much about his personality, but he seems like a very like outspoken, like kind of like extroverted personality, and I feel like that's almost, I think, what this G1 team needs a little bit, because I think they're a little bit quiet. So I think his playstyle especially, because I think Suspector, compared to Suppressed, were just like two like polar opposite playstyles. So I think it might suit him a bit, because I think Boo Boo is fair to say he's got a bit of like a slower playstyle. So, but yes.
Boo Boo's one of those players who needs to be like in the perfect groove, I feel like, to like really shine.
Yeah. He had a little bit of a rough showing earlier against Optic, so I mean, he's definitely looking to like bounce back here, and obviously this maybe the first time either of these teams have actually like played each other ever. I don't remember Quadrant playing against G1 before, so. But I mean, Chick is already, he was like 4-15, now he's 3-1. So I mean, he's already turning it around. And once you see everyone else get going, like, yeah, there's definitely a chance to get back into it.
But yeah, I think like we can't see Quadrant go 2-0 down in this series. I've said it so many times today. Like, I think Quadrant are probably looking at a team like G1. Obviously, G1 are a really good team, but with how good Quadrant have been looking in these scrims recently, I think like it'd be a big shock to the system for them. I mean, already that first game, obviously you can lose a game, but there's like a way you can lose a game, and I think the way that G1 won that first game so comfortably probably shocked them a little bit. So, I think I was saying to Tony a little bit about like some of the strengths and weaknesses of the Quadrant team. I think it's definitely hard to find some, but I will say, if you compare Quadrant to some of these other EU rosters, the only thing they're maybe lacking compared to maybe the likes of J-lings and Navi is, I think, that experience at a high level. I think SLG is probably the only player outside of Halo Infinite who kind of competed at a high level and played at a lot of these LANs. I think Seeker, Chick, and Legend are definitely they've got a lot of experience in this game, but they haven't got like a lot of like kind of long time veterans. So I think, obviously Quadrant, they're probably so used to just winning and winning and winning when it comes to Europe, and I guess when they come to America, they probably face a lot more adversity than they're used to. So I think it'll be nice to see how they kind of handle that. But off to start here in this game, it's still a close game, Matt, but I think, Quadrant, they're still kind of staying in it a little bit.
I feel like your point about like where you basically just said that Quadrant aren't used to playing a tight games, I'd imagine aren't used to playing games behind. Like, you put it on the football analogy. It's like Newcastle. Like they're kind of like in a Newcastle sort of stage of like where they want to be a top team, but they're not quite good enough to press those top teams. But they're not quite good enough to comfortably sweep like the other top 6 teams.
Yeah.
Which is what we're seeing here, sort of thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's like it's got to be an adjustment period, but I mean, you'd hope that's one of the benefits of like coming out early and scrimming and things like that you'd get that experience playing in like different levels of teams and facing adversity and things like that. So
yeah, I'd love to see him have like a 2-month boot camp. That'd be unreal, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Just like getting that NA scrim cycle.
Yeah,
no,
I mean, even from the week they've had, they've shown like a lot of progress and just being like really dominant against some of these other North American teams. I think maybe if you put them in a different pool, they could. I don't know if they could top any of these pools, but they definitely. I mean, they're probably already going to come second, right? Maybe. Oh no, they could come third.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
There'll be a dangerous team to play in the losers bracket though. If they finish third as well, like they'll be one of the teams you really want to avoid, right?
I mean, let's hold the phone for a second. I mean, they're only down 1 in this Slayer, and once they get 1 on the board, I would love to see at least like game 5 here. I mean, preferably 3-1 going in the way of Quadrant, but game 5 would be cool.
It's very back and forward. This is.
Yeah.
Sick is one of those players who like I would love to have as a teammate.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look at the side of G1 real quick. Sab has 8 deaths. Suppressed has 10. Foul has 7, and then Boo Boo is 6 and 1. So I mean.
Christ.
To be honest,
if Boo Boo's on your team in matchmaking, you're pulling your hair out right now.
Yeah, I'm very frustrated at this point, but I like that. I mean, Chick 10-6, massive bounce back here. So
it's such a strange one because like having played with like Jack quite a lot, Jack probably plays a lot like Boo Boo in the sense of like on the flank sort of thing, like objectively trying to come behind the other team. I feel like Boo Boo's one of those sort of players who's like trying to play on the edge of the map. So you don't ever really see Boo Boo in the thick of it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And like you said, like if you're going 6 kills, 3 assists, 2 deaths, like yes, on paper you're being really helpful, but like the Prest has got 14 kill contributions. You know what I mean? Like over double, well not over double, but you know what I mean? Like it's like your presence on the map is so much more there. Like, and if you had another player doing that, then maybe Suppressed dies less as well. Like. It looks good on paper, but it just feels like it doesn't work.
Yeah. Especially like it works for some teams and not for others, but it's definitely, I don't know. I mean, it's got to be working out alright for them, but they're up 3 at the minute, so. But yeah, so sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Say on the flip side though, it's also same with like Suppressed, right? He's always like super in there and in everyone's face. So and then sometimes that can go like pretty bad as well. So. SLG gets traded out. Oh, it's such a close game.
So many trades. Like,
need a couple more like just full kills coming out.
This again, like
yeah. So it's hard. That was a good trade out from Seeker there, but you really need to start getting a couple like untraded kits. Maybe honestly, I think this camo could maybe decide the map, and like, unless it just gets burnt, like. They would
every kill is
Suppressed here. Oh my god. Yeah, the trades are just going crazy.
Don't die. No one die.
Oh, Seeker. Oh no, he's running. He's got his boots on. Oh my god. That is my least favorite. Wait.
So that feels like how they not know he's there.
Oh my.
Wow,
how did he trade that? Yeah, that was. I mean, the fact he trades that is crazy. Okay, they're only down 1. How is this game?
Chicks had a really good. I was so scared game 1, like that he had a bit of a rough game.
Yeah.
He's like such a good player on his team. So the fact he's 12 and 10, I mean, thank God. But yeah.
I like what he's doing here. Like he's not.
SLG's got camera right as well, I think.
Yeah.
But I think it's back. Surely
you need SLG to. Yeah, I was gonna say.
There we go. There we go. He's in there.
Oh, they're collapsing. Please.
Oh no! He's done damage to himself.
Oh, Quadrant, no, there's no way to go down 2-0 in this series.
They're down 2, they're down 2.
Sorry, it's all good.
I was going to say, I feel like that was all...
I have so much faith.
It felt like that whole push was in the wrong order.
Oh, I think it looks like they're really trading out here. I don't like how messy this is looking.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait, he gets away.
He got away.
Only down 1 now.
I want Legends to do something big.
Oh, big win, SLG.
Oh my god, yeah. That's a massive kill. Oh, Legend gets traded.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, come
Oh.
on, Quadrant. Oh, no, they got another kill.
Oh, it's a triple
It's
kill.
3 dead,
isn't it?
and I think they know SLG's there as well. This is bad. Oh, there's the map.
Suppressed
49.
19
Oh god,
kills.
we're gonna have to see a wait. Suppress has 19 kills. Oh my lord.
That's insane.
He's so I don't think Suspector's doing that. Like Suppressed is just so good. I mean, he has most kills, most deaths. Like he's just always in there. Like
Wait, did you say like they're triplets, by the way? Like, was
Yeah,
it?
diagram.
diagram.
Yeah.
The actual triplets,
Actual
not
triplets.
just like three brothers.
Yeah,
That's
actual
wild.
triplets.
And they're
Yeah,
all
that's-
decent at Halo. Well, decent is an understatement. Let me stop. But like, you know, good. I wish I had that.
True. I wish my brother was good at Halo. Like,
I reckon they
yeah.
can do like a special move where they all form into one person and become like in a Halo.
I don't know.
A
The 3 of
fusion.
them on one team is terrible. So, hang on. I mean,
oh
this
wait,
game's
oh
still
it's not
going.
over yet. It's not one kill.
Oh
they can
wait,
bait the
is
camo.
Suppressed behind someone? No.
Oh yes,
okay.
Heatwave. He could be the
Yeah,
player
this-
that wins
this-
it. Oh,
Oh
no!
my
Oh
God.
no!
Oh, legend.
Oh.
No, man.
That's a second. So 20 and 15 from Suppressed. Like, oh my god.
Oh.
48.
Oh, there's so many like nearly moments right now
Yeah,
for
oh
like, these EU
my.
teams.
It's a weird one because I think we started off today saying about how good EU's looked and how we're all happy how good EU's looks, and it feels like we fast forward a little bit. Navi lost to complexity. Wobble Bob's got 3-0 by Native Red. Quadrant are down
EU's in the bin.
2-0. it's kind of turned on its head a little bit. I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, I was more saying just because Wobble Bob's had like a close series against Native Red, but Native have a sub, so like.
Yeah.
You know, series is not over. You know.
Yeah.
Let's
So
go. Come on.
keep faith. Keep faith. We good.
I have all the
Um,
faith in Quadrant.
Are you surprised that the series was this close as of yet? Like that, at least that game per se. Like,
No,
only
I
2
mean,
kills.
I thought Quadrant were gonna, had probably take on one of these first 2 maps. I didn't really see it going 2-0 to G1, so I mean, I was hoping for a little bit more maybe.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to be honest. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it could be like, I thought it could be close, but I thought Quadrant would be the better team, and it'd be like 1-1 or 2-1 or like 2-0 to Quadrant. I didn't think like, I think it had been like a 10% likelihood that I thought G1 would go up 2-0. I just think because Quadrant just looks so
Especially
good
how
in scrims.
comfortable that game 1 was as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
Like I think that's like I 2-0 I could see, but like not getting stopped game 1.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's like a little bit of hope, but I was the next one is Streets Oddball.
Oddball
and
Streets, right, yeah.
I think Quadrant are good at this, to be honest. So I don't know, like that one was just so close and it was a little bit of a dagger. But the first game, honestly, maybe just like Steve was saying, like you go from
But
playing.
it's Oddball Street. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, like, you go from playing one team that they're still like a strong team, but they're not on the same caliber as G1, so it's a little bit like it's a little bit different, a little bit of a shock to the system playing them.
Game 4 is Argyle, right? Which
Game 4 is Argyle.
Quadrant are like insane.
They are really good at it.
Looking at scrims and stuff. So like,
I feel like Booby's really good at Streets Oddball though. I'm kind of scared. Like he just seems to always have shotgun, stalker rifle, like 2 deaths. Like
Yeah, but I feel like he's got the Warlord strat there.
what makes me sad is like unlike Halo 3, there used to be like the T-squared combo of getting sniper and rockets. Like there needs to be like an equivalent name for like the shotgun and stalker, if you know what I mean. Like something.
That's a Booby debut combo.
Yeah, the BB combo. Yeah, I can get behind it.
Hopefully game 3 starting soon. So, yeah, I mean, I'm a tiny bit. I don't know if shell shock's the right word. It's not like a crazy upset, but just I think if the boot camp never happened and the scrims never happened, I might have been like, this could be a 50-50 series. Maybe G1 will win. But I think just because of how good the scrims look for Quadrant, I'd like tip them a little bit more, maybe like 60-40, 70-30. And it's like Matt said, it's not the fact they lost a close Slayer, because I think anyone can lose a close Slayer against a team like G1. And obviously G1 did go game 5 of Optic. It's just that game 1 was just so like comfortable.
Yeah, the game 1 was, but I don't know, like that's such a rare game from Chick to see him like going like just playing like that poorly, kind of that first match. I mean, it's not all on here. Sometimes it just happens, like, and then he obviously played really well in that second game. So it's just so. I really want him to do well. If they get past this game 3, I think it's going 5, because like they're just,
definitely.
Like I said this earlier, I think they've maybe lost 1 Argyle flag ever in European competitions. I know they were like undefeated on it for like quite a while. Even in like scrims, they weren't losing it. So I could be wrong, but I think maybe once or twice they've lost it. Like, so I think going into that they're going to be feeling very confident. And then game 5, never know. Right?
Yeah, I think we said like even the last series where Bobs and Native Red was it that no, I think it was the series before that, but it's like they went down 2-0 and they still kind of had hope that they could like reverse sweep, and they got really close in oddball. So I think for me, Quadrant, it's like annoying as a fan that they're in a position where they have to reverse sweep, but I'm also just like I have a lot of confidence that they can.
Yeah.
And like you said, Argyle was a really good game type for them. Game 4, I think Streets generally is a good map for them. Maybe Oddball not as strong as maybe like a Strongholds, for example. But I think 2 good game types coming up, 2 objectives, so they definitely can't have any excuses. And then obviously once you get to a game 5 Slayer, it's kind of anyone's game. But yeah, I guess I'm excited. I'm
What's
excited to see how it
wild,
goes.
stats from this game so far, the 2 games so far. Booby's got 16 kills, 16 deaths. Presser's got 36 kills, 23 deaths. Like
How many died?
the
16?
spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I wouldn't like to have that on my team. I think because I'm kind of one of those players. I run in, I die like a lot. So if you just have like the polar opposite, you have a guy getting like 2 deaths a game. Like I don't know, it's a little bit. It's kind of like having Warlord on my team, you know. I'm there with like 30 deaths in, and I've always got 10.
Shots fired.
I feel like sometimes though having that player on your team, it can like almost give you like a little bit of stability where like it can give like free reign to those players to like suppressed and maybe like
100%.
falcated and like Sab to kind of just get stuck in there, and if things don't go their way, you've still got like a certain level of like control.
Yeah.
Whereas and I think maybe there's a lot of players in Quadrant. I think Seeker and Legend especially are like super aggressive players, and maybe just having Boo Boo just like playing the anchor role and just being so annoying in those positions and staying alive, just it can be making the game like really difficult for them. Because I mean, obviously game 1 was one-sided, but also I really thought Quadrant would go bounce back game 2. Like I thought Aquarius is a really good game site for them. Like Slayer, usually Legend dropping like 20 kills on that, but I mean suppressed in that game 2. I mean let me look at the stats again. I think you said he got, was it 20 kills in the end?
Yeah, he went 20 and 15.
Yeah, he played insane. And on the other side, I think Legend got 14 kills and
Yeah.
11 assists. So Legend got most damage in the lobby. So Suppress got 4.2k, Sab 4.4. All of Quadrant, it was T-Chick, SLG, and Seeker got 3.7, 3.3, and 3.9. Then Legend got 5.1k damage. So he's just absolutely melting everyone. But unfortunately,
One day you're going to say shit correctly.
Chick.
I'll be a happy man.
I feel like I blame someone else. I'm just not blaming. There's probably some random person like 2016 that said T-Chick, and now it's just stuck in my head.
I think I've just seen in your Twitch chat as well. I think Stu got this spot on. Booby Dooby is the NA icon right now.
No, you can't. All right, it'd be the NA icon if icon was good, but
no, icon's incredible. But yeah,
maybe the worst matchmaking player of all time.
Might be a little bit of a delay.
Yeah.
So I guess we're just waiting to get into the 3rd game. Should be a
Streets Oddball series here. I mean, Space Station.
Like SSG are cruising past Hive.
Yeah, I mean that's just kind of
goes without saying. Yeah.
I mean, Precision.
I think SSG are going to win this. I think they've got this event in the.
Yeah, they could do. I mean, Bound's 30 and 15 right now. Oh my god. I think one thing to note. I mean, Legend's got like 2,000 more damage than anyone on his team right now. I mean that sometimes is the case, but if everyone kind of this is another Legend's on a 1.13. I know it's only 2 games, but they played like a 13-game scrim against Optic the other night, and then everyone on his team is negative, and Legend just had like a 1.2 KD or something. So I mean, he's been playing really, really, really well. So I mean, maybe they can get into it.
I guess have we got any updates on any of the other matches? Just if we tab about a bit, I think I'll look at the HCS Red stream. There's no match on that one. The HCS stream, obviously, this is the one we're watching. HCS Blue looks like Shopify. I think most likely Frio Bittersweet, which is the Australian team, which I feel like that's probably to be expected. I mean, I would have liked to have seen the Australian team put up a bit of a better fight, but I think it's always going to be difficult. And then on the Halo stream, I think it's SSG versus Hive X SMG. That's a mouthful to say. And I don't know what the series score is for that. It looks like SSG just won a map, so I think it'd be safe to say you'd assume SSG probably going to win that series. Yeah.
Yeah, SSG look like they're cruising to top of their group, which and like Bound actually looks like Eliminate's son, a little bit.
Huh?
Seen on the stream.
I don't know. Bound definitely most handsome Halo player. Wait, let me look at this.
Maybe it looks like he could be his uncle or something. Like it's definitely. I can see it.
Right, yeah, maybe an uncle. I don't think. I'm not sure about. Yeah, he's Uncle Elamite, 100%.
Uncle Elamite. That's an interesting comparison. I
Maybe
don't think I've
Ace is
ever
his
like
dad.
looked at them and saw that.
It's just the
Especially seeing
facial
them in
hair.
person. I don't know.
I'm just a facial hair fraud. Like, if someone's got a beard, they must be related.
Steven?
No, God. Hey man.
Steven's
I actually went to the
like
barber
third
today.
villain.
Actually, I had a bit of a shave. I didn't. I think I probably should got more off, but you know, I'm trying.
Too handsome.
I gotta stay warm, you know, in
Yeah.
these cold times.
True.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happened to the HCS stream. I'm assuming there must be a tech issue. Let's just hope, you know, what's happened is.
Oh, it's up.
Oh, I was gonna say I hope Quadrant had like a tech issue and that's the
Never
reason they
mind.
lost. But yeah, we're into game 3, and it's got. I feel like it's deja vu from like Native Red versus Wobble Bobs. It's like, oh, they're down 2-0 in the series, oddball streets, and it's make or break time. But I'd say there's not as much on the line for Quadrant. Obviously, they did lose this series. They're still in the tournament. They won that series against J-lings earlier on, so they've still got a pretty good chance of making out of the pool potentially. But I'm sure for them, they were aiming to get top 2 in the pool, and maybe even like think about, you know, getting first in the pool. But hopefully, this could be the start of the comeback.
Do you ever have like recurring dreams where like something bad's happening? I feel like, you know, the EU Halo teams are gonna like be dreaming of Streets Oddball potentially for like the next.
Okay,
Like, the next
they're on the
couple of
board.
months, you know what I mean?
No, I have confidence. The reverse sweep is coming. I can feel it. You know, they're gonna win this. They're gonna win the Argyle. Then they have the momentum. They're winning the game 5. If they get past this game, I think they're gonna win.
I love that.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah,
Like,
I have a lot of faith.
so
I feel like
doable.
I have more faith in like Quadrant than any other team. Not and just because they are the #1 team in Europe and they look so good. I think that I'm not worried yet until they do lose a series like, you know, 3-0. I'm not gonna like expect it to happen. I think, you know, they might just be a little bit kind of shocked. You know, came out of the gates a little bit slow, and hopefully now, you know, that now their backs are against the wall, they might kind of step up a level.
Yeah, they've not. I mean, I've got. Yeah, I can't believe how badly they played in that game 1. So, and it looks like they've started this game
And look
so
at it,
hot
yeah.
as well. Look at Schick.
I mean,
6
he was,
kills, all the ball
yeah,
time. Look at him.
he was 4-15, and now he's 6-0 with 40 seconds ball time. So I mean, just the turnaround at him as well. Like if he gets going, like him and Legend are kind of, you know, well, him and Legend are like the main slayers. You know, SLG deals damage, and Seeker's also been playing insane this tourney. So
Calculated trade from this.
well, I say this tourney. Obviously, they've only played 1 series so far, but he looked really good against J-lings. Like he was dropping crazy numbers. So yeah, they can 100% get back into this.
I don't like having rockets here though. This feels like there you go, get off that ramp.
Yeah, it's a great start for Quadrant. Obviously, now G1 I've got control, but yeah, like you said, Chick is. I said it correctly that time. Chick had a really good start to the game, 6-1.
He plays style like compared to anyone else. It's madness.
He seems to like be in his own world, but in a good way. Like he's never in a rush. He kind of reminds you of Snipe Drone a little bit. I think he's even slower than Snipe Drone. That's the thing. Like he just.
It's like someone stole his sprint button. Like
Yeah.
Good.
like,
it,
unmapped
baby?
it on his like scuff. Do you know what I mean? It's like.
Well, do you remember like he's such a unique player because remember he went through that period. I think he still does. Where he plays those like really like crazy offsets, and then also.
Oh my god, he has the weirdest offsets ever, man.
Oh, don't like his massive PR on his screen.
Going onto his stream is so frustrating because it's like, you know, like a fuel rod cannon in like Halo 3. It's like having that on your screen or something. It's huge.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Like, obviously he's like a very good player. He's won Halo 5 tournaments, right? Or one.
He won.
Couple or just
he
one?
won like 1 with Splice, and then he got replaced. I'm pretty sure.
But like he's
Or did he win
obviously
3?
a very good player. But it's just such a contrast between almost like you put him and Collect side by side. And, like
They're playing 2 different games.
yeah.
I think also didn't he?
Like,
Remember he played some really low FOV for a bit, and like he's on like 84 for a
Yeah,
bit, and then like 90 and stuff.
It's I don't know how you can kind of like, you have like the biggest offset, or yeah, like the biggest BR in the world on the lowest FOV, so you can't see anything. Like he has like 10% vision, so I mean if the Spartan's on his screen, he's getting the kill.
Yeah, I think also though, I think he's kind of been like very up and down in this game because remember like early on the phase roster with like Bound, Snipe Down, and Falcated, he was struggling a little bit, and then I remember he got on that G1 roster with like Swish and Squall Eye, and he was like always like having these crazy stat lines where he was like, going like double positive and just like destroying people. I feel like I feel like he's not been kind of at that same level, kind of slaying wise now on this team that he was on the kind of old G1 roster, but maybe
It was like back to the phase like
I
4
think,
days,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I think like the phase roster, he said like he really wasn't a good fit for it, but then also like the other roster, maybe, you know, because the names, you know, on that team weren't as kind of, they're not like some like crazy like S tier like level players, which I mean, it really surprised everyone how good that team actually was.
But, like, if I'm playing against Boo Boo, right, like, he's one of those players where I've always got the back of my mind of, like, they're 3 dead, we haven't found Boo Boo, where is he? Like,
yeah, look at this.
You're going to be looking for him, and it's like playing Warrior O'Neal sort of thing. It's like, you know he's going to be on the flank. Like,
I mean, we got to talk about the score as well. I mean, I was like cruising a second ago. It was like 50-10 for Quadrant.
Christ, yeah.
This reminds me of the King of the Hill game all over again. It's like you sleep for a second. Quadrant had such a good start to the game. I think Chick was like 6-0 in most ball time, and I mean they're still 10-5 having a good round.
Here we go though. This is the moment right here.
Yeah, the ball time from G1 has been G1 look.
They're on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting to the point now in the tournament where I think I'm maybe going to start, really respecting G1. I went Game 5 of Optic, and now they're looking like they could be in the form to potentially 3-0 Quadrant, which for me would be a massive upset.
I mean, I just started waffling because I kind of thought, well, that they have this, they're going to win the round. Then you look and G1 just on 80-90 points. So we're going to need a huge bounce back here. I mean, SLG 4-10, not the greatest start.
Yeah, Sparty, do you think this is a sign of us Europeans being a little bit too overconfident, or do you think are G1 just playing really good?
I mean, I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna say you're being overconfident because I understand you have faith in Quadrant. They're a really good team. They're very solid, So I don't blame you, but at the same time, I think G1, they're showing up. So they might just be having like really, really good games for themselves, and I don't think anybody's wrong.
Yeah, I think it's that thing of we don't know if it's like a Quadrant playing bad or a G1 playing really good, or is it a little bit of both, Like, it's just because, I mean, to be honest, like, Game 1 was a dominant win for G1. That round 1 was, like, pretty comfortable for G1. So it seems like in these objective games, at least, G1 looking pretty good. I mean, SLG currently 5-12. Not having the best round in terms of kills, but hopefully we can pick that up a little bit. I think I was saying before I think about some of the strengths and weaknesses about Quadrant. I think SLG is definitely for me like one of the X factors on this team. Like he's so good individually, but I feel like he's always just trying to help his team so much and put down damage that sometimes he kind of sacrifices his own life a little bit. And I think he can be one of those players where he's really like he's either having the best game ever or sometimes struggling. So. I think if he could get like a stalker rifle in his hands, for example, and start popping off, that might be what it takes for Quadrant to maybe close out this game. But I mean, at the moment, they got to close that around. So it's been a good start here again for G1, but a few kills do go down for Quadrant. So
I feel like if I'm being uber critical, like I feel like SLG's lost some of that scare factor they used to have right at the very start. For me, I don't know. That's just me personally, but like, as I look at Schick, I feel like you obviously come on leaps and bounds compared. Like, obviously Legend's just a monster.
Yeah, I think maybe that could be kind of like, he's got a different role on this team than maybe the old like Quadrant roster, and he's still, like Steve said, he is like a damage dealer. Like he's still, he's always putting a lot down, but maybe he's trying to do his job like too well a little bit, Just trying to do a bit too much.
I think I was looking at some of the Halo Data Hive stats. I know Scrim's on everything, but I think he generally has like one of the lower KDs on the team. But I've also seen him in the past like have these really like incredible games, and like I still think if he gets like a sniper in his hands, like an Argyle for example, he still like has that capability to like change a game. But sometimes it's not enough to just like occasionally pop up with a sniper. You got to be like consistent in these other game modes, and I think like I say, it's not over yet, so we don't want to read too much into it. But it's so far obviously in this game when someone's got a kind of standout stat line, you want to highlight it sometimes. But I mean, looking at this round, obviously Quadrant currently are in the lead. If they could close this one out, I think the thing we're all thinking is like we know Argyle CTF is game 4 and we know how good Quadrant are at Argyle CTF. So if they could just somehow just find a way to win this game and force that game 4, I think the reverse sweep would be really possible. But I think, like I said, G1 Boo Boo, I think they're really good at Streets Oddball, so they're going to make it difficult.
It's so scary because Boo Boo still has a rocket, or someone has a rocket and a red gun.
Yeah, no, it is. 3 dead now for Quadrant, last player alive Legend, and looks like G1 are going to get even more time on the board, so this could be a lead change happening now. Yeah,
rocket's been used, right? There's no way that's still...
I don't know.
Suppressed has been really good. I mean, he's sort of most kills right now on his team. Last game he got like 20 and a Slayer. Thankfully Seeker takes him down. I was going to say I was a bit scared. But yeah, Quadrant got the ball actually, so... Yeah, so it's a close round. Like I say, it's a must-win for Quadrant. If they lose this round, they lose the series and they go down 3-0, which I don't think, to be honest, G1 winning the series is that surprising. maybe it's a little bit surprising, but I think you know, winning a series 3-0 I think is like a different thing than just winning a series. So all legend. Nice shots.
So
Okay,
accurate, man.
2 kills, and now I mean, if he dies that nade, you know, that's looking at. There's the rocket.
There's no way he's
Oh
doing
no, wait, that was a
rocket.
new one. It was a new.
I was
it was
gonna
a new
say.
one. Okay, yeah, if that was the
Wait,
same
there's
rocket
there's only one
launcher, I
there.
would have lost my mind. Huh?
Confused. I thought there was 2 in there for a second.
No, it's just a server, like an observer glitch.
Observer
like,
thing.
Oh, it's looking good though. I mean, Legend did
I
a
would
really good
love
game
someone
too.
to push. Yeah, can someone push Legend so he can use a shotgun? 'Cause he doesn't have a BR.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
yeah,
Like,
well, you can get Sentinel Beam though, maybe potentially. So, he gets a nice
There-
Okay,
kill.
there we go.
This is good. They're rotating their way as well. I like this. Really good.
Versal medal.
Yeah, they only
Gotta
need
love
15
it.
seconds.
Okay, surely just bring us to a round 3. Come on.
And now someone else run into the shotgun. Do it.
Yes.
Yes. And one more.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh, they still need 8 seconds. So the round isn't quite. It should be
It
over. No,
should be
he's sat
okay,
behind the
right?
desk. He's being a
Oh,
receptionist
nice
right
one.
He's
Round
like me
3.
at work. That was me 8 hours
Nice.
ago at work.
Alright, I think if you're looking like it's 1-1 and SLG's 8 and 17, so if you can kind of like turn up this round, you know, it'd be
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah, get SLG the Stalker Rifle. Let him sit top C and it's absolutely
Can we
melting.
also hire a new script writer, please, by the way? Because, like, I swear to God, these last 3 games have been the same.
Yeah, this is like deja vu, like so badly from the native series. Like, if Quadrant barely loses on one with it, I might cry. Like, I can't handle it.
Also, like, if like G1 start off strong as well, like, then it's definitely the same script.
The SOG found himself Stalker. I said about that's what I wanted to see. So this is it. I've literally called for it. Please do not die. And he's got power.
He has
weapons.
the rockets.
Okay,
Let's
wow.
go.
I
Nice.
say.
Oh, and
yes.
the kill. There we go. There we go.
He's so good at power weapons. I don't want to jinx him, but he usually is very good at power weapons. So I think he's got that left trigger zoom as well. So
Yeah, he does.
That's like a lot of French players
Oh.
use the LT zoom, right?
yeah, Boo Boo does take him down. So nice little bit of time there for Quadrant, 15 seconds, but maybe not as much as they'd like. But look at Boo Boo just staying alive at all
It's the
costs.
most booby thing I've ever seen.
I mean, if that's suppressed, he's just flying in. He might die, he might not, but he's like, oh, you know what, Seeker can use a couple shotty shots on me.
Good start here from Quadrant.
Yeah, 20-0. They get the first kill, and Boo Boo looks like he's gonna go down as well, and that's
Okay.
3 dead.
3D.
Oh yes, perfect. This is the start we
Oh,
needed.
Collapsing as well.
Oh.
There we go. This should be like a good 40-50 second lead right now, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
and
spawning
they've
all
had
so
a
far
lead like
away.
every round, right?
Yeah, I
Love
think
it.
so.
Push up the ping. That's it, and then hold them off.
Yeah, they held them so far back there, and yeah, like you said, I mean, look at the lead. That lead's growing very, very quickly.
Now
But
just
they can hold
Brings
off
up
this
the kill.
push. This would be really big if they can hold off this push. Oh, 4 dead though.
Yeah.
I mean, thankfully, like, it's a good lead. But we saw Jim. I think it was the first round, if you guys remember, that Quadrant had a really good lead, and we all kind of started relaxing a little bit, and then suddenly G1 got like 70 seconds in a row. So
Yeah, so maybe you know
They've
we keep up
spawned
the
in time.
intensity, and they are.
yeah,
spawned in time to stop these rockets.
yeah,
so
and these
which is
rockets
good.
could be big. If Quadrant can get their hands on these
Yeah.
rockets, could be a chance to break this setup here. SOG might. Oh, he does get caught out by Boo
Oh,
Boo.
nice.
Oh, that's a good
Three
shot.
3
down.
dead. Oh no, so that's wave 1 has been held off. They got 15
Yeah.
seconds and they got rockets. So if G1 don't screw up here, you'd think that'd probably be a tie game at some point soon.
Yeah, I mean they get suppressed one shot, but we're gonna need Sab to miss one of these rockets maybe, and Boo Boo takes Legend out. So no. Oh,
Ooh.
I mean the
Navi
rockets are out,
second.
but and Seeker and Chick get 2 kills. So I mean this could be a push going their way.
Depends how
2
quick
kills
they are,
and-
right,
as
and
lo-
where the spawns
Yeah,
are.
I mean I think they're gonna be spawning them C, to be honest,
Ooh.
on Legend.
Dang.
That's like the
Big
two,
players.
you know, like the 2 main players of the teams going at it right there.
That's the first time I've seen Legend lose a gunfight in like 3 months. Like, it's
Have
incredible.
you seen me in matchmaking today?
Well, it's like I literally like spoke it into existence. It was like such a big lead for Quadrant, and then just 1 hold from G1. It's like they're in the lead, but you know, thankfully it's only a narrow lead.
Yeah,
And
Steve, can you like talk in their win, please?
yeah, okay. So yeah, Quadrant most likely going to get 50 points in a row here, close out this game. So yeah, it should be a comfortable win in the end. You know, for Quadrant.
Someone take the ball off Legend, please.
Legend's about to get an overkill with a Stalker rifle.
SLG goes down, but I mean the rotation into PD. Hopefully, they just need to hold this push off, and they should be good for a bit of time here.
We need to spawn Ice Spiteful in with a Hornet or whatever it's called.
Wasp.
Oh my gosh, the wasp.
Yeah.
That could be what it takes, honestly. SLG, he's not really picked up too much. He's picked up a little bit. I think he's got a few more kills generally, but he's still struggling a bit. But the slay's been fairly even on both sides. No one's really having like a standout game. I think the OBJ efficiency from both teams has been really strong. And yeah, it's getting nervy now. It's getting tense. I don't like this. This is like a fight in the middle for the ball.
Oh, the ball reset as well,
this
and
is
they
good.
have pin control. That's good for them.
The way some of these players use the red gun now, like, at that mid-range distance, is
Yeah, no, they're really good at it.
outrageous.
It's Admiral.
Oh,
SLG.
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 Oh my
he stays
god,
alive.
nice. That is huge, and they have the ball. That is absolutely huge.
That could be game
G's
changing.
got an inbuilt repulsor.
Yeah, that was great. Why did the guy go flying backwards?
That was incredible. Yeah, he gets away with the ball around the corner, but he's
Yeah, I
trying
was gonna say,
he's
makes
throwing
they
it,
need.
but-
You're at the stage of the game where you got to be like making sure the ball is like played at all times now, right? You've got a 20-second lead. Like, don't take the risk. That ball is not safe. Oh. I feel like that ball's got to be out. Like I just.
Yeah, we've seen that so much today. That's such a big win out of Seeker, and now he's got help from Chick. So, I mean, they could potentially get away with slays here, just hoping G1 don't manage to rotate the ball. And they're getting cut off here as well, so, I mean, this is really good. Look at that, look at the collapse. Oh, and the trick. Oh my god, and they get the ball. Please. Like, the game obviously is really close, but if they just hold off like one more wave, then on the red gun, that's perfect.
Oh, yes, come on.
Oh, I don't know if I like that push out of Seeker. Maybe it just goes into all of them.
Yeah, he does. That's just how he plays. He's always just flying at people. But, oh, he does get a kill. That's good. Oh, he gets taken down there.
Doesn't manage to get a melee off. But the ball's out. Okay. When's the next set of rockets? I mean, that could kind of be the decider here.
Okay, they should be out now, right?
25 seconds.
20
Soon.
seconds.
Yeah, 20
Yeah, it's
seconds.
because the clock like stops.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 2 kills.
Yeah, it's still work. They need another round of
2
slays
kills and they
before
have the
you can
ball.
stop them.
Yeah. Oh my god, and they get another
It's the old,
2.
like, as soon as that clock ticks 15, you need to be doing all you can not to die before those rockets, man. Like, that's the cut-off point. Oh, that's.
Oh my god, yeah, I don't know
ballsy
what that
that
guy's
is.
doing. That's a big kill from Ledge right there. They're just sprinting out,
this is
and that's the
huge.
game. That's
Two
the
down.
map.
That just
That's
felt
the map.
like such a throw,
my-
like for those
Yeah,
rockets,
well,
you know.
that guy's just jumping in there. Pick the ball back up.
We're down.
Yes,
Like,
let's go.
I don't want to like be
Wow.
that guy, but like if you're Sab there, like, and the other
Yeah,
team's got 4
he's just
players
hopping
alive, you've walked onto rockets before they've even spawned. It feels like you've just thrown
Throw.
away.
No, my least favorite thing is you know on live fire when people stand on the overshield like 2 seconds before it's up, and it's like,
don't,
mate, if you
you're gonna
just
make me
jump up,
angry.
you don't die. Like, what are you doing? But yeah, that was okay. That was so. I mean, right, the reverse sweep now would be kind of crazy because they were down 2-0 in the series, down 1 round in oddball, and I mean, very nearly lost the second round as well. I have so much faith though because it's Argyle game 4. Like I can see the reverse sweep now. They're such a good Argyle team.
Can you imagine 5 minutes, 5-0 G1 Argyle flag? We're just like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, Matt, I can't imagine
Don't-
that actually. Like, I can't.
Don't speak it into existence.
Yeah, I can see a 2-1 win for Quadrant.
SLG is going to go like plus 100. You
It's
won't.
crazy.
Yeah, I mean
this
he's
series is
a
crazy.
sniper guy.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't even know, bro. I'm
Yeah.
nervous. I'm nervous. Like, if G1 would have won that, I'd have been like so down in the dumps about EU. But then it's like, if Quadrant can just somehow reverse sweep this, I feel like it just change. It's so like
that'd be
funny.
the craziest thing.
Things can just like change so quickly. So like, yeah, I mean, Argyle, for anyone who's not aware, you know, it's a quite a good game type of Quadrant. Although I don't know what I could just see it being like a G1. I could see like Boo Boo having like 4 deaths 10 minutes into the game, just like sat at the back of the map.
Yeah,
like,
but that's a really bad thing. Yeah, that's terrible for Argyle. Just so many people play like that, and it's like it loses games because that's the thing. Argyle is probably like maybe it's worse than Pit for that, honestly, because like
You need like 2
usually-
rounds of slays, don't you?
yeah,
to
you have
flag
like
up?
one guy just at the back of the map, like 20-5, and it's like if you stay like on your side of the map, like you lost.
Okay.
Like,
By the way, so we've had a request in the chat from Squashy himself asking about kind of how EU's doing generally. So you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but Wababobs lost their first series to Navi 0-3, and then they also lost against Native Red 0-3. So I think, as far as we're aware, because of other matches in their pool, I think they will mathematically out. So they're probably going to finish 4th
I
in their
think
pool.
it's worth saying though that Awabawab's like every single one of those games was like tight.
Yeah, they had a lot of
It was
close
a-
games, yeah. But
it was
unfortunately,
like-
they just couldn't close them out, which is a bit
Yeah.
unfortunate. But then Navi are in the same pool as Wobbabobs. They beat obviously them 3-0, and then they just played Complexity not long ago, and I think they lost that series 3-1. So I think Navi are in a position they could finish second or third in the pool, depending on how their last series goes, right? If I'm not mistaken. But they should
Yeah.
make it through. And then J-lings, they're in the same pool as the match we're watching right now. They lost 0-3 against Quadrant in their first series, and then they lost 0-3 against Optic in their second series. So, and then their last series of the pool is going to be against G1. So obviously it's a bit interesting because obviously Quadrant, they 3-0 J-lings, and then this is their second series. So it's all kind of up to play for really, because depending on how this series go, I guess it could potentially affect J-lings' run. So if G1 were to win this series, would that mean that J-lings are out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas if Quadrant were to win this series, I think J-lings are still in with a chance of.
J-lings would then.
Yeah,
have to
the
beat
winner
G1.
of G1,
Yeah.
J-lings would go through.
Yeah.
So it's been a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest. So like, if Quadrant were to win this series, I'd say we're like overall having a decent day for Europe. But if Quadrant were to win this series, I mean, yeah, then we'd be having a decent day for Europe. But then if G1 win it might be a little bit more kind of negative. But yeah, I'd say a lot rides on this, but it's been I'd say an average day for Europe so far. Not super good, not super bad.
Right. I think it'd be like an above average day if Quadrant managed to win this and secure second in a pool, and then you have like a chance maybe for J-lings to take G1 out as well, and then we'd have two teams going through, which would be very nice.
Yeah, so that's kind of like the general EU roundup. So yeah, we'll have to see. But yeah, this game 4 should be exciting. I'm hoping, like, I know we said SLG had a bit of a slow game in some parts. I think he kind of clutched up a little bit towards the end in that oddball, but I think
the damage.
this is his map. Like we're into game
Yeah.
4, but this is if SLG can get a sniper, like there's no one else in Europe that I'd want with a sniper. Maybe Mighty's on his day, but he's like definitely in that kind of top 2, top 3 snipers in Europe category.
This is exactly what Matt said. Boo boo, back of the base sniping. Like.
That's what I said, but I think yeah.
Yes.
Look
Oh,
at him.
sorry, what you said.
called
Look
it.
at him. He's literally
Yeah.
he can't walk
We
back any
love it.
further.
I'm assuming
what is
no,
this?
but Quadrant have got camo, right? So I can kind of get it.
Yeah, yeah, I guess, but I just hate it so much. I just don't like that play. Like, he's trying his
He's
best
not-
to walk off the map. Like, look, he's gone
He-
further back.
His distance from like the spawn is actually like negative, right?
Yeah.
Distance traveled.
But this is the thing. It's
backwards.
one of those things where I just plays against Quadrant because they've got players like Seeker and Legend who just play so aggressive. So he's
Yeah, but I
he's
think
so
when the other
insanely
teams-
patient.
The other team's got camo. You have to. Like, this is the classic map of like you can't. be too
Yeah,
careful,
I mean they
right?
read him though, and he misses the shot. Okay, so well he's just out there for 45 seconds to miss. So
Oh my!
Oh,
never mind.
Dan,
never
you
mind.
jinxed
That
it. You
one.
jinxed
Shut
it.
up, Dan.
My bad, my bad. Oh, and that was SLG as well. So that's stacked
They've got
sniper
flag
getting a bit-
halfway
Never
point there.
mind.
But that's
Let's
the
go,
thing.
Legend.
Like Quadrant done a really good
He's-
job there at punishing him. Like
Yeah,
got the flag on,
Boo
yeah.
in reality though
And
is like
it's gonna go in.
nothing.
It's gonna go in. Does Legend have a set, please? Okay,
Let's
okay.
go.
I thought I jinxed that then.
yeah, that's Boo Boo's playstyle just kind of showed the weaknesses of it. Like he just was so like
Yeah.
out the game then.
That it can be really good for other maps, but a map like I know, you kind of have to play like that if the enemy team has a camp, but you need to be more proactive than that. You can't. He's literally doing nothing on the map. His team is in a 3v4, and he misses the shot, so he's kind of just killed his whole team's like chance there.
Almost
Haga-
like, sorry,
Oh,
this map
another camo.
build on that, Dan, is like this map's probably like one of the maps where you're least punished for dying because like it's so hard to get a flag
Yeah.
out. Like it's worth pushing up and trying to do something.
Yeah,
rather
exactly.
than-
Like if you all die on their side, they can't just OE and get a pull. Like, and that's
Yeah.
Seeker going. I feel like,
Here we
alright, we've been
go.
talking about this on the Stadium Cup. I feel like with better teams, the camo runs never really work. But I mean,
Yep.
maybe Seeker
Yep.
knows something we don't. Never mind. No,
You
he
called
doesn't.
it.
I think
Yeah,
you've got to go like you've got to take a weird route the camera runs. Like I
Yeah.
like going basement, you know what I mean, and then going like the long way.
Oh.
Yeah, basement is actually really good. I can't remember who I saw doing that in the tourney, but basement to pistol is probably the best run. They seem to be getting kills though, but the flag re comes in. But the thing is with Argo, if you just keep the aggression up, like Max said, like you need a couple rounds of slays to even like get a flag out, and then maybe one more to cap it. So it's such a like defense heavy map that you can kind of just like a one cap lead. It doesn't feel comfortable, but it is enough, and it makes the other team, start stressing out.
So far, Quadrant have had both camos, right?
I think I'm not sure about the first one, but actually, yeah, I think they have. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, I mean, we said this is going to be a good map potentially for Quadrant, and so far they're living up to it. I think it's looking good. SLG having a really good game so far. Most kills in the lobby. Obviously, only got 0 assists, but I mean,
here he is.
that's a good sign.
Yeah, I think maybe if we give Bubu like a couple more snipers or something, then we can really see Quadrant, push for that game 5. That'd be really exciting.
I feel bad.
And are they're on their side as well here as well.
All, like,
yeah, kill feeds. Yeah, and look, they're getting another flag out. And Chick with the lift just gets it. I mean, Suppress is in just such like a kind of odd position there to be looking at that. Like, you're not really expecting it.
I think he thought he had a grapple.
Yeah, I kind of... He had me thinking he had a grapple as well, to be honest. Okay, Sniper's out of ammo. Flaggery's going to be coming in, but yeah, this is what they do so well. They have like... See how Chick is in their vent right now? Or like someone always plays the kind of area where Legend is, right? Like putting damage down or just staying alive and watching the OE. And you just let the rest of you... and there's Boobie Doobie on the flank.
I've not appreciated the fact that Legend's going to be an absolute god with that gun,
Yeah, I mean...
His aim.
Matt, you did not play the end of Halo 5, or maybe any of Halo 5, but he was like...
Wow.
Okay, that is very good from Suppress, and this is a flag run coming their way. Oh no. I mean, we'll have to see if Quad gonna
Count the snipers
hold this
literally
off.
like...
Yeah.
SLG's in the base though, right? He's pulling it. There we go.
Yeah,
Six,
okay,
sorry.
the flag is out, and Legend did get killed. Oh, Suppress. Look at his snipe,
They've
man.
got
It's so
over
good
the
right
halfway
now.
mark though, so...
SLG, oh, he almost gets that trade. That could have been huge. Yeah, I mean, Chick, even like getting it to their side, they're not going to be able to do anything about returning this flag. But they have double snipers. It's Boo Boo and Suppress. Never mind, Suppress is dead. Yeah, that is huge. I mean, even just killing them on their side like this, like, it's so massive. Like, slows the push so much. Oh my god, if he gets this kill.
Oh.
Okay, I thought he was going to do it. That would have been insane.
This could be a big standoff. That like be such a big swing moment in the game, like 2-0 versus 1-1.
Yeah.
Like.
Oh, the timing.
I hate these sort of moments when you're playing. Like, this is my worst. Like, this is my worst nightmare in Halo. Is a standoff on flag. I hate it.
Yeah, it's always interesting, like a flag standoff, like what strategy people try to do, but like to do just like stack one side or try to fill out the whole map. You know what I mean? Because there's always the risk of people overextending if you all stack a side. So
yeah,
I think the could be huge.
Oh, SLG with back smack.
I can't remember if I've ever seen it. I can't remember when I saw
it.
But I've seen it before where the team that's 1-0 up's just gone like literally sod the flag in our base with 4-man in there.
Yeah,
flag,
and then
just going for a re.
Yeah, that only. I think my favorite thing ever though is if you 4-man push and none of you die, right? And then like no one respawns at the base to touch the flag, so it returns.
Oh yeah, that's funny. I thought we saw it more in Halo 5 because you could get across the map quicker.
Yeah.
I feel like in this game it's a little bit more risky, especially on a map like Argyle where it's just such a
Camo
big map.
here though, like with Sicker, is going to be huge.
This could be.
I mean, they know he has it. They're watching each other's angles.
Yeah.
But Boo Boo's watching the other way. He could get timing.
Oh my.
Oh my gosh.
No, don't die. Yes.
Oh,
He lived.
yes, the team shots. Chick. Okay, Foul has their snipe. I don't know if Quadrant have picked their sniper up yet. I'm pretty.
It's ridiculous.
Sure
I literally like playing. It's like we're playing Rainbow Six right now. It's like...
Yeah, it's just so difficult. Like, I mean, Seeker's gonna just fight on his own over here. He needs something so like crazy to get a return in.
You need to get, I think if he get like a nice stick on someone and then run away or something like that.
I do think like Camo needs to be like literal full-on invisibility sometimes.
Oh, SLG gets a snipe.
Oh.
He gets another kill.
Two kills. They killed the flag.
Oh, he's on the re. SLG gets another headshot. SLG gets 2.
SLG with a double kill.
Oh my god,
we
let's
did
go.
say SLG.
Yes.
SLG
they're
with the
running it
sniper.
again. He might get to. Yeah, he dies to back base. But on a 2-cap lead on this map with 4 minutes left, he doesn't. He just misses the flag.
What does SLG stand for? Does anyone know?
I don't think it does.
I've wondered that so many times, but I've never asked.
I'll have to ask him. Like,
Is it an
It's
acronym?
not his initials, right? His name's Norman.
No, it's not. Yeah, his name's Norman.
Yeah, I have no idea. I feel like you explained it once, but I just can't remember what it is. But they're the best kind of gamer tag who have no idea what it means, and this is like, but it's unique. But at least it's like unique. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see we've been vindicated a little bit in our prediction. We said about it could be a good game type Quadrant. 2-0 with 4 minutes left, and hopefully we could be going to a game 5. And I was getting a little bit scared after game 2, but they're looking good.
from the
Yes.
other series. Complexity are up 1-0 against the Wobbabobs. And it is a 250 to 71 recharge. So maybe not as like close and intense as the other matches might have been from them, but okay, a flagpole coming out here. But oh, look at that! I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they have this player behind.
Oh, Legend!
Legend!
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
my God!
God's
He's a
sake,
demon.
he's so
Like,
good.
He's annoying. Like you have no. I hate playing against him so much because he's just so like you just don't win anything against him. Like he's so good.
Actually crazy. Maybe
Yeah.
SLG's name was inspired by the EU Go MPX.
Maybe actually, that is a very good call. I mean, oh jeez.
Yeah, 3 minutes left in the game. Hopefully they can just see this one out, but it's definitely not over yet. There's still enough time for G1 to get a few caps on the board, but
Do you know that exact thing Boo Boo Doo scoped in before? He's definitely got yellow outlines on. I've done that so many goddamn times. So you look
Yeah,
across the
he
map
does.
And you can see that little yellow screen. It winds me up so much.
And it's going to a game 5, like.
yeah, it should hopefully be going to game 5. I mean, do we know what game 5 is?
Reach.
No.
It's got to be recharge, right? Like,
I think recharge is good for Quadrant,
We haven't
to be
seen
honest.
a Slayer recharge the whole
I
game.
need to see Legend with the shock rifle.
Have we even seen recharge? Like barely. the whole
We haven't.
game.
I don't think we saw. I think we saw King of the Hill earlier
No,
in recharge.
no.
Yeah,
it's,
we've seen one recharge.
Yeah.
But like, it was
Wait,
like,
yeah. Why have we only seen one? Oh, it must have been a game 4, and we saw like a 3.
or it could be Pit as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen a
Could
lot
be
of Pit
Slayer.
either. Yeah, no.
I think Pit wouldn't be too bad for.
I don't know. I feel like I don't know what I want for a game 5. I'm just.
Oh. Boo Boo, look at this. Boo
Yeah,
Boo
look at his-
figuring out you can move into the enemy base with a sniper. Now they get full.
Bro, they're not mentioning about Boo Boo's desk before the game started. Like,
He's on A. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Trade.
How would I don't know
It's
how they
actually a
managed to even
meme,
get
you know,
killed
at
at.
this point.
It's honestly.
Oh my god! And he's missed the flag.
Oh wait, this could be bad. If G1 cap this, there's still got enough time to cap another. So gotta be careful here. It's almost.
moral of the
SLG.
story.
Snipe, SLG.
Oh, it can still go
Oh,
in there.
sorry, Booby Doo leaves his base and they get a flag cat. You know.
Nice.
Mhm.
Is he gonna hit the slides? Has he got it in his locker?
Oh, he does.
Oh, he does.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh.
gosh.
Oh no, it's getting a bit nervy. And SLG did
was
get another
close.
headshot though, so I mean
I mean,
SLG.
It's a minute, like.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Good kill.
That is an
That is a
outrageous
huge
fall.
win. Yeah, I will never win that fight. I don't know. Like that was crazy. I mean, it's a minute left. It's Argyle. You got to think it. You know what? No, it's not done.
Boo-boo with the snipe
It's not
still?
done. They're gonna just give it 100%. Try and finish it out.
Booby's like. got
Please
literally-
don't. Please close this out, Quadrant. On my heart.
Please,
can't take it.
please.
I need game 5.
Booby's not moved from that spot.
Oh no. Oh no. Boo Boo got a headshot. Oh god. SLG, come on SLG.
Yeah,
Look at
he
him.
kills the
How
sniper.
is he so good with it?
He's a god. Hit it. Oh, look at him.
Oh,
Oh
yes,
my
there we go.
Is that
Oh
left
my
click
god!
as
Oh my
well?
god, oh my god, oh my god.
Hit it.
I
Oh.
told you, I called it before, like, he just goes for the quick scopes. Now they just need to kill this player and he's down and there's 30 seconds
Let's
left, the
go.
other team's on respawn. But I mean,
Right.
Boo Boo, don't give him anything.
SLG just shut that whole flag run down by himself,
Yeah,
basically.
that was
Man, it's
crazy.
Yeah, that was
actually,
insane.
You see, he has these big moments. That's not like even at the end of the oddball, he had a big moment. And in this game, he's the whole game he's been popping off really. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
So I'm saying he's the
They're
X
gonna have
factor.
one-
He's the X
they're gonna
factor.
have one
is the X
last
Factor.
like kind of scuffed attempt. Legend has a sniper, Boo Boo's in the base, and they're running it. They're running it
No, no,
straight
no.
towards Seeker though. There's it. Yeah, look at that. Seeker. Oh, he loses the fight.
got shot in the back.
And he
Oh,
did
Oh,
he
please
fly?
say that falls off the map.
Did it go
Fall
off the map?
Uh,
Oh,
no,
no, I
it's in
thought
the
it did.
elbow.
Oh
I
wait.
really thought it
There's
did.
3 Quadrant players
There
here,
we
though,
go,
right?
and that's game. They can't touch it. It's going to a
Yes.
Oh my
It's
god.
going to
Yes. Yes.
This is why you guys
yes.
have to keep the faith, you see?
Yeah, true. Keep
That's
it
why I
safe.
didn't judge y'all, right? I said have faith in your EU4.
True.
And
true,
surely it
yes.
worked out.
Imagine
if you-
we won the Aquarius.
Expect the
Alright,
worst.
I need
and
to know
don't
what
get
game 5 is.
disappointed.
Yeah, we need to do some research. And that is
Yeah,
okay.
I
We're up.
will.
Thank God.
He
On
could
the
breathe
main
a little,
stage,
just a
it's
little.
Base clan native white as well. It's a huge game.
Ooh.
Bro,
Yeah, that'll be-
if Quadrant win this game 5, I think they can play Optic. Well, they can do good against Optic.
They're being Optic.
They're winning the event. They're winning the event. We got
They,
this.
yeah.
Imagine the scenes if, like, actually Optic. I mean, sorry, Quadrant won the event. Like,
Oh, it'd be crazy. We're gonna start speaking French if that happens.
I will go buy any Duolingo subscription I need, and I will do it.
Time to bust out that Rosetta Stone.
Yeah,
True.
I need to join a French team, honestly. Like,
True.
I'll
Yes,
be-
I beat you
Cat's
to it,
not
Dan.
France.
Honestly, yeah, join
gonna
the French team.
say,
Underrated.
True.
Look
Well,
at
Stu's
him.
halfway there, isn't he, as well? So, like,
Yeah,
you
see, it
know.
runs in the family.
Yes,
with-
they had the right idea, yeah.
Yeah, I inspired him apparently.
No, that could have been me. No.
Ah.
Next time, next time.
So that's. Is there anything else happening while I wait for this game 5 on the other streams? So the Halo stream, it looks like it's gonna be so it's gonna be FaZe versus Native
Phase is
White.
happening. 6
Uh,
counter sentinels, but that's pretty boring.
Like you said, Complexity are beating Wobble Bobs 1-0.
Yeah, very comfortable map 1 as well.
So nothing. I think we've got the most exciting game right now that we could possibly have. So yeah, it's good looks. But yeah, whacker in the chat. I agree. But yeah, game 5. This is a big win. Obviously, like I just hope they win this, because then I think later on the match against Optic could almost be like a bonus series where like if you win it, it's great, but if you lose it, it's like not the end so well. But like if they lose this series, the Optic series suddenly gets a little bit more kind of serious.
Yeah, like if you win this, you're top 2, and it's just you've done your job.
Yeah, no, exactly. And also, I think it'd be such a big confidence boost to like win a reverse sweep against G1. Like I think just beating G1 anyway is really good, but getting a reverse sweep, I think it'd be like really like huge for their confidence. So yeah, hopefully, if you guys could choose the game type for map 5 from a Quadrant point of view, what would you want it to be and what would you not want it to be? Or would you think doesn't really matter?
I would not want it to be Pit.
I don't know. I think get FLG snipe on Pit, game over. You know.
Yeah, but it's such a you lose the fight at the start.
It's more of a turret. It's a turret snipe map, though, isn't it? You're right as well. To be fair, that's a snipe drain snipe map. Like, not
but it's like if you just die off the start, then you lose like a lot of the time, especially against like a team as good as like either of these. So I think a recharge would be good, honestly. Get a little shock rifle action. I mean, SLG and Legend, like we've said, they are just unbelievable with the gun. So really disappointing news for the stream. McDonald's is now closed, so I don't know what I'm gonna order.
No.
Oh no.
Wait, it's closed at 20 past 10? What?
Yeah. No.
That's unacceptable. But I kind of agree. Like I think Pit is. I could just see Boo Boo getting like posted up somewhere in Sword or S2 with a sniper and just like getting the spawn kills down, suppressed it. Like I think it's one of those maps where it's like a coin flip for me. I'm not sure. Like I mean, Recharge I think could be good. I think Legend, we've seen him be really good on Recharge before. I think I just want a sniper on the map. I mean, I think on Aquarius obviously there was no snipers, and I think
a live fire then.
Yeah, I think a live fire would be
live
good.
fire though, right?
Oh yeah, I think Recharge would be the best thing that we can get. I don't like Pit for like, we've seen Navi kind of beat them on Pit sometimes, and I don't think Pit Slayer in general is like a kind of terrible mode, especially for like a game 5 where it can kind of be decided in like 2 minutes.
I don't know if you remember the time we played them on Pit Slayer and we lost like 50-8 or something stupid, or 50-18. It was the worst experience.
I swear we had another one though where we did all right.
Also, one thing I want to bring up is just off memory. If you think back to the last LAN, obviously I know Quadrant had a substitute, but I think they actually did struggle a little bit in the game 5. Remember they went game 5 against Optic and they lost. They went game 5 against Sentinels and they lost. So I hope that doesn't play in their minds too much, because I think if they could kind of get over that mental hurdle and like win a game 5.
And they have played 1 million against Navi, so I mean maybe
I think I think you notice it. It's one of those things in tournaments. If you want to go on those big runs, I think we saw it like Native White when they got top 4 last LAN. Is like if you can get in the habit of winning game 5s, because I think if you just win 1 or 2, you suddenly start getting that mentality of like, oh yeah, we're a game 5 team. If we get to game 5, we're fine. But then if you lose a game 5 early on, it could like really knock the confidence. So I think it's the thing. We're only on Friday, and I think you can already kind of set the tone for the weekend if you have like a good series here and you complete the reverse sweep versus G1. I mean, from a G1 perspective though, how heartbreaking would it be to go to 2 game 5s back to back versus Optic and Quadrant and lose? Like that would be. I'd feel bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe this is a good thing, because G1 they went to that game 5 already and they lost it. So I mean, like you said, you lose one and you're like. Maybe, maybe it's a little bit shaky.
Yeah, no, I agree. Hopefully, obviously we're EU fans with the EU Halo Watch Party. Sparty is an honorary EU for today. So,
honorary.
Yes, we're cheering for Quadrant. We want the EU teams to do well. So, yeah, from a G1 perspective, I kind of hope that the loss from against Optic in the game 5 is weighing on them a little bit. But yeah, we should be getting to the game any moment.
What I'm saying is I've put a lot of channel points on Quadrant right now. So you know, don't let me down.
Yeah, the channel points are huge. I'll let you know I actually have infinite channel points. So
Oh my god.
yeah, not to brag.
Yeah, but you
I'm-
can't bet.
That
So
guy.
I can only bet in tens, and I've got 7,000.
No, you
can't-
press
Wait,
the
what?
pencil.
How do I do that? I'm
Press the
so
pencil.
weird.
You can type it in.
Oh, well, it's too late now. I've
Wait.
clicked my mouse button about
Oh,
a million times.
I think that's the age showing from Matt.
That's the worst thing I've ever heard.
He's just frantically clicking to get 10 outside. Oh, they're making it so
Funny channel
tense.
points.
Like I'm so nervous. They're dragging it out. Let's have a look.
21,000 channel points in your stream, Steve.
Oh, 6. Oh, really? Let's go.
Yeah, I
love
feel like that's
that.
To
kind
be
of
fair, I
crazy.
spent a lot on
You're beating me.
Tell me, give me an opinion on a player which you.
Oh,
True.
true. That's
you know.
great value. Great
I'm
value for
gonna-
money.
Let me redeem one real quick.
Okay, I've never actually
I'll
like
be going.
took a look at your channel point redemption.
Very good player. You know what's interesting though? Actually, I'm just looking. Oh, we're getting into it. Never mind. Forget this. Oh, it's recharge. It's recharge.
It's recharge. Okay,
Okay.
this is good. This is good.
Oh, Falcated does camo though. Oh no, that's not good.
Did they not? They play like four. They play 4-man tower usually. Okay, legend. I'm pretty sure. Okay, he got traded out, but you know he just killed 2 in pipe. So, oh, it's so. Yeah, no, but
Shocking
this is the
to
thing. Recharge. They can just slow it down. Like they can just wait the camo out. Don't die. Okay, good. Whew.
Shock
Give him a
rifle
haircut.
camo. It's a scary combo. Falcated obviously very good. So hopefully, like you said, they can kind of withstand it. This early pressure. They have the ability to play quite far back. I think Chick is a little bit caught out, maybe potentially by himself here, but his teammates are covering quite well. Look at this Quadrant. They get the first
I like
kill.
that. See, that's
Oh,
the thing. A good team, they can just slow down. Oh,
he missed. He
Falcate.
missed.
Mission
Oh my god!
Oh my
Falcate
god! It's
choking.
happening.
I
It's
was
happening.
It's
choking.
happening.
Yeah, oh my god.
Come
And
on.
the shock rifle down bottom mid. I don't know if anyone's going to opt to go for that just because it is kind of out the way. Maybe they'll bait it though, because I do think one of these G1 members are going to, you know, oh, SLG. I
It's
wish I could see
taking a
SLG's
pit,
POV right now. Yeah.
Wait, what's SLG? Oh, 000.
He was Oh my god. Alright, there we go. They're up 3.
That was a good start though, considering they got the camo
Yeah.
G1. That
Right,
was like the
end
fact
the game.
the fact they've got that lead.
Yes.
I mean, look, Legend. I don't know. Do you guys remember that game he had on this game type? I think it was last event. He got like 20 kills or something.
Oh my god, yeah, I remember that.
Like,
Who
he's
was that
really.
against?
I think it was against Complexity. They lost the
Yeah,
series.
he was insane.
But yeah, he's really. I mean, he's really good at Slayers. Like even the last Slayer, the game 2 in this series, he had 5k damage, which is way more than anyone else in the lobby.
Yeah.
So I think Legend is really good at Slayers. I mean,
How can you be bad at Slayers and it's impossible to lose a piff? Like,
Yeah, true.
Suppressed though. I think Suppressed is probably like the X factor on the other team. He's probably like the Legends match. Look at
Yeah,
that.
for
Nice
sure.
2-shot beat down.
Trade out.
Oh, Suppressed gets a triple
Okay,
though.
triple
Oh
kill.
no. He's on like 5 and
Yeah,
2.
camo's up as well.
Oh
and
no.
it goes to Boo Boo. I mean,
That's back-to-back camos now for G1. They can't keep letting that happen because
yeah, but get no shock rifle ammo. I mean, it'll be on respawn, but I wonder where Boo Boo is because they can just wait the camo out. And I don't think Boo Boo. Okay, I think he was B-box, so he might be going up gold stairs here.
I've never understood why
Yeah, he
Observer
snuck
mode
in.
doesn't show it properly. It's so strange.
oh no.
Okay, they're hitting out pipes right now. But, I mean, Suppress kind of out the fight. Maybe they can get some trades towards pipes. And oh, that grapple is so annoying to play against.
Yeah, I feel like G1 is one of those teams. It's such a big map; they can just contain you in different areas. Boo Boo's just never in a rush. Like
We're gonna.
it's what
One
we were
second.
saying about. I was gonna say, you know, like the pace of the game. I think I've said that a million times. June, we commentate together about like the pace of the game and Slayers on LAN is like so different. And like already,
Yeah.
like we're seeing the pace of this game like just slow down because both teams just know how much it means to them to get the win. And it almost like seems like they're just waiting out the camos. Like, and I mean, to be fair though, Quadrant, they got a few kills, they're only down
Yeah.
a few, but if Quadrant could start getting these camos and get like SLG or like a shock rifle camo or something, I think that could really like be good for them. But
Yeah,
if I-
that's the thing. Like you can be down like a
Should
good
trade
amount,
this out as
honestly.
well, right?
Look at this. Yeah, this is a
Nice.
really good play here. I mean, SLG, that was a huge bid for him to win.
oh,
And
get
Not
away!
really.
Oh, they're caught out on
the rest
batteries.
of the team,
Yeah.
the rest of the team needs to come in for a bit of backup. He doesn't get the melee either. I mean, they're still only down by 3, and I feel like Recharge, you
Here
can
we
go
go.
on such a run. Look at this. Okay, 2 kills. Might
Get beat down.
Unfortunate. But that's alright. Like this is fine to be honest. Like you're down 2 kills, but you get a camo or you.
Seeker's
just
died
go up with like
once.
shock rifle. Yeah, Seeker 1-1-1 right now. Like
He's doing his best Boo Boo Doo Boo impression, but yeah, camo's coming up in 10 seconds. We need this camo. We just.
yeah,
need
I
it.
mean they do have tower side for the camo, so
Yeah, they're on the better side.
all over C. It looks like they might try and like bait the camo out. I'm not sure, but the rest of G1 pushing over tower, so it's gonna need to be a big hold. And okay, they get one. There's a one shot down in pit. I'm hoping someone can clean Boo Boo up here. It doesn't look like they
just
can.
getting huge.
Oh, okay, thank.
It just seems like G1 have done such a good job with the power weapon control. Oh my lord.
Yeah, they haven't needed
They've had
to
the
do
shock
too
rifle
much
the whole
with it.
game.
Okay, there we go. SLG getting killed. Hopefully he doesn't get tricked. Chick with the camo. This is what we need. And I think, like, they've had the power weapons, but they haven't really done. Oh my god, nice.
Big
They
double
haven't
kill.
done too much with them. But I think if you put a shock rifle in the hands of Chick, whilst he's got a camo, you know, it's gonna look scary for G1.
Yeah,
Look at that. I mean,
yeah,
One
they're
kill
doing
game
good.
though.
yeah, one kill game. I mean,
His camo's
They have-
about to wear off.
yeah, I would like him to get a grapple maybe
I was
just
about
for
to
the next
say,
shot,
yeah,
but I
get the
don't
grapple,
think he's
yeah.
gonna go for it. He
I think,
still
yeah,
could.
I think he could have got it when he had that bit of camo left. He still probably could, yeah.
Yeah,
But
he's still.
I think
yeah,
this is game
he's
5
opting not
nerves
to.
in a nutshell. He's scared to move an inch. Like he does
Yeah,
not
that's
want to
the
get caught
thing.
out.
I think if this wasn't like a game 5, or if he was playing like a lesser team, he's probably going straight for that camo, because if they're gonna opt to not get the shock rifle, then it's a little bit worrying.
Yeah.
But he might be getting
SLG
it right
really
now.
aggressive. I think they're trying to collapse on the A spawners. Oh come on!
Oh my god!
Beautiful
No,
thing about
Legend.
this
A lot
is
of
like,
damage.
you
Oh,
can't-
3 kills.
Oh,
Falcade
don't
last
get traded
guy.
out.
Yes, look at that.
No.
Oh no, he's
Wait,
still
he can
alive.
kill him.
Yes.
Okay, you got him.
This is sick. That's huge.
Nice.
Alright, the collapse.
Like you
Wait,
can't
up one?
It's in.
scrim these scenarios as well.
Yeah.
That's like the amazing thing about this. Like, who's gonna scrim like a game, like playing like a game 5? Like no one ever. Like.
Oh yeah, I was talking about Seeker being like so aggressive, but look at this. He's got 1 death still. I love this. Like he's just really adjusting to the. Oh my lord.
Oh my
Seeker.
god!
Yeah.
Go
Oh,
on.
that is so
Are they gonna
huge.
push off that? They might push off that. Like he.
Yeah,
feel like-
I think they might. I mean, Seeker is anyway.
Oh, maybe. I was just praising him for being so patient, and then he gets caught out.
Oh,
Chill.
that is
Big win.
huge. That is so big.
This camo's coming
Don't
up.
peek. Don't peek.
The camo's coming up. The camo's coming up.
Oh, he's smarter than us, Dan. He knew there was a man behind him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's a beast. Right.
Oh, look at this.
Never mind. We won't judge
Who
it.
am I to question Chick?
Yeah, my bad. My
I'm
bad.
a mere mortal.
Oh, 2 kills, and it looks like they should get the camo as well. Does he have help from Legend? Yes, Legend. Oh my god,
Nice.
yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I got a 4 kill lead now. I'm liking this.
Look at this.
Like every opportunity is like, oh my
Seeker.
god.
Oh, okay. Seeker maybe getting
How
caught
did he
out a
end
little
up
bit there,
there?
but yeah, that was it. He must have just slid off the
Look at
turbine.
Chick's like stat lines. He's
Yeah,
like
he's in.
been
Look at
part of
that.
17 out of 27 kills. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they should have shock at this point, right? Maybe camo as well. I'm hoping they can keep SLG alive, and he keeps himself alive. Oh, he gets taken out. Okay, so 2 kill lead. Is it 2? No, it's tied. Is it tied? Or is it
2 kill lead.
Okay. Oh no, they lose the shock though. I think maybe a little bit too aggressive
he
there from
commit to?
SLG and Seeker, but
Suppressed.
I swear G1 have had
Yeah.
so many shock rifles. They had like all the shock rifles.
who?
Oh, Falcated?
Fat, I mean, Fat
Boo
wasn't really.
I think
Yeah,
Quadrant have had the last 2 camos. I think G1 had the first 2.
Falcade,
Quadrant had the last
right,
2, but yeah, G1
There
have
we
got all
go.
the shock rifles. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
slow
this
down
is-
again.
This gets really scary here.
Right, put it on Falcated. He's got the
I mean,
shock
it's 4
rifle,
minutes
please.
left. I wouldn't be surprised if this game went down to kills, or it went down to time. Sorry.
Went down to time, yeah.
No.
Oh, the Legend gets caught
Where's
out.
he going?
Where G1 just plays so slow and like they just catch you out like making plays.
Wait, Seeker. Seeker.
Gets that kill.
Oh, no.
Oh, they're down 1.
Ah, but it's just G1. They're playing so slow, and I think Quadrant just falling into the trap sometimes. But I mean,
Yeah, like
camo's coming up though. This could be it. This could be it.
all of Quadrant kind of died on the same side as G1. I thought they were just gonna be like holding pipes or something, but playing really aggressive. Legend waiting up top.
They have crosses. Though. They have the
Watching their
crosses.
cross.
It's
yeah.
difficult to know what to do though, because Camo's coming up,
Okay,
right?
they get 1 player weak. This
Ah,
should.
yeah, that's a nice
Okay, nice.
late,
That's a
yeah.
huge kill.
Good.
That's a big kill. The guy top tower. That's 2 for Chick. Oh my god, the double kill. That is so big. And now Legend should just be able to
He
walk in
loves
and get
Chick.
free camo.
Aim 5 shit, let's go.
Yeah, look at him. He's a god.
Okay. Oh, Foul hits a snipe.
Oh, SLG's 1 shot as well. No, this isn't good.
Oh.
Oh no! Do not die
no.
with this camo,
Oh, no,
please,
he needs
please.
to win
Oh
this.
no!
Oh, no.
No, that is.
Oh.
Oh my god, that is like worst case
Unfortunate.
scenario.
Yeah,
was-
it gives the position up.
He was trying to
They're
help
only
his
down
teammate.
2.
Like,
They're only down 2.
It
But
feels
it's
like a
so
lot of things
hard.
are going wrong for Quadrant, but the score is still close like every time. So like,
Yeah.
if they could just have like a nice little sequence where they get a bit of luck, like. But yeah, there's still enough time in the game. But they got there's one more camo as well left to come up at 2 minutes. So if they could just, I mean, they have the ideal setup, but they keep doing the
Did they
same
know the guy's
push.
glass?
Oh, I don't
I think they're missing him. They're missing him.
Well, they know he's
Oh,
there.
they
I
know
think.
he's there.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Yeah, if they didn't know he was there, that could have been really bad. But thankfully they're actually pretty good at Halo. so-
Every kill now is massive, like because of the
Yeah,
time factor.
that's a kill. Oh my god, chick.
Oh.
Yes, and they're getting a shock rifle.
Oh, they're
It's like their
collapsing.
first shock.
They're
Let's
collapsing.
go.
No.
No.
Oh my god, Suppress
Get him,
knocks
get
two
him,
off the
get
map
him,
and then
get
Sab steals them.
Oh
But-
my lord.
Surprise
Okay,
gets away.
down one. They have the shock. They have the shock rifle. I can't believe Sabernet just stole the double kill.
That's funny.
Pretty funny.
Things
Maybe
you love to see.
maybe Suppress is gonna throw now because he's annoyed at Sam.
Boo Boo's 3 and 6,
Yeah,
but
they might
Seeker's
push off
6
this
and
damage
4.
in long. Oh my god, nice. But do they know they're gonna get? Oh, okay. Chick, no. Barely misses the shot.
I can't do this.
Oh my
Camo's
god.
in 20,
Oh my
right?
god. Yeah,
Like,
Camo's
is
in
anyone
20.
got grapple? That's what you want right now.
I don't think so, or at least no. Oh,
Oh,
they're gonna catch him out. Please,
Yes.
die.
Nice.
Come on.
Yes.
Legend. Please
Legend.
win the piv. Win the piv.
Win the piv.
I got first 2 shots.
Oh my god,
yes.
and he lives. He lives.
Big.
Oh, that is so huge. That is so huge. Oh my
And
god.
still legend.
SLG.
Oh my god. No, but he helps SLG get the kill. Camo's up. Camo is up. Wait. Quadrant are on it. Quadrant
And
are
they're
on
tower
the camo.
side.
Yeah.
They've
they're
got
on-
camo,
look,
like,
I'm pretty
they-
sure it's Chick. No,
Oh,
I
he
think he got
died.
traded. Please, they need to get the trade onto this guy. Or SLG needs to get a kill hit. No.
Oh, Legend gets a kill. Alright, everyone
Wait,
calm down.
the
Lock in,
camo
lock
might
in. We're
drop.
good, we're
Wait,
good.
is
Lock
somebody-
in.
Lock in. We have the lead. There's a minute and a half left. We're good.
Okay, I'm locked.
Lock in, we got this. Send our
What's
energy.
the French? What's French for it's coming home?
I can't tell you that, unfortunately.
We-
I'm not qualified.
I mean, they're up one. It's a minute and a half left. There's nothing else really. If they still have the shock rifle, there's nothing on the map for G1 to push.
G1 have to get a kill.
Like, and they've left one player alone.
Shock's
The
up.
shock rifle's
Shock's
up.
yeah, it was up, right? Yeah.
But they can look at it like they can look at the shock rifle. They need to make sure that they can't just get away with it here.
Gonna say like legends, that setup with legend
I mean,
and
I
Sicker
think
right
Boo
there
Boo
is like
wants
set
it,
up to
like-
trade. They're both set up in pairs, so they should be able to trade off any kills. Right? That's what
Yeah,
they're trying to do here.
all you need is the trades. You just
It's just
Boo Boo
just
just got
whether
shot.
someone
Boo Boo got
just
shot.
Oh no.
Just whether someone slips through the net here is
Oh
like
wait,
the,
Oh, they're
they know
flanking.
these two guys
Oh.
are down here.
Oh,
Oh my god. No, please, no.
No.
oh, oh my god.
Wait, they're up one. They're up one.
Come on. Oh my
they've
god,
traded so far.
Okay,
It's
okay,
slowed
the
down
shock
again.
The shock rifle's in long. As long as they kind of like find out.
Oh,
Oh my
yes.
god!
Oh my
Oh my
gosh.
god!
Big.
Oh, the grenades, the
God
grenades.
shit.
Oh,
They've got
it's
30 seconds.
2 kill lead.
They're
We
second
just,
up too, yeah.
Surely not.
we just need to press not to world star.
We need to suppress like absolute masterclass. But he's pushing nobody. He's pushing the ghost. Like he's
He
looking for
doesn't know.
Casper right now.
Oh, he's getting team killed as well. Please team nade him.
Come on, miss,
Yeah.
miss,
Oh,
miss.
wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's
Just
a guy
get the
behind
trades,
him.
Just
Somebody
trade.
up on top.
Get
Yeah.
close, get close. Yes,
oh my
he
god!
gets
They
oh
get
my
the first
god.
game.
Let's
Game,
go.
game.
Yes.
Ah, the reverse sweep. That is so
Let's
huge.
go.
Stand up and shout. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go.
Oh, what a
my
relief.
God. That is.
Oh my god.
I called it. I called the reverse sweep.
I'm currently Google
That's
translating
reverse-
it's coming home.
Oh my god! Don't stress me like that. Like.
Oh my
that
god,
was-
let's go. Woo.
Yes.
Huge,
And
absolutely
most
massive.
importantly,
That was it.
Matt's channel points are safe. All like
Thank-
200 he managed to get on in time.
Oh
They're
my
safe.
god,
So,
let's
Rense
go.
à la maison. Thank you.
Oh, à la maison. Oh my god.
I would not read anything anyone says in the chat in French. I don't trust them. But
Oh, no,
Yeah.
MPX was right. Don't worry.
I'll
I
show
mean,
you.
that's like a top 6 North American team right there. Just,
That,
I mean,
that is massive.
reverse swept by Quadrant. That was
That-
unbelievable.
That keeps the hopes alive. And now I'm
That
excited.
does.
I'm excited
top
for
two.
obviously Optic versus Quadrant, right? But so for anyone, I guess just joining us. So obviously we have one series left, and it is going to be staying with G1 versus J-lings. So I guess to kind of to contextualize the pool a little bit, I think this next series, if J-lings win this next series, I think they will qualify as the third place team in the pool and G1 will be eliminated. But if G1 win this match, then G1 will progress and J-lings will be eliminated. So this is like a really big series, basically. It's like J-lings tournament life on the line in this next series against G1. So yeah, it should be a massive series. Obviously, G1 literally just finished. So
Yeah.
yeah, there's no way of knowing. So
Is
what we might do maybe is go for a little bit of an extended break. Just maybe 50 minutes or so, just because that series just finished. Just have a bit of a break, and then I think we got to swap a person or two out potentially. But yeah, I think we're getting Evo in for this next series, so
Okay.
we'll be saying goodbye to Sparty, unfortunately. But Sparty, thank you for joining us. I feel like you're a good luck charm. You know, EU finally won a series.
Yeah.
We had a
Wait,
reverse
wait,
sweep.
wait.
we might have to
I'm
bring
the
you
good
back.
luck charm.
Yeah, we might have to bring you back, Ran. Like if like J-lings start losing this next series, we'll just like stick you in the corner, like just like, as a fifth camera. Like,
I think they needed me there to go dap them up because
Yeah,
you know
100%.
I give
True.
them the good luck. Steven swears I don't have good
Oh
luck
yeah, that's a
when
good
I
point.
fist bump people, but
Yeah, Sparty like fist bumped Optic before the World Championship final, and then they won the final. So I feel like.
Oh my god.
it wasn't. It was at Charlotte. It was Charlotte.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay, you
It
got
was the grand
I
You
mean,
final.
break the curse.
that one on Worlds as well. Like, I mean,
You,
did
you
they
might have
win
to fly
last
out.
time as well?
You might have to fly out. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Are they 3 in a row?
Yeah. You
Oh
have
my
to
God.
fly out there and start.
Can
fist
I
bumping
pay
all
you
the
to go
players.
fist bump legend?
Every
Yeah,
event I've
please.
been to, they've won so far. So I mean,
Oh
I don't
my God.
know.
Wait,
I'm
that's
not
not-
I
saying
mean,
I'm
you're not there
breaking the
now,
curse
so
right now, but
We might need to
Yes,
see
yes.
Quadrant winning. You're
Maybe
up
if
be
we
at
there.
send
Arlington.
you, maybe if we send you to the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah,
Oh my God, true.
it could summon the power a little bit.
All right, so yeah,
All
we're gonna go to a
expenses
a
paid.
little bit of an extended break, but obviously if the series does start early, we'll quickly come back, you know. But yeah, coming up next, last series of the day should be G1 J-lings. Don't go anywhere.
Do you believe me that I'm a lonely soul? Would you love me? I've been searching, always wanted more. Can you hear me? Do you believe me that I'm a lonely soul? Would you love me? I've been searching, always wanted up the pieces that I lost in the lobby. I put you against the wall, you had us body to body.
Hello, we're back. Welcome back to the EU HCS watch party for the Dallas Invitational, powered by J-lings. And our next series is going to be J-lings against G1. And obviously, we just saw Quadrant actually beat G1. So as a result of that, this is now going to be an elimination match between G1 and J-lings. So obviously, if G1 win this series, J-lings will be eliminated from the tournament as a whole, and they'll finish top 16. And obviously, on the flip side, if J-lings were to win, they progress in the tournament. I think they'd finish third in their pool, so they'd still be in, with a hope of placing as possible. But obviously, G1 would also finish top 16. So yeah, so it's a pretty big series here for EU. Obviously, it's been a bit of a mixed day for EU. I think the third seeded team, Bobs, are now eliminated as well. So Navi is still in it as far as I know. I think they're going to finish third in the group. Quadrant obviously have won 2 series now, so they're going to finish, I think, at least second in the group, maybe first. But then J-lings, this is their kind of make or break series. J-lings, for anyone who's not been kind of keeping up with the action today, they've played 2 series today. One was against Optic, and they lost 3-0, which obviously Optic, the reigning world champions, nothing to be too ashamed of.
2 seconds.
Okay, no problem. And then I think then J-lings played Quadrant, the #1 team in Europe, and they lost that series as well, 3-0. So obviously they've had 2 very, very difficult matchups so far. And this G1 matchup's kind of going to be the decider. I think G1 obviously lost to both Optic and Quadrant, so on paper they should be a bit of an easier matchup, but still they've looked good today. So like I say, I'm joined again by Matt and Evo. Dan's had to BRB a second, but I guess what are you guys kind of thoughts going into this G1 J-lings series? Obviously, it's a big match for European Halo.
All yours, Evo.
Man, it's a tough game, to be honest. We saw G1 putting map 5 to Optic. We saw Quadrant close losing on map 5 again against G1. So JLingz, they're forced to win this game if they want to pass as third. Quadrant actually gave them a chance, because winning the game against G1, they gave a chance to JLingz to actually pass again to the loser bracket. So they need to wake up and don't think about what happened in the past games. Concentrate on this one and actually do the best to be third team passing. But it's gonna be a tough game because J1 is looking really, really good.
Yeah, no.
I had a message from Coach Baxter. The words are, we're locking in, we can do it, just got to turn up.
Yes.
And that's the last I've heard. So I think they're feeling good.
Yeah, I think that's good sign. I think Baxter's definitely. I was saying earlier, but if I wanted someone to give me like a rallying cry to like get me going for a big series, it'd be Baxter. Like you can't really ask for much more. Like I think hopefully give the team talk. It'd be like we played Optic, we played Quadrant. We can take the positives from that. But now is the series like all or nothing. It doesn't matter what happened before. This is the one that kind of decides today. And I think for Europe, if J-lings could win this series against G1, it'd be such a big achievement. G1 obviously no slouches. They just went game 5 against Optic and Quadrant back to back. So it's going to be difficult, but like we said, when you get to a global invitational, it's going to be the 16 best teams in the world. So there's not going to be an easy match. You've kind of got to come prepared, and you're going to have to bring your A game. And like we said, I think we've seen experienced players in that team. A lot of players that have kind of been there, done that, won multiple events. So I've got faith, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit nervous for J-lings. I'm hoping they can really give this a good series and come out the gates hot. But on the G1 side as well, obviously it's the same situation for them. It's make or break. So we should see both teams kind of playing at their peak here. But yeah, I'm excited to see how it is when we get into it. But,
yeah. I think you're right though. Actually, I think there's a lot more in it for J-lings in the sense of like G1 are favourites and will come in expecting to win this like without trouble. If J-lings come out hot, you're gonna have Coach Baxter shouting over the monitors to the other side, 100%. Like he'll be calling boo-boo-doo all sorts if he's sat at the back of the base. I mean, it's like they're going to be fired up and ready without a shadow of a doubt. They're coming with a good game plan. I wouldn't write them off yet. Cool.
Yeah, I think also another thing is you got to think of the nature of the losses for both teams. Obviously, both teams, G1 and J-lings, currently 0-2 in the pools. But Quadrant, they've had those losses where they've been 0-3 losses, but it's not been those kind of nail-biting, heartbreaking losses. Whereas you look at the G1 side, they've lost 2 game 5s back to back. So they've just come so close to winning those series, and just at the last hurdle they fell. So I think in terms of the mental game of both teams, maybe G1 coming off the back of a game 5 loss yet again, maybe their confidence could be a little bit shaken. Maybe
more fresh, right? J-lings as well.
Exactly. Yeah, J-lings I think had a little bit more time in between series, so yeah, you got if you're a J-lings like player or you're a J-lings coach, you've got to really try like use every mental advantage you can. Get everyone hyped up. And yes, I love watching these series as a spectator. Obviously, as a player, it must be absolutely nerve wracking. But I think that you couldn't ask for a better situation. Day one, make or break elimination match. I think. And if I think J-lings, they would have been happy to be in this position. They probably expected to be in this position, but I think when looking at the pool, they probably looked at Quadrant and Optic as those teams that could be really difficult to win. But I think now we are going into this J-lings G1 match. I think like I say, it's make or break. So we should be getting into it fairly soon. Obviously on the screen it says 5 o'clock CT, which is in about 2 minutes our time. So
Oh, they just updated it.
oh, they updated it. Is it been pushed back?
5:05. Yeah. Do you want to put the Navi series on? It's native Navi right now. I
I
might
do
just
think though,
switch
like
from that.
if you are a JLingz player, you've got to be like loud in this series. You've
Oh
gotta
yeah.
yeah. You're getting those kills. Yeah, Septic.
Yeah, Septic.
Septic.
Yeah, so Septic's on mouse and keyboard, which it also could be interesting. I mean, I feel like I think Dan said earlier, he's been pretty good today on mouse and keyboard. I know there's a few people that kind of raise a bit of an eyebrow at like a player playing on mouse and keyboard at this level, but I think he's definitely proven himself that he can compete at this level on mouse and keyboard. Obviously, I think he's only changed recently. I mean, I'm sure he's had months and months and months of kind of deliberating and getting used to it, but I like what we're seeing, and I think Spiteful mentioned it earlier on. He can definitely be like an X factor now that he's on that MNK, especially if he can get the sniper rifle, and even seeing when mouse and keyboard players can even get the rockets and the shotgun, for example, just how quickly they can kind of turn and snap onto targets. I think it's really really interesting to see. But yeah, so the series might have been pushed back 5 minutes by the look of it. So we could maybe switch to one of the other series that's on stream just for now, just to while we're waiting. It looks like Native Red are playing Navi on the HCS stream, so I think that's the B stream. So if we could get the B stream up, maybe we could watch that for just a little bit before we get back into the J-lings series. But yeah, it's nice to see all these EU teams playing at the moment. Obviously, I think this series for Navi and Native Red that's going on right now on the B stream it's one of those series where it's not quite make or break for Navi, but it could decide whether they kind of get that second place in the pool or that third place. So there's definitely a lot on the line. And I think, Navi being the more practiced team, obviously Native got a last minute fill in, so you'd expect Navi to maybe have the advantage there in terms of being practiced. But yeah, it should be an interesting one. How do you guys kind of see that series going?
I don't see Navi beating Native Red.
Yeah, I don't see as well Navi beating Native Red. It's been. Yeah,
sorry.
Marin.
I was gonna say, sorry, I had to unmute, had to stop my McDonald's for a sec. I can kind of see, I mean, a Wobbabobs was so close, and I mean, Native Red, they got a sub, they're already locked in for like top 2, so maybe they're just kind of, no, they're not actually.
No, Native Red need to win the match.
Yeah, I don't know, like, they have a sub, and they didn't look, I know they beat a Wobbabobs 3-0, but they didn't look like as strong as you would kind of like them to against them, so I think Navi have a chance. And back to my food.
Yeah, I agree. I think Dan is malnourished. He needs to get that food down, and bless him. He's had a long day. Okay, we'll let him off. But I think I agree. I think Navi, they have what it takes to most likely win this series. And I think even before the change came in for Native Red, I would have still said they've got a really good chance of winning the series. So I think now that they're playing against team with a fill-in, I think they've got a really good chance. So looks like we are going to be getting into the match any second now, and we can just get the feed working. Looks like it is working. Let's go. So 3 dead now for Navi.
I can see that people tagged by Native Red.
Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. So yeah, we'll have to see if we can switch to the full screen for this one, give you guys a better view. But yeah, this is, I mean, Recharge Strongholds I think is a decent game type for Navi. So I'm happy that they've got this Snipe Drone. Like I kind of compared earlier Towlek to Snipe Drone, so it's like, yeah, it's funny seeing them play against each other now. But I think Snipe Drone and Towlek, the kind of main comparison I was making was that they're both players that put up those kind of high KDs very consistently. I mean, you see already, Towlek least assists but most kills in this team, so he's kind of keeping up the tradition. On the other side, Snipe Drone's got quite a lot of assists and kills, so yeah, it should be an interesting one. So yeah, we'll get back to the J-lings G1 series as soon as it's available. I think it's just been pushed back a little bit because G1 literally just finished playing a few minutes ago. So yeah, but it's nice to get some more EU action.
Yeah, well, it looks like a fairly even start in terms of score, but the Slayers are definitely in the side of Native Red right now. But it's one of these game types where suddenly one setup can turn into like 100 points, right? It's such a snowbally one, this one. Like, if you're holding the crosses, if you get that team on spawn knock, it's brutal.
Yeah, no,
the score is it's not that far away. Now we still have the chance to win. The one on Navi where the lady popping out is more Tau look, but the kill, we can see that Navi is more average, like 777. A bit mighty, need to overstack a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Native Red is probably one of those teams that I'd be scared to play in a stronghold for just being a really aggressive team. And I think on a game top like Strongholds, you can have that possibility to kind of collapse it over and over again. I think the stream might have just frozen for a second potentially. I don't know if that's just on my end.
No, I think it's HCS problem, probably.
Okay, yeah, the stream might.
I can still see it. Yeah, it could be. Is it still frozen for you guys? Yeah, refresh. Oh, what's that?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Genius.
It's always that's how you want. Refresh, turn off, turn on again. Yeah, that's always step one to everything. It's just funny how they all froze at the same time. But yeah, we're back. But yeah, like I was saying, I think Native, one of those teams that on a stronghold, they have such an aggressive play style that just probably one of the game styles I wouldn't want to play them on. I think Navi obviously are a good strongholds team, but you see here early on, you know, despite Bomex and being 6-9, I mean Taulex 14-5, Manny's double positive as well, 12-6. So yeah, really strong start from the side of Native. And you know, thankfully, you know, for Navi, they're not in the same situation as like a J-lings, for example. It's like a make or break series. They've got a bit of a cushion where they should still kind of go through as the third. But I think if they could go through as the second seeded team, it would definitely give them a nice little cushion and, you know, give them a chance to. I think the third seeded team, if I'm not mistaken, goes straight to the losers bracket, right? Oh, nice kill from
Nice stick. Yeah.
Nice. Oh.
Oh.
See,
Yes.
might have.
Let's go, my.
But yeah, I think the third seeded team goes straight to losers bracket, right? Whereas I think the first and the second seeded teams, they get in winners bracket. So there is definitely a nice advantage if you can get second in your group instead of third. But obviously, the most important thing is just making it through in the first place. So yeah, good. But yeah,
pressing this trip cap.
yeah, it's looking
like
good for Navi here.
I don't know if they've overcommitted here.
Nice drone getting here. That's nice.
If they get a good A spawn here, quite nicely. It depends. Like, have they spawned A? Yes, they did spawn A. Perfect.
And Sniper is rotating to RPA. That's nice. Oh, maybe not.
They beat them to A though.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Like that's like the trip cap in the classic. Like they all died back C, and then like it's just throwing away the setup and everything. My friends on the hunt though.
It's nice to see it's a close game, but it's definitely a difficult game. So it's not.
Snipe drone.
It's strange not seeing snipe drone double positive. I'm so used to it in Europe, but we were kind of saying it earlier on. Yeah, we were kind of saying it earlier on. It's like a weird thing. Sometimes you're so used to seeing certain players in Europe just dominate whoever they come up against. So it's like when they go international, when they play against these American teams, it's like they kind of meet their match a little bit, and they suddenly look a lot more human.
Yeah, I mean the North American snipe drone double pos right now, so we need the European one to.
Mate, he's more than double positive. He's 18-8.
This is true. This is true. Can you do the math on that?
I can't, but well, actually,
subatomic. It was a 2.25, I think this one now.
Yeah, we have an accountant on the stream.
Well done,
so.
Danny. Out of 10.
Yes.
Tom, we've just received word.
So...
We've received word. We're switching over as soon as possible. J-lings versus G1. Here we are. Look at this. See, and so yeah, I'll just for anyone like saying us, this is an elimination match. The winner of this series progresses in the tournament. The loser goes home. So it's all to play for. And you know, look, guys, it looks like J-lings had a pretty solid start.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only problem here is Sab's got a camo, I'd say. We'll see how this goes, but a good start from kills-wise, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I think Strongholds could be a good game type for both these teams. I don't think it matters either. I think, you know, there's a lot of experience, especially a lot of players like 2Foxy and Respectful that were good Halo 5 players, so I expect them to be pretty good at Strongholds. And I think we saw in the series against Optic earlier on, a lot of the players in JLingz kind of had their moments of having really kind of good games. So we're hoping here in a kind of big series that matters that they can kind of put it all together and, you know, combine and have a kind of solid series all around. But like I say, from a G1 perspective, for anyone who's not aware of their kind of record so far in this tournament, they've gone Game 5 back-to-back against Optic and Quadrant. So I guess objectively, in terms of statistics, you'd say that G1 have had a kind of more competitive day than JLingz against the other teams in the pool. So that could maybe lean towards some people favouring G1 in terms of predictions. But like we've said, you know, when it gets to these elimination matches and it's all on the line, you hope teams kind of step up a few gears and they're all on the line.
I feel like JLingz needs to avoid a blowout here in this game one, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
100%. Like, we don't want to.
Been a bit of a rough start here by the look of it. I was just saying about JLingz having that early lead, but it seems like G1 have really established a nice kind of trip cap at the moment. Look at earlier on, I think the first series of the day is you get that trip cap and their lead can just grow so quickly. You know, Strongholds is such a snowbally game type, and Evo, it's looking a bit scary at the moment.
Yeah.
I agree.
I feel like
that's the best analysis of all time.
Sorry, it caught me off guard massively. I feel like though, like here, the benefit of it being on recharge is it can take one set up to get yourself back in the game. It's just about getting that like a stronghold, I suppose, getting that lockdown. It's going to be key for JLingz. I just need to be able to see them break the setup, because this is like the hardest setup to break up.
Yeah,
in Halo,
break
right?
AB is really hard against a good team.
As well as like the boogeyman of Strongholds on this. I can just imagine him being so hard to kill. I mean, he's not got the best KD, but I bet he's just like directing his team and like, look at this setup they've got. They've just got every single angle covered. I mean, the lead's just growing, but obviously, like the silver lining is in Halo, some of the game types play so differently, so you can't read too much into a Strongholds game one. Like Slayer would be very different. But
Good break though.
Yeah, that was a good break.
So far.
So that they have converted to B now, so JLingz only scoring, so the comeback's gonna have to be now for JLingz if they don't have any chance of winning this game one. But
Ooh, nice trade. I like to see that Cloner is been playing really nice in every single game. It's the one that maybe I was expecting Lex, but he's been playing really nice for JLingz in every single match we saw today.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he has had a quite strong event, I'd say, to be fair. I just feel like here again, like there's a bit of indecisiveness. Like it felt like they haven't really moved towards either gold, like definitively.
yeah, no, for sure. It's like even if they could come back, they've just left it so late, and that's the thing. I mean, I was speaking about it a little bit earlier on. Obviously, this JLingz roster, one of the positives of having this new roster is there's a lot of talented players and they've got a lot of experience. But then, you know, one of the kind of negatives of making those team changes is obviously it was kind of out of their control with Quadios. You'd say that G1 have probably been a team a little bit longer than this JLingz roster, so I think in terms of
this is looking better though.
these more structured game types, it might be a bit difficult. But yeah, like you said, really nice turnaround here for a moment, but he does get taken down. One dead on either team at the moment. The Slays are looking a little bit in favour of G1. I mean, Falcate especially, 10 and 5. But yeah, we're seeing a few nice pushes from JLingz, but G1 doing a good job kind of shutting them down.
Yeah, they need to. There we go. Respectful can win this fight.
Oh,
Shot some surprise.
he gets sprayed by Septic. Is
Yeah.
that 3-2 dead now? 2v2.
One nade. Jesus.
Whoa, boo.
JLingz are scoring currently. They need to start getting some more kills on the board most likely. And obviously, like you said, Clonely they've done quite a solid game, but a lot of the players on JLingz are struggling to get too many kills on the board, and it's always going to make it difficult to kind of capture those strongholds if you're getting outslayed consistently. So
yeah, and also Boo puts that like forward in the side of like you're in a 2 cap and your third one's getting
my. Wow.
Do you go back and stop the triple cap, or do you go forward and try and trade a point out on? It's like the horrible decision you got to make.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, only 10 points needed now for JLingz. You know, 10 points needed for G1, sorry, to close out this game. And JLingz, they have converted A and B, which is the kind of preferred setup.
Here we go.
So, yeah, it's now on ever for JLingz. They got to try hold this as long as they can, and the camo is coming up in 10 seconds. So, this could be a big point in the game if you want to see a potential comeback.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the first test they've got to do if they've got to kill the camo guy. So,
nice kill.
Could be interesting.
Right.
Oh,
Clonely.
Oh, they get the kill though.
The camo died.
Is that camo dead? That's huge.
Oh no, wait, he's
Oh,
dead.
no, it's-
Oh my god, no.
That camo is not dead.
Oh my god.
Wait, what?
Absolutely not dead.
Wait, JLingz though, they're putting some points on the board. They're at 74 now, and they're about to capture C as well. So they're doing a good job
Camo
actually.
went back towards the pipes. where that shot came from.
Oh, Sambinate staying alive here.
Oh, going for the B cap as well.
I like this.
Big nade.
Oh, nice trade, nice game by Party.
They seem to have found a bit of rhythm in like the movement around the stronghold point.
Oh no, this
Nice.
Still though, JLingz about to cross the 100-point mark, so it looked like the game was going to be over. For
Oh,
him.
here we
Oh,
go.
MK movement.
Oh my
Yes,
god, Septic,
we
look
love
at
to
that.
see it.
Septic's 10-6 by the way, Clonely 10-8, so they're really starting to heat up now. Obviously, hopefully they've not left it a little bit too late, but I mean, it looked like such a one-sided start to the game, but JLingz are really heating up now, and they're at 120 points, so yeah, the comeback's on, potentially.
Not like Septic is like the kind of like surely the reasoning behind mouse and keyboard like players. Like he's shown it. Like obviously he's a very good controller player, he always has been, right? But like he's playing, if not better than he would do in controller with mouse and keyboard. Like if the ability's there, he's showing that like basically the brain's the same. So like surely mouse and keyboard is better.
I mean, one of the reasons was playing controller was mainly because in the open bracket you have an Xbox. That's the real problem. But now he's playing on the top bracket, so he said he's on a PC, so he can use MK without any problem.
Yeah, but I mean, as in like he played Halo 5 on controller, right? So I mean, obviously,
Yeah, but
yeah.
But look at this from JLingz though, I mean, I cannot believe this. This would be like an historic comeback, like that's not
They're-
understating it. Like,
they are doing good rotation.
oh, they get the
when-
kill,
oh
too,
my
Foxy.
God.
How's he got that?
Trade.
3 dead.
Huge
3 down
kill,
again.
too, Foxy. The camo's
There
up
The
should
last
be
guy
a-
on the
there
ropes
should be
here as
camo.
well.
Oh my god, Septic
Oh,
gets
he
the
gets
kill
it.
and he stays alive. Oh my god, this is insane. Look at the score. It's nearly 180 points now for JLingz. They're only down about 50 now, and Septic's got the camo, 13 and 7. This is this could be a huge sequence here. Obviously, Falcate gets the first kill on 2 Foxy, but if Septic can make a play with this camo, this could be massive
I'm
for
gonna
them.
say like yeah.
That's a good rotation on A because they're capping B
Yeah,
now.
get the kill first. That's a great play. Like that, a lot of people there would just hop into A and like kind of
He let his-
needlessly.
Oh,
That's
Septic!
That's perfect. He let his teammate cap A and then rotate to B.
Yeah.
With the camo, that's perfect.
He gets taken down, but they still have A and C, and they're about to cross the 200-point mark. Oh my! I'm getting. This is crazy. This.
Yeah, I can hear Buster screaming from here.
Yeah, Baxter's probably absolutely at the top of his lungs, breaking the kind of sound barrier.
I'm gonna say if they like this is the sort of thing you need. Like if you
Good
win this game
rotation. They're
one,
capping B when they're losing C. That's perfect.
Yeah, I'll bet you see is this
if
Fat
hopefully
Boo
they
Doo
spot
going
out
to
Booty
A.
here. Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say like this is the someone's coming in top 8 to kill him there. Right? Oh no, too
Oh,
late.
he gets
no.
taken down, so it looks like G1 are flipping control when they only need 10 points, so
10 seconds.
we're going to have to see JLingz here. They have to get him while these strongholds. Clonely, big 1v1, no, he gets the trade. G1 looks like they might be closing
What's
out
running for
the
A?
game. He gets in it.
Oh,
Oh.
no.
Well, that's
that's
closer than expected. I'm not gonna
heartbreaking. I mean, you've got to say respect to JLingz. I mean,
That's a
that's-
sad
mate,
way to go.
it just shows how snowbally that game type can be. I mean, like it looked like it was almost over at one point on the side of you know JLingz, but they had that crazy hold towards the end. But in the end, G1 just barely kind of get over the line, and yeah, it's heartbreaking for JLingz. But I mean, on the bright side, I mean they've shown what they're capable of. They've shown they can hang with a team like G1. You know, like they've hopefully can take some confidence from that, but. You know, it's getting to the point now in the tournament that all that really matters is getting the map victories. Like I say, this is an elimination series, so you know, it's like it's so heartbreaking. They've had a few close games today where they've showed they can hang, but they're really gonna have to start getting these kind of game victories on the board. But you know, thankfully it's only game 1. It's a best of 5, so no need to kind of panic yet. But yeah, a little
There's
bit
still time.
heartbreaking. Yeah, a little bit heartbreaking from JLing's perspective. But you gotta say G1 would have been equally heartbroken if that comeback would have happened. I think that would have been probably one of the biggest comebacks I've ever seen in a kind of LAN tournament. That would have been insane. It was like a 200-20 lead, I think, at one point. So. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
if they
so
could build on
close.
that into game 2, that would be nice. Like
It was
they've
actually a
taken
nice
that-
view.
they were out slaying them for like the last 2 minutes of that map, like quite handedly. So going into I don't know what game type it's going to be. Slayer on.
Slayer, but I don't know the game maps because it's the we didn't see any game on this stage
Oh, we're
yet.
not. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it might even be a pit. I don't know. Have you seen a pit before?
We didn't see a pit yet. Yeah, we didn't see a pit Slayer. That's true.
Yeah, I think that game's given me a lot of confidence. I think like they've shown like I mean, objective is usually a game mode where like it's very hard for a team which is maybe considered the underdogs. And he's back. Marina's back.
It's back.
I've
Damn,
had my
what-
food. I'm ready.
What did you make of that first game? If you did get an eye on it.
Yeah, I did. I mean, that was crazy. Like that comment, I don't know. Like I thought they had it. Like even like Perry, you know, flying into A at the end. I kind of thought he was gonna get the touch, but
It was so close, but I mean that's the thing. Obviously, you'd have to say they might have left it a little bit late to start the comeback. If they could have just started, if they could have started playing like that, maybe about the 150 point mark. You know, because the thing is about you can have this control, but it's so difficult to hold it for 250 points. And they basically had to play perfect Halo there for about 5 minutes, and in the end, you know, it's just fell a little bit short. But yeah, this Slayer is gonna be massive. I mean, I think it's generally kind of said in Halo that the Slayer is one of those game types which is considered a bit more of a toss up. So you know, if you're a team trying to claw a game back, I think this is really for JLingz has to be a victory. I mean, going down 2-0 in a series, and I think another thing we have to factor in as well, obviously looking at the kind of previous series, is that JLingz they've not actually won a game yet today out of their series. Obviously, they've only played 2 other series before this against Optic and Quadrant, but you know, if they could just get a win on the board in terms of just winning a game, I think that'll probably just give them such a confidence boost to kind of go on and win some more games. And because you don't like as when we're all players, and it's like as that feeling of when like you just can't seem to win a game, even though like the games can be close. Obviously, you'd assume it might start getting to them a little bit psychologically. So hopefully, this game too is we can't state enough how big it is, and it looks like it's going to be Street Slayer. And I think this could be a good one. I think Respectful especially get him a shotgun, and this looks like another good start here for JLingz already. 3 kills.
Oh my god.
2 Foxy gets
just saying an update on the other side of the things. Navi won game 2, so it's 1-1 on Navi.
Yeah,
Red.
and Navi White won 1 map against FaZe 2-1.
Oh, very nice. So yeah, a lot going on. Nice to see EU's doing good on the other side as well, and we're hoping we can see it continue here. I mean, 2 Foxy, he's won so many events. He's such an experienced player, and I think he's hopefully one of those players that can really rise to the occasion here in this kind of elimination match. He started off 3 kills already, so really good job from him.
Starting well.
They actually closed the gap so soon, G1.
Well, I mean, they're all cramped up here, though, so there's a lot of potential to clean up. There's a lot of weak players, surely.
Oh, Sati can get a double kill.
Huge!
Yeah. Oh! The 360 MK move.
Is there any other players here playing mouse and keyboard?
Scuba Master.
Ah, Scuba Master,
the Australian team, yeah. I don't know how much...
Is that it? Is that the only 2?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's the only 2 on the pool in the stage.
I do wonder, like, if we're just going to get more and more, though. Like, it'd be interesting.
I hope we do.
I don't think so, just because like the game isn't very popular. So
yeah,
and like the
game
new
was
players
popular
coming in are kind of controller.
I'd also say.
I'm sorry, come.
I was going to say there's been a lot of obviously a lot of the players here have been playing Halo a long time, right? So.
Yeah, most people that are at the kind of top of Halo Esports happen to be people that have been around for a while, and usually those are controller players because obviously Halo has always been a controller game. But I'm happy, like you said, we're seeing more from us and keyboard people, and we've got 2. I think this is probably the most we've ever had in full play, so it's cool. But like I say, I mean, really good start for JLingz though. 40. I mean, considering the start they had last time,
that's a nice start.
I mean, it's definitely a lot better of a start than last game. And I think, to be honest, even though they lost that last game, I think that might give them a nice little confidence boost, because to go on that good of a run against a team like G1, I think that's definitely got to be a good feeling. And yeah, like I say, really good start from the side from 2 Foxy, Respectful as well, got 5 kills. So yeah, good start. And like I said, this really, I think in my eyes, Clonely gets a double as well. I think this has to be a must-win game type here for JLingz.
Yeah, it's a good push up the pink side as well, and then they're in that pair, so they should get another kill out of this, which is good. Looks like 2 Foxy and Respectful are going quite huge here, which, in this important game is what you need.
Yeah, I think those are 2 players who are really looking to step up, maybe from some of the previous series earlier, but obviously none of those matter now. It's all about this one. It's all about just playing as well as you possibly can in these final games. So.
Yeah, I think Respectful and 2 Foxy, they've got such a high skill ceiling, both of them. Like, they've both been like 2 of the best players in all of European Halo, like at different points in their careers. So like, if they can just summon up a little bit of that energy, like just roll back the clock a little bit in some of these games, we can see some prime Respectful and 2 Foxy gameplay. That could be what it takes. But yeah, really good start from JLingz roster, and G1 are making a nice little push here, so there could be a chance for them to close the gap, and it looks like it is going to be. So it's a tie game now, 21-21. 2 Foxy looks like his last play. He gets the beat down as well, but no, he doesn't get the kill. Oh, so close. But Rocket's coming up in about 30 seconds.
See, so with that shroud screen, do you know when you fire it, you can actually shoot that thing mid-air, and it can be blocked by nades and stuff.
Oh really?
That's got to happen at some point. Yeah.
Ooh.
Like on the main stage, I'd love to see it. Like there's a video of Burton when he was on JLingz, and he fires it from bottom C to try and hit rockets, and it hits a grenade in mid-air.
That's incredible.
It's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, G1 have had a nice little comeback here on their side. It seemed like J-lings had most of the lead there for the start, but G1 have gone a bit of a run. The shotgun, oh my god, the Respectful does get the trade though, so not the end of the world. The Rockets are used, so that isn't a kill for Suppress, but only a 4-kill lead now, so not, well no, is it? Yeah, a 4-kill lead, so not insurmountable, but Suppressed has got a shotgun, so this is a bit of an awkward position for 2Foxy to be in, just dead to his left, and it looks like he sniffed him out. Oh no.
Oh.
Got on the wrong deodorant today.
Oh, well, Clonely's got 2 kills, I think, as well, so... Suppressed just being so sneaky with his shotgun, he could really kind of play spoiler here to this push, but Respectful, no, he makes the push.
Oh my god,
but...
he get the kill!
That's insane.
That shotgun on land, like,
Yeah.
crazy, isn't it?
Oh, 3 kills though, 3 dead.
This
One
thing
kill
with
game.
the shotgun online doesn't happen.
You know,
Yeah,
some
they
of the weapons on land are so different. They hit so
It's
hard.
like Streets is the map though here where they've gotten 3 down. They should absolutely know what they're spawning. I feel like they've let them out for a bit too free.
Yeah, they let G1 a bit too much free and the spawns. They should keep the pressure that they were doing on the side. Nice kill by 2Foxy.
Got the microwave. Let's go. They're taking the lead now as well, which is not a bad time to do it. I'll pass the 30 kill mark.
Yeah, they have to. I know I keep saying it, but I really didn't. I need them to win this game. Not even just them. My like my sanity. Like if they could actually, I don't know if I could handle another quadrant like reverse sweep like type affair. Like I need this to be a nice comfortable affair. Like I can't. But yeah, Respectful doing a really good job here, and I think
Respectful's done really well.
that's one of the things we say about him a lot. I think he's so good with power weapons at staying alive and just kind of being sneaky.
He is an individual tank. Like I know he's been like obviously he started on Navi, he's moved around teams a little bit. Like you know, seems to be like a bit like of a journeyman at the moment. But like individually, he's always been so good.
Yeah, no.
On any team he's been on.
You'd back him in like any 1v1 to like win it. Like,
Got the double sticky kill.
Oh, Sentinel beam! Can he hit the shots? But that gun is so hard to aim. Like it's.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone zoom in with it like that.
Did G1 get rockets though?
Yeah, they did. I think Suppress had them.
Oh, he catches a player off.
Oh my
god!
It's so brutal.
I love that. I love it.
And he switched now to a Stalker.
Is that 2 kill? Is that 2 kill leads?
Yeah, he might have 1 rocket left, but I'm not sure.
I was talking about Prime Halo 5 Respectful needing to be kind of reincarnated here. He's 13 and 10. He's got both power weapons. I feel like I'm watching 2017 right now.
He's pretending he's got like the.
Oh no, stick
storm
his
rifle in his
teammate.
hand.
Septic stick.
Oh, 1v1 though. Gets a trade. These trades are good though, but he's gonna get taken down. But it's still.
He's lost. He's lost the
Still up by
microwave.
Yeah, J-ling's still in the lead though. They need to close this out, please. I'm getting scared again. It's tense. But they got the C spawns. Now 2Foxy gets taken down. If Septic could get away here, this would be big. It seems like they are kind of converging towards purple there on Septic. If Septic could get a trade at least, I think that'd be big.
It's good from Clonely just getting damage down. I mean, he's getting all the info for
Septic
his
does
team.
get a trade, so that's good. Respect from the 1v1 as well. He gets a trade.
Back C, though.
But Suppress gets taken. Oh no, Suppress gets 2. Oh, 47, 45 now for G1.
From?
Yeah, that was a huge flank by Suppress.
Yeah, it was just, I don't know, he was just back C.
This could be the deciding part of the game here. It could all come down to one team fight. And rockets don't come up in 20, so both teams might kind of choose to wait for these rockets instead.
I mean, G1 has the smoke screen as well, so it's gonna kind of be, you know, their move to make it.
Yeah, G1 probably in their preferred side of the map at the moment to go for these rockets. It'll be interesting if either team's gonna maybe just try to.
They should have a shroud screen as well, right? I'd imagine.
Yeah, they're putting it down. Oh, and they've got away with the rockets. That is not good from a J-ling's perspective. Oh, I thought he's gonna fire it there.
Oh,
good trigger discipline.
Yeah.
But yeah,
me, I would have fired already.
I'd have shot the wall. I'd have been walking back to these guys.
100%. I'd be like blaming the game when I'd know full well that I shot the wall.
I'd be on death screen right now. Oh, he's making a sneaky play with the rockets. Now he might catch Foxy out here. Oh, he gets the kill. Is he going to get 2?
Played that to perfection.
Only 1 kill needed, but Respectful gets the kill. Can Clonely get away? Clonely,
oh my god,
he's getting away. No, G1 get the kill. Oh my lord.
They're so close. This is the best we've seen J-lings all day, and they're so close.
Oh, they're playing so well, but it's just right at the end.
Oh. Such a close game again.
No, I mean, you have to think. I mean, G1. like they went game 5 Quadrant, game 5 against Optic. So for JLingz to be pushing these games all the way to the distance, I think it really shows that they are raising their level, but it's just not quite enough to get over the line at the moment. It's been so close these first 2 games. But I mean, we said that earlier on in the Quadrant series against G1 that the first, that we thought they could reverse sweep, and I think arguably the first game was closer than the Quadrant game against G1. I think the game 2 has probably been equally close. I think
about the same.
So if we're following the script, from earlier on, then we could technically get another reverse sweep. But I think if G1 got reverse sweeped and lost another game 5, they might just kind of pack up and maybe move on to being like fishermen or something. Because I'd be heartbroken. But I mean,
they're gone.
JLingz, they've left themselves a lot to do here in the series. They're gonna have to win 3 back-to-back games and cause a reverse sweep. But yeah, from an EU JLingz perspective, it's a little bit heartbreaking to lose 2 such close games. But yeah, map 3 is going to be interesting to see what we get. Like I say, it's a brand new series layout, so we're not quite sure what the game is going to be. But I think I'm not sure what I'd want for them.
Probably find out what's Navi playing right now.
Navi are up 1-0 on Aquarius Flag right now.
It's going to be Aquarius Flag.
Yeah, it should be Aquarius Flag.
That's a good game type, I think, for J. I think I actually saw them in a scrim the other day against, I think it was Oxygen maybe, and I think
Proton.
Proton, and I think they won both the flags. And I think Aquarius is one of them, so I think they are quite.
That's good.
I think they're quite good Aquarius Flag team. So hopefully this could be the start of the comeback from JLingz. Yeah, just. It was looking so good for a little bit there, but I think it was that flank from Suppressed at C was really kind of what broke.
That was such a good play.
Because JLingz had the lead there around the 40 kill mark by about a kill or 2, but right at the end they all kind of crumbled. But yeah, okay, it's Aquarius Flag now. Yeah, make or break game for JLingz. If they lose this, they are going to be eliminated from the tournament. If they win, though, the run could continue to a game 4, but. Yeah, a bit heartbreaking, but I guess
if you've got a game type to fight on, Aquarius Flag's the one, right? So.
Yeah, that's the one you'd want, because that I think Aquarius Flag, it's like most people's favorite game type. It's definitely up there. It's like it's a very well-rounded game type. So if you lose it, you can kind of hang your hat and be like that was a proper game type we lost on. It wasn't like a fluke or something a little bit kind of random. So. This is definitely a good game type for them to start rebuilding, I think, the confidence. And it's like I say, it's now or never. But just to kind of look at some of the other series while we're waiting for game 3 to start, I think you said Native Red Navi currently 1-1 in the series. They are currently on Aquarius Flag, and it's a 1-0 lead for Navi. On the HCS Blue stream, they're waiting for their next series to start.
Between FaZe and Native White, is that still going?
Yeah, it's at 2-1 for FaZe and 2-2 in the King of the Year right now.
Yeah.
Native White fighting. Let's go.
Yeah, a few series going at the moment. And then the HCS Blue is Bittersweet Space Station. So still a few series going on. I think Bittersweet Space Station will probably be quite one-sided affair, to be honest.
Did the Wobble Bobs lose 3-0 to Cole?
Yeah,
I think yes.
Yeah, so
just 9 on the day.
Yeah, so for anyone, I guess, a little EU recap. Wobble Bobs have unfortunately been eliminated. If JLingz win this series, they'll still be in it. If they lose this series, they will also be eliminated. Quadrant and Navi, I think, are now guaranteed to make it to day 2. But they both still, whether they get first or second in their pool, or second or third from Navi's perspective, kind of where they go in the pool and where they end up in the bracket is kind of dependent on their last match. So we're guaranteed 2 EU teams going into tomorrow at least, but hopefully we can get a third. It's all just kind of resting here on this JLingz series. So yeah, so still alive,
Imagine Quadrant win their pool and then Navi come second. They play each other. Winners round 1. Boom. We have an EU top 6 already. That'd be crazy.
Oh, we are in the game. Let's go.
We're in it.
Let's go, JLingz.
Yeah. I can't take a second EU team going 0-9.
Right, so
I think so.
Looks like
one of
crash,
them. Yeah, JLingz crash.
Tactical unplug your computer. Sorry, I mean.
I actually think it was too Foxy. Was it that crashed? Because
yeah, it was.
The only reason I say that is because I just got a notification in the bottom right of my screen saying 2 Foxy is now playing Halo Infinite. So I just thought, maybe it's 2 Foxy. But yeah, so
they're calling you in, Steve. You got sub in. Let's go.
In the meantime, with 2-0 for Navi right now in CTF.
Yeah, I mean they're looking...
Native White 3-2 up on King of the Hill as well.
Oh, I would love the reverse sweep maybe. That would be unreal.
Big Wen, what a legend Big Wen is.
He's a demon.
Love him.
He made the game. It's not worth.
Yeah. So is that on the HCS stream, Navi? Yeah, Navi. I mean, 2-0 in this
Yeah.
game. Bowman's got the flag on the move. I still think I'd expect Navi to win this series. Like, I think it would have been a close series anyway, but now that Native Red got a substitute, I think they really should
Yeah.
Navi should be. This is like, I think, was it you, Dan, that said that Navi was still yet to ever beat a top NA team?
I
is it
don't think
any
this counts.
is it any NA team they've not beat?
No,
Navi?
it's like a pro NA team. Like they've never beat a top 12 or maybe even a top 16 North American team. They've beaten like the ones out of open bracket, but they've never beaten like a good North American team.
Oh,
my
wait.
god, Native White.
Sorry,
Oh
yeah.
my-
Game 5 phase.
Oh my god, Native White.
You guys know
Bad
like
god.
where Mick Wen came from? Like
Yeah.
playing since Reach.
Yeah.
Him and you ever watch his montage with Ninja and the Mick Winja?
Yeah, no, he's
A
insane.
classic like this.
He was really good at Halo 2 Anniversary as well.
Yeah. And Halo 5. I mean, he's really good at Halo 5 still.
He won. Did he win tournaments with Pistola on Halo 5, right?
I think he won one,
right?
maybe
Was it
maybe
one?
two. But yeah, so that's definitely he's definitely a very good player. So
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember him winning one.
like I say, we're just
Okay.
we're just waiting for this game 3 to start between JLingz and G1. I think it looks like there was a bit of a
Tapping buttons.
bit of a
is, like,
technical
not very
issue.
cool. Look at him.
tapping buttons. That whole Native White roster is so I love that
He
team.
looks so
Yeah.
small in his chair. Like, who's the coach on Native White?
I think it's
Some guy called Trey.
Oh, it's the guy who's like 6 foot, like,
like
seven, isn't
Trey
it?
Try.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Trey. Yeah.
He's been around a while. He's like a veteran of like the Halo
When
scene.
they're like called up for like,
I think he's an
they
army
do
vet as
those
well.
weird dog tag things, like on the. They hand out, and he got the coach one, and he stood next
Yeah.
to like someone, and he was
Oh.
just like twice their size.
Yeah, I remember that. It was like World 2 or something. It's
like
like
whoever was trying to put the dog tag on him probably couldn't reach.
Yeah, Navi are up 1 in the flag. So
Yeah, you would expect Navi to win this because I don't think this series is really like winnable
So
for them
you-
without the sub. But I
EU
mean, with the
teams on
sub,
flag are untouchable. I'm telling you now.
yeah, I mean we're looking good. We're
We
looking
need a
good on-
series of just flags.
Oh,
We'll win the
please.
tournament.
yeah, I think thankfully, like I say, J-lings they are, as far as I'm aware, quite a good flag team. I think they've been looking good at in flags. So they had 2 close games, game 1 and 2 against G1. So I'm hoping we can see them get a victory here. And it's like I was saying that game 2 is a must win. This is literally the dictionary definition of a must win. If they lose this game, they're out of the tournament. So they have to win. There's no more what a close game. I mean they have to win this game, and it would be heartbreaking if they would get eliminated. But it's going to be a tough task.
Imagine the reverse sweep to win the tournament. You're
Oh
like,
my god!
you're 0 and 8,
yeah.
0 and 8. It's going to get eliminated. Next thing you know,
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Yeah, so we should hopefully be getting back into this game any moment. Just waiting for them to sort out their tech issues.
I feel like this phase Native White series has been going on so long.
Yeah, no.
Oh yeah.
Barcode's fired up, man.
He's a beast. Phase
Marco is actually one of the best for you.
very trolly in pool play. I don't know. They're really good at game 5s though. So
Yeah, I think there's some teams like FaZe and SSG who definitely don't seem to bring their A game in pool play all the time. Whereas I feel like
Yeah.
Optic are like, Optic I guess you could argue as well. Went game 5 earlier, but yeah. Oh, it looks like we're coming back.
Oh,
There we go.
back in
There
the
we go.
game.
J-Lings versus G1. We're back. Capture flag on Aquarius. Hopefully no one lags out this time. Yeah, must win game. If J-Lings lose this game of Halo, they're out the tournament. So they have
Almost
to.
4 down off the rip though.
Yeah, they got to bring their A game.
It's just going to be a, I don't know, already a lot of presence here from Native Red. Got the weapons. I'm guessing they got camo as well.
G1 mate.
You won, yeah.
Oh,
wrong
sorry,
game.
that's what I meant. You
Wrong team.
Yeah.
I've been awake for like 20 hours now, Dan.
No.
Cut me some slack.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
mean,
God,
this is like a perfect start for G1, and obviously the worst case scenario for J-Lings. It seemed like just G1 just trapped all the J-Lings on their side of the map and just kind of caught those spawn kills. And yeah, G1 they're doing a really good job here, kind of just like herding the players on J-Lings and just really keeping that flag on the move. And they've already got a second flag, and Poo gets the kill on Septic, and he stays alive as well. So this is not the start you want if you're a J-Lings fan, and already it's going to be 2-0 in this game. And
Wow.
I mean, that is a crazy start. I did not expect that. I mean, that's
Yeah.
a little bit
2-0
scary.
in
for
1
J-Lings.
minute. Wow.
I mean, the last 2 games were looking so good, so close, and now it's. I mean, you're just fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, I was
This
saying
is-
earlier on about like you don't want to be in that situation where you're kind of in the hotel room being like, oh, we'd have just won that game, we'd have just won this game. Like you want to kind of have control of your own destiny, but it does scare me a little bit to think that maybe are they going to like really come to regret not taking those like games earlier on, because it looks like this. I was speaking about how this could be a good game type for J-lings, but it looks like this could be a really good game type for G1 as well potentially.
Sorry to interrupt, but Navi or Native Red have just tied it. They were up 3-1. Navi were up 3-1 with 2.5 minutes to go, and Native Red, it's 3-3 now with 45 seconds to go.
Wow. Oh no, I mean that's a little bit scary for me. Respectful does get the camo though. He's currently actually 4-3, but he gets taken down. That is not good. Sabinator comes in with a kill as well. Seems like, thankfully for J-lings, they've started putting a few kills on the board. They've kind of slowed down the kind of aggression a little bit of G1, so it was an absolute kind of blockbuster start from G1. They couldn't really ask for a better start, to be honest. 2 flag caps in a minute, but they've slowed down a little bit now. But yeah, thankfully flags one of those game types that can be quite drawn out. You know, it can be a difficult game type to kind of get all 5 flag caps on, but G1 just really slaying out. I mean, Sabinator's got 8 kills, Falcator's got 6 and 2. Just in terms of the KDs, G1 definitely have the slaying advantage in the moment, but like I say, still a lot of time to play.
Stabbing G1 is smelling blood right now. It's like sharks in the ocean.
Yeah, I'm sure G1 really don't want to go to another game 5. And they've got the
After
flag
what
on the
happened in
move.
the last games.
Yeah, it seems like G1, they're really kind of prioritizing doing these kind of bottom mid runs, and it seems to be really kind of catching J-lings out. The flag's just getting so far, and the 2 Foxy gets taken down as well. It's 3 dead now on the side of J-lings. Clonely last player alive, and it looks
Should
like
be a
he's
third cap.
probably not going to be able to stop this flag. So yeah, this could be the 3rd flag cap going in, Dan, like you said, and this is, we're going to see something miraculous now from J-lings. But to be fair though, we did see a bit of a crazy start from G1 in the first game, and we saw a nice comeback from J-lings. So
You're going to cap 5 flags. You're going to cap 5 flags. You know, it doesn't matter what the other team does.
Yeah, but
We
it's
see a
very
lot
true.
of time as well.
yeah, 8 minutes is a lot of time to play with from a J-lings perspective, but we're going to
Oh
can't
no.
seem to get that kill. Thankfully, his teammate does help him out. But that's 2 dead now for G1.
3 dead, 3 dead.
The
That's a run.
flag's on the move, so
There we go.
he actually does, he
Needs to get
chooses
a
to
kill at the
leave
back
it.
of the
and-
base.
Oh, nice trade.
I mean, his
His
teammate's
teammate's
first
running
around the
this
flag,
route.
so.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no, okay. Good nades actually. I thought he was fumbling the flag.
They got the flag on the move. Just really.
Okay, there we go.
I'd love to. If this cap goes in from J-lings, this could be the start of the comeback. 2 kills do come in as
Yeah,
well,
As
and
well.
the flag's
Okay.
moving in. Oh, the back smack
one
comes
in
in
the
though.
No!
No,
Please
boo
tell
boo.
me.
Oh, Sabinator as well. He's gonna.
They need to get the kill here. Nice kill.
Well,
They
I'm
get the kill.
septic.
They haven't got the return yet as well, so J-lings can still capture this flag. Septic. Oh, he loses the fight to Suppressed. He gets cleaned up though. 2 dead now for G1 though, so but 2 dead for
It's looking
J-lings
like
as
a
well.
cap, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
the
there
cap
we go.
goes in. All right, that's the start. 7 minutes
2 to
left.
go.
There we go. You've got all the time in the world right now. If the world ended in 7 minutes, but you've got a lot of time.
The Respectful found himself a heatwave, and we saw how effective he could be with a kind of sentinel beam earlier on. But these shock grenades, though, we're talking about how they've kind of been nerfed a little bit, but just doing so annoying. And 3 dead now, 4 dead again. It just seems like there's been a lot of 4 deads for J-lings, and you know, for anyone who's not too knowledgeable with Halo, going 4 dead is like one of the worst case scenarios, because it just means obviously the other team has free reign in the map, and the fact that G1 are doing such a good job at kind of securing those kills in quick succession and getting those 4 downs is just, in an objective game, it's just a worst case scenario, and you see just how easily that flag goes in from them. So that's 4-1 now in the game for G1. Only 1 flag cap needed to close it out. So this would get to see a really kind of big
Oh my
last
god,
stand
Navi
here from
choked it.
J-lings.
Navi lost the map.
Oh my
Navi
god,
choke.
that's incredible.
No wait, did they win? No, they lost. They lost.
They
Oh
lost.
my god.
That is
That is
heartbreaking.
yeah, 3-1 up with 2 minutes left, and they choke
my
it. I mean, we've just seen the craziest comeback from Native Reds. I mean, maybe J-lings can do the same thing, like.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, the ninja by
respectful ninja.
Oh
That's,
my god.
that's nice to see. Oh,
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay, just died.
Oh, he nearly got the kill, but a few
They can't be switching off the player cam like that just
Yeah.
after.
Camo's
Gun
coming
fight.
up. This camo is about to be up, so I'm assuming G1 might get their hands on it. But no, he gets taken
Oh,
down
yeah.
actually. So nice kill from 2 Foxy. So still about 6 minutes to go, so there's more than enough time to play with here, but they've left themselves a lot to do.
Yeah, they're gonna need to start pressuring the flag because they still have to recover by 3 flags.
You know, it's gonna be really difficult. And the thing that's difficult now from a J-lings perspective is G1. They've established that kind of 3 cap leads. They haven't
dead.
got they haven't got a desperate. But yeah, a lot of kills coming in
here
for,
we
for
go.
J-lings. 3 dead for G1, and the flag's on the move again from Septic. So this could be a second flag going in potentially here from J-lings. Sabernate does get a kill off screen, but it looks like Septic's going to be able to get that flag in. So 4-2 now.
Nice. There we
Let's
go.
go. Let's go.
And they've got a lot of time. They still have 5 minutes. They just need to fend off this push.
Yeah, but a few kills coming in now from G1.
Only though getting a big one. And whoever that was, Car1 staying alive there, just
Respectful.
that did a lot of work.
Oh, this could be the last flag being ran by G1. We're going to see some kills coming here. Septic gets taken down. Oh,
my
no,
God,
suppressed!
Oh my God,
Oh,
suppressed.
how has he got that kill? And the flag's on the move, and this could be the end of the game potentially, and the end of the tournament for J-lings. The flag's going in from G1. Sabernate is running it in, and oh, it looks like that could be the end.
Oh.
G1. I mean, it was a valiant effort. It just seemed like in these games, J-lings, especially in the first and the third game, they left themselves too much to kind of come back from. And they, they had these good stands towards the end, but when you give a team like G1 a big lead to start the game, it's always going to be difficult. But I mean, you have to say, I think J-lings had a very difficult pool. I think I expected them to struggle potentially against Quadrant and Optic, but I think G1, we always thought that could be the make or break series. And I think that game 1 and 2 was just so 50-50. They'd barely lost both those games. And I think if they could have just won either of those games and maybe extended the series to a game 4, could have been looking at a potentially different result. But in the end, G1 do unfortunately beat J-lings 3-0. So yeah, I mean, heartbreaking for J-lings, and obviously that is now a second EU team that's been eliminated today. So we only have 2 EU teams remaining, as far as I'm aware, it's Navi and Quadrant. So yeah, it was a bit heartbreaking. You guys got any thoughts on the series?
On G1 J-lings?
Yeah.
I mean, they came out a lot stronger than they did against either Quadrant or Optic. Optic, it kind of looked like they just, they rolled over a little bit and they accepted defeat, which maybe not too surprising when you're kind of playing like the best team in the world, But I mean, in that series, they definitely, I mean, if they didn't make that comeback on Recharge, it could have been looking really bad. But I think they did a really good job there to even like make a lot of those games like as close as they did. But I think it was just, too little, too late. Kind of needed that a bit earlier on in the day,
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
Anyone else got, I guess, thoughts on
I would like
the day as a whole?
Pool.
I was going to say, I think they just needed a bit more practice in the sense of one with that core of 4, but also against NA teams, I'd say as well. So
yeah,
that's probably going to be a big factor in where they've come right there. They showed a lot of like good periods within a game, but there was never really a game where they managed to sustain like control for the whole of it, right? So I think that's where they struggled the most, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They showed potential, but yeah.
Yeah,
I'd say overall it's a mixed day for you. No, I was going to say it's been a mixed day for Europe overall. Obviously, you've got 2 teams still in it, 2 teams eliminated. I think on paper, like Matt said, when you're the 4th seed from Europe, you're always going to have a more difficult pool. Like the lower seed you are coming in from your region, it naturally means you have a more difficult pool. And I think,
or if you're first seed.
Yeah, I mean, even though they had a good effort, I think, like I say, very, very kind of stacked tournament. But yeah, I guess that's going to do us all for today. I appreciate all you guys stopping by and watching the stream. We have kind of finished our schedule for the day, but obviously we're going to be back tomorrow. Kind of bright. We're not bright and early from our time because it's about 4 p.m. But we'll be back, bright, maybe not early. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Obviously, J-lings and Bobs from an EU perspective have unfortunately been eliminated from the tournament. But Navi Quadrant's still in it, so Saturday should be an action-packed day, and I think I'm excited to get back into some Halo action. So yeah, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Navi are crumbling.